Chapter 1. My master admires your strength very much, so he invites you to attend the grand banquet held in the new island Pokémon City in 10 days. At that time, powerful Pokémon trainers from all over the world will be present. Once you have made your decision, please fill out the reply letter. This is an invitation from the strongest Pokémon trainer, please be sure to attend. As the virtual projection disappeared on the electronic card, Xia Mu stood there in a daze, dumbfounded. Looking at the Dragonite in front of him that was completely orange, huge in size, with thick limbs, 2 tentacles and a sharp horn on its head, Xia Mu was speechless. Is this the rhythm that triggers the main plot? Also, who the hell said Dragonite was cute? Come out and I promise not to beat you to death. When watching cartoons and playing games in the past, Xia Mu's impression of Dragonite was indeed that it was a fat and cute type, at least it had nothing to do with ferocity. But the real Dragonite in front of him was huge and very annoying. If I hadn't been in the Pokémon world for 10 days and had gained enough understanding and passed the initial adaptation stage, how would I have been able to react? Of course, now the dragon is a small matter, but the invitation letter is a big matter. As a time traveler, Xia Mu knows too much about everything in the Pokémon world. It's not that he knows 100 of everything about the real world, but he knows everything related to the animation plot, comic plot, and game content. After all, he is a hardcore player and is familiar with the plots of the animation and comics. When Xia Mu saw what was happening at this time, he immediately thought of the story of Mewtwo's counterattack. This is the trainer invitation letter Mewtwo sent to him. As the first artificially created mythical beast and the first level 1 mythical beast to appear in the plot, Mewtwo's dominance in those days was absolutely number 1. Although as first level gods continued to appear later on, making Mewtwo the strongest became far-fetched, Mewtwo is still among the strongest. Whoa! The low roar of Dragonite came from his ear, bringing Xia Mu back to his senses. It more or less brought back Xia Mu's memories of his previous life. This cry is indeed very fast and dragon-like, it has absolutely no dragon-like nature at all. Are you urging me to make a choice quickly? Looking up at Dragonite, Xia Mu suddenly had an idea, that is, whether he should use the Master Ball to capture it directly. This is a quasi-god. Through the golden finger simulator he brought with him, he could see a series of data information about this Dragonite. Quailong. LV, 58. Gender, female. Attributes, dragon, flying. Personality, cheerful. Features, mental strength possessing a trained spirit, he will not flinch from the opponent's attacks, and will not be shaken by intimidation. Skills, Titan, Stare, Feather Perch, Speed, Wing Attack, High-Speed Movement, Pray for Rain, Tornado, Electromagnetic Wave, Flame Fist, Lightning Fist, Dragon Tail, Smash, Water Tail, Dragon Dive, Reverse Scale, Mysterious Guardian. Intimacy, 0 We have never met before, be careful when speaking. Emotion, impatient forced to become a messenger dragon, forced to run around delivering invitations under Mewtwo's tyranny. There is no doubt that this series of data shows that this Dragonite is definitely of top-level quality. He just doesn't know the 6-dimensional individual value data. This can only be checked by him as a trainer if the Pokémon becomes his. Awoo, 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 another urging cry sounded. Although he didn't understand, Xia Mu could roughly guess what Dragonite meant, if you don't make a decision, I'm leaving. The emotion is very impatient, and the annotations at the end are undoubtedly Dragonite's most authentic psychological activities. You're really anxious, Xia Mu couldn't help but complain. He weighed the pros and cons and suppressed the urge to capture Dragonite. I took out the reply form, filled it out, and handed it in. Just as he was about to say something else, Dragonite put away the reply letter, flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The speed is so fast that in the blink of an eye, only a black dot can be seen, and then it disappears without a trace. Is this the speed of orbiting the Earth in 16 hours? No wonder you were chosen as the messenger, it would be the same for me. After a long time, he let out another long sigh. He was accidentally caught up in the storm, and he didn't understand how Mewtwo could see a nobody like him. It seemed that he was just leveling up his Pokémon in the wild. For some reason I feel like I've won the lottery, TSK actually, even if I fill out the form, it doesn't matter if I don't go when the time comes, no one will come to my door anyway, it's a pity for this Dragonite. Xia Mu murmured to himself and suddenly felt a little regretful. He really wanted to collect this Dragonite. But even if the Master Ball could do it, this Dragonite wouldn't listen to him after he captured it. After all, his trainer level is too low. Even if he has a lot of game combat experience, he will not be able to control it if he does not have a strong enough Pokémon. Naturally, the one he fears the most is the courier who now belongs to Mewtwo. Once he collects Dragonite and attracts Mewtwo, that would be a disaster. If he had 2 Master Balls, he would dare. Unfortunately, the imagination is beautiful. He also only has one Master Ball. This is automatically distributed to the simulator storage space after the Golden Finger simulator is activated. Except for the Master Ball that I am reluctant to use but is truly omnipotent. There are also 5 ordinary Pokeballs, 5 bottles of medicine, and a random Pokemon. I have to say, with this Master Ball in hand, it's just like when I played games in my previous life. I always want to save it for later use, but I'm reluctant to use it every time. Of course, his cheat code simulator is really interesting. The 100 capture probability of the Master Ball is equivalent to a King Bomb at the beginning, and you can capture any legendary beast at will. I just don't know the difference between the real world and the game world. As for where the cheat code simulator came from, Xia Mu has also been thinking. What is certain is that he was playing a newly downloaded Pokemon game before he traveled through time. He thought that the official had released a brand new game, but he didn't expect that as soon as he finished downloading the game and opened it, he felt dizzy for no reason. Then I woke up and came to this world and became Xia Mu of this world. It happened so suddenly, and it's hard not to think of the reason as being related to this game, but time travel has already become a fact, and we can only make the best of it. And according to what he had learned these days, his son seemed to be a little abnormal. Apart from specific functions, no active prompts will appear. Simply put, this is like a standalone system after being disconnected from the internet. After binding with it, all functions only need to be controlled by him. After collecting his thoughts, Xia Mu turned his attention back to the matter of Mewtwo, and began to rethink the plot of the early days of the Pokemon world. Chapter 2. 10 days have passed since he traveled to today, and he has learned a lot of things, such as the Quartz Alliance conference that will be held in the Quartz Plateau in the Kanto region in more than a month. It was not certain which session it was before, but now it is certain that it is the session that Xiaoji in the original work participated in. Recalculating the time, I used to think that the plot of Mewtwo's drama version took place after the Quartz conference. Now it seems that it was the more than 2 months from the time when Xiaoji obtained the Everglades badge until the Quartz conference was held. I can't miss the Mewtwo plot, even if it's just for the sake of going through the motions. Besides that, maybe I can also participate in this year's Quartz conference to get a rank, which will also make it easier for me to do things in the future. I thought secretly. I remember the Quartz conference in the original book, which had a very high status in the League's events and was very famous everywhere. For example, if Xiaoji made it into the top 16 in the Quartz conference, he was praised all the time. Even if Xiaoji made it into the top 8 or even the top 4 in other regions, he was still far inferior to him. He had no intention of participating before because it was not related to the plot, so he decided to develop steadily. Now that you are sure, there is no need to hesitate. But with his current strength, time is running out. Will he still have time to collect 8 badges? The difficulty is not that great. Watching cartoons, playing games, and getting badges seem easy, but when you actually do it, it's not the case. We have to plan carefully. If all else fails, we can go talk to our parents and get some resources. Talking to himself, Xia Mu took out 2 Pokeballs from his arms. A white light burst out, and a Growlithe and a Riolu appeared in front of him. Before, he had been looking for wild Pokemon of suitable levels in the forest to fight and gain experience points. When Dragonite arrived, Xia Mu put them into the Pokeball to rest. Looking at the 2 little ones in front of him circling around him, chasing and playing happily, Xia Mu was embarrassed to tell them that he would take them to face a first-level god in 10 days. However, there are still 10 days left, so it may not be impossible to grow quickly. At least, I can have the power to protect myself. He has a cheat code simulator. Take the levels of the 2 little ones for example, they were originally only level 12 and level 5. After following the effective leveling plan formulated over the past few days, in just a few days, Growlithe is now level 29 and Riolu is level 22. Growlithe is the only Pokemon in the original body, while Riolu is randomly awarded by the cheat code simulator after Xia Mu traveled through time. He was not originally a Pokemon trainer. Although he was 18 years old, due to some bad experiences in his childhood, he was not willing to become a trainer and go out traveling and adventuring. Xia Mu traveled through time and space and happened to replace him because 10 days ago his original self took his own ship to Kai City, but encountered a storm halfway and accidentally fell into the sea. All in all, the original person was also a poor person. He was frightened by ferocious Pokemon when he was a child and has always been haunted by the trauma of that time. To the point that he developed a fear of Pokemon and found it difficult to accept. Mom and Dad were so worried about this that their hair turned white, but they could never change the original body's fear of Pokemon. Fortunately, the original body was not afraid of Growlithe, so Growlithe became the original body's first and only Pokemon. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would be really alone. For Xia Mu, his original life was indeed tragic, but he had to admit that he still lived in a happy family. At least he doesn't have to worry about anything from childhood to adulthood, because his parents will solve all his problems for him. This is actually a bit enviable for Xia Mu, who traveled through time and space without a father or mother. So after accepting all the memories of his original body, he quickly adapted and became more accepting of his relatives in this life. After making some temporary decisions, Xia Mu looked carefully at Growlithe and Riolu beside him. Katie Dog. LV 29. Gender, female attribute, fire. Personality, cheerful. Features, intimidation intimidates the opponent when appearing, making it retreat and reducing the opponent's attack. Skills, stare, sparks, howl, bite, flame will, help, high-speed movement, flame fong, revenge. Intimacy, 175 very good relationship, encouraging each other. Emotion, very happy I want to become stronger and stronger, only in this way will the master be happier. Riolo. LV 22. Gender, male. Attribute, fighting. Character, stubborn. Feature, mischievous heart hidden feature, can be the first to use a change move. Skills, lightning flash, hold on, feint, metal claw, double return, self-motivation, rock crushing. Intimacy, 142 very good relationship, encouraging each other. Emotion, happy I am particularly happy that my strength has improved after continuous battles. Both of them are the type that can achieve great success after years of accumulation. In the early stage, gradual cultivation is required. Take Growlithe for example. According to the training method of the early generations, if its level is not high enough and it has not accumulated enough knowledge, then using the Fire Stone to evolve it too early would be equivalent to wasting it. Simply using the training method in the game, Xia Mu will wait until Growlithe learns Flash Charge at level 56 before evolving Arcanine, so that the speed skill can be learned directly. If you evolve now, it means that you may not be able to learn later skills. At least based on the knowledge currently mastered, Pokémon has missed the opportunity of self-study during growth. Even if Pokémon can learn some skills through later training, they are not comprehensive. You can indeed use the cheat code simulator and purchase the corresponding skill learner from the system store to learn. There are indeed no side effects to using the skill learning device in a game, but in the real world, Pokémon are living beings, not just a bunch of data. Who knows what it is like to learn something naturally or to learn it later with the help of a skill learning device? Even though there are no side effects, there is one thing that is very annoying: the skill learning devices in the store are very expensive. The system supports the use of real-world Alliance coins for consumption, but the price is very different from that in the game. Ordinary skills are 10 times the price, and high-level skills are 100 times the price. The original Xia Mu also had some Alliance coins in savings, but it was still not something he could spend at will as he is now. However, although some things have become more expensive, the prices of most items have not increased, which is similar to the game. Of course, this is apart from those props that are similar to cheats. For example, the magic candy is extremely expensive. One can upgrade one level, but it costs 1 million Alliance coins, which is outrageous. Xia Mu did some calculations and found that it would cost nearly 1 million Alliance coins to build a level divine pet in the early stage. These 1 million Alliance coins are not much different from the Chinese currency in Xia Mu's previous life. Chapter 3. For an average family, an annual income of 300,000 to 500,000 is already quite good, and an income of over 1 million is considered a moderately wealthy family. Those who have millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions are wealthy. In addition, Master Balls are also sold in the system store, priced at 1 million Alliance coins each. Even if you are wealthy, you cannot afford to spend unless you have tens or hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. There are indeed many rich people in this world. After all, it is an ideal world, a utopia, but the vast majority of them are ordinary people. Take Xia Mu's family for example. His parents make a living in the freight logistics business at the port. Although the company is not big, it is not small either, with an estimated market value of only about 10 to 20 billion. But even so, it is considered good enough for the family to come up with tens of millions at one time. It is really too difficult to raise Growlithe to level 56 and complete its evolution in 10 days, unless you really spend money to buy magic candies to upgrade, sigh in the end. It still depends on you. Although the cheat simulator does not have friendship, you can evolve if the intimacy is raised to more than 220 points. Even if Xia Mu is open-minded, he still feels pressured. Even if the level is not high enough, at least if Riolu evolves into Lucario, he will have a certain level of strength to protect himself. Then he can buy a Mega Evolution Stone from the store and Mega Evolve. Maybe he can fight against Mewtwo, whose strength has not yet fully grown in the early stage. Of course, this is just imagination and should not be taken seriously. The attributes are completely restrained. Anyway, fortunately, after opening Riolu, the initial intimacy is 50 points. Otherwise, it would not be possible to improve so quickly. Moreover, the cheating simulator does not provide any real-time reminders for increasing intimacy, and you can only increase it by trying little by little yourself. The cheat code simulator is indeed very digital, but it is actually very different from the game. In other words, the calculation method in the game can be used as a reference to a certain extent, but it is not completely practical. Woof woof. The Katy wags her tail to please. The same goes for Riolu. Xia Mu squatted down with a smile on his face and stroked them. In order to increase intimacy, until there is a clear solution, all he can do is treat them with sincerity. He was lucky to have traveled to the Pokémon world. Being able to become a real Pokémon trainer is actually a dream come true. Now that I have my own Pokémon, how can I just treat them as tools to use in the game? The two little ones really enjoyed Xia Mu's touch. Then Xia Mu took out energy cubes with different flavors and handed them to them one by one. In fact, according to Xia Mu's knowledge, the personalities of the two beasts are exactly the opposite. According to the training method that Xia Mu likes in the game, he will prepare for future evolution. The preferred character of Riolu is cheerful or timid, and the character of Growlithe is preferably stubborn or brave. Naturally, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. All I can say is that there are no such coincidences in this world, and there are not so many absolutes. After a Pokémon is born, its personality is determined by its living habits. Xia Mu would not deliberately change the personality of his Pokémon unless the Pokémon itself hated its own personality and wanted to change it. For now, it's actually pretty good. At least if the cheerful Growlithe evolves into Artibad, its speed will be unmatched. Although its special attack will decrease, its physical attack will not be affected too much. After Riolu evolves into Lucario, although its special attack will be very poor, its physical attack will be greatly improved. It can be said that Xia Mu's research on physical attack flow is very thorough, and he also plans to train Growlithe and Riolu in this direction. Of course, Xia Mu is not sure what will happen in the future because this is not a game. But he believes that God is actually fair. On the one hand, he will give you strong enough talents, and on the other hand, your talents will decline appropriately. The gaming world relies on data, while the real world relies on talent. As for the six-dimensional individual values, they will have to wait until they are fully grown before training. Of course, some adjustments can also be made during daily training and combat. Katy Dog individual value. Physical strength, 26 very good, special attack, 10 average. Special defense, 18 pretty good. Attack, 30 amazing. Defense, 12 average. Speed, 31 best. Overall evaluation, excellent ability. Riolu individual value. Physical strength, 31 best. Special attack, 10 average. Special defense, 31 best. Attack, 31 best. Defense, 28 quite good. Speed, 26 very good. Overall evaluation, amazing ability. It must be said that both Growlithe and Riolu are of top-notch quality. Especially Riolu, who is worthy of being produced by the cheating simulator. Even if it is only 3v, this 3v is already the data standard for the legendary beasts in the game. No longer paying attention to the data, Xia Mu watched the two little ones eat the energy cubes, and then said, after we finish eating, we have to get started. There are still more than 2 hours until the evening. I will try my best to let you fight with more Pokémon, because this is currently the fastest way to improve your strength. We don't have much time left, so I need you to become stronger to help me. Let's work hard together, Growlithe and Riolu. Even though I can't fight, I will always stand by you. As these passionate words came out, Xia Mu's eyes were full of eagerness. Woof. The two little ones felt his intention and responded. But the cry does have a sharp contrast. Although both are dog barks, the barking of the catty is obviously more intimidating and powerful. Riolu's barking sounds like a puppy, but it is particularly pleasant to the ear. After reaching a consensus, at Xia Mu's command, the two kids continue to go deeper into the woods. This forest is very large, and the reason we came here is naturally to target bug-type Pokémon and grass-type Pokémon, which are easier to deal with. In fact, the plan is to let Grunt grow quickly first, and indirectly drive Riolu. After all, Cardit's fire-type skills are a natural counter to insect-type and grass-type skills. Unfortunately, although the cheat code simulator is powerful and you can even see your level, the experience points are unfortunately neutralized and eaten up. I don't know how much experience points are required, nor do I know how much experience points I can get after defeating wild Pokémon. This means that Xia Mu has been brushing blindly these days. Fortunately, it works, otherwise I would be digging my own grave. Simply put, the level in the game is indeed determined by clear experience points, but the real Pokémon world is not limited by fixed data, and all possibilities exist. The functions of the cheat code simulator are extremely powerful, but they are not absolute. Growlithe led the way, Riolu followed closely behind to reap the harvest, and Xia Mu was at the end. Xia Mu bet that experience points could be shared in this way. Just like after defeating any Pokémon in the game, all the Pokémon you carry with you can share the experience points. Unlike earlier generations, which had to carry learning devices to share a small amount of experience. Chapter 4. Riolu, Lightning and Metal Claws. Following Xia Mu's command, Growlithe and Riolu attacked continuously and defeated the last two Beedrills. Unfortunately, none of these giant hornets are worthy of Xia Mu's attention. We fought for 2 hours straight, and luckily we had medicine supplies, otherwise we would have been doomed if we encountered a swarm of Beedrills. In short, after Xia Mu's passionate speech, the two little ones rushed through the entire forest with high morale. As its level increases, its strength becomes stronger and stronger, so even if it faces 20 or 30 Beedrills in a row, it can still kill them all. Of course, we should also be thankful that although this forest is the largest on Round Island, there are not many high-level Pokémon on the island. Most of these Beedrills are in their teens or 20s, and there are only 5 or 6 above level 26, with the highest being only level. Among the grass and bug-type Pokémon in the forest, the highest levels Xia Mu encountered were level 40 Tyrannosaurus, level 39 Scyther, and level 38 Venusaur. Of course there must be more, he just hasn't encountered them. When he met them before, he would not take the initiative to provoke them. After all, the strength of the two little ones was too different. But now it's different. Growlithe has broken through the level 30 barrier and reached level 32. Not only has its strength increased by leaps and bounds, but it has also learned the skill of biting and crushing in one fell swoop. Riolu is also level 25 and has learned the vacuum wave skill. Of course, Riolu still can't easily defeat Pokémon above level 30, but Growlithe can already fight against Pokémon above level, and with the attribute Restraint, the power of its moves is extremely effective. This is also Xia Mu's arrangement for Growlithe and Riolu tomorrow. Although you may not gain much experience from hunting wild Pokémon, it is faster and more convenient, and you don't have to go out of your way to find a suitable trainer to battle against. The most important thing is that if you can't beat the opponent, you can gang up on them. That's all for today, thank you for your hard work, Growlithe and Riolu. After giving the two little ones an encouragement, Xia Mu did not take them back. Instead, he sprayed them with medicine first, and then gave them energy blocks to replenish their strength. The physical strength is worth mentioning, which is different from the HP value in the game. Physical strength is not HP value, but it affects the performance and combat endurance. Medicine can heal injuries but cannot restore physical strength. Only by feeding Pokémon energy blocks or special food can they quickly restore their physical strength. Only after the two little ones had recovered some of their injuries and strength did Xia Mu take them back. Of course, he didn't run back home stupidly, but took out his mountain bike from his space backpack. This is a black technology unique to the Pokémon world. A lot of items can be placed in the folding space backpack. This bicycle is also a product that combines the principles of space and can be enlarged and reduced, just like a Pokeball. It's also because Xia Mu's family is not ordinary, at least they are quite wealthy, otherwise such things are not something that ordinary people can afford. For example, this mountain bike is an official model of the Quartz Alliance. The low-end version costs 10 Alliance coins, while the high-end version costs 30 to 50 Alliance coins. Although he is not a Pokémon trainer, he loves cycling. He would ride around Round Island whenever he has time. This bicycle was a gift from his father on his 18th birthday not long ago. Going back along the same route, Xia Mu rode his bike while the two little ones ran beside him. It's not that Xia Mu intentionally made them run, but they just like the feeling of running. This reminded Xia Mu of the Pokémon games he played in the past, where the protagonist could set the Pokémon to follow. This is the case even in the game world. As real living beings, Pokémon are unwilling to stay in the Pokeball forever. After returning safely to Round Island City, Xia Mu first went to the Pokémon Center and asked Joey and Chansey to help heal Growlithe and Riolu, and then returned home. Although his family was rich and one of the few wealthy families in Yuandao City, they did not live in a luxurious manor or villa. But just a 3-story small villa built by themselves. Of course, the size and structure of the house were also first class. After all, they were a wealthy family anyway. I am back. As soon as he entered the door, Xia Mu greeted him first. Then I changed into slippers and entered the living room, where I smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen. When the mother heard Xia Mu's call from behind her sleeves, she revealed half of her body while busying herself, holding a spatula and spoon for cooking in her hands. "I'm back, go wash up first, you look so tired. Did you go to train Growlithe and Riolu again?" "Yeah," Xia Mu responded, looked up at the time, and glanced upstairs. After making sure there was no movement, he asked. "Is Dad not back yet?" "It should be soon. He asked me not to tell you because he is planning to give you a big surprise tonight," Mu Xiuli said with a mysterious smile. Then, she greeted Growlithe and Riolu with a smile on her face. The two little ones ran to Mu Xiuli obediently and got some freshly fried crispy meat from him. Gentle, virtuous, beautiful and dignified. These 8 words are really not an exaggeration to describe this mother. Even though Xia Mu had only been here for 10 days, he had already completely integrated into the environment. Big surprise? What is it? The original body's parents loved him so much that basically any need he had was met. However, during the past 10 days since he merged with his original body, he did not seem to have any demands. He even refused the money they offered to give him. "You'll know when your father comes back, go wash up first, we'll have dinner soon." The words in Mu Xiu made Xia Mu even more suspicious. "If you don't tell him, it's obviously not an ordinary thing. Recalling the memories of my original body, I didn't have any impression." Helplessly, Xia Mu had to nod and take Growlithe and Riolu out of the kitchen to the bathroom to wash. In reality, Riolu wanted to stay with Kit Ode and help make food, which he had done frequently over the past 10 days. "I just came back from outside after fighting for a whole day. My body is covered with traces of dirt and dust, and I need to take some care of myself." More than half an hour passed before Xia Mu came out with the two little ones with their hair blown dry. Mu Xiu had already prepared a sumptuous meal and was making a phone call, apparently to confirm when he would return. "Your father is on his way back and will be home soon," Mu Xiuli said after hanging up the phone. Xia Mu nodded. It was actually still early now because it was summer, so it wouldn't be dark even after 6 o'clock. Taking advantage of this time, Xia Mu and Mu Xiuli chatted about what happened today, and then mentioned the quartz conference intentionally or unintentionally. Speaking of the quartz conference, Mu Xiuli was extremely excited and gave a long speech. It turns out that Mu Xiuli also participated in the quartz conference, but because of her lack of strength, she didn't even make it through the preliminaries. Later, Mu Xiuli realized that she did not have the talent to be a trainer, so she stopped being obsessed. It was also at that time that she met Xia Mu's father Xia He. The two fell in love at first sight, traveled and adventured together, and later inherited the family business after they got married and ran the family freight logistics business. Chapter 5. More than 10 minutes later, Xia Mu's father Xia He drove back home. The car stopped with a loud noise, so Xia Mu and Mu Xiuli went out together to greet them. Xia He looks full of vigor and vitality. Although he is middle-aged, he is the type of mature, steady and handsome uncle. It's also thanks to the fact that Ma Mu Xiuli is a great beauty, intelligent and considerate, that she can completely control this dad whose looks alone can attract countless flowers. Xia Mu spoke first and greeted him. It was really what his mother Mu Xiuli said before that made him have great expectations. Xia He nodded, then laughed and said, "I just heard from your mother that you went out for another day of training. Dad is really happy that you have finally taken this step." For him, his son seemed like a different person after he woke up 10 days ago. He was very worried at first, but now he is glad that his son encountered this disaster and got rid of the shadow of his childhood. He was even more grateful to Riolu because it was the Pokémon that suddenly appeared after Xia Mu woke up, so he thought that it was because of Riolu that Xia Mu began to trust Pokémon and wanted to become stronger. After some greetings, Xia He put his arms around Mu Xiuli and Xia Mu's shoulders and walked into the gate. Growlithe and Riolu followed behind him, being very well behaved and not making any noise. In fact, there should have been Kitasiri and Xiaha's Pokémon at home, but because Xia Mu was afraid of them, they had been fostered with the gym master Xia Bo on the neighboring Red Lotus Island, and they only came back for a few days a month. Now that Natsuki's shadow has disappeared, Kitasiri and Natsuki have also had the idea of getting their Pokémon back, but it has not been implemented yet. "Dad, Mom said you prepared a surprise for me, can you tell me now?" At the dinner table, Xia Mu found the right opportunity to ask. The expression of expectation was not concealed. After all, he has already adapted to this identity and integrated everything of his original body. He is Xia Mu. "Huh, it seems your mother couldn't help but tell you, this is it," Xia He said with a smile as he took out a Pokeball from his arms. "What is this?" Xia Mu was even more confused. "Give him a Pokémon." Mu Xiuli, who was standing by, saw Xia Mu was stunned for a moment, and explained. "The day after you woke up from the water, didn't you mention the golden carp? Our cargo ship always travels by sea, and your father has been asking people about it, and has also instructed all the crew members to catch the golden carp if they see it. Golden Magikarp? Xia Mu was shocked. Looking back now, it seemed like it was the second day after I traveled through time. I saw a large number of Magikarp on the coast, and then I sighed and said that it would be great if there was a golden Magikarp. After all, as the first must-have shiny Pokémon in the game, the obsession with it is still very strong. Unexpectedly, he just said it casually, but he took it to heart. It was inevitable that he was moved, and he suddenly felt a little ashamed. At the beginning, I was still thinking about how to get along with my parents in this life, and how to carefully plan my life to make myself live a better life. I was too calculating. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Xia Mu hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I just suddenly felt sorry for you. This can be considered as what he said to help his original self, completely untying the knot in his heart. Silly child, isn't it all over? Besides, you have never caused any trouble for mom and dad. Okay, don't think about unhappy things. Do you still want this golden carp king? He changed the atmosphere with his words. Xia Mu stopped pretending and nodded, taking the Pokeball. Yes, this is a shiny Magikarp. After it evolves in the future, it will also be a shiny Gyarados. Are you planning to let Magikarp evolve into Gyarados? It seems that Dad can be completely relieved now. You have completely gotten rid of the past. He saw Xia Mu's growth and he was no longer the little kid he used to be. Mu Shili looked at this scene and smiled with relief. The family was very harmonious during the dinner. After the meal, the family of three took Growlithe and Riolu out for a stroll, greeted the neighbors, and Xia Mu saw more Pokémon. It was not until they returned home that Xia Mu released the golden Magikarp. There was no big water tank at home, so he used his connections to make one and had it delivered overnight. The golden Magikarp was obviously unfamiliar with the environment here, but as a Magikarp, it had a simple mind and did not think too much, and quickly adapted to the place. Flashing Magikarp. LV, 14. Gender, male. Attribute, water. Character, slow. Features, free and easy swimming speed will increase in rainy weather. Skill, leap. Intimacy, 10 initial acquaintance, still need to work hard. Emotion, SOSO the fish tank is too small, I can't jump. Magikarp individual value. Physical strength, 20 very good. Special attack, 30 amazing. Special defense, 8 average. Attack, 26 very good. Defense, 0 maybe not possible. Speed, 5 average. Overall evaluation, above average ability. Looking at the data and information of the shiny Magikarp, Xia Mu had a comprehensive understanding of it. It must be said that the qualifications of this Magikarp are actually average, and its personality is not outstanding either. But if you go the dual attack route, it's still possible. The individual value is very poor, but in fact, it is difficult for the individual value of wild Magikarp to be very good. It has to rely on later training to improve. In the game, it also relies on laying eggs to get high V individual values. What a coincidence. Originally, Xia Mu's plan was to take advantage of these 2 days to go out to sea and capture a large water-type Pokémon, so that he could cross the sea to the new island Pokémon City in 10 days. Or you can capture a Pidgeot, quickly level it up to level 36 and let it evolve into a Megapixel, so that it can carry you over. Now that I have this shiny Magikarp, I can upgrade it quickly and make it evolve. In this way, crossing the sea will not be a problem. But it's not easy to evolve the shiny Magikarp. It is currently unclear whether experience points can be shared by carrying it with you without engaging in combat. Even if Magikarp engages in combat, it will not be able to use skills other than leaping, and will not be able to finish off the enemy. Xia Mu remembered that Magikarp could only learn collision at level 15, and there was also a frenzy at level 25. If there is no other way, the only option is to buy a magic candy and let it reach level 15 to see if you can learn the collision skill. If that doesn't work, we'll have to think of other ways. Maybe we can let Riolu and Growlithe act like in the original story, and let Magikarp think that he has defeated Riolu and Growlithe. You can try this, but Magikarp can only evolve at level 20. Although there are only 6 levels left, there is still a long way to go. Chapter 6. Late at night. Growlithe and Riolu had already fallen asleep. The 2 little ones were exhausted after a long day. Xia Mu tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. A lot happened today, and he needs to digest it and have enough time to plan for the future. His brain was too active, so Xia Mu became more and more excited the more he thought about it. He couldn't fall asleep, so he simply picked up his phone to watch videos from the Pokémon world. Not to mention, the Pokémon world also has app software similar to TikTok, WeChat, and Zhaji, with more functions. In my previous life, I was always curious about the technological level of the Pokémon world. Only after I really came to this world did I know what it was like. In short, many aspects were not comparable to Xia Mu's previous world. After watching short videos for a while, Xia Mu clicked into a live broadcast room. It's already this late and there are still beautiful women promoting products. They are really dedicated. In this respect, he is very similar to those live streaming hosts in his previous life. He had no plan to stay in this live broadcast room. Even though the beautiful women selling goods were pleasing to the eye, they could not attract Xia Mu. Continue browsing other live broadcast rooms. There are anchors who sell goods, anchors who broadcast outdoor adventures, anchors who broadcast Pokémon late-night canteens, and even some Pokémon researchers who are not sure whether they are real or fake are explaining Pokémon. There are all kinds of things. Finally, Xia Mu entered a live broadcast room that explained the sale of evolution stones. The words, Ibrahimovic family, are written on it, and there is also the official certification icon of the Kanto League behind it. Opening the window of the live broadcast room, you will see a wide variety of goods, the most eye-catching of which is naturally the evolution stone. Fire Stone, it can allow certain Pokémon to evolve, such as Eevee, Vulpix, and Growlithe, etc. The event price is 10 Alliance coins. Each person can only purchase it once, quantity, 0, 100. Original purchase price, 30 Alliance coins. Water Stone, can evolve certain Pokémon, such as Eevee, Galitzi, Shelter, Starfish, etc. Price, 30 Alliance coins. Moonstone, price, 30 Alliance coins. Thunderstone, price, 30 Alliance coins. After reading it all, Xia Mu's head started to shake and he sat up suddenly. The noise almost woke up the sleeping Growlithe and Riolu. Seeing that they had just changed their sleeping positions and did not wake up, Xia Mu continued to pay attention to the live broadcast room on his mobile phone, and then opened the system store. Fire Stone, price, 3,000 Alliance coins. Water Stone, price, 3,000 Alliance coins. Moonstone, price, 3,000 Alliance coins. There was no need to read further. Xia Mu knew that the evolution stones in the system store only cost 3,000 Alliance coins, the same as in the game. I didn't expect that the evolution stones in the real world would be so expensive, a full 100 times more expensive. Is this something that ordinary people can afford? Even if they can afford it, only a very small number of people will choose it. Xia Mu also remembered that although the original story also mentioned that evolution stones were very precious, it was only briefly mentioned in passing. Most Pokémon that need to rely on evolution stones to evolve are not Pokémon that ordinary trainers would choose to cultivate because they cost too much. No wonder, my understanding of this world is far from enough. With a thought, Xia Mu had another flash of inspiration in his mind. By the way, it seems that he can buy items from the system store and then sell them to trainers in this world. An evolution stone costs 3,000 Alliance coins, but he can sell it for only 3 Alliance coins, which is 10 times cheaper than any Eevee family stone, and the profit is still 10 times. Of course, if you really want to open a store to sell, there are still many costs that need to be calculated. And this kind of reselling with the help of the system is okay on a small scale, but once it gets bigger, it will be difficult to end. That's right. Suddenly another idea came into being. I wonder how much the evolution stones for the Eevee family cost. If it exceeds the 3,000 Alliance coins in the system store, he can just sell it to them directly. Anyway, as long as there is profit, it is money earned for him. It's a good idea, but unfortunately he can't sell too many at once, otherwise where will his evolution stones come from? Some things are complicated. Once there are too many such items on the market, prices will naturally plummet. I don't know if the other things are valuable. Xia Mu started searching for some items on the Alliance website again. For example, there are valuable ancient gold coins, huge gold beads, comet fragments, star fragments and other valuable items in the game. Do not check, I don't know, I'm scared. There are similar items, such as the ancient gold coins from the United States. If a complete one is priced between 100 million and 300 million Alliance coins, a damaged one is worth more than or Alliance coins. Horrible profits. The Unova ancient gold coins sold in the system store can be purchased for only 6 Alliance coins. Xia Mu remembered that in the game, Mr. Bourgeois in Ripple Town would buy them specifically for a high price, and friendly stores in the Unova region would also buy them, selling them for only 3 Alliance coins each. This thing is indeed valuable, but it is not easy to sell. At least no one in Yuandao City in the Kanto region should buy it. I don't know if the friendly stores of the Alliance will take it, but I don't think they will buy it easily. Unless you find some dedicated collectors. The problem was that he didn't know these people either. Seeking help from your parents? If he really asked, I'm afraid his parents would not help him contact the relevant people, but would just transfer the money to him without even asking why he needed the money. Apart from the ancient gold coins, Xia Mu found some other things that could generate huge profits. An expedition team discovered many comet fragments and star fragments on Tsukimi in the Kanto region. The selling price of comet fragments was as high as 1 million alliance coins, and larger ones even went as high as tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of alliance coins. Star fragments are worth at least 10 to 100 million alliance coins. It can be seen that there is really no comparison between the game world and the real Pokémon world. After making a decision, Xia Mu planned to go shopping in the friendly store and some shopping malls in Yuandao City after getting up tomorrow. If the acquisition is really carried out, it will save a lot of trouble. With enough money, you can buy magic candies at will, and whether it is Magikarp or Growlithe, they can reach a sufficient level in a short time to complete the evolution. A long time passed and Xia Mu searched for a lot of useful information until he felt a pain in his eyes and realized that it was already 1 a.m. Xia Mu put down his phone, rubbed his eyes, yawned, and lay down. In his previous life, he preferred to stay up late and enjoyed the silence of the night. This habit changed after traveling through time. I was not the type of person who stayed up late, and I would feel sleepy as soon as the time came. Today was an unexpected day. I had a lot of worries and naturally I couldn't sleep. But at this point, Xia Mu was indeed feeling sleepy. He had been traveling through the woods with Cat Eye Dog and the others during the day without any rest. I beg you guys to collect and read this. If you have any suggestions, please leave me a message in the comments section. Chapter 7. The sunlight shone into the house through the window, waking up the sleeping Houndu and Riolu. They slept soundly and did not wake up all night. Normally, Xia Mu would have been awake by this time, but he was too excited all night and tired all day long to wake up easily. Neither Growlithe nor Riolu disturbed Xia Mu's deep sleep. They tiptoed out of the room and ran downstairs. Early in the morning, Kid Ode had already prepared breakfast. Xia Hai was sitting at the dining table eating snacks while looking at new messages on his mobile phone. As the head of the group company, Xia Heping is very busy on weekdays and goes to work on time every morning. Mu Shili would also go to the company to help with affairs, but compared to Xia He, she could choose not to go too early. Catty and Riolu are awake, but Xia Mu is still asleep. Xia He asked with a smile when he saw the two little ones coming downstairs. The two little ones nodded in response and walked forward affectionately. This child rarely sleeps in, it seems that he is really exhausted these days, Mu Shili said. Xia He nodded, but he thought it was better this way. If it is still the same as before, it will be worrying. The child has grown up, and he is already 18 years old, it is time to change. Yeah, Mu Shili nodded, then went to the kitchen with a smile and brought out the exclusive dishes for Growlithe and Riolu. Mu Shili is a good cook and has always been the one cooking for her. Xia He had suggested many times to hire a nanny or a chef so that Mu Shili wouldn't have to work so hard, but Mu Shili refused in the end. She wants to take care of the family because she feels that is what she should do. Xia He couldn't resist, so he could only show more care and share some of the responsibilities. After breakfast, Xia He had to go to the company first because he had some urgent matters to deal with. After making sure that her assistance was not needed, Mu Shili sent Xia He away. In fact, most of the time the two of them would go out at the same time, but these days were an exception. On the one hand, the company was a little busy due to business reasons. And on the other hand, it had only been 10 days since Xia Mu fell into the water, and Mu Shili was worried, so every day before she went out, she would make sure that Xia Mu was okay before she felt relieved. This is also the reason why Xia Mu did not continue to level up outside at night, so as not to worry his parents in this life. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when Xia Mu woke up from his sleep. After stretching, I went to the bathroom to wash up. After I was completely awake, I changed into clean clothes and went downstairs. He happened to meet his mother who was about to go out. After exchanging a few words, Mu Shili left, leaving behind Xia Mu and the two little ones. After playing with them for a while, Xia Mu naturally did not forget to check on the shiny Magikarp. After a night, there was not much change in the shiny Magikarp, either in terms of intimacy or emotions. In order to better promote the relationship, Xia Mu bought the Magikarp's exclusive energy cube from the system store and fed it to it. Of course, we didn't forget about Growlithe and Riolu. At first, the golden carp Magikarp probably ate a lot of food its mother fed it in the morning and was not very interested. But when the energy cube merged into the water, the special smell attracted it, causing it to transform immediately and eat the energy cube in one breath. The results are outstanding. Because he could see the data changes, Xia Mu saw that the intimacy between him and Magikarp had increased by 3 points. Even if there are only 3 points, it is a good start, at least the Magikarp acknowledges him as its master. However, its mood is still average, because it is bound in a fish tank and cannot jump up. Come into the Pokeball first, Magikarp, I'll take you to swim in the big river in the forest later. Xia Mu took out the Pokeball of Magikarp and put it in after getting its consent. Then, Xia Mu walked to the dining table. You have to eat breakfast, otherwise you will go hungry. Mu Shili prepared a sumptuous breakfast for him, including a large sandwich, ham, poached eggs, a bowl of vegetable and fruit salad, and a glass of milk. In fact, Xia Mu doesn't have so many requirements, as long as he can fill his stomach. But Mu Shili said that he was in the growing period and must eat well. After 10 days, Natsum got used to it. After breakfast, Xia Mu cleaned up the dishes and made sure that nothing was forgotten before going out with Growlithe and Riolu. They were not put into Pokeballs because they would not run around or cause trouble. Yuandao City is not big, but it is not small either. According to the level classification, it should be able to be included in the ranks of first-tier cities. Because it is the only metropolis on the entire island, all development is centered on Round Island City. In fact, several surrounding islands also developed around Round Island, including the more famous Red Lotus Island, and even the 7 islands Gathering Island, Friendship Island, Mother and Child Island, Frozen Waterfall Cave, Time Island, and Takatsuki Island, all of which were more or less influenced by Round Island. In a sense, Round Island, Crimson Island, 7 islands and even some not-so-large islands, although connected to the Orange Islands and not very far away, are under the jurisdiction of the Kanto Regional Alliance, so they are not counted as part of the Orange Islands. Even the new islands on the border of the Orange Islands are not recognized by the Orange Islands because of the regional lines. After all, Nijima is a very pitiful island. The area is not large, there are no special species living on the island, and there are no minerals of special value. So the Orange Islands do not want it, and the Kanto region also dislikes it. Finally, it became an isolated island and was targeted by Team Rocket, and became a secret experimental base. Of course, it is now occupied by Mewtwo. Under the control of Mewtwo, the new island changed its previous appearance and built a huge Pokémon city. Walking on the streets of Yuandao City, Xia Mu soon arrived at the official friendly store of the Alliance. It sells Pokeballs, Pokémon items, some practical medicines, etc. The past Xia Mu would never come here, because his original self hated Pokémon and would never buy anything Pokémon related. Fortunately, the people inside didn't know him, so he could ask boldly without worrying about being spread. Of course, it is not possible to just take something out and ask if it is recyclable. Xia Mu has lived 2 lives as a human being, so he knows how to quickly establish initial goodwill with strangers. So he first took the initiative to ask the store manager to accompany him to buy some Pokeballs, some common medicines and Pokémon food. After getting familiar with each other, he suddenly asked, I heard that friendly stores in other places recycle Pokémon evolution stones and some precious things. I have some here, I wonder how much the recycle price is. Chapter 8. The Alliance officially restricts private transactions of many items, but allows local stores to recycle them, and there are also clear recycling prices. After learning that the recycling price of an evolution stone was 15,000 Alliance coins, Xia Mu couldn't help but complain in his heart, it's so damn cheap. A complete capital monopoly. However, for Xia Mu, this is at least a way to make money. No matter how much the official sells it to others, he can still make a profit of 12,000 Alliance coins. It's a pity that we can't sell too many, otherwise it will arouse suspicion. Unless you travel around and buy them in friendly shops in different places. Xia Mu pretended to rummage in his space backpack and took out the fire stone he bought from the system store. After the store manager inspected and confirmed that the energy of the fire stone met the recycling standards, Xia Mu bought evolution stones of various attributes from the system store in one go. 5 fire stones, 10 water stones, and 9 moon stones. Including the fire stone that had been given to the store manager, there were a total of 25 pieces, costing 75,000 Alliance coins. This is already Xia Mu's limit. The Alliance coins he has are only enough to buy this much, leaving 1,500 Alliance coins. The original body was indeed a rich second generation, but he did not have an accurate understanding of money. He only knew that if he wanted something, he just had to tell his parents and he would get it. He did not need to buy it himself at all. Therefore, he only had 80,000 to 90,000 Alliance coins in savings. Fortunately, the original body had some money, otherwise after Xia Mu traveled through time and space, he would have no money to buy medicine and energy blocks in the system store when he took Caterpillar and Riolu to level up. The total is 37 Alliance coins, which have been transferred into your account. You can check it out, young man. After the store manager finished the operation, he put the evolution stones into the safe one by one, and then asked his men to deliver the box to the warehouse. Xia Mu looked at the balance on his phone, smiled and nodded. I've received it. If I find the evolution stone again next time, I'll definitely give it back to you. Huh, that's great. In fact, you can come to me for recycling if you have other things. Although I can't give you a high price, we can complete the transaction face to face, and I can pay you in cash no matter how large the amount is. The store manager smiled with his eyes narrowed. He said this simply to let Xia Mu know that if he wanted to make quick money, he would be the right person to look for. I have to say, he is a very good person and he didn't even ask where these evolution stones came from. Xia Mu could imagine that both the trainers and ordinary people on Round Island would often come to him to recycle some things. Thinking about it, Xia Mu asked tentatively, I do have some things, but I don't know if you can recycle them. As soon as the words came out, the store manager became interested and asked, you can be frank, in the Alliance store, safety is guaranteed. Xia Mu was embarrassed for a moment. He is not worried about someone stealing his things, but is worried about leaving evidence when he sells things. Comet fragments, do you want to collect them? Now that he had hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins, Xia Mu was no longer panicked. At worst, you can just throw it in the storage space. You may need it in the future. If he recycled them, he could make a fortune at once and use the money to buy magical candies and items to enhance the strength of Pokémon. Comet fragments. You have comet fragments. The store manager was shocked, his eyes revealing disbelief. Being able to become the manager of a friendly store, he must have a lot of experience and knowledge. How could he not know what comet fragments are? At this time, the store manager also realized that Xia Mu in front of him looked young, but he was not an ordinary person. I originally thought that Xia Mu's taking out 25 evolution stones was already incredible, and it must be a miracle. Now it seems that he underestimated it. Yes, I found it by chance a few days ago, so do you recycle it here? Xia Mu asked calmly. After looking at each other, the store manager nodded and asked Xia Mu to wait. After he instructed his men to take over the counter duties, he took Xia Mu to the negotiation room on the second floor. He had to be careful when it came to comet fragments. Xia Mu didn't expect it to cause such a big reaction. After all, the comet fragments in the game are just valuable items. Although I checked a lot of information last night, I didn't realize that comet fragments would attract so much attention. The store manager said, let me introduce myself again. You can call me Katsuki, the general manager of the friendship store in Marujima City. Since this involves comet fragments, I can't tell whether it is real or fake, so I need to ask a local certified researcher to come and inspect it. I wonder if you are willing to do so. After hearing what Katsuki said, Natsuki really didn't expect things to become so complicated. At that moment, I could only nod and agree. The words have been said and the things have happened, so we can only let things take their course. But I can't be so reckless in the future. He still needs to do more research to see what can be sold openly and what needs to be done secretly. With Natsuki's consent, Katsuki quickly contacted the researcher stationed in Marujima City. Knowing that it was comet fragments, the researchers took less than 20 minutes to reach the friendly store. What Xia Mu never expected was that he actually knew this researcher. Just because I'm not a Pokemon trainer doesn't mean I can't come into contact with Pokemon researchers. The most important thing is that this researcher was once invited to attend a banquet hosted by his father, and even accepted his father's commission to try to resolve the original body's fear of Pokemon. This is the memory of the original body, and Xia Mu, as a time traveler, knows this person's identity better. Dr. Uchiki. In the original work, she is the Pokemon doctor of the Orange Islands. She has been doing research on Daigon Island for many years and has been a good friend of Professor Oak for many years. In the story of the Orange Islands, Dr. Uchiki discovered a strange GS ball and asked Dr. Oak for help in research, which led to a story about sending balls. I really didn't expect that Dr. Uchiki is still a researcher stationed in Yuandao City. Hello, Dr. Uchiki, long time no see, Xia Mu took the initiative to greet. It would be bad to pretend not to know him at this time. Uchiki obviously recognized Natsuki as well, because he was very impressed. Especially during this period of time, I happened to communicate with Xia Mu's father and learned about Xia Mu's recent situation. I didn't expect it to be you, Xia Mu, so are you going to recycle the comet fragments and send them back to the Alliance store? Nei Mu asked. The tone was gentle and smiling. Xia Mu nodded and replied, yes, I happened to get the comet fragment during training, but there is no use for me to keep it. Yeah, Naki responded without further investigation. Instead, he looked at the Growlithe and Riolu beside Xia Mu. Especially for Riolu, after all, this is not a Pokémon that exists in the Kanto region and the Orange Islands. As a Pokémon research doctor, the temptation of Pokémon is far greater than comet fragments. Chapter 9. Caterpillar and Riolu were quite cooperative and didn't resist. Xia Mu smiled awkwardly and responded with the words, "What a coincidence." Katsusuk, who was standing by, was no fool. He naturally understood that Natsuki and Ichiki knew each other and that they had a special relationship. "That's great, now that everyone knows each other, things will be much easier. Xia Mu, you can take out the comet fragments now." Katsusuk cared more about the comet fragments and wanted to see them with his own eyes. Hearing this, Xia Mu decisively took out the comet fragments from his space backpack. Since it was certain that it could be recycled, Xia Mu bought 6 pieces at once, regardless of the recycling price. 60,000 alliance coins per piece, a total of 36 alliance coins were spent. One piece was shocking enough, but 6 pieces in one go shocked Katsusuk and also surprised Ichiki. But she knew that Xia Mu had been staying on Round Island and it was impossible for him to go out. Although I heard from Xia Mu's father Xia He that he started to train Pokémon in the forest on the island in recent days, it is really incredible that he picked up 6 pieces of comet fragments in one go. Even if you are lucky, you won't be that lucky. Moreover, in the past few months to a year, there seems to be no record of a comet passing through the sky in the Kanto region except for the area over Mt. Tsukimi. This is real comet fragment, and the shape is so complete, even if it is only the size of a palm, its value is astronomical, Katsusuk said excitedly. If he didn't have some manners, he wouldn't be able to help himself. Xia Mu suppressed all the doubts in his heart, took the initiative to step forward, put on the gloves for testing, and opened the briefcase he carried with him. The inspection process is nothing more than sampling and analysis, followed by scanning, determining the structure of the material, etc. It is indeed a bit complicated for Xia Mu, because he knows nothing about this field. 10 minutes later, Xia Mu finally gave the answer. This is genuine comet fragment. Based on its weight and completeness, one piece is worth at least 500 to 1,000 million alliance coins. In order to make the price more clear, Uchiki took out the sample pictures and prices of comet fragments recovered by Yujianshin some time ago. Of course, even with the comparison, Katsusuk still reported a series of data to a department of the Kanto Alliance via telephone just in case. After obtaining approval and pricing, he gave Natsuki 600 million alliance coins per piece. The comet fragments purchased for 6 alliance coins have a recycling price of 600 million alliance coins. Xia Mu resold 3,600 million alliance coins in one go. Xia Mu was quite excited when the money arrived. Although I tried to suppress my inner excitement, some of it showed through. I have never seen so much money in my past life or this life. This is not 6 or 7 digits, but 8 digits. Suddenly, Xia Mu felt a little unsatisfied. If he didn't have enough money, he could have sold a few more pieces at one time. Again. This definitely won't work. Xia Mu could see that 6 pieces of comet fragments had already shocked them. If more were taken out, it would be a bulk quantity. Where did he get them from? Others are not fools either. According to the information obtained by Xia Mu's investigation, there were only about 10 or 20 pieces of comet fragments recovered from Mount Tsukimi some time ago. Xia Mu couldn't sell anything else either, because Xia Mu was here and he had to restrain himself. Just take what happened today as an example. It will soon reach the ears of my parents in this life. This huge sum of money was obtained in this way. As his elder, Nemo would not pretend that nothing happened even though the two parties had no substantial relationship. What's more, Nemo and his father should have a cooperative relationship, and Kidori and Nemo must be familiar with each other. We chatted for a long time on the second floor of the friendly shop. Basically, we talked about this and that, and Ichiki was completely attracted by Riolu and started collecting information on the spot. It was not until a long time later, close to 11 o'clock in the morning, that Xia Mu found an excuse to leave. Of course, we both added the alliance number to facilitate direct communication in the future. Katsusuk invited the 3 of them to dine together, but Ichiki declined because he had things to do at the institute and Natsuki didn't want to stay. He had a quick bite at noon, and in the afternoon he had to go to the forest to train Pokémon, otherwise the day would be wasted. Time is tight, so he has to budget carefully. Half an hour later, Xia Mu rode his bike out of Yuandao City and returned to the forest with the 2 little ones. Don't forget to find a river first, release the Magikarp, let it relax, and feed it some energy blocks by the way. No longer bound by the fish tank, the Magikarp was very happy and kept jumping in the water. Its mood finally changed and its intimacy seemed to have increased a little. It is worth mentioning that it is very simple and quick to increase intimacy in the early stages. However, when the intimacy reaches above 100 and reaches the standard of a very good relationship, the difficulty becomes different. For example, Riolu's intimacy was 142 points yesterday, and it has only increased by 5 points to 147 points so far. The number of points for Growlithe is even lower, increasing from 175 points to 178 points, which is only 3 points. Even if something else happened today, and he tried hard to cultivate his relationship, it probably wouldn't improve by more than 10 points. It's getting less and less every day. It's hard to imagine how difficult it will be to increase the intimacy after it reaches 200 points. The evolution of Riolu is also very difficult. It can be said that this is the same as cultivating feelings between men and women. In the early stages, it is easy to build goodwill by holding hands and hugging. But if you want to kiss, if you want to go further, it will be difficult, not to mention breaking through the last level. After letting the three little ones play by the river for a long time, Xia Mu planned his next destination. Just advance deeper along the river bank to avoid fighting with wild Pokémon with high water levels. Mainly target grass and bug types, but flying types are acceptable. Let's try first to see if Magikarp can share experience by watching the battle on the side. If possible, he wouldn't have to worry about the progress of the early upgrades, and he wouldn't need to buy magic candies deliberately. After all, 100 million per piece is too expensive. 3,600 million alliance coins are a lot, and they can only buy 36 of them. At least, it is not the time to spend money to buy magic candy now. Let's see what the limit will be in a few days. Then we can consider who to give it to. Keep moving forward. There are indeed quite a few wild Pokémon on both sides of the river, but most of them are not of high level, only a few levels. In order to test it out, Xia Mu specially let Grunt and Riolu work together to defeat some monsters around level 10 and try to upgrade Magikarp. They even attacked the wild Magikarp in the river, but to no avail. On the contrary, both Growlithe and Riolu were upgraded by 1 level. Perhaps enough experience had been stored yesterday, but it was definitely more than the experience required to upgrade Magikarp. Chapter 10. We followed the river all the way to the center of the forest. There is a large lake here, which is named Crescent Lake because its shape resembles a crescent. As the largest freshwater lake in the entire Round Island, Crescent Island is not only connected to groundwater, but also has many river branches connected to the sea. Strictly speaking, the Crescent Lake and the Crescent Rivers are the lifeblood of Round Island, spread across the entire island. Standing by the lake, Xia Mu, Growlithe and Riolu were discussing and studying how to make Magikarp stronger. The Magikarp swam around excitedly and jumped up continuously because it had arrived in the big lake. However, it seems that because it is a shiny Magikarp with a different color, it is excluded by the ordinary Magikarp and is unwilling to accept it. It is true that people with different colors will be ostracized by certain groups in the early original story. Of course, it is not absolute. For example, in the original novel, Satoshi's Butterfree followed a Butterfree of a regional color and left. Although that Butterfree was not a true shining Butterfree, but a Butterfree of a color unique to Pingon Island, this Butterfree mingled with a group of ordinary Butterfrees and was not disliked or driven away by the group because of its different color. Maybe the Magikarp here just doesn't like the golden Magikarp very much. Speaking of which, Xia Mu recalled the situation in the game. In the game, shiny Pokémon of different colors actually live together in groups in a friendly manner and will not live alone. Catty can't help, so I'll have to rely on you from now on, Riolu. I know this will make you feel wronged, but this may be the only way to help Magikarp learn the collision skill and become stronger. After he finished speaking, Xia Mu looked at Riolu with an apologetic look. Riolu didn't have any negative emotions. On the contrary, because of Xia Mu's frank words, his intimacy level directly increased by 15 points. Xia Mu was surprised. The agreed-upon countermeasure was for Riolu to cooperate in the acting and fight with Magikarp. He shows his strong side in the battle, but he cannot hurt Magikarp, and finally he is knocked away the moment Magikarp jumps up. This is the only way to create the illusion that Magikarp has won. As long as Magikarp believes, there should be changes. If he gains experience points to level up and happens to learn the collision skill, then when he teams up with a team to level up, Magikarp can finish off the enemy, and he won't need to spend alliance coins to buy magic candies to help him level up. To put it bluntly, it is a real waste to use magic candy before your level reaches a certain standard. Although both are upgrades of one level, the early level 1 and the later level 1 are completely different concepts. With Riolu's assurance and having made sufficient preparations, Xia Mu walked to the lake with it and shouted to the Magikarp swimming in the lake. Magikarp was relatively obedient, and after a short period of time together, their intimacy increased rapidly, but it did not break 49 points, and they were still in the initial acquaintance stage. King Carp, do you want to become stronger? As a special shiny Pokémon, have you ever doubted yourself? No matter what others think, in my eyes, you are unique in this world. I believe you have great talent and potential. If you work hard, everything is possible. As long as you are strong enough, as long as you can do what other Magikarp can't do, then you will be the strongest Magikarp that they can't reach. Xia Mu appeals to emotions and explains things with reason, using his own way to influence and stimulate Magikarp, and places high hopes on it. Regardless of whether he could understand it or not, he gave it enough respect and confidence. Obviously, Xia Mu's remarks successfully aroused Magikarp's desire to become stronger. Xia Mu should be grateful that the Magikarp here did not accept his Magikarp. This should be the reason why the Magikarp wanted to prove himself. With goals and motivation, everything will be easy. Riolu took the initiative to stand up and talk to Magikarp. The two exchanged glances, full of fighting spirit. Along the way, Magikarp knew that Riolu was strong. As Xia Mu's Pokémon, it didn't want to disappoint Xia Mu and wanted to show itself. Very good. Then follow my command and fight against Riolu, Magikarp. Magikarp responded with a tsk sound. Seeing this, Riolu jumped back 1 meter and then assumed an attacking stance. Since Magikarp cannot leave the water, Riolu did not go too far. Magikarp was obviously a little anxious. It didn't know how to fight and only knew how to express its emotions by jumping up. Xia Mu signaled to Riolu, and Riolu of course understood and launched an attack directly. As his fists were swung, vacuum waves were continuously generated, transforming into blue energy balls that hit the water surface where Magikarp was. The speed is very slow and the power is not great. Magikarp suddenly panicked when he saw the attack coming. It has no combat experience and doesn't know what to do. Xia Mu quickly spoke up, Magikarp, use your speed in the water to dive underwater and avoid all of Riolu's attacks. This kind of command is actually unnecessary, but it still needs to be done to show its appearance. Because Riolu's attack is aimed at the surrounding water surface, even if it accidentally hits Magikarp, it will not cause much damage. Magikarp has a very good reaction ability, which is completely opposite to its slow personality. It was obedient and quickly dived into the water under Xia Mu's command to avoid the attack. The vacuum wave hit the water surface, splashing small water droplets. The opportunity came, and Xia Mu looked at Riolu again. Riolu let out a fierce puppy bark and jumped directly into the water. A posture of feinting an attack. Seeing this, Xia Mu immediately shouted, now, Magikarp, use all your strength to jump and crash into Riolu. Puff! There was a sound. When it comes to leaping, Magikarp is no match for any Pokémon. This powerful leap up hit Riolu. Magikarp fell back into the water, and Riolu used the force to fly backwards and landed heavily at the edge of the lake. The battle ended here. Xia Mu looked solemn, and the Growlithe beside him also held his breath. Magikarp changed its previous behavior and floated calmly on the water, looking at Riolu who was lying on the ground, as if to confirm. Riolu realized that this was not enough, and he showed off his acting skills again. He stood up with difficulty and looked at Magikarp. Then he pretended to cry out in pain and fell to the ground again. This scene made the simple-minded Magikarp no longer have any doubts. He immediately jumped into the water excitedly and galloped wildly. Not only is the speed faster, but the explosive power is also stronger. Under Xia Mu's observation, Magikarp's level increased by 1, and it also learned the collision skill. The mission was accomplished. Xia Mu turned his back to Riolu who was still pretending to lie on the ground and gave him a thumbs up. The two little ones immediately realized that this play was not in vain. Growlithe barked happily, and Riolu slowly stood up. Chapter 11. Of course, this kind of false victory cannot be repeated, nor can it always be effective. Unless different Pokémon are used to perform different scenes. Xia Mu is not a director, and the Pokémon in his hands are not actors. Once was enough. If it happened again, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Therefore, a little bit of accumulation is still needed to gain truly meaningful experience points. Just like Magikarp that has learned the collision skill, it can join the battle against wild Pokémon and let it deliver the final blow. Before Magikarp and Mewtwo's invitation, Xia Mu's only idea was to quickly get Grunt to level 56 and then use the Fire Stone to evolve Arcanine. This way, he had an absolute trump card. This level may not sweep all the champions, but it is definitely not inferior to the champions. Moreover, Arcanine has the title of legendary Pokémon in the Kanto region, and is engraved on the same stone slab as the 3 divine birds. In a sense, its fame is even greater than that of the quasi-god Pokémon, and its training value is not inferior to that of the quasi-god Pokémon. At least the racial value is 555 points, which is higher than the 3 major families. After what happened yesterday, Xia Mu changed his mind. He initially thought that level 56 evolution might be too far away. Therefore, it might be the right thing to do to increase intimacy and allow Riolu to evolve. During this process, you can also try your best to improve Riolu's level, so that Riolu will be stronger after evolution, and it can also help Growlithe to level up faster. This is mutual, and the two little ones can achieve each other's success, it's just a matter of who is the leader and who is the follower. Now with Magikarp, its evolution has become a top priority. From now on, it will not only be a mount, but also a powerful partner. Gyarados can definitely be considered a main Pokémon and is at least qualified to be in the first tier. What's more, it can evolve at level 20, which is what novices should cultivate first. The status of the shiny red Gyarados is unmatched by other water-type Pokémon, except Milotic. It may be difficult, but the next task will be even more difficult. We need to help Magikarp quickly level up and evolve, we may have to spend the whole afternoon on it. Xia Mu expressed his plan. The two little ones had already understood Xia Mu's thoughts and had guessed his plan long ago. They knew what Xia Mu meant and believed in Xia Mu. As for Xia Mu, he had some confidence because Magikarp was already level 15 and was only 5 levels away from evolving. He should be thankful that he is a Magikarp living in the ocean, so his level will be much higher than those in lakes and rivers. Take the Magikarp we encountered in Crescent Lake and the river before, for example, they were only level 4 or 5. This is the difference that living environment brings. After calling back the Magikarp and making it settle down, Xia Mu fed it energy blocks to increase their intimacy even faster. Afterwards, Xia Mu expressed his plan. Magikarp was very excited. It had been watching Growlithe and Riolu fighting other Pokémon on the road. It actually wanted to do something. But it didn't know what to do. Now that it has experienced fighting and learned how to collide, it knows the fun of fighting and the satisfaction that comes from becoming stronger. After reaching an agreement, Xia Mu first tested the waters. Walking along the lake, I found a few lone Magikarp. Previously, the Magikarp here was hostile to Xia Mu's Magikarp and was very disdainful of it. Now is a good opportunity for them to get back at each other. There is no need for Caterp and Riolu to take action against Magikarp. After all, there is a world of difference between a Magikarp that has learned to hit and a Magikarp that has not learned to hit. Although it takes a long time and the Magikarp will run away after being beaten, it is beneficial for Ulu to control the situation and stop them within a certain range. Because of its naturally restrained attributes, Xia Mu kept it by his side and watched without taking any action. Xia Mu was also considering whether to let Growlithe try to battle wild Pokémon on its own. The game also has an automatic battle setting, which allows the following Pokémon to more easily gain more experience points through autonomous battles. It took more than 10 minutes for the Magikarp to breathlessly defeat the last level 9 Magikarp. It defeated 5 of its kind in a row, without any feeling of guilt, but instead became more and more excited. Xia Mu was very happy to see the emotions of the Magikarp. He scolded those Magikarp in his heart. To put it simply, I tell you to look down on me and call me a freak. Unfortunately, despite defeating 5 Magikarp, it did not level up. After all, the opponent's level is too low, so the experience points provided will naturally not be much. Xia Mu was not in a hurry. He first helped Magikarp heal his injuries, and then gave him energy blocks to replenish his strength. After that, continue to look for the lone Magikarp. Previously I wanted to make the final kill, but now Magikarp can win by his own strength, so there is no need for deliberate arrangements. After defeating 15 Magikarps of levels 5 or 6, with the highest being no more than level 9, Xia Mu's Magikarp was upgraded by 1 level to level 9. The time taken was barely acceptable, only an hour. If you're lucky, maybe you can really complete the evolution before this evening. Xia Mu was somewhat excited. This kind of evolution, which relies on gaining experience points through real battles, is very fulfilling. Riolu called out encouragingly from the side, and Magikarp worked even harder, and its mood also became, I must evolve, I must evolve. Xia Mu looked at the Growlithe beside him again, and thought. Growlithe, if you feel bored, you can go find some grass-type and bug-type Pokémon to fight against, just like the battle a few days ago, but Riolu can't accompany you, he has to stay here. Woof woof. Caterpillar has a cheerful personality and will not be unhappy just because Xia Mu ignores him. Instead, it thought of this as a challenge, so after making a decision in its own way and getting Xia Mu's consent, it quickly ran towards the forest. Remember not to go too far, Growlithe, Xia Mu couldn't help but shout as he watched Growlithe running away. Katie responded to him with a bark, meaning that he understood. After the experiences of the previous few days, Growlithe has already gained considerable combat experience, so Xia Mu is not worried about not having enough strength. In fact, even if it encounters a grass-type or bug-type Pokémon close to level 40, Growlithe can still win. Unless you encounter a difficult flying Pokémon, such as Toucan, Pidgeot, etc. After sending away Caterpie, Xia Mu looked at Riolu again. It's hard for you to stay here with Magikarp, Riolu. Woof woof. Riolu shook his head and cried in a baby voice. I'm looking for new books to read, collect, and provide various data. Chapter 12. Another hour later, Magikarp defeated more than 30 Magikarp again and advanced from level 17 to level 18. Upgrading with the help of the Magikarp in Crescent Lake is indeed very effective, but it feels a bit uncomfortable now. That is, the wild Magikarp sensed the crisis and swam towards the center of the lake, resulting in no Magikarp staying by the lake. Going deeper into the center of the lake, Xia Mu could no longer help command the Magikarp to fight. If Magikarp is allowed to run wild, it might attract some powerful water Pokémon. At least, it's better not to do anything rash before evolving Gyarados. After all, Xia Mu didn't believe that there was no powerful and ferocious Pokémon like Gyarados living in Crescent Lake. It's a pity that defeating some ordinary fish does not give you any experience points, otherwise you could reap a lot of them. There is more to the Pokémon world than just elves. I only realized this after traveling through time. I was skeptical at first, but later I figured it out. If there are no common species, where does food come from? Is it true that certain Pokémon's flesh is eaten? It's not that there aren't any, but they are a minority among the minority. In the rivers and seas, there are also some fish species from Xia Mu's previous life. Because they are not intelligent and have no special powers, they are not among the Pokémon. There are also ordinary chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle and sheep on land, but as of now, most of them are kept in captivity by the League officials and farmers and ranchers. They are the main food source for humans and some Pokémon. In the end, Xia Mu was too naive before. In his previous life, he saw people arguing on the internet, what should we eat if we don't eat Pokémon in the Pokémon world? Is it all about technology? Technology does have a lot of potential, but it's not as outrageous as we thought in our previous lives. It's already past 3 o'clock, and there are still 2 levels to go. Xia Mu felt a little headache. I originally thought that I could simply rely on defeating Magikarp, but now it seems that I have to rely on Riolu's assistance. If this were really a game world, I could just carry it with me and gain experience. Even if I can't carry it with me to share experience points, at least I can make a learning device so that I can share experience points uniquely, but the system store doesn't have a learning device. There was no other way. Xia Mu had to reach a new consensus with Riolu and set his sights on other Pokémon. Fortunately, the Magikarp group disappeared, but there are still many wild Pokémon by the lake. Not to mention those on the shore, there are quite a few in the water. Such as mosquito coil tadpoles, ducklings, goldfish, and giant clams. There are even water systems in other areas that are completely different from what Xia Mu understood in his previous life. The Kanto region not only has Pokémon from the Kanto region, but also some common Pokémon from other regions. Such as the dragon-slaying warrior Marilou's family, Wubwa, and even the elves in remote areas. All I can say is that the real world doesn't pay as much attention to regional divisions as in games. Then again, that was entirely because the early games did not have the later settings, so it was naturally impossible for elves from other regions to exist. Time flies, and it is 5 o'clock in the evening. With the help of Riolu, Magikarp becomes braver and stronger. No matter how much they persuaded, hundreds of Pokémon at levels 10 to 20 let it make the final blow and help Riolu defeat the opponent. Even if the experience shared was small, it would add up to a lot. By the way, even Riolu has been upgraded by 1 level. Finally, after defeating the last goldfish, Magikarp's level reached 20. Then, after a violent struggle, the Magikarp jumped up, and its body burst into a dazzling red light. Although Xia Mu has never seen the evolution of ordinary Pokémon with his own eyes, he has seen many videos of them. The white light turned into red light. Perhaps this was the difference between shiny Pokémon. Under the red light, Magikarp's body underwent a huge transformation. Originally, Magikarp's size was considered huge. The standard size of a Magikarp is only 0.9 meters, but Xia Mu's is 1.5 meters. Even if it is not the largest, it is not small. Under the gazes of Natsuki and Riolu, Magikarp's form completely changed, transforming into that of a giant Gyarados. When the red light completely dissipated, Gyarados appeared in front of him like a skyscraper. Roar! A roar like a dragon's roar came from the red Gyarados' mouth. For a moment, many wild Pokémon around were scared and fled in all directions. The blood-red body is so dazzling. With such a body size, the normal Gyarados is just a little brother to the red Gyarados. Although it looks a bit scary, this is his red Gyarados. Xia Mu is not afraid of his own Pokémon, he just thinks it is cool. Besides being handsome, he is also majestic. View Red Gyarados' information panel. Flash Gyarados. LV 20. Gender, male. Attributes, water, flying. Character, slow. Features, intimidation intimidates the opponent when appearing, making it retreat and reducing the opponent's attack. Skills, leap, impact, stare, tornado, tidal swirl, frozen teeth, salt water, scary face. Intimacy, 101 very good relationship, encouraging each other. Emotion, very happy from now on I am the strongest Magikarp, no. The strongest Gyarados. Although it is a little different from the Red Gyarados of my dreams, the slow Red Gyarados seems to be pretty good. Anyway, I have already planned to go the dual attacker route. If I train him well in the future, he will still be a trump card. In fact, the intimidation trait just makes up for the shortcoming of the slow character and low defense. In a sense, this is complementary. Xia Mu plans to try to change in his future life. Maybe his personality will change along with his living habits. After all, people's personalities change, and Pokémon are still living things. If it really doesn't work, then he can't force it. If Red Gyarados himself wants to go further in the future, then he will consider personality mint. As a dual attacker, it's actually not bad. At least after reaching a certain level, Gyarados will not be bad in either physical attack or special attack. Then the second half of the plot was modified in this chapter. I originally planned to change the characteristics to be non-fixed and able to change arbitrarily with evolution, but later I thought about it and decided not to change it. Maybe some modifications will be made to the personality in the later stage. As it changes with daily life. After all, this is the real Pokémon world, not the game world. In fact, using mint and other items to change personality in the game is also a form of human intervention in a sense, because it is impossible to truly cultivate personality in real life in a game and it can only be changed with props. Chapter 13. Congratulations on your successful evolution, from now on you are Gyarados, and the most special Gyarados. Xia Mu congratulated Gyarados. Roar. When Gyarados heard what Xia Mu said, he narrowed his eyes in joy and roared in response. Although it still looks ferocious, especially the huge mouth and fangs. But Xia Mu could feel that the Red Gyarados had not changed much from before. The animation describes that Gyarados' temperament will change drastically after evolution, and Xia Mu has made certain preparations. After looking at the Red Gyarados for a long time, Xia Mu couldn't help but look at Riolu who was envious beside him. At this moment, Riolu must be thinking that he has been fighting for so many days in a row and defeated so many opponents but has not evolved. It was Magikarp that completed its evolution in such a short time. Of course, Riolu did not harbor any grudges because of this. Instead, he became more determined to evolve. Although Xia Mu had no idea what Riolu was thinking, he could probably guess it because Riolu's emotions showed a radical attitude. Reaching out and stroking Riolu's head, Xia Mu smiled slightly. Don't worry, you will evolve soon. Unlike Magikarp, you must have a close relationship with me in order to evolve. The intimacy level has exceeded the limit and reached 175 points. Xia Mu has been thinking a lot about making a breakthrough in the relationship during the past half day, and has also roughly tested out a way to improve it more quickly. Now it is only 220 points away from 45 points. Woof woof. Riolu and Xia Mu looked at each other and nodded seriously. In its heart, whatever Xia Mu said was what it had to obey. It didn't know how it could truly evolve, but it believed in Xia Mu. It should be said that it came from the system. At the beginning, there was only Xia Mu. If it had parents, it would know that their family must find the corresponding opportunity to evolve. The Red Gyarados in the lake became smarter after evolving, and it also saw what Riolu was thinking. I don't know if it's comforting Riolu or saying something. In short, Riolu became more determined after hearing what the Red Gyarados said. A very friendly relationship was established between the two animals. It's not just because they are all Xia Mu's Pokémon, but also because Gyarados is grateful to Riolu. With Riolu's help, it can become stronger and complete its evolution so quickly. Xia Mu couldn't understand the conversation between the two beasts, but he could share in their joy. It was at this moment that Xia Mu suddenly felt that something was missing and frowned. I was so focused on upgrading and evolving Magikarp that I forgot about Growlithe. So much time has passed and Caterpie has never come back. Can't find your way back. Impossible. Growlithe is a Pokémon that can serve as the League's exclusive police dog, and his Growlithe has an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Have you lost yourself in leveling up? Or did you encounter a strong enemy? Xia Mu has marked most of the powerful Pokémon in the forest, so Growlithe probably won't take the initiative to challenge them. Unless, Growlithe wants to become stronger urgently and thinks it has enough strength, so it goes to find it. That shouldn't be the case, right? Although Cardi is brave, it's not reckless. Xia Mu was worried. Without his command, Cardi would find it difficult to defeat the strong even with the help of attribute restraint. Looking in the direction we came from, we found some landmark trees and large rocks. I remember that we were in that position when we separated. Riolu and the Red Gyarados simultaneously noticed the change in Xia Mu's aura, and the two beasts also calmed down. Gyarados, you go back to the Pokeball first, Riolu, and I will go look for Judo, Xia Mu said as he was about to take out the Red Gyarados Pokeball. But the Red Gyarados obviously didn't want to go in. After shaking its head, it roared, then leaped out of the water and hovered in the air. Gyarados can fly. That's right. He forgot about it. Gyarados can indeed fly, even if it's just at low altitude, it's still flying. Although there is no such scene in the animation plot, Xia Mu clearly remembers that when he was playing the Pokemon Arceus game, he saw the Gyarados flying in the sky, which almost made him doubt his life. Only then did he realize that Gyarados was not just able to hover and fly, it could really fly. If it used the skill of praying for rain during flight, it would be like a flying dragon that could call the wind and rain. You mean, let me and Riolu come up? Xia Mu pointed at himself and Riolu and asked. The Red Gyarados nodded and lowered his body. Seeing this, Xia Mu's emotions were in turmoil. After being slow for a few seconds, he couldn't care about anything else. The key now was to find Growlithe. After climbing onto the body of the Red Gyarados, Xia Mu also experienced the feeling of flying on a Gyarados. Yeah, it really feels great. Unfortunately, now is not the time to enjoy. Go in that direction, if you can't fly for too long, don't force it, Xia Mu instructed the Red Gyarados. The Red Gyarados responded with a domineering roar, soaring into the sky, and hovering over the forest, allowing Natsuki and Riolu to see the situation on the ground. As we flew along, although there was a dense forest blocking the view, we could still see from the air that there was no trace of Growlithe in most corners. Xia Mu even commanded the Red Gyarados to go to several territories marked with powerful Pokemon, but there was no trace of Growlithe. Still no, where did he go? Could it be, no way. If you encounter poachers, it will be really troublesome. When I watched the news a couple of days ago, I did see that many foreign criminals appeared in the Kanto region. They not only maliciously captured wild Pokemon, but also robbed trainers' Pokemon. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Xia Mu regretted letting Caterpillar hone himself on his own. Woof woof. There came a cry from Riolu beside him, obviously trying to comfort Xia Mu. This made Xia Mu feel even more that he had neglected his duties by pursuing strength too much. Looking at Riolu, Xia Mu felt even more guilty. You don't have to comfort me, Riolu. As soon as the words came out, Xia Mu and Riolu suddenly heard the roar of the Red Gyarados. This roar is really intimidating. The Red Gyarados is different from the ordinary Gyarados. It is huge in size and has an intimidating nature. Ordinary wild Pokemon are frightened and retreat, running around in panic, and dare not confront it head-on. It was beyond Xia Mu's expectation that even when facing the Red Gyarados, there were still wild Pokemon lingering around. And there was strong hostility in the eyes of that wild Pokemon. Xia Mu saw it clearly, it was a level 42 can. At this time, he was stepping on the seriously injured Caterpie, making a gaga sound as a protest. There were several Spearows around it, chirping along with it. Chapter 14. Did Caterpillar take the initiative to provoke? Do not. Xia Mu and Riolu discovered a special Spearow. The Spearow's fur was not bright, and one of its wings was a little bald. Most importantly, there was a tuft of yellow-green feathers on its head. It was the Spearow that Xia Mu encountered 3 days ago. At that time, Xia Mu thought he was so lucky that he could escape the Spearow. As a result, I realized that the color of the fur on the head of this Spearow was just slightly different, and it was not a true shiny color. Since it's not a shining, there is naturally no desire to capture it, so Xia Mu let Cardi and Riolu cooperate to capture more than a dozen Spearows including this Spearow, and the 2 little ones were also upgraded by 1 level. The current situation, there is no doubt that the vengeful Spearow has found their leader to seek revenge. Go down. Gyarados. He could accept that the Growlithe was defeated due to its lack of strength, but it was too much for them to try to kill the Growlithe since it was already unconscious. Even though he had brought Growlithe and Riolu to fight them to gain experience points before, he would not kill them like this after winning. Xia Mu has helped Growlithe and Riolu defeat at least thousands of Pokemon these days. Xia Mu would stop attacking most Pokemon if they lost their ability to fight or fell to the ground. If they were seriously injured, he would use medicine spray to help them recover. It can be considered as repeated use. Maybe I can gain experience points again next time. The red Gyarados' powerful intimidation was so strong that the Spearows that had not left at the beginning became afraid and began to retreat, showing signs of being unable to win and planning to run away. Toucan and red Gyarados looked at each other, neither daring to act rashly. Xia Mu could see the changes in Toucan's emotions. Although it was at a high level, it was still frightened by Gyarados. It must still be wondering why Gyarados was red instead of blue. Riolu, Xia Mu jumped off the red Gyarados' body first, and called Riolu to go down to the ground as well. As a companion, Riolu also became angry when he saw Growlithe dying. Those eyes filled with anger emanated a strong sense of dissatisfaction. Riolu, woof woof woof, get your stinky feet off of Growlithe. Toucan, Ga. Red Gyarados, roar. If you don't leave, I'll beat you. Roar. After a few words of conversation, Red Storm twisted his huge body and was about to take action. Having just evolved, and even though it is only level 20, Red Storm is not at all timid, and is not afraid of the bird in front of him. That's right, Red Storm doesn't know the Toucan. In his eyes, the Toucan is just a small bird, and the Spearow is just a small bird. A complete body crush. Toucan obviously also thought that Red Storm was the stronger enemy and ignored Riolu. After thinking for a while, the Toucan retreated and temporarily moved its claws that were grabbing Growlithe's head away. The Growlithe was motionless and was obviously seriously injured and on the verge of death. This scene stimulated Xia Mu and Riolu even more. Xia Mu took the opportunity to take out the Pokeball and took back the Growlithe, then glared at Toucan. If he really wants to fight, he may be able to win with Riolu and Red Gyarados in his hands, but he will have to be careful. Although Riolu's fighting type can restrain the general type, it is completely restrained by the flying type. If it fights head-on, he will be killed by Toucan in 2 hits at most. The Red Gyarados can't hold on either. After all, it is suppressed at level 20. Even if there is no attribute restraint, it can only withstand 2 attacks at most. This is still Xia Mu's bet that the real Pokemon world is not like the game world, and the gap between Pokemon races can make up for some disadvantages. Now you can either retreat peacefully or the Toucan will not chase you. Or just scare the Toucans away. Obviously, although this level 40 Toucan is afraid of Red Storm, it is not easy to fool. However, it does not take the initiative to attack. As long as it does not attack, Xia Mu can take the initiative. Staring at the Toucan with a fixed gaze, Xia Mu looked carefully at its information panel. Toucan. LV, 40. Gender, female. Attributes, general, flying. Character, stubborn. Features, sharp vision, hit rate will not be reduced. Skills, staring, calling, pecking, drilling, pursuing with malice, random attack, wing attack, high-speed movement. Intimacy, 0. We have never met before, be careful when speaking. Emotion, nervous. Can't be timid. Still a stubborn Toucan. I haven't learned Swallow Return, Feather Roost, or Slam, and most importantly, my level is not high enough to even learn Pecking Drill. This is good news again. If it goes as expected, the reason why Growlithe was crushed by it should be because of its straight drill move. Ground-based skills restrain fire-based skills. Otherwise, with Growlithe at level 35, it shouldn't have lost so badly. Level 35. That's right. Growlithe must have been killing everyone in the forest for the whole afternoon, and its level increased by 2, and then it was targeted by Toucan. Of course, it is not ruled out that Growlithe was injured due to exhaustion after fighting for an entire afternoon. With his eyes slightly narrowed, many battle scenes appeared in his mind. Since you're not planning on leaving, let's fight. You all besieged Growlithe together before, right? Then you can't blame me for fighting 2 against 1. Roar. Gyarados roared in full cooperation. Woof woof. Riolu's momentum is getting stronger and stronger. As a fighting type, it is already strong in combat momentum. The Toucan was a little withdrawn at this time. It is not sure what other cards this human Xia Mu has. It also doesn't know how strong the red Gyarados and Riolu are. However, it is the leader of a tribe after all, so how could it be scared away by just 1 sentence? Gah! A sharp chirp was heard, and the Toucan spread its huge wings as if in demonstration. Xia Mu doesn't give him any chance. Gyarados, stare. And then the scary face. Riolu, cooperate with Gyarados, prepare for the vacuum wave. After the order was given, Gyarados widened its terrifying huge eyes. With the blessing of the terrifying appearance, the glare is more powerful and goes straight to the heart. The scary faces continue to cause greater psychological stress to the Toucans. Defense decreased by 1 level and speed decreased by 2 levels. The toucan was already frightened and flapped its wings to take off. As soon as he was in the air, Riolu's 2 vacuum waves blasted out. However, despite this, the toucan managed to dodge the attack. Level suppression still exists and is difficult to deal with. It's not that easy to run away. I'm afraid you can't fly, Gyarados, keep crushing me, tornado. The red Gyarados immediately swung its huge tail, and a tornado swept out, locking onto the position of the toucan and causing interference and damage. The characteristic intimidation reduced its attack, and the glare reduced its defense. In addition, the scary face brought a 2-level slowdown. Although the toucan did not suffer too much damage from the tornado, it still flinched. Riolu, now is the time to motivate yourself and hit Rock Smash with all your might. Coordinate your attacks and attack continuously. After all, this is not a turn-based game where you have to take turns. Chapter 15. Under Natsuki's command, Riolu used self-motivation to strengthen his level 1 physical attack and level 1 special attack. Then, without hesitation, Riolu gathered his strength and leaped up, heading straight for Toucan. In terms of jumping explosive power, although Riolu's level is not as good as Growlithe, it is far above Growlithe. A height of several meters is easy. Facing the cowering toucan, the rock-crushing blast was blasted out with all its might. Boom! With a loud bang, Toucan was unable to dodge and was hit head-on by Riolu. He flew backwards with a look of pain on his face. This is an outstanding effect. But the toucan is at least level 40, so even if its fighting ability is average, it cannot be defeated with just one hit. If Lucario were to deliver this attack, there's a chance that it could be a one-hit kill. In other words, if it is a more powerful fighting-type special move, it should be possible. There is no other way. Without using the skill learning device to learn skills, Riolu's Rock Smash is already the most powerful fighting-type physical attack skill at the current level. The more powerful move can only be learned after reaching level 36. However, even if it is just the release of strength, it should not be enough. It must be a skill with a power value of 75 or even 120. After this experience, Xia Mu also made a plan. Before, I didn't have enough money so I couldn't afford to buy skills. Now that I have money, I'm not worried about not being able to afford it. Woof woof. Landing on the ground, Riolu let out a protesting cry. Gah! Being scorned, a violent bird cry broke out from the mouth of the blood-remaining toucans. How could it be willing to be attacked by an unknown puppy Pokémon that it looked down upon and was seriously injured? The vengeful toucan will chase after the enemy to the end unless it is defeated. After a 360-degree turn in the air, the wing attack was launched. Although the speed was slowed down because of the scary face, it was still very fast. Seeing this, Xia Mu's eyes narrowed. Riolu, hold on. Riolu was not afraid. He was stubborn by nature, and he had the advantage over the toucan, so he was not afraid of the toucan's attack at all. After raising its head and making a fierce cry, it crossed its arms to protect itself. A crystal white light emanated from its body, and the wing attack hit it without any suspense. The powerful force directly swept Riolu away. Riolu was seriously injured and half knelt on the ground with a painful look on his face. Fortunately, I held on and wasn't killed instantly. Xia Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was not as severe as in the game, with only 1 HP left, this attack almost made Riolu lose his combat ability. The real world is different from the game world. Xia Mu has learned a lot about this over the past few days. Take the skill, hold on, for example. The setting in the game is, if the Pokémon is attacked in this round, even if it is a one-hit kill, 1 HP value will be left at the end to ensure that the Pokémon will not be eliminated. In the real world, after using hold on, no matter how powerful the move is, as long as it does not exceed the limit of what you can bear, you will be able to hold on and retain a certain strength. Relatively speaking, the restrictions are different. Seeing Toucan taking off again with an arrogant look on his face, Xia Mu seized the opportunity and shouted to the red Gyarados. Now is the time, Gyarados, don't waste the opportunity created by Riolu, lock onto Toucan's moving trajectory and intercept it, and use Freeze Fong to get rid of it. The red Gyarados had been waiting for a long time. Although Xia Mu did not give it clear instructions, the red Gyarados was always looking for opportunities on its own. At this time, Toucan's flight trajectory has been mastered by Gyarados. The interception and the size of the red Gyarados once again startled the Toucan. The effect of the Freezing Fong is outstanding. Even though the red Gyarados was only level 20, it still caused great damage to Toucan. The Toucan felt pain and was thrown away by the red Gyarados' brute force. Still hasn't lost the ability to fight. Although it had collapsed to the ground, the Toucan was still able to move. Level 40 is level 40. If this were a game world, it would definitely collapse. The gap between the real world and the game world is too big. Xia Mu sighed in his heart. But even if you haven't fallen yet, you have reached your limit. Riolu crushed the rock again. He did not intend to stop there, or let the red Gyarados continue to attack, but instead let Riolu vent his anger and avenge Growlithe. I was worried before that I might not be able to win, but now everything is under my control. Woof. Although Riolu was seriously injured, he still had the ability to fight. Just as Xia Mu expected. Hit by the broken rocks, the toucan wailed in pain, and finally fell down completely, losing its ability to fight. 2 against 1, although they took advantage of a loophole, it must be said that if the toucan was not wild, or if its fighting ability and awareness were stronger, it would not have been so easy. Xia Mu also took full advantage of the red Gyarados and threw a time bomb at the opponent at the beginning of the game. Without taming the toucan, Xia Mu quickly bought a full recovery potion from the system store and sprayed it on Riolu. In fact, there is no need to use it so well, but Xia Mu is willing to do so. In a word, I am not short of money now. Even if it is a full recovery medicine, it is only 3,000 alliance coins. Riolu's injuries were healed, and because of this battle, his level was directly increased by 1 level. The red Gyarados also increased its level by an outrageous 2 levels because it shared a large amount of experience points. I don't know how this experience is calculated. In conclusion, fighting against opponents of higher levels is the fastest way to increase your level, which is indeed in line with the original setting. After collecting his thoughts, Xia Mu took out Growlithe's Pokeball and released the seriously injured and dying Growlithe. Xia Mu quickly purchased another Vitality Block from the system store. Vitality Block can bring a dying Pokemon back to life and restore all its health. Price, 1 alliance coins. The process of using it is very magical. When you stick the energy block close to the body of the Growlithe, the whole body of the Growlithe will emit a dazzling fluorescence. As the Vitality Block completely transformed into light full of life and merged into Growlithe's body, its injuries recovered visibly, and Growlithe quickly woke up from its coma. Xia Mu was excited, and seeing this, Riolu and the red Gyarados also shouted with joy. Caterpillar was still a little confused and stared in bewilderment. He looked at Xia Mu in disbelief, then at Riolu, then at the red Gyarados, and finally at his own body. It remembered that it had been beaten by the toucan before, and had no power to fight back. It fell to the ground and was on the verge of death. Okay, it's okay, Riolu and Gyarados have avenged you, toucan has been defeated. Xia Mu comforted Growlithe and asked it to look into the distance. The toucan was still in a coma. The semi-death state is not as serious as that of Growlithe. With a certain amount of buffer time, the person will wake up quickly and will not be life-threatening. Chapter 16. After explaining what happened to Growlithe, the 2 little ones officially became 3 little ones. Of course it's weird to say there are 3 little ones, because the red Gyarados is too big, not small at all. Before leaving the forest, Xia Mu thought it over again and decided to treat the toucan with a medicine spray to ensure that it would not really die. This is also what Growlithe meant. It will defeat toucan personally next time. In fact, although toucan is indeed excessive and holds a grudge, isn't it a wild Pokemon? If you threaten the other party can also threaten you. In nature, there are countless examples of death due to the struggle for survival. All I can say is that after this experience, the toucans and Spearows will not come here to cause trouble again. After returning to Round Island City from the depths of the forest, Xia Mu still rode the red Gyarados. There is one thing I want to complain about, which is that Gyarados can indeed fly, but its speed is really not very fast. That speed is at most slightly faster than Xia Mu's normal cycling speed. It could be because it had just evolved, or it could be because its current strength was still too weak. All in all, compared to bird Pokemon, no. There is no comparison. Not to mention the speed of Dragonite, which can orbit the Earth once in 16 hours. When I got home, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. His parents had already returned home, but they were not worried at all that something might happen to him outside. Instead, they had already finished their dinner and were enjoying their own world in the living room. Xia Mu's return interrupted the warm relationship between the two. Neither Xia He nor Mu Shili asked Xia Mu why he came back so late, but Xia Mu still took the initiative to talk about what happened today. Naturally, the main focus is on training Magikarp and evolving it. Xia He and Kaisode were horrified when they saw the red Gyarados, especially its size, which was really oppressive. Unfortunately, although the house has a front yard and a backyard, there is no pond. The lawn in the backyard is very big. It was where my parents used to raise Pokemon. After the Pokemon were sent away, it was left unused and overgrown with weeds. In order to prevent the red Gyarados from being trapped in a Pokeball in the future, and also for Xia Mu's future development, Xia plans to send someone to clean up the backyard tomorrow and reuse it. Not only do they need to expand the walls and fences outward to form a small farm, but they also need to dig a large pond and an artificial river to bring water from the outside river into the pond. Xia Mu was stunned. This wave of operations, not to mention how much manpower and material resources were consumed, it is outrageous just to think about the casual disposal of the land. This is in the urban area, not in the wild mountains or forests, or in a small town in the countryside. Even on the edge of the urban area, it still belongs to Yuandao City. It turns out that my dad is very capable. The assets on the surface are probably far from all. The original body probably only had a vague understanding of his parents and never really understood them. It can even be said that apart from what his parents revealed on the surface, Xia Mu knew nothing. Xia Mu was shocked, but since old Deng had made such a boast, he actually hoped so. Leave this matter to me, don't you have an important business trip to discuss tomorrow? And such delicate work as tidying up the back garden has to be done by us women. Mu Xiuli had something else in his words and took charge of the entire project in one go. Hearing this, Xia laughed out loud, that's right, I'm at ease leaving the house to you, this way, I can take the early flight to Hoenn tomorrow without any worries. Dad, are you going to the Hoenn region? Xia Mu was stunned and asked. Xia nodded. Yes, let's go to the Devon Company in Kanaz City to discuss maritime navigation, what? Do you want to go too? No, I'm just asking, I haven't really traveled outside the Kanto region yet. Xia Mu shook his head slightly and chuckled. Xia Mu had some understanding of Devon Company. After all, it was a very famous large company in the Hoenn region in the game. In this real world, Devon Company is obviously not to be underestimated, and its business development in navigation is beyond Xia Mu's imagination. If it weren't for the Mewtwo incident, he would really like to go and capture a few Pokémon he wanted. At least, you have to capture a Gardevoir. This is the wife I've always dreamed of. But he can't go now. He must arrive at Hoenn Island in 8 days and then go to the new island from there. If you go to the Hoenn region, you will miss Mewtwo. Regardless of whether you can conquer it or not, at least try it. Xia nodded, actually, I hope you can go out for a walk. If you stay at home all the time, you will know nothing about the outside world. By the way, I heard from your mother that we talked about the quartz conference yesterday. I roughly checked the time, there is still more than a month away, you can try to collect 8 badges. If you are too late, you can participate again next year. Xia's suggestion gave Xia Mu the opportunity to go out for a trip. After all, he will really go out soon and won't stay at home all the time. I'll try it, once Growlithe and Riolu have completed their evolution, that's when I'll go out traveling, Xia Mu said. Xia and Mu Xiuli looked at each other, as if they had expected it. Just make your own plans, Mom and Dad will always support you, Mu Xiuli said gently. This time when I go to the Hoenn region, you can make a request, or what kind of Pokemon you want, and Dad can bring it back for you as a gift for your trip. Also, this is the Alliance-exclusive Pokemon Encyclopedia I customized for you a few days ago. It just arrived today. It contains information on thousands of Pokemon and also has clear regional divisions. Our Kanto is very different from other regions. There are few traces of Pokemon from other regions in our Kanto, take Riolu for example. It is actually a Pokemon with a clear distribution in the Sinnoh region. But it is extremely rare in Kanto. So you can study it first. After all, the Pokemon in Hoenn are very different from ours. Xia's words made Xia Mu a little excited. This old Deng is really reliable. First it was the shiny Magikarp, and now he's bringing back Pokemon for him. I actually know something about Hoenn's Pokemon, is a Quasi-God also okay? Xia Mu made a joke. This made Xia very embarrassed. Ahem son, we can't be too ambitious, Quasi-God Pokemon are too rare, your dad will only be gone for a few days, you can pick any Pokemon below Quasi-God, Xia coughed twice and pretended to be calm. I heard that there is a most beautiful Pokemon in Hoenn, it seems to be called Milotic. Before Xia Mu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xia. Minsheo is a very rare Pokemon, and its preciousness can be compared to that of a Quasi-God. Son, it seems that you really know a lot about the Pokemon in the Hoenn region, which is beyond your father's expectation. However, as a man, what's the point of having such a beautiful water Pokemon? Besides, you already have a red Gyarados, so Melodico is redundant. Then, change to a more ordinary one. Xia Mu asked suspiciously. Yeah, Xia nodded seriously. Chapter 17. Actually, we were planning to send it to Yuandao City Airport. But he said that he had to go to the company and prepare all the necessary things before leaving, so Xia Mu and Mu Xiuli did not follow him. After breakfast, Xia Mu went out just like he did in the previous few days. The household chores were left to Mu Xiuli to take care of. I believed that when he came back at night, the scene would be completely different. The Pokémon world needs to make some minor engineering modifications, but it is not as troublesome as the world in Xia Mu's previous life. After all, the collaboration between Pokémon and humans has greatly improved work efficiency. After a night of rest and planning, Xia Mu made a more careful and complete plan. In short, a new attempt was started last night, which is to cultivate effort value. If it was when he was playing games in his previous life, Xia Mu would usually clean and distribute the effort points only after the Pokémon finally evolved or reached level 100. Now that he has traveled to this world and experienced so much, Xia Mu has finally made up his mind to use the ability enhancers purchased from the store to strengthen Growlithe, Riolu, and Red Gyarados according to the actual situation. There is also a special attribute panel for effort value. But it was not within Xia Mu's attention at the beginning. To put it bluntly, whether in the game or in the first few days after traveling through time, it was because I had no money at the beginning, so the matter of working hard was postponed. If you have money, who wouldn't want to work hard at level 1? You will be absolutely invincible at the same level and can easily kill opponents of higher levels. Breeding Pokémon is very expensive. Just this wave of operations would cost 2 to 3 million alliance coins. Xia Mu first bought tree fruits that could be used to cleanse effort points. Garnet fruit increases the intimacy between the Pokémon and the trainer, but the basic points of physical strength will decrease. Algae fruit increases the intimacy between the Pokémon and the trainer, but the basic attack points will decrease. Bibigo increase intimacy, but the basic defense points will decrease. Hummy fruit increases intimacy, but special attack base points will decrease. Grapes increase intimacy, but the basic special defense points will decrease. Tomato increases intimacy, but the basic speed points will decrease. There are 6 kinds of fruits, 1,000 pieces of each, which can be stored in the storage space for future use. After all, the price is cheap, only 10 alliance coins per piece, and the total cost is only 6 alliance coins. Cleaning up the effort value is very simple. After eating a certain amount of fruit, the 3 little ones will have their accumulated basic effort values cleared to 0. Then, it's time to buy ability-enhancing potions. Considering the usage and the high price, I didn't buy more. A small bottle of special potion costs 1 alliance coins. Just like in the game, 1 bottle can only increase the basic effort value by 10 points. 1 Pokémon requires 50 bottles, which is 50 league coins. Then you need to purchase the corresponding ability feathers. 1 feather will increase the basic effort value by 1 point, thereby increasing the effort value to the limit. The price is 1 alliance coins. In the end, this most economical method cost 51 league coins for 1 Pokémon. The 3 of them cost a total of 153 million, plus tree fruits. The effort value alone costs Xia Mu 159 million alliance coins. In fact, you can save 2,000 alliance coins for a Pokémon, because according to the settings in the game, the effective effort value is only 508 points, measured in units of 4 points. However, this is not just a game, so Xia Mu still chose to max out 510 points. Caterpie's effort value, physical strength 6-inch, physical attack 252, physical defense 0, special attack 0, special defense 0, speed 252. Riolu's effort value, physical strength 0-inch, physical attack 252, physical defense 0, special attack 0, special defense 6, speed 252. Gyarados' effort value, physical strength 0-inch, physical attack 252, physical defense 0, special attack 252, special defense 0, speed 6. It is still influenced by his personality, otherwise, Riolu would be more suitable for double attack output, or even the special attack route. Who doesn't love a wave of missiles? Unfortunately, the special attack is not outstanding. In addition to allocating effort points, Xia Mu also purchased some skills from the system store for the 3 little ones to learn. Caterpie has learned Hold 4,000 alliance coins, and Thunder Fang 8,000 alliance coins. Riolu learned Shadow Claw 30,000 alliance coins, Absorption Fist 80,000 alliance coins, and Thunder Fist 50,000 alliance coins. Gyarados has learned Wave of Evil 80,000 alliance coins, and Wave of Dragon 80,000 alliance coins. The skill part costs a total of 33 alliance coins. And this is just the ordinary grade. If it is higher, with a power value of more than 100, it will require at least 4 alliance coins. After leaving Yuandao City, we continued into the forest. Today, Xia Mu has an important goal to accomplish. which is to find and catch a Beedrill with a cheerful personality and sniper characteristics. If there is none, then you can use either the Unicorn Beetle or the Iron Shell Pupa, but the character must be cheerful and the characteristics should preferably be hidden. The purpose, of course, is to prepare to deal with Mewtwo and suppress it with attributes and characteristics. You can't really let Lucario, the evolved form of Riolu, go up against it, or it will be completely defeated, right? Even if Growlithe evolves into Arcanine, it will have no advantage at all. At most it will just have a little more self-protection power. Even if there is another Red Storm, it is not soft. What I thought before is definitely more perfect than what I think now. In fact, after receiving the invitation letter the day before yesterday, Xia Mu planned to capture a giant Beedrill to train. After only searching for a few hours, I defeated many Beedrills, but there was not one that satisfied both my cheerful personality and the characteristics of a sniper. Beedrill is inherently fragile. If it cannot reach the extreme in its advantages, even if it is trained to be a good player, it cannot enter the first echelon and is just making up the numbers. Even after Mega Evolution, Beedrill's characteristic changes to adaptability and the power of its moves increases greatly, but how can Beedrill, who cannot reach the ultimate speed, fight against a level 1 god? In the game, Mega Beedrill can kill Mewtwo in seconds. Even the Mega Evolved Mewtwo X is not as fast as Mega Beedrill. But this is the real world, and the reason why a mythical beast is not as simple as reflected by the data in the game world. To put it bluntly, if the shiny Magikarp had not arrived, Xia Mu would have continued to look for the excellent Beedrill yesterday, and might have already captured it. Now that I have the shiny Magikarp, I decided to evolve the shiny Magikarp first yesterday. Then comes the rest. Now that the Red Gyarados has taken shape, Xia Mu has also developed further training strategies for Riolu and Caterpie. If you still can't catch a suitable Beedrill next time, you'll have to settle for the next best thing. As long as he satisfies one of the cheerful personality and hidden characteristics, and as long as the other indicators are acceptable, he can purchase items from the system store to strengthen it. Chapter 18. Xia Mu only has 1 week left. Xia Mu had no choice but to try his best to make his Pokémon strong enough. This is also the reason why Xia Mu did not choose the Ghost type and the Evil type. First of all, of course, there is no Round Island. Secondly, the insect system grows faster and is the first choice. Frankly speaking, the training of Grunt and Riolu is already a headache for him now. If he were to train high difficulty ones at the same time, the pressure would be really enormous. Of course, Xia Mu will consider capturing a Pokémon from the Ghastly family in the future. No matter what, Gengar's development potential is enough to enter the championship team. In the forest. Xia Mu did the same thing as yesterday, but started from another direction and followed another river towards Crescent Lake. Round Island is not small, and although the forest area is not as large as the forest on land, even after spending 10 days exploring, Xia Mu only walked through half of the area. Walking along the river is naturally also for the Red Gyarados to come out and relax, and by the way, fight on the way to gain some experience points. Just like yesterday, Riolu and Growlithe will defeat any high-level wild Pokémon they encounter to gain experience points. It is worth mentioning that the improvement in strength is not a little bit. This is not only because the level is getting higher and higher, but also because of the full effort value. After going deep for a long time, about an hour later, Crescent Lake appeared in front of us. The levels of the 3 little ones have all increased by 1 level. Xia Mu was able to level up so quickly that he attributed the achievement to the level 1 toucan he caught yesterday. At least Riolu and Red Gyarados must be, otherwise how could they level up so quickly just by beating some wild Pokémon in their teens? The Red Gyarados is possible, after all, it is the lowest level, only in the early 20s. The higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. Otherwise, if Riolu helped Magikarp evolve yesterday, and he spent so much time on it, it wouldn't have only leveled up by 1. Growlithe must have accumulated a lot of experience yesterday, but just missed the experience points of Toucan. Otherwise, Growlithe should have been upgraded by 1 level yesterday. I think it's just like being on the verge of death in the game, being excluded from the shared experience points. It's really hard to find. If nothing works, I'll have to go deeper into the dense forest to look for it, Xia Mu said to himself. As we walked along, we did see quite a few unicorn worms in the trees and grass by the river, but judging from their appearance and characteristics, we knew that they were of average to inferior quality. On the way, we met a few green caterpillars with good potential, as well as a huge Arbok snake with excellent personality traits. But Xia Mu is not interested in Arbok. Under normal circumstances, you can capture it and train it so that you can have a poison-type Pokémon to use. After all, if you train a poison-type Pokémon, it can be a great hand in pure battle mode. Even though Arbok isn't very powerful and its racial stats are pretty average, it has to be said that as the first proper poison-type Pokémon in the first generation, its fighting style was once a headache for people. For example, what Xia Mu had played before, he first used Intimidation to make the opponent retreat and reduce the opponent's attack, then used the Snake's Glare to paralyze the opponent. And then used Poison Spikes to scatter the field to add negative status, 1 poison, 2 highly poisonous, unless the opponent directly attacked and took away Arbok in one breath, but this was almost impossible. Because if you really want to use this disgusting style of play, you will definitely carry a cloak of momentum just in case. When your HP is full, even if you receive a critical hit, you will be able to hold on with the last 1 point of HP. Even if you are unlucky and get attacked twice and are out of the game, you have successfully spread the poison spikes, and then you will start a more severe poison-consuming war, which will make the opponent speechless and doubt life. Of course, if you encounter an ordinary opponent, if you are lucky, Arbok can completely fight 3 at once. As long as the paralysis of Orochi's Glare takes effect and the opponent is paralyzed and unable to move, then Arbok will dominate the home field. Poison consumption is Arbok's advantage. If you give it a defensive skill or a substitute skill to consume the opponent, it will be even more difficult to crack. Xia Mu remembered that this fighting style was later changed slightly and became the standard for other poison-type Pokémon, because later Pokémon had better racial values and characteristics. Closer to home. At this critical juncture, Xia Mu will not capture ordinary Pokémon anymore, as this will make his time even more tight. After resting for a while by the Crescent Lake, Xia Mu fed the 3 little ones energy blocks, then rode on the red Gyarados and searched for the location of the swarm of Beedrills in a dense forest in the air. Of course, the search areas are different, otherwise the Beedrill he encountered must have been one he had seen before. Xia Mu is very lucky. Under the leadership of the red Gyarados, they found the nest of a group of Beedrills in just over 10 minutes. Because of the attack of a powerful enemy, a group of giant hornets gathered, there were as many as 20 or 30 of them, and there were also many horn beetles and iron shell pupae hiding in the trees and grass. A big war is inevitable. This is the cruelty of nature, the survival of the fittest. It's not that Xia Mu can stop fighting just because he wants to. Wild giant hornets are extremely scary. They move in groups and won't let you go just because you don't provoke them. As long as they target you and regard you as a threat, the swarm of Beedrills will definitely riot and attack you. The illustrated book that Xia Mu got from his father introduced that if you encounter a giant hornet in the wild and do not have the ability to protect yourself, you must escape quickly. Otherwise your life will be in danger. If there is a place like a pond, you can dive into the water to avoid danger. It's impossible to hide. What Xia Mu is looking for is a swarm of giant beepers. The more the better, so that he can take his time to choose. Facing the provocation of the Beedrill swarm, Xia Mu did not hesitate to let Katnido take the lead. Riolu cooperated in the attack, and the red Gyarados controlled the situation. Before the red Gyarados, Xia Mu took the initiative to command the 2 little ones to attack. Now with the red Gyarados, not only is his own safety greatly guaranteed, but Griffin and Riolu can also play more boldly. A fierce battle. Facing the attack of 20 or 30 Beedrills, Growlithe not only crushed them in attributes, but also in levels. The level 36 Growlithe has reached a high elite level. The regional overlords in the forest are only at this level, and the higher ones are around level 40. At least Xia Mu has never encountered anyone over level 40. Of course, excluding the messenger dragon from the day before yesterday, it is not a Pokémon of Round Island. Speaking of which, level 58 is indeed the highest level Xia Mu has seen since coming to this world. But the level 58 is not considered high for Dragonite. After all, for Haxorus to evolve into Dragonite, the level in the game must reach 55, which is the requirement for a quasi-god. Chapter 19. Having experienced many such battles, especially this time, Xia Mu has a better understanding of the suppressive power brought by the dual effects of level suppression and attribute suppression. Of course, it's also because the effort value is maxed out. Although both Kartidi and Riolu are physical attackers, they can only attack one target at a time. But Griffin can basically take down a Beedrill with one move. Although it is a little more difficult for Riolu, he can also easily deal with the Beedrill. There is also Gyarados. Although it is the lowest level, it can still win even when facing Beedrill, which is also in its early 20s, by relying on its size and racial value advantages. What's more, there is Xia Mu's command. Overall, Beedrill is too fragile. In just 3 minutes, more than 20 Beedrills fell to the ground due to serious injuries. Because Growlithe was at a high level, it did not level up even though it gained a lot of experience points. Riolu increased by 1 level to level 30. Gyarados increased by 2 levels to level 25. This is because most of these 20 or so Beedrills are over level 20, and the experience points they provide are a lot for Riolu and Red Gyarados. Is this the end? Do not. Before Xia Mu had time to carefully observe the characteristics of these 20 or so giant hornets, he heard a continuous buzzing sound in the forest. Soon, a large number of Beedrills swarmed in from all directions, which really set the Beedrill family's nest on fire. One wave ends, another wave begins. Fortunately, a lot of preparations were made last night, and in order to better deal with the Beedrills that appeared one after another, Xia Mu had to deeply strengthen Riolu and Gyarados. There is no need to strengthen the skills of Growlithe. Its attribute restraint is already perfect. Even if it encounters a Beedrill of more than level 30, it can win easily. It cost 5 alliance coins to let Riolu learn the rock-type Rock Slide. It cost 10 alliance coins to let the Red Gyarados learn to breathe fire. Throwing flames? That's right. Gyarados can perform fire-type moves. It just needs to be learned through the skill learning device. Strengthening before the battle, it can only be said that the skill learning device is even more awesome than Xia Mu originally thought. He experimented with it last night, so he dared to take it out now. As long as you place the skill learning device on the head of a Pokémon that can learn, the moves in the skill disc can be integrated with that Pokémon. After all, this is still the real Pokémon world, where skills are not limited to 4. Skills that have been learned cannot be easily forgotten, let alone unable to be used. Otherwise, Xia Mu would really be reluctant to buy these skills. After all, if there were skill restrictions, he would definitely decide on the 4 commonly used skills at the beginning, and would not use the skill learner indiscriminately. Although it is not of this type, the power of its moves and skills is not weak at all. Under the strong attack of the fire-type moves of Gary and Red Gyarados, and with the help of Orochi's rock-type Rockfall, the Beedrills fell to the ground one by one. This battle lasted for more than a quarter of an hour. By the time most of the Beedrills were defeated, the 3 little ones were actually struggling. There are actually still quite a few Beedrill swarms, but after hundreds of their companions were knocked down, they finally felt fear. In the battles with wild Pokémon, especially in this battle mode, Xia Mu would not follow the rules and not use healing potions. He would use rotation tactics to give Growlithe, Riolu and Red Gyarados some time to eat energy cubes to quickly recover their stamina. The items in the system store have the same potion effects as in the game, and there are also energy cubes, which can really replenish stamina very quickly after eating. The battle is over. If there are outsiders here at this time, they will be shocked. Because the ground was covered with giant hornets, the level of tragedy was truly shocking. Thanks to this great battle, the levels of the 3 little ones were greatly improved. It can be said that even if he can't find a suitable Beedrill this time, Xia Mu doesn't feel he's at a loss. Growlithe leveled up by 2 to level 38, and seeing the Red Gyarados constantly using Flamethrower to defeat Beedrill stimulated its competitive spirit. Its level was not yet satisfied with the 40 level required to learn Flamethrower, but it learned it anyway. This is the uncertainty of the real Pokémon world, everything is possible. Of course, Jet Flame is dispensable for Xia Mu's Growlithe, after all, Jet Flame is a special attack. But after all, a Fire-type Pokémon that can't spit flames is not a proper Fire-type Pokémon. Riolu's level increased by 2 levels, reaching level 32. Although he didn't learn any skills, his intimacy with it exceeded 200 points, reaching 205 points. There are only 220 points left to the 15 points required for evolution. I don't know what he did, or how Riolu's psychology changed, but he improved so quickly. According to the accurate data analysis provided by the system, when the intimacy reaches more than 200 points, the ability of the Pokémon will increase from 2. In a sense, Riolu's strength has once again been comprehensively enhanced. The same goes for Growlithe, whose intimacy is 200 points, which just meets the minimum value. The Red Gyarados has 148 points. Although it is still far from enough, its ability has been increased by. As for the current level of the Red Gyarados, it should be said that Xia Mu did not expect it to be so powerful and its level would increase so quickly. The experience sharing of the previous 20 or so Beedrills increased the level by 2, and this wave increased it by another 4 levels. I went directly from level 25 to level 29, and also learned the skill of praying for rain. The lowest level, but the most ferocious. The jets of flames continued one after another, continuously harvesting the giant hornets. Based on Xia Mu's analysis, we can conclude that the attack range of special attack far exceeds that of physical attack. Physical attack skills all deal single target damage, so it is impossible to attack 2 Pokémon at the same time with one move. But the Flamethrower is different. Although it is also a single skill, it can kill one in one shot and can be continuously released to attack other Beedrills. At least the affected area is not as limited as that of physical attack skills. It was because of this that Caterpie was inspired to learn this trick. In the words of Growlithe, how could I, a fire-type character, be inferior to you, a water-type character Gyarados? Xia Mu checked the three little ones again, treated their injuries, and gave them enough energy blocks to restore their strength. Only then did he begin to investigate the data of each Beedrill one by one. They were all over the ground, like cabbages, and Xia Mu could take anyone he wanted. Several of the giant hornets had regained some consciousness, but they were full of fear of Xia Mu and the three little ones. They dared not move or resist at all, for fear of being hit by another jet of flames. Chapter 20. Too small, too few skills. The level is too low, it looks a bit crooked. 10, 20, 30, 50. By the end, Xia Mu was so confused that he didn't know if he had seen the same thing over and over again. Finally, with the guidance of Growlithe and Riolu, they found a level 29 Beedrill that had regained consciousness. This Beedrill is different from other Beedrills. It is not afraid, but keeps making buzzing sounds to warn. After a careful look, Xia Mu was sure that he had found the Beedrill he was looking for. The process of conquering is easy. It has no fighting power, so where does the resistance come from? Even if he wakes up, he will be at the end of his strength. Moreover, most wild Pokémon admire the strong. After being defeated by a trainer who is stronger than themselves, most of them are willing to follow and become the subordinates of the strong. If Xia Mu didn't tame it, it would continue to be hostile, but if he tamed it, he would become its master. Giant Beetle. LV 29. Gender, female. Attribute, insect, poison. Personality, cheerful. Features, sniper hidden feature, when hitting a vital point, the power will become stronger. Skills, random attack, double needle, poison needle, silk spinning, hardening, insect bite, continuous slash, sharpening, gathering energy, venom shock, malicious pursuit, poison spike, straight drilling. Intimacy, 49 initial acquaintance, still need to work hard. Emotion, not bad master with vision, choose me as your subordinate, I won't let you down. Giant Bee individual value. Physical strength, 26 very good. Special attack, 0 maybe not possible. Special defense, 31 best. Attack, 31 best. Defense, 31 best. Speed, 31 best. Overall evaluation, amazing ability. What the hell? Holy shit. Damn it. Wild 4V, and the best 4 physical attacks. Xia Mu was so overwhelmed by this joy that his hands holding the medicine were shaking for a moment. This is truly a best of the best. Moreover, it can actually drill straight ahead. The skill that can easily hit the vital points, combined with the sniper characteristics, increases the strength of Beedrill by more than 2 times. Ordinary Beedrills cannot learn this trick. Even after the Mega Evolution, this move has become dispensable, but there is still a huge difference between being able to use this move and not being able to use it. You can't just super evolve without any reason, right? After trying his best to calm down, Xia Mu talked with Beedrill to develop basic feelings while treating his injuries. Of course, don't forget to buy exclusive energy blocks from the system store. Fortunately, energy cubes are not expensive, 100 alliance coins per box, and there are 100 cubes in a box. If you just want to fill your stomach, 3 to 10 pieces a day is enough for a Pokémon. Therefore, the normal consumption of energy blocks per day will not exceed 10 alliance coins. Xia Mu had thought about whether he should set up a company to produce exclusive energy cubes. After all, this thing is delicious and inexpensive. If people have nothing to eat, they can be used as snacks. Even a street bug catcher can afford it. Of course, this is just a thought. As Beedrill returned to its peak state, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Beedrill seemed a little arrogant, and was obviously dissatisfied with Growlithe and Riolu. It only dared not look Red Storm directly at them. It was obvious that it was abused by Red Storm. Xia Mu can only slowly cultivate the relationship between them in the future. In any case, this Beedrill recognized him as its master, and the increase in their intimacy was a bit outrageous. It was only 49 points just now, and then it jumped to 69 points all of a sudden. Although the initial improvement is simple, and various operations can affect the development of the relationship between the two parties. But this is indeed somewhat. Maybe it's because she's female. In other words, the insect system simply improves quickly, which just happens to correspond to the simplicity of breeding. For Xia Mu, it is of course a good thing. After taming the Beedrill, Xia Mu also took out some medicine purchased from a friendly store and used it to treat the Beedrills here. His goal has been achieved, so he naturally won't just leave this place alone. So many Beedrills provided him with so much experience points, which greatly improved the strength of the 3 little ones. For this reason, Xia Mu felt that he needed to treat the giant hornets here, as they might come again in a few days. Of course, maybe this kind of thing won't happen again with the Beedrill swarm in the future. Xia Mu confirmed that his giant Beedrill seemed to be the queen of the hive. Therefore, from now on, no one within Round Island will attack Beedrill again, unless a swarm of Beedrills comes to the door again. Don't worry, I'll still be active in the forest frequently in the near future. Even if I leave the Round Island forest, I can come back every once in a while, Xia Mu said to Beedrill. My home is in Yuandao City. I won't be traveling all the time in the future. I will definitely come back to live for a while after a period of time. Unless you move somewhere else in the future. The Beedrill understood what Xia Mu said and made a buzzed sound. After leaving this area, Xia Mu brought the 4 little ones back to the Crescent Lake. The reason why he came back here is because Xia Mu decided to use this place as a starting point. It's time to challenge those high-level wild Pokémon recorded in the past one by one. Of course, it seemed high a few days ago, but now it has changed from the red list to the yellow list. Those on the red list can't be provoked, but those on the yellow list can be beaten. In fact, calling it the yellow list is already very generous. Not to mention that Griffin is level 38, even if it is a red Gyarados, a single flamethrower will suppress all grass and bug-type Pokémon. In addition, there is the physical strength brought by the red Gyarados' terrifying size, as well as its full special attack attribute. What's the big deal if you jump 10 levels? In fact, based on the existing foundation, Xia Mu can also carry out an absolute strengthening of them. That is the refinement of individual values. In the game, Xia Mu only performs this operation after reaching level 100. This is to make the individual value data of Pokémon reach the best acquired value, the so-called training. The system store does sell silver crowns and gold crowns, and unlike in the game, you don't need to find someone who has undergone specific extreme training to unleash the effect of the crown. Xia Mu can directly use the crown to improve individual values. It's just that the price is 100 times more expensive than in the game. Silver crown, priced at 50 alliance coins, it can increase the individual value of one attribute of Pokémon to the maximum. Golden crown, priced at 100 million alliance coins, it can increase the individual values of all attributes of Pokémon to the maximum. When you have no money, you can only watch helplessly. But if you have the money to buy it, you will have another idea. Xia Mu is not short of money now, but he is worried that if he upgrades too much at once, it will have a great impact on Pokémon and become a burden. So last night I just allocated my effort points and learned some skills at most. As for the individual value, Xia Mu decided to use it on the treasures when leaving Yuan Island and heading to Honglian Island. Chapter 21. In the blink of an eye it was noon. Xia Mu led the 4 little ones wandering in the forest, defeating many high-level Pokémon in succession, and the 4 little ones also increased their levels by 2 again. Although these high-level Pokémon are few in number, they provide a lot of experience points. The only trouble is that all Pokémon must attack in order to share the experience points. In a one-on-one duel, if it were my turn to attack, that would be a bit rogue. Xia Mu really wanted to do this, but then he thought that now that his strength had increased and his level was getting higher and higher, if he still used this method, his Pokémon would become more and more dependent on his companions. So Xia Mu also changed some strategies. It takes turns. This time, Caterpie is on the stage, and next time, it's Leo on the stage. If someone fails, his teammates can take over. In short, none of the 4 little ones can get out of order. Even though time is running out, Xia Mu still has to train them this way, not only to train their independence, but also to train his command ability. The 4 little ones obeyed Xia Mu's words. After all, their intimacy was there. Even the Beedrill, who had just joined the camp, gradually got used to it after one battle after another. Level 40 Queen Flower, Level 39 Scyther, Level 38 Venus Flying Flower, Level 42 Can, Level 41 Pidgeot. For 2 or 3 hours, Xia Mu couldn't remember how many Pokémon he had defeated that were close to level 40 or even above level 40. Most of them have completed the final evolution, and some have good qualifications and potential. But Xia Mu was not conquered. He now only has 2 empty slots left for carrying, one of which has to be reserved for the Pokémon his father brought back from the Hoenn region. Of course, he might not really bring back the Gardevoir family, but Xia Mu still had to reserve some. Finally, there is 1 empty spot left, which must be saved for the future. Even if he could install a machine at home to receive the Pokémon he captured in the wild and not let others know what Pokémon he captured, for now, Xia Mu really didn't have much desire to capture any Pokémon unless they were top-notch or shiny. By the Crescent Lake, Xia Mu simply set up a grill, then made a fire to grill meat, and took out the prepared food from the storage space. These were all prepared by Xia Mu in advance so that he could have a delicious meal while exploring the wild. The storage space is naturally more powerful than the space backpack. As long as the items are stored in the storage space, they will remain the same as when you put them in. In a sense, time stands still. In addition to preparing food for himself, Xia Mu also prepared some food for the 4 little ones. Although energy cubes are nutritious and delicious, they are still too simple. So in addition to energy blocks, they naturally need to be fed some ordinary food. As the aroma of the food spread, it attracted many weaker Pokémon, such as Clownpox, Rattata, Caterpillar, and Poliwag. Unlike higher-level Pokémon, once they mature in all aspects, they become extra vigilant and will not easily approach humans. It turned out that Xia Mu was very approachable and was not stingy with these weak wild Pokémon, so he easily won the favor of these little guys. When each piece of grilled meat was cooked through, Xia Mu sprinkled seasoning on it, packed it into portions, and distributed it to the Pokémon. Naturally, I ate a lot too. While eating, Xia Mu's eyes couldn't help but catch a glimpse of a walking grass that was frantically showing off its food. The appearance is not impressive at all, but the data. What the hell? If this were a game world, there would definitely be a big exclamation mark above Xia Mu's head. Walking grass dream. LV, 40 LV. Gender, genderless. Attribute, superpower. Character, timid. Characteristic, synchronization infection, paralysis or burn status of oneself is transmitted to the opponent. Skills, slap, mirror attribute, instant amnesia, baton relay, primal power, life drop, trick, command, seal, transformation, wave missile, mental power. Intimacy, 30 initial acquaintance, still need to work hard. Emotion, excited Mimi delicious, delicious, delicious. Fuck you in capital letters. Xia Mu took a deep breath and stood up suddenly. I almost choked to death because I was too anxious. Fortunately, there was a kettle next to it. After taking a few gulps of water, he swallowed the food stuck in his throat, and Xia Mu also smoothed his chest with his hand. If it weren't for the cheat code simulator, God would have known that the walking grass next to him was actually transformed from a dream. The world is so big, and the dream is right in front of us. Also, what is this level like? Level 40 means level 40. What does it mean with a bunch of question marks behind it? There are too many skills, and it seems that there is no level limit. So, this is the ability of the dream that transcends the scope of the game and is in the real world. Level 40 is the same as the setting in the early stages of the game, but this level 40 is the bottom line, so it should mean there is no upper limit, right? Xia Mu thought to himself. If this is the case, then is it the same for other mythical beasts? Xia Mu immediately thought of Mewtwo. If this is the case, does that mean Mewtwo's bottom line will be level 70, just like in the game, and the upper limit is also unknown? In other words, can the upper limit be directly increased to level 100? Level 100. At this moment, Xia Mu suddenly had another idea, that is, level 100 in the game is indeed the highest level. But in this world, will level 100 be the limit? Standing there in a daze, lost in thought, Xia Mu's actions finally caught Menghuan's attention. Menghuan, who turned into a walking grass, was not afraid of Xia Mu at all. It must have known that Xia Mu had seen through it, so it became playful and directly transformed into the Growlife next to it. The Cater Pie who was tasting the food was startled and just watched his food being snatched away. His stunned look was a bit cute. It should be in the clouds and fog, not knowing what's going on. The dreamy transformation did not stop, and it turned into a Beedrill, then a Riolu, and then one after another transformed into other Pokémon, and finally transformed into a Gyarados. At first, it just turned into an ordinary blue Gyarados. Then it was very dissatisfied with the transformation, and it didn't know what power it used to change its color to be exactly the same as the red Gyarados. All the Pokémon were startled. The same goes for Xia Mu. I admired a wave of fantastic abilities, and it can be said that he was extremely lucky. Just talking about the people in this world, how many have seen dreams? Even if someone has seen it, it is impossible for them to witness such a powerful ability as Menghuan. In the original movie version, in addition to the plot of Mewtwo Strikes Back where Mew showed off his skills, it was also in the plot of Birds Brave that the plot about Mew and the original Tree of the World appeared. Only then did Satoshi and his friends truly witness Mew's abilities. Of course, this is just child's play. Mew's existence is extremely special. As a mythical Pokémon, it possesses the genes of all Pokémon, and its abilities are unimaginable. Although it is not officially recognized as the ancestor of Pokémon, it has to be said that it is still the earliest and most mysterious mythical Pokémon. Chapter 22. Xia Mu spoke quickly and turned the situation around. Even though we don't know who you are, everyone is scared when you casually transform into other Pokémon, Xia Mu said. I can't just not say anything, but I'm also afraid that if I say something wrong, Menghuan will run away. So Xia Mu spoke very tactfully and did not reveal Menghuan's identity. At the same time, Xia Mu was also recalling the plot of the original work. Remember the beginning of the story of Mewtwo's counterattack. Mew will indeed wake up from his slumber because he senses the power of Mewtwo, and then find Mewtwo's location. Could it be that this is where the dream is sleeping? Xia Mu was a little bit hesitant to believe it, because although the scene in the original book also showed a crescent-shaped lake, it was set against a snow-capped mountain. Although there are mountains on Round Island, they are not snow-capped mountains, let alone icebergs. So, Menghuan was passing by Yuandao and happened to be playing there. He ran into Xia Mu who was preparing food, so he came over to have a meal. After hearing what Xia Mu said, Menghuan obviously reacted. It no longer maintained the posture of a red Gyarados. A crystal white light flashed and it returned to its original appearance. The pink, chubby little creature was floating in the air, covering her mouth with her 2 3-clawed hands, and making happy, meow meow, sounds non-stop. Her long tail was dancing with her mood swings, and she was extremely flexible. Cute. Even Xia Mu, a grown man, was attracted to it. Without hesitation, Xia Mu took out the picture book and read the introduction to dreams. He then combined his understanding of dreams in his previous life and made a summary. Menghuan was very curious about Xia Mu's actions. It flew to the top of Xia Mu's head with a laugh, and unexpectedly lay on his hair. It looked at the introduction of itself in the picture book with Xia Mu. There is very little information, and even the pictures are composite, but Menghuan takes it very seriously. Mimi mimi mimi. As a series of calls came out of Menghuan's mouth, Xia Mu was a little confused. I don't understand. However, Growlithe and Leo came over to talk to it. All in all, I don't know what Mew is trying to express, nor do I know what Growlithe and Riolu are answering her. The only thing that can be understood is the current emotion displayed by the cheating simulator. The content displayed behind the emotion column is just a targeted summary of the current psychology, not a real-time conversation. Can you use telepathy? As a mythical Pokémon, and a psychic type, you should be able to do it, right? Otherwise, I really don't know what you want to say. Xia Mu's question naturally made them look at him again. Menghuan no longer lay on Xia Mu's head, but flew into the air, came in front of Riolu and circled twice. You all have the power of wave. Riolu's wave power can help you awaken the wave with wave. You can have a spiritual conversation. Wave is with me. A very pleasant and childish voice sounded in my heart. This shocked Xia Mu again. So it's that direct? They don't seem familiar either. Ugh. What are you saying? The power of waves is absolutely unique in the Pokémon world. It is also one of the few special abilities that humans can master. In addition to the power of waves, there are also superpowers that Xia Mu has a deep understanding of, such as the power of Changpan and the power of Super Conquer. Traveling through time and space to this world was already a miracle for Xia Mu. Obtaining the Golden Finger Simulator made Xia Mu feel like he was the chosen one. Now if you encounter fantasy, you may also be able to come into contact with the power of waves. Is this the rhythm of cheating? In fact, Xia Mu was very excited when he first got Riolu, thinking that he might be able to train Riolu to study the power of waves. But as the days of time travel passed, Xia Mu actually no longer had any thoughts in this regard. Because if there is no external force, no matter what kind of special power it is extremely difficult to obtain. Otherwise, how come so many Lucario trainers in the original work are all ordinary people? In the original story, only the brave man Yalong and another man named Yashuan truly mastered the powerful power of waves. Even if others came into contact with it, they could only perceive it preliminarily, just like what happened to Xiaoji later. Xia Mu's eyes couldn't help but collide with Riolu's. The intimacy between the two has reached the highest level. Although it still does not meet 220 points, 210 points is already quite high. At this moment, the man and the beast seemed to have a strange feeling because of the pull of the dream, as if their spirits were about to become one. Bodeo, is he with me? Xia Mu said this suspiciously. At the same time, Riolu called out, Bodeo, stay with me. This is Riolu's voice. Xia Mu understood what Riolu was saying. This kind of magical thing is simply unbelievable. It was clearly a cry, but in my mind, it became understandable words. Bodeo, is this Bodeo? Xia Mu looked at Riolu, then looked at the dream in the sky. Menghuan was smiling and flying casually in the air. After changing his posture, he said, this is the wave guide, but your wave guide is very weak. It doesn't matter whether it is weak or not. The key is that Xia Mu did sense that special spiritual power. It seems that as long as he controls it, he can do many incredible things. But how did I awaken this power? Wait, was it because you were lying on my head just now? Menghuan nodded again, thank you for treating me to delicious food, ha ha ha. Really? A gleam of light flashed in Xia Mu's eyes. Just at this moment, Riolu raised his head and let out a howl. Attract the attention of Natsuki and all the Pokémon present. It's going to evolve. Menghuan is like a child who knows everything. You say it's childish, and its sound is indeed childish and very playful. But in reality, dreams are bigger than anyone else. It is also definitely the smartest Pokémon. It knows everything and understands countless truths that ordinary people cannot understand. After all, in Mewtwo's counterattack, Mew acted as an elder and educated Mewtwo. White light enveloped Riolu's body. The evolution process is completely different from that of Red Gyarados. Xia Mu was extremely excited at this time. Looking at the transformation of the body, he immediately called up Riolu. No. Now it was Lucario's attribute panel. Lucario. LV, 34. Gender, male. Attributes, fighting, steel. Character, stubborn. Feature, Heart of Justice hidden feature. When attacked by a move with evil attributes, the attack will be increased due to the sense of justice. Skills, Lightning Flash, Hold On, Feint, Metal Claw, Double Payback, Self-Motivation, Rock Crushing, Vacuum Wave, Screech, Shadow Claw, Absorbing Fist, Lightning Fist, Rock Slide, Quick Defense, Wave Missile. Intimacy, 225 Intimate, Sworn to be together until death. Emotion, Very happy finally, evolved. Chapter 23. A long roar came from the mouth of the evolved Lucario. This roar truly expressed all the negative emotions that had been pent up in its heart. In fact, it was stimulated by the fact that the shiny Magikarp evolved into a red Gyarados first, otherwise it would not be so persistent. Now Riolu has completed his evolution and become Lucario. He showed himself off excitedly. Crimson and Beedrill were happy for him, and the other wild Pokémon surrounding him were also congratulating him. Only Katie had a resentful and envious look in his eyes. At the beginning, no one evolved, just like what we agreed, no one evolved. But now, apart from it, all the beasts under the Master's command are of the final evolved type. It's very frustrating at level 40. It has been trying its best to improve its level and is the strongest Pokémon under its master. Now it has become a drag. Noticing something was wrong with the Growlithe next to him, Xia Mu reached out and touched its head. Don't worry, Growlithe, you will be able to evolve soon too, and your evolution will be more complicated than Riolu's because you need to release all your potential before evolving, Xia Mu said. If he had not considered the difference between innate and acquired mastery in the real world, and whether he would be able to learn all the skills directly after evolution like the 8th generation and beyond, he would really have planned to use the Fire Stone. But he didn't dare to gamble, he had to proceed step by step and let Growlithe learn what he should learn first. After evolution, there is no regret medicine. Upon hearing this, Caterpie blinked his big eyes. It never questions Xia Mu and is always the most loyal. Woof woof, I will work harder, master. Xia Mu smiled and nodded, then looked at Lucario. After a long time, Lucario finally calmed down, but it looked arrogant, obviously waiting for Xia Mu to praise it. Xia Mu is not a stingy person, especially at a time like this, he naturally needs to give some praise, otherwise it will definitely dampen the enthusiasm of the Pokémon under his command. Sure enough, after the evolution, not only did he become stronger, but he also became more handsome. From now on, you are a true general, Lucario. But we still can't get carried away, because we still have a long way to go. After hearing Xia Mu's praise, Lucario's tail almost reached the sky. Luca roared, yes, Master Natsuki, I will always be by your side. Lucario's response was quite direct, expressing his absolute obedience to orders. Xia Mu was satisfied with this answer, but he also hoped that Lucario wouldn't be so serious. There is no need to say too much at this time, you can just guide them slowly in life in the future. I still have to thank you, Mew, if it weren't for your help, Riolu wouldn't have evolved so easily, thank you for helping me awaken the Wave Guide, which allows me to communicate effectively with Pokémon. Turning his gaze to Mew again, Xia Mu expressed his sincere gratitude. Because of its arrival, he was exposed to the power of the wave and triggered the evolution of Riolu. It's just a small matter, don't take it too seriously, I still want to eat the food I just made, Menghuan's sweet voice touched my heart. How could Xia Mu miss such a good opportunity to make contact? Even if he has not captured it and it is not his Pokémon, he can still cultivate intimacy with wild Pokémon. Now that the intimacy is high, are you still afraid of losing it? Even if it gets lost, it can run back by itself. I have something even more delicious here, do you want to try it? Xia Mu's eyes turned, he thought of something, and directly bought a dreamy special energy cube from the system store. What is this? Menghuan asked curiously. Xia Mu smiled and opened the box, revealing the square pink jelly-like food inside. Although she had never eaten it, Menghuan smelled a sweet scent. This is an energy block specially made from tree fruits, the taste should be suitable for you, try it. Xia Mu took out a piece from the box and handed it to Huanhuan. Huanhuan took it in her palm, looked at it curiously for a long time, and then took a bite carefully. One sip and the dream is gone. After being modified by the system, the energy cubes were directly transformed into exclusive food, which not only had a unique taste, but also brought excellent physical recovery effects. Menghuan has eaten countless foods, but it is impossible for it to have tasted the food produced by this system. It tastes good, right? If it tastes good, eat more. Although he seemed kind, Xia Mu was actually very happy and full of conspiracy. Especially when he saw the intimacy starting to increase little by little with no sign of stopping, Xia Mu felt really happy. This isn't a power-up cube, this is a Momotaro rice ball. Mimimimimimi. After eating one, I want to eat another. Dreamy's stomach was like a bottomless pit. It quickly used up more than 30 of the 100 energy cubes in the box. This was a serious matter. Xia Mu was afraid that it would get an upset stomach, so he quickly stopped it from extending its little hand. No. Although energy cubes are delicious and can quickly restore physical strength, eating too much will cause a burden on the body. You are a legendary Pokémon, so I let you eat so much, generally speaking, no more than 10 cubes a day. Xia Mu said. Xia Mu closed the lid of the box with a serious look on his face. Menghuan had no choice but to retract his claws and put one of his claws in his mouth with a wronged look, as if he had been bullied. Xia Mu was speechless for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This is the last one, if you want to eat more, you have to wait until tomorrow. Xia Mu took out another one from the box and handed it to it. Menghuan is very happy. The temptation of food is a sure kill for it. At this time, the intimacy index between Xia Mu and it has reached 66 points. At the beginning, there were only 20 points, and after this wave of operations, it increased to 46 points, almost all of which were brought by the energy blocks. Even if the level of intimacy is just average and trust is just beginning to be built, it's a good start and the foundation has been laid. Do we still need to worry in the future? At least, Xia Mu felt that Menghuan would not leave suddenly. Speaking of which, I've been getting along well with Menghuan recently. After all, it's time to meet Mewtwo in 8 days. He only needs to intentionally or unintentionally reveal some information to Mew to let it know that he knows where Mewtwo is, so that it will be less likely to run around and disappear. As for using the Master Ball to capture Mew, the thought popped into my mind for a moment. He is not afraid that the Master Ball does not have this ability, but he is afraid that as soon as he takes out the Master Ball, Mew will sense it in advance and disappear. Are legendary Pokémon so easy to catch? This is not a game world. You can start a war when you meet someone, and you can catch them as soon as the war starts. Of course, there is no need to mention the shame of a certain divine beast. Although Xia Mu also wants it. The Suicune in the early stage is the real Suicune. Regarding Growlithe, because the breeding habit has been fixed from a long time ago to the present, I never thought that starting from the 8th generation, including the 9th generation Juicy, Growlithe can learn all the skills no matter how many levels it evolves. But since it has been set up like this, let's continue with the original early settings. Besides, the real world is different from the game, so many settings need to be changed. Another point is that the same Pokémon of the same level cannot learn exactly the same skills, reflecting that each one is different. Chapter 24. Cuteness is indeed lethal, but it will not cause lasting harm to Xia Mu. After putting away the energy cube, Xia Mu started to get busy. As he expected, Mew did not leave, but played with his Pokémon and some wild Pokémon. In fact, if some special Pokémon were attracted, Xia Mu would have the idea of capturing them. For example, the grass-type garlic toad, the water-type water turtle. Unfortunately, these are just some common ones. But to put it bluntly, Xia Mu was just thinking about it. If Bulbasaur or Squirtle really appeared, he might not be able to capture them. What happened to the Yuuzhan family? Unless it's his own son. As a time traveler, who doesn't want to raise a fire-breathing dragon? Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Mu cleaned up all the debris and garbage and put them into the storage space. These garbage will not be thrown into the wild casually, as this will cause damage to the natural world. If non-corrosive things are eaten by wild Pokémon, it may cause their death. Protecting nature is a habit we have maintained throughout our past and present lives. If you can, just take it back to Yuandao City and throw it in the trash. Okay, Growlithe, Lucario, Beedrill, and Gyarados, it's time to rest enough, it's time for the afternoon battle to begin. Xia Mu came to the lakeside and said to the four little ones. Even though Huan is here, it does not affect him from leveling up with the four little ones. You know, one afternoon is enough for the four little ones to increase their levels by 2 levels or even more. It's hard to say about Grow Live, after all, Xia Mu is not sure about the experience points required after level 40. But Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill are definitely possible. Mio, fight? Why do we have to fight? Fighting is not fun at all. Dreamy words echoed in my mind. Xia Mu had already guessed what Mew would say, and said bluntly, of course it's to become stronger. If you are not strong enough, you can't even protect yourself, let alone protect other weak ones. Moreover, in a few days we need to go to the new island to face a very powerful opponent. That person claims to be the strongest Pokémon trainer. I didn't directly say it was Mewtwo because even after receiving the invitation, the other party didn't say the name. He is a time traveler, so he knows about the existence of Mewtwo, but if he is not a time traveler, this is all he would know. When Menghuan heard this, she tilted her head and looked at Xia Mu. Mio. You reminded me of the human I met a long time ago. He also said the same thing to me. In that case, Meng will go and play by himself. Menghuan's words made Xia Mu curious about who that person was. Similarly, I didn't know how to keep him for a while. It had thought that Menghuan would hate fighting, so it argued with him, but it didn't expect that he would just not care so easily. As a legendary Pokémon, I actually wanted to capture you, but I know that it is absolutely impossible to capture you with my current abilities. I will be practicing here for the next few days. If you want to eat delicious food, you can come over at mealtime. In fact, if you are willing to help me, I can give you more delicious food. Xia Mu started to set a trap. If you can't conquer fantasy, then you can only play the long game and catch the big fish. If Menghuan wanted to leave, he couldn't stop her, otherwise she would definitely not approach him again. There is a saying that goes, you can't ask for anything without encountering it, and now Xia Mu has to be like this for Menghuan. If Mew really left and never came back, he could only look for another opportunity to tempt her again. Besides, this time Mew gave him a cheat and helped Riolu evolve. He can't be ungrateful and do something bad. More delicious food? What does the dream want to help you do? Fantasy obviously couldn't resist the attraction of delicious food. Xia Mu nodded quickly. If you can accompany me for a while and help me face the so-called strongest Pokémon, I will take you to eat all kinds of delicious food, and I guarantee that they are all things you have never eaten before. How about it? When it comes to eating, Xia Mu, having lived 2 lives, knows more about it than the people in this world. When Menghuan heard this, he looked hesitant. It does not want to be exploited, nor does it want to participate in human struggles. Xia Mu saw that it was in a dilemma and its little head must be burning with fever, so he said. Don't worry about answering, we are not leaving right away anyway, it doesn't matter if you don't want to go by then, anyway, I will bring you a lot of delicious food in the next few days. After saying this, Xia Mu got a dreamy nod in response. After that, the little guy disappeared in a flash. The agreement has been made, and Xia Mu feels that if nothing unexpected happens, Menghuan will definitely approach him again. Given enough time, when the intimacy exceeds 100 points, it will be a further step in the relationship. Once the intimacy between people and Pokémon exceeds 200 points, even if they don't capture the Pokémon, they will become very close, and even to the point of following each other until death. After seeing off Huan, Xia Mu led the 4 little ones deep into the dense forest. Unlike the fixed point harvesting in the morning, Xia Mu knew the exact locations of those high-level Pokémon. I have already brushed it once in the morning, so it is impossible to brush it again in the afternoon. He needs to have a buffer day or 2 at least to refresh himself, otherwise the wild Pokémon in the forest will dream of him and run away as if they were the plague. In the afternoon, Xia Mu took the 4 little ones to explore areas they had never been to. It took 3 or 4 hours, until evening, and we defeated quite a few wild Pokémon. However, most of their levels are between 20 and 30, with few above 30. As for those below level 20, they have been excluded from the target range. Compared with the gains in the morning, although the experience gained in the afternoon was also considerable, the levels of the 4 little ones did not improve much. Growlithe only barely reached level 1, and although Lucario was at level 2, it was still barely enough. Gyarados and Beedrill are both level 2, and it shouldn't take long for them to be upgraded to level 1, but Xia Mu looked at the time and had no plans to continue. All the wild Pokémon in this area have been wiped out, and those low-level wild Pokémon have already hidden themselves because they were frightened. For Xia Mu, after today, starting tomorrow, it will probably be more difficult to level up. It's not that there are fewer wild Pokémon, but that the levels of the 4 little ones are getting higher and higher, and the experience points gained have always been the same, so upgrading is naturally becoming more and more difficult. In fact, you can go to other places to have a look. Maybe there are higher-level wild Pokémon that can be harvested on Round Island. But he had made an agreement with Menghuan before, and he couldn't change the place casually, otherwise he would be breaking his promise. Chapter 25. After returning to the Crescent Lake, Xia Mu waited until after 6 o'clock, but did not see Menghuan again. I thought that my temptation would work and the dream would reappear. The result was indeed disappointing. I was too confident. The legendary Pokémon, as the first mythical beast in the history of games, is so incredible in this world. After all, food can indeed increase the intimacy between him and Menghuan, but no matter how high the intimacy is, it does not mean that Menghuan can develop irreplaceable feelings for him. I was confused by the numbers. It is true that the cheat code simulator provides accurate values to distinguish various levels, but this is only a visual standard and does not represent an absolute standard. After all, this is not the gaming world, where everything is about data. Just like in the game, no matter how many mythical beasts you capture, it won't affect anything. In fact, the game is set up to allow players to capture mythical beasts. But in this real world, once those specific divine beasts with divine powers are captured, even if they are successful, it will probably cause great changes in heaven and earth. Just as described in the plot of the movie, anyone who attempts to get his hands on God's power will eventually suffer backlash. Let's go, it looks like he won't be coming. Xia Mu left a dreamy exclusive energy block on the wooden stake by the river. There is still most of the food left in the box. There is no point in keeping it, so it is better to leave it here. If Menghuan comes back, he can take it and eat it himself, and it won't be considered a breach of agreement. As for whether it would be eaten by other Pokémon, Xia Mu didn't care. Before leaving, he also fed some food to some wild Pokémon by the river and mentioned it to them. It's like having them act as guards. By the time we got back to Yuandao City, it was already past 7 o'clock and it was getting dark. Xia Mu first took out the day's garbage from the storage space and threw it into the trash can, and then headed towards the friendly store in Yuandao City. Xia Mu made a fortune from selling comet fragments yesterday morning. He plans to do as his father said and sell more before things get out of hand. Anyway, the identity has been revealed, so it doesn't matter if I sell so many or I sell a few more. Although Katsasuk was an official member of the Alliance, he had no right to ask him where all the comet fragments came from. In fact, it was also thanks to my proactive confession that I received advice from my father Xia He. Last night, Xia Mu took the initiative to talk about this matter. Based on his parents' reactions at the time, Xia Mu knew that Drnei Mu had told them about his sale of comet fragments. It's just that they believed him and didn't ask for the details. Xia Mu's explanation was that he was training Growlithe and Riolu in the forest when he accidentally came across some wild Pokémon playing with comet fragments, and then he found these while searching. At the same time, in order to reassure Xia He and Mu Xiuli, Xia Mu bought some comet fragments from the system store as proof. What this means is that he knew how valuable the comet fragments were, and only sold some of them, not all of them. Xia He attaches great importance to comet fragments. After all, this kind of thing is hard to come by, but now his son just took it out, and there were so many of them, it felt like a dream to him. Their family is rich, and they can at least easily come up with hundreds of millions of Alliance coins in liquid funds. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, how could they remain calm? Xia He's original worry was that Xia Mu would be cheated by the Alliance store. After learning the whole story, he felt relieved. At least his son was not as simple-minded as he thought. On the contrary, he had some business acumen and ideas. In response to Xia He's question, since you knew that the comet fragments could be sold for so many Alliance coins, why did you only sell them for 6? Xia Mu's answer was, if you sell too much at once, you will inevitably get into trouble. Xia He agreed with Xia Mu's idea. At least Xia Mu was very thoughtful and knew how to restrain himself, and was not blinded by interests. But his opinion is different. After all, he has been in the business world for so many years, and his level of experience is far beyond that of Xia Mu, who has lived 2 lives. Xia Mu is blessed with the identity of a time traveler, and he knows more because of the knowledge from his previous life. Compared to Xia He, his intelligence is just a little clever. After Xia He's detailed explanation and analysis, Xia Mu realized deeply that his ideas were too simple. In Xia He's words, since they have chosen to sell the comet fragments, there is no need to think too much about it, after all, it has already been done. Even if he gets into trouble, as long as his things are not stolen or robbed, they are protected by the official laws of the League. In a nutshell, it was fortunate that Xia Mu sold it to an Alliance-friendly store, otherwise it might have really gotten into trouble. Comet fragments are precious, and the Alliance officials have been using them to study the outer space beyond the planet, so private groups are almost strictly prohibited from purchasing them for special research. After all, comet fragments are ownerless objects that come from outer space and fall on Earth. However, it has extremely high research value and unknown power, so in order to avoid uncontrollable events, the Alliance directly bought it back at a high price. This situation is actually similar to when Xia Mu picked up a meteorite in his previous life. However, there are still some big differences between the previous world and this world. After in-depth communication with Xia Mu had a deeper understanding of the official league in the Pokémon world. The final conclusion is that since 6 pieces of comet fragments have been sold to the official alliance, and the official alliance knows that the comet fragments came from his hands, there is no need to hide them anymore, and they plan to sell the rest to other forces. Although you might get more money, if you get caught, it would be a crime. As for collection, just keep 2 pieces. Contacted Katsuki. Xia Mu discussed it with him. After yesterday and today, Katsuki had obviously investigated Xia Mu's basic information clearly. Although it was not said clearly, Xia Mu could feel it. It should be said that the Pokémon world is indeed the utopia in Xia Mu's mind in his previous life, but this utopia also has cruel rules. Xia Mu didn't intend to delve into it further. After all, as long as it was beneficial to him, he would accept it. What shocked Xia Mu was that he learned from Katsuki that his father had already greeted the top leaders of the alliance. I always feel that there is a sense of leniency given for confessing. Xia Mu also realized more clearly that his father was indeed extraordinary, and even the top leaders of the alliance knew him. The original body was really born with a golden key in his mouth without knowing it, and just thought he was an ordinary rich second generation. In short, the transaction process of the 13 comet fragments went smoothly, and Xia Mu once again received 7,800 million alliance coins. Chapter 26. Because of this wave of sales, his own small treasury successfully exceeded 100 million. But people will never be satisfied, and Xia Mu is the same. Simply put, it will be unrealistic to make quick money through this model in the future. He has to find a legitimate way to make money instead of relying on being a middleman to earn the difference. Xia Mu needs more money, not only for himself, but also so that he can train his Pokémon faster in the future. Leaving the friendly shop on the way home, Xia Mu was actually a little worried about his situation, because after this incident, Xia Mu was worried that his money would be monitored by the alliance officials. How will he explain himself once he is investigated in depth? Where did the money go? After all, purchasing items in the system store can be explained if the amount is small, but what about a large amount? It's very frustrating. The cheating simulator has no communication function, so he has to try to explore and discover it by himself. In fact, Xia Mu has studied the functions of the cheating simulator very thoroughly, but he has never thought about understanding some obscure information in depth before. Because of this in-depth exploration, Xia Mu triggered the protection information panel of the Golden Finger simulator after constant exploration. After taking a look, Xia Mu finally felt relieved. According to the settings of the cheat code simulator, purchases made in the system store are subject to special protection. Not only will it not arouse people's suspicion, even if it is deliberately investigated, it will be defined as normal consumption. With the god-level protection and the power of rules, Xia Mu can boldly make subsequent purchases. When I got home, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Mu Xiuli has not rested yet, waiting for Xia Mu to come back. Before, when he was at the friendly store, Xia Mu received a call. He just said a few words to Mu Xiuli and then hung up. After having a simple meal, Xia Mu, under the guidance of Mu Xiuli, visited the renovated courtyard. It's shocking that in just one day, the front yard and the backyard have undergone tremendous changes. Especially the backyard. Although it was less than half completed, the river channel had been dug out. And a large pool had also been dug out in the center of the courtyard. Not to mention providing a place for the red Gyarados to survive, even if there were another 10 or 20, it would be more than enough. With such a large space, Xia Mu's future Pokémon will no longer have to stay in the Pokeball for a long time. Let Growlithe, Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill move freely. Mu Xiu was surprised to see Lucario and Beedrill. The day before, the golden Magikarp evolved into a Red Gyarados, which made her feel that her son was a genius among geniuses, as he evolved the Magikarp in just one day. As a former Pokémon trainer, Kitsuri naturally knew how difficult it was to evolve Magikarp. Today, Riolu also evolved into Lucario, and also Beedrill. In a sense, it has been proven that his son really has a talent for cultivating Pokémon. Moreover, his son finally captured his first Pokémon in the wild with his own strength. She gave Growlithe a gift, Riolu came to her door on his own, and Magikarp was given by Xia Mu's father Xia He. Even though the one captured was a very common Beedrill, it was still a good start. One day, a big change. If Mu Xiu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. Looking back now, she feels that the past 10 days or so have been like a dream. There is a world of difference between my son before and after he fell into the water. Late at night, Xia Mu finally coaxed his mother to sleep, and he further distributed effort points to Beedrill. First clean it with berries, then use the ability enhancer and ability feathers. 51 alliance coins is just a drop in the bucket for Xia Mu right now. Looking at the account balance of 1 alliance coins, this was something I wouldn't even dare to think about before I traveled through time. Beedrill's effort value: physical strength 0 inch, physical attack 252, physical defense 0, special attack 0, special defense 6, speed 252. Full physical attack, full speed. As of now, Beedrill is already quite powerful, with unmatched speed. Even when facing Red Gyarados and Lucario one-on-one, it can still take the initiative. Unfortunately, even with the help of the sniper's characteristics, the damage to the vital points can be increased, but it is still impossible to kill instantly. One is that the level is not high enough and the physical attack is insufficient, and the other is that the attributes are not restrained and the damage cannot be stacked. To be precise, the current Beedrill will never lose to a Pokémon of the same level in a one-on-one fight, and can even unilaterally defeat most ordinary Pokémon. However, if you encounter a character with a high racial value and suppressed attributes, and you are unable to end the battle quickly at the beginning, you will be quickly suppressed by the enemy. Especially when encountering a fire-type Pokémon like Growlithe, or a flying-type Pokémon. Still needs to Mega Evolve. After much deliberation, Xia Mu directly purchased the Beedrill's Mega Evolution Stone and Evolution Key from the system store. Very expensive. The Mega Evolution Stone of Beedrill costs 500 million Alliance coins, while the Evolution Key of the regular version costs 100 million Alliance coins. The normal version of the Evolution Key. That's right, there are 2 versions of Evolution Keys in the system store. Ordinary ones can only correspond to a single Mega Evolution Stone, and after use they cannot be bound to other Mega Evolution Stones. The advanced one is the Universal Evolution Key, which costs as much as 1 million Alliance coins, which is prohibitive. According to the explanation, as long as you have this Universal Evolution Key, you can Mega Evolve Pokémon wearing different Mega Evolution Stones without limit. It's very tempting, but too expensive. 1 million Alliance coins can buy 100 ordinary Evolution Keys. As far as Xia Mu knows, there seem to be only a few dozen Pokémon that can undergo Mega Evolution, and of course they have different forms, but as long as he flexibly uses the function of the storage space, he can replace the Evolution Key at any time, and there is no need for a Master Key at all. The system is trying to cheat you out of money. Xia Mu always feels this way. Not to mention the Universal Evolution Key. There is another point worth exploring, that is, in order to carry out Mega Evolution, in addition to the Super Evolution Stone and Evolution Key, one condition must be met. Mega Evolution is limited by intimacy. Only when the intimacy reaches 200 points or more can it be triggered with the help of Super Evolution Stones and Keys. Therefore, Xia Mu is unable to evolve Beedrill now, because Beedrill's intimacy with him is only a pitiful 75 points, not even 100 points. But this is also a good thing to be thankful for. 200 points of intimacy is difficult to cultivate. But Xia Mu has already achieved the required intimacy with Growlithe and Lucario. Xia Mu also bought Lucario's Mega Evolution Stone and Evolution Key without hesitation, also spending 600 million Alliance coins. The balance digit, which was originally over 100 million, was reduced by 1 digit. Chapter 27. Lucario, are you ready? Embrace the new transformation. Luca, yes, Natsuki-sama. Holding the Evolution Key, Xia Mu looked at Lucario who was wearing the Mega Evolution Stone. The telepathic connection blessed by the power of waves allows Lucario to know what his master is going to do. This is magical for Lucario, after all, it is another evolution. For the Growlithe, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados here, they are all very curious about what the evolution that their master is talking about is like. As Xia Mu's Pokémon, they know that their master is very amazing and seems to be able to do many unexpected things. This is especially true for Beedrill, because it also got the Mega Evolution Stone from Natsuki. Although it didn't know how to use it, it was subconsciously excited. After all, just now, its strength was far less powerful than it is now, but after drinking the delicious drink that Xia Mu brought out, some of its abilities were greatly improved. I seem to have endless energy, and my speed seemed to have transformed all of a sudden. It's not a sudden outburst. This kind of strengthening is just like the feedback from one's hard work in cultivation. It's like a big dream and a special training with extreme effort. This also made him subconsciously realize that he must work harder to train his physical attack and speed in the future. Only in this way can he become stronger and stronger. Now, another means of strengthening has come to it. How can we not be excited? The three little ones didn't say anything. They just watched Xia Mu and Lucario quietly as bystanders. Come on. This is the first Mega Evolution. Holding the evolution key in his hand, Xia Mu gave an order and the key suddenly burst into brilliant colorful light. It has a special connection with the Mega Evolution stone worn by Lucario. Attracted by some force, the light of the evolution key and the Mega Evolution stone intertwined and merged, and finally entangled together, enveloping Lucario's body. Mega Evolution went very smoothly. When the light faded from Lucario's body, a unique symbol of Mega Evolution appeared for a moment. This means evolution has succeeded. Super Lucario. In terms of appearance, its hands and feet turned blood red, many black stripes appeared on the surface of its body, its skin color and hair became darker and thicker. And sharp spikes grew on the backs of its hands and feet. In short, it was more majestic than before the evolution, and its aura was far beyond what it could be before the evolution. Finally, in terms of body shape, he is not only taller but also more muscular, and his whole body is filled with extreme explosive power. Because of the Mega Evolution, Xia Mu could feel that Mega Lucario's waveguide had expanded to the extreme. That powerful wave energy seems to be the source of Mega Lucario's powerful strength. Moreover, his waveguide and Mega Lucario's waveguide were connected, as if they were complementing each other in some way, and he became stronger in a sense. This feeling is really amazing. If my waveguide is strong enough, can I also use the waveguide attack like the waveguide missile? Xia Mu thought secretly in his heart. In the original work, some special abilities can be materialized, but the modes of use are different. With this idea buried deep in his heart, Xia Mu thought that he could give it a try later when he had a powerful enough waveguide. Then, Xia Mu came back to his senses and called up the attribute panel of Mega Lucario at that time. Xia Mu's main focus is on the characteristics. Sure enough, after evolution, nothing else will change. The biggest change is that the characteristic changes from a sense of justice to adaptability. Under this feature, the power of moves with the same attributes as your own will be greatly increased. It's the same as the change in characteristics after Beedrill evolves into Mega Beedrill. Lucalucaror, Master Natsuki, have I really evolved again? I feel like I've become so powerful now. Mega Lucario said to Xia Mu. He was also trying his best to show off himself, and he was very excited. Today during the day, with the help of the power of the Dream Awakening Wave, I was able to increase my intimacy and complete the evolution. It Mega evolved again at night, and Mega Lucario did become a little bloated. Well, this is Mega Evolution, or it can also be called Super Evolution. Because we are in tune with each other enough. We can use the Evolution Stone and Evolution Key to complete this special evolution and improve our strength in a short period of time. Xia Mu explained. The three little ones gathered around with light in their eyes. Desire, urgency, excitement. Especially the Beedrill that has obtained the Mega Evolution Stone. Growlithe and Red Gyarados want it, but they can only hope. The reason why Xia Mu did not directly purchase the Mega Evolution Stone of Red Gyarados was also because he took into consideration Growlithe's psychology. Right now, only Growlithe has not evolved yet, and Arcanine does not have a Mega Evolution Stone. After knowing that everyone can evolve except himself, Growlithe must be sad. As Pokémon that want to become stronger, Natsuki's Griffin, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados are all eager to evolve and become stronger. Unlike the problem children that Xiaoji captured in the original work, none of them evolved. It's nonsense to say that you can become stronger without evolving. Indeed, in the animation, Ash's Pokémon all defeated some of the final evolved Pokémon with their initial forms, but most of that was just a trick. Take the starter Pokémon at the beginning for example. If Squirtle and Bulbasaur both evolved into Blastoise and Venusaur, then Ash's strength would be far more than what he described in the original story. It was not impossible for them to make it to the top 4 in the Quartz Conference, or even win the championship, but unfortunately a Charizard could have killed its way through the entire venue, but the Charizard refused to obey. Ultimately, it has something to do with the childish way that Xiaoji was raised at that time. Saying that you respect your Pokémon actually means that you don't know how to guide them, they are too submissive and don't want to change, and you emphasize your own characteristics as a trainer. This is a wrong start. As time went on, all kinds of strange things started to happen, such as casually giving away one's Pokémon to others. To put it bluntly, a good hand was played badly. No matter who you replace him with, it won't be so bad. Of course, among the unevolved problem children, Pikachu is an exception. With the cheats and being the protagonist, it is definitely different. In real-world terms, it means great luck. When you are strong, you are strong. When you are weak, you are weak. When he was strong, he could even beat Arceus without giving him face. When he was weak, he couldn't even beat the newbie Serpentine and was unilaterally ravaged. Mental retardation also became a popular code name from that time on. The evaluation of Xiaoji emerged in my mind. At the beginning, he was just childish wisdom, and at worst, he was just stupid wisdom. Later, he finally achieved the title of wise with his strong performance as ninja, but a sudden change in style made him return to being childish. All in all, even though Xiaoji finally became the champion thanks to the Pokémon World Championship. But in Xia Mu's opinion, this was undoubtedly full of water, and was forced up by a group of champions. Xia Mu is very familiar with the plot of the original animation. Although many plots have been forgotten due to time, as long as he comes into contact with certain familiar things in his subconscious mind, it will still awaken some long-lost memories. Chapter 28. Commanding Mega Lucario to display its speed and power in the courtyard and truly assessing its strength, Xia Mu had a clear understanding. The racial value increased from 525 to 625, and the gap is indeed very large. Even though the improvement in speed is not as outstanding as that in physical attack and special attack, it is still a significant improvement. In general, based on the current strength of Mega Lucario, it can easily defeat a level 41 Growlithe. Even if the steel attribute is restrained by the fire attribute of Kartiri, the result will not change. With Super Blessing, you can kill even if you have the same level as the opponent with opposite attributes. Unless, they are subject to high-level oppression or high racial oppression. If it is a level 41 Arcanine, it will not be so easy for Mega Lucario to win. Xia Mu made a preliminary calculation and estimated that this span of improvement should be between level 5 and level 10. In other words, after Mega Evolution, a level 36 Lucario's strength is at least comparable to that of a level 41 Arcanine, or even above level 41. If you are facing some ordinary Pokémon, coupled with the suppression of attributes, it is not a problem to defeat those above level 46 or even level 50. Okay, undo the Mega Evolution, Lucario. After understanding the situation, Xia Mu allowed Mega Lucario to cancel this state. To exit from this state, Xia Mu can just cut it off unilaterally. Although Mega Evolution is achieved with the help of Super Evolution Stones and Evolution Keys, after experiencing it personally, Xia Mu roughly understood that this is Bond Evolution. It's just different from the Bond Evolution between Satoshi and Greninja in the original work. All in all, it is a cheat that belongs only to Xiaoji, otherwise it would not be engraved with the title of exclusive version. The evolution was cancelled and Mega Lucario turned back into Lucario. This kind of evolution is not permanent, Lucario understood, and so did Griffin, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados. But even so, it is also a means of becoming stronger, and they all want to have it. In response to this, Xia Mu said that he currently only has the Mega Evolution Stones of Lucario and Beedrill. I will find the Mega Evolution Stones of Red Gyarados and Windy Hound later, which will give Growlithe some hope. As for the Red Gyarados, we'll find another chance later. At least it has Griffin with it so it can't Mega Evolve. Even if it wants to, it won't have any negative feelings. Then, to Beedrill who possessed the Mega Evolution Stone, Xia Mu's answer was that it would be fine once they had a mutual understanding of each other. This also leaves a suspense for Beedrill, to see whether the intimacy with it will increase rapidly in the next period of time. That night, Xia Mu was busy with various plans and stayed up very late before falling asleep. It was not until the next morning that Xia Mu was awakened by a ringing phone. He checked the time and saw it was not yet 7:30. Then he looked at the person who called him and saw it was Dr. Ichiki. After some communication, Xia Mu learned the purpose of Dr. Nei Mu's call. After the encounter the day before yesterday, Dr. Ichiki collected information about Riolu. He didn't contact him yesterday because he had something to do, but he finally squeezed out some time today, so he wanted to take advantage of the free time in the morning to do more research on Riolu. Of course, this was said very tactfully, because if Xiamuru didn't have time, she couldn't force him. And as Natsuki is Riolu's trainer, if she wants to do research, she must get Natsuki's consent. Xia Mu did not refuse. After all, Dr. Nei Mu had helped him in a certain sense, and there might be many things in the future that would require her help, so he agreed. After all, these Pokémon researchers study Pokémon, which means collecting data and making new discoveries, which generally does not endanger the safety of Pokémon. But there are some things that need to be said in advance, and Naki is also told that Riolu has now evolved into Lucario. Although it evolved from Riolu, Lucario is no longer Riolu after all. Xia Mu didn't expect that as soon as he mentioned Riolu's evolution, Nei Mu became even more eager to come over and study it. So it became that Xia Mu waited for Nei Mu to come to the house, instead of Xia Mu taking Lucario to the Pokémon Research Institute in Round Island City. After agreeing on a time, Xia Mu quickly got up and washed. Then he went downstairs and found his mother Mu Shioli. After a simple breakfast, Xia Mu mentioned that Professor Ichiki was coming to study Lucario. As expected, judging from my mother's reaction, she has a close relationship with Nakamura. There may be some age difference, but the relationship between the two should be not much different from that of best friends. After chatting with his mother for a while, he talked about some things about his father in Hoenn. After learning that everything was going well, Xia Mu decided to go to the backyard to see the four little ones. Last night, out of novelty, the four little ones all stayed in the backyard. Coincidentally, the construction workers arrived at this time, ready to continue the work that was not completed yesterday. Xia Mu took the initiative to lead them into the backyard and took a look at the design drawings given to them by Mu Shioli. I have to say that my mother has really thought it through. She wants to turn this place into her own small wilderness area. Xia Mu took them to the backyard and saw how they renovated the yard. There are 6 people in total, with clear division of labor and everything is in order. The armed strength under their command, Hao Li, was responsible for building walls, fences, and planting trees. Fisthull and Rumblestone are responsible for doing the heavy work, helping with carrying, and sorting out the messy rubble and useless waste in the yard. Gophers, 3 gophers work with trumpet sprouts and vine monsters to take care of lawns, cultivate land, dig small rivers, etc. The backyard is large and spacious, and it would be impossible for it to become noisy without dozens or hundreds of Pokémon. Now that the engineering team has started working, there is a sense of urgency. Xia Mu and the 4 little ones were stunned. It's simple, it's just too efficient. Originally, Xia Mu thought that such a huge project would take at least a week even if he finished it quickly. Now, after recalculating, he realized that even if it couldn't be completed today, another day tomorrow would be enough. According to the leader, we will try to complete all the renovation work before evening today. More than half an hour passed and Xia Mu was still in shock. It wasn't until Dr. Ichiki arrived that Xia Mu's attention was diverted. After greeting Dr. Nemu, Mu Shioli temporarily handed over the task of reception to Xia Mu and left in a hurry. He said he had to go to the company and would be back soon. Xia Mu and Nemu had little to say to each other and could only have some simple discussions and exchanges on Pokémon knowledge. Nemu wasn't one to procrastinate, so he immediately started collecting information about Lucario. Xia Mu had already given Lucario a heads up just now, so Lucario was quite cooperative. Cooperate sooner and finish the job sooner. However, he was just gathering information about Lucario, but when Naki saw Natsuki's red Gyarados, he became even more excited. Shiny Pokémon are extremely rare, let alone a Pokémon like Gyarados that has a bad reputation and is not very common. Xia Mu was overwhelmed. He really didn't expect that Pokémon research would be so complicated and troublesome. I thought it was just basic information collection, but I didn't expect it would involve all kinds of details. During the research process, Naki also contacted many well-known Pokémon doctors to share information. Among them is Professor Oki, the most famous person in the Kanto area. Chapter 29. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Mom came back on time before noon, otherwise Xia Mu would be very troubled. After all, my mother is very familiar with Ichiki, and in the end, he only knows some information about Ichiki's original work. Apart from some Pokémon knowledge, Xia Mu had nothing else to communicate with Nakamura. When it comes down to it, it would be awkward to be around Naki. After all, I have lived 2 lives and I am not really 18 years old. Although Naki is much older than him, he exudes maturity. Not to mention her appearance, her figure is really amazing. Xia Mu would indeed be attracted and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. As a normal man, my love for beauty is naturally the same as that of most men. With his mother's intervention, Xia Mu felt much more relaxed. At least he could divert his attention and he didn't have to face Nemu alone. After completing the preliminary research, Uchiki had lunch at Kitadari's home at her invitation. During this time, Xia Mu did not speak and deliberately restrained his eyes from looking at the white and plump thing. In fact, she was somewhat worried, and wondered if Namu had noticed the way he secretly looked at her before. After dinner, Naki and Kidori chatted while drinking tea. Xia Mu did not participate. He went to the backyard to feed his own Pokémon and also gave some food to the Pokémon of the engineering team. It was not until 12:30 that Nemu said goodbye and left. After she left, Xia Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Young people are full of vigor and cannot resist temptation. If we were to be alone together like this for a few more times, no matter how hard I try to control myself, I would still have distracting thoughts. Alas, after being with Nemu for so many years, this time she is really going to leave Yuandao for a long time. Suddenly, Xia Mu was stunned by the words in Mu's show. Is Dr. Uchihata going to leave the Pokémon Research Institute in Round Island City? Xia Mu asked curiously. Now thinking about the original plot, it is true that in less than 2 months, the court's conference will come to an end, and Xiaoji and his friends will soon embark on a new journey, because the GS Ball will go to the Orange Islands and participate in the Orange Islands Winners' Cup competition. In fact, in recent months, Xia Mu has been traveling back and forth between Round Island and Orange Islands. This time, the Pokemon Doctor of Digon Island was transferred by the Alliance due to job changes, and she was officially appointed as the resident doctor there. Come to think of it, Ochikomoto is from Digon Island in the Orange Islands. Her dream has always been to contribute to her hometown. The words in Mu Xiao made Xia Mu understand more of the inside story. So that's how it is. No wonder Naki works here on Yuandao. It seems that Nai Mu has been running between the two places, and has the intention to actually return to the Orange Islands to do research. The point where he crossed over happened to be stuck at this time. Seeing the sadness in Mu Xiao, Xia Mu spoke to ease the atmosphere and said, "Everyone has their own path to take. Since Drnei Mu dreams of returning to the Orange Islands to develop, she naturally has her own plans. Mom, you don't have to be sad. Anyway, if you miss this good friend, you can just go there. I heard that Digon Island is a holiday resort." My son can say such a big truth. It seems that your recent experience has really made you grow a lot. Xia Mu felt uneasy when he was looked at, and cold sweat ran down his cheeks. I am already 18 years old, I know everything I should know, but I just didn't express it before. After that, Xia Mu changed the subject. After Dr. Ichiki left, there is no one in charge of our Yuandao City Research Institute. Or do we have other senior researchers in Yuandao City besides Dr. Ichiki? Mu Xiao had a thoughtful expression on his face, and said uncertainly. I heard your father mention it last time. It seems that there is a Pokemon doctor named Mulan who will come to study Pokemon in the Kanto region temporarily, and she happened to be arranged in our Yuandao City. Dr. Mulan. Xia Mu kept searching for memories in his mind. Soon, a figure appeared in my mind. Mulan, isn't this the old lady doctor from the Galar region? As the first person to study Dynamax, in the original work, she used the wishing star to attract Galar particles, and based on their absorption properties, she developed the Dynamax bracelet, thus achieving the gigantic size of Pokemon. Although we don't know what stage the plot there has reached, but according to Xia Mu's guess, the Galar region is now in a stage of internal strife, and Dynamax is beginning to prevail there, but it has not yet been known to the world. Just like Mega Evolution, it is currently being studied intensively in the Kalos region, but no news of it has spread yet. Calculating the time, given that Satoshi has just participated in the Quartz League conference, the Galar animation plot that he knows will not unfold in at least 3 or 4 years. No more, no less, statistics are collected based on half a year in each region. Kanto, Orange Islands, Chengdu, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola. After going through these 8 regions, it is the Galar region. As for the Paidia region, let's not talk about it. So, now dear Mulan comes to the Kanto region to do research, probably to avoid some trouble, right? Speaking of which, the reason why Xia Mu knows dear Mulan so well is because of Sonia. Whether it is playing games or Sonia in the animation, she has always been Xia Mu's favorite. Lively and mature, rational but not rigid, with a beautiful face and a well-proportioned figure, especially those big kiss-me eyes, she is almost impeccable. I just don't know how the relationship between Sonia and Dante has developed in the real world. After all, the animation provides very little information, giving the audience more room for imagination. As for Sonia in the game, although she and Dante are childhood sweethearts, apart from some plot requirements, there is no extra dialogue between the two sides. What's wrong? Do you know this, dear Mulan? Upon hearing this, Xia Mu suddenly came to his senses and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. He was overthinking it. Even if he traveled to the Pokemon world, even if he and Dondi were just good friends, so what? He had no chance to get in touch with him, let alone pursue him. Thinking back, Xia Mu responded casually, I seem to have heard of it before, but I don't know him, but it shouldn't have anything to do with us, right? By changing the subject, Xia Mu was also hiding his inner feelings. Now that you mention it, there is some connection. After all, our family has also invested in the Pokemon Research Institute in Yuandao City in a sense. With Mu Xiuli's explanation, Xia Mu learned some things he didn't know before. It turns out that even the Pokemon Research Institute in Round Island City has its own copy. No wonder his dad has connections with the league's top brass. Suddenly, Xia Mu had the thought that he might be able to walk sideways in the future. Chapter 30. After chatting with Mu Xiuli for a while, Xia Mu took the 4 little ones out of the house. I have spent the entire morning cooperating with Nemo on research, so I must speed up the progress in the afternoon to make up for the time lost in the morning. Xia Mu also told Mu Xiuli that he would be back very late in the evening and asked her not to wait for him for dinner. After these few days, Mu Xiuli's worries about Xia Mu became less and less, and now she is completely relieved. After leaving Yuandao City, Xia Mu rode his mountain bike all the way to the Crescent Lake deep in the Yuandao forest. Lucario and Growlithe naturally followed and ran beside him. In a sense, it can be regarded as training their endurance. Even if this amount of exercise is nothing, it is better than some simple warm-up exercises. There is also a Beedrill and a Red Gyarados. Xia Mu still moved along the river, so the Red Gyarados could swim freely in the river. Although Beedrill does not have flying attributes, its flying speed is indeed not slow. Half an hour later, Xia Mu brought the four little ones to the Crescent Lake again. The first thing he did was to look at the energy block left yesterday. After all, it was left for Menghuan. If he was not eaten, Xia Mu would feel uncomfortable. Xia Mu felt a little relieved when he saw that the box was opened and the energy blocks inside had already been eaten. After asking the wild Pokémon nearby and confirming that it was Mew that ate it, Xia Mu smiled knowingly. Although Menghuan was not here, he still had to follow the original agreement and bought another box of energy cubes and placed it here. Then he took out another box containing some dessert dishes. He bought them at a dessert shop before leaving Yuandao City, which cost 200 alliance coins. I have to say, although it is only 200 alliance coins, it is more expensive than a box of energy cubes. Also, to prevent being eaten by other Pokémon, Xia Mu fed food to the wild Pokémon around so that they could watch over this place. Time flies and it's night. In one afternoon, Xia Mu led the four little ones to challenge high-level wild Pokémon in the forest. Of course, it's not just high-level Pokémon that are being hunted, but also Pokémon above level 25 that are being harvested on a large scale. I have to admit, the battles have been a bit fierce these past few days, and many of the Pokémon had actually fought against Natsuki's Pokémon before, so some of them hid when they saw Natsuki approaching. All in all, the harvest was not very good, and the upgrade progress was getting slower and slower. Growlithe only leveled up by 1, and Lucario, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados only leveled up by 2. At night, Xia Mu took the four little ones to rest by the Crescent Lake and cook food. Unfortunately, the dream still did not appear. Originally, Xia Mu was just holding on to a glimmer of pitiful hope, thinking that Menghuan must be hiding and not showing up. As long as he persisted or used some fragrant food, he could lure it out. Reality once again taught him a hard lesson. The most important thing was that the energy blocks and desserts placed when he came were not moved. The wild Pokémon told him that Mew had not appeared again. Either the dream is deliberately avoiding me, or it has really left Round Island. These are two possibilities. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out which one it is. Xia Mu hoped it was the former, perhaps it was a test of him by dream. After all, Menghuan didn't show up yesterday, and when he came back here at noon after a night, the energy cube was indeed eaten. If he came back here tomorrow and the energy cube was eaten again, it would mean that Menghuan didn't leave, but just didn't plan to see him. But if everything remains the same tomorrow, you will have to wait until 7 days later to enter the new island to encounter the dream again. But at that time, I no longer had the same sense of anticipation as when we first met, and instead I felt resentful. We had made an agreement but he left without saying goodbye, which made me feel like I was being tricked. At night, Xia Mu took the four little ones to fight a night battle for the first time. I have to say that the Round Island forest is very eerie at night. From time to time, strange noises can be heard in the forest, as well as the cries of unknown Pokémon, which is quite creepy. Fortunately, the four little ones were all around him, so Xia Mu was not alone and was not really scared. Not to mention, in the forest at night, all the Pokémon, both high-level and low-level, ran out. Xia Mu even encountered many Pokémon over level 45. A level 47 Kairos large armor, a level 47 Parist, a level 46 Alitos, and 3 level 46 Beauties. In addition, especially bug-type Pokémon, there are at least 2 or 3 times more wild Pokémon over level 30 than during the day. I wonder where they hide during the day. It can also be seen from this that the forest at night is indeed dominated by insects. Even though there are quite a few grass-type Pokémon, most of them are in a semi-dormant state. The most fortunate thing was that Xia Mu accidentally entered a valley, where he found a group of slime mantises at around level 40, among which there were actually some insect-type and grass-type Pokémon from other regions, such as Iron Masked Ninja, Electric Firefly, Fizzard Ball, False Mantis, and Blue Mantis. A wave of war is inevitable. Xia Mu and the four little ones barged in rashly, which immediately aroused the hostility of the Scyther group and they were attacked by the group. All of these made Xia Mu feel like he had encountered a large number of single Pokémon in the game. It's a pity that there is no shining Scyther, otherwise Xia Mu would like to capture one. After all, in the game, in the later stages you have to farm for flash, and you'll be surrounded by a large number of Pokémon every day. If a shining one appears, no matter how ugly it is still shining and must be captured. This idea naturally remains unchanged in this world. For example, the shiny Dragonite and the shiny Soliva are indeed ugly, but they are shiny. After a fierce battle, although Xia Mu and the four little ones were in a very bad state, they still won. It must be said that it is fortunate that I have been doing battle with high-level groups recently, otherwise I would have really failed this time. When they left the forest and returned to Round Island City, Growlithe's level had reached 44, Lucario's level was 40, Red Gyarados' level was 38, and Beedrill's level was 38. There really was much more to gain than in one afternoon. But this level of improvement can only be considered average, especially after level 40, each level is a major hurdle. Looking back at the progress made in the past few days, the improvement is visible to the naked eye. In short, starting tomorrow, Xia Mu will have to make other plans. Round Island Forest is no longer the best place to level up, unless you encounter a large wave of Scythers appearing like today. But the probability of this happening is extremely small, and he won't be able to make another attempt tomorrow. The most important thing is that in the next period of time, I am afraid that the wild Pokémon will deliberately hide when they see him because of the huge pressure they have been under recently. Xia Mu would never attack those wild Pokémon at level 10 again. Even if he did, the experience points he gained would not be much. Chapter 31. It was already late, but Xia Mu did not go home. Instead, he came to the Pokémon Center in Round Island City. After a day of fighting, although he used medicine spray to treat the four little ones and used energy blocks to replenish their physical strength, he still had to let Miss Joy check the depth of the Pokémon. This is also what Xia Mu must do every 2 or 3 days. It is equivalent to giving his Pokémon a physical examination to avoid hidden dangers. Under Miss Joy's service, Growlithe, Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill all received the most thorough examinations. All Pokémon are very healthy. Although they have some injuries on their bodies, Pokémon battles are common. These injuries can be fully recovered in a short time with basic treatment. After thanking Miss Joy and Chandler, Xia Mu took his Pokémon home. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Although there are still many shops open on the street, there are not many pedestrians. Apart from some late-night snack shops where there are still many people, there is also a lot of traffic in nightclubs. Xia Mu didn't have the habit of eating midnight snacks, although he was somewhat interested in the midnight snacks in the Pokémon world. As for nightclubs, he had been there in his previous life, but as an ordinary person, he would only rarely invite friends to go there. After all, the cost of going there once was too high. After all, Xia Mu is also very interested in the bars and KTVs in the Pokémon world. I wonder what they are like inside. Is it similar to the previous life? Or is it a different kind of thing? It must be said that he is already 18 years old and an adult, so he is no longer restricted from going to such entertainment venues. Of course, it's just a thought, Xia Mu won't really go. At least not now. Walking on the street, Growlithe and Lucario were by my side. In the silent atmosphere, vehicles would pass by from time to time, which made Xia Mu's mind clear and relaxed for a moment. When he was not far from home, Xia Mu suddenly heard a commotion coming from the arena in the park. It goes without saying that there are trainers battling Pokémon. But, doing Pokémon battles in the middle of the night, do these people really not get any rest or sleep? Come on, Growlithe, Lucario, let's go check it out too. Interested, Xia Mu took the two kids and followed the sound. It wasn't until he walked into the park and came to the Pokémon battle area that Xia Mu saw the situation there. It was more lively than he had imagined. At this point, the families of these children don't care. It should be said that the Pokémon world is the Pokémon world. If this happened in Xia Mu's previous life, the teenager would probably not be able to take care of himself. If he didn't go home at this time, his parents would probably call the police. The children here range from 11 or 12 years old to 15 or 16 years old. When Xia Mu came here, he became the oldest. He approached quietly and came to the outer circle of the crowd. Everyone was watching the Pokémon battle, so no one noticed his arrival at all. The two people fighting on the field were a man and a woman, about 15 years old. The boy used a level 39 Nidoqueen, and the girl used a level 38 Sandslash. This level was beyond Xia Mu's expectations. Xia Mu took the opportunity to observe the Pokémon of the surrounding trainers. Although most of the Pokémon he carried with him were not of high level, only in his early 20s, there were some of high levels. The highest level was a level 46 Ninetales, which was 2 levels higher than his Growlithe. Am I ignorant? So, ordinary trainers can also have high-level Pokémon. Xia Mu suddenly felt that his worldview had been refreshed. In the past, I mostly followed the game's ideas. I thought that the Pokémon possessed by passers-by in the game would not be very good, and their levels would not be very high. For example, after traveling through time, Xia Mu believed that the Pokémon of ordinary trainers were at most level 20 or 30, and those above level 30 were considered very powerful. At least that was what he saw in Round Island City. Coupled with the influence of the game, Xia Mu assumed that anyone above level 40 was already considered an elite in the gym. Above level 50, that is another level, and you are considered a top league champion trainer. Now thinking about it, it seems that I was a little stupid. If someone of a certain age concentrates on training a Pokémon, it should not be impossible to train it to over level 40 or 50. In other words, what happened to the random trainers? In this real world, everyone is his or her own protagonist, and everyone is a living being. Suddenly, a new idea came to Xia Mu's mind. I've been focusing on leveling up wild Pokémon lately, and I really haven't thought about gaining experience by battling trainers' Pokémon. In the past, I thought the quantity was small and it wouldn't make me full, so I ignored it. Now the idea is different. If you can find some trainers of the same level, even if they are of lower level, the experience points gained will definitely be more than those gained from wild Pokémon, and it will have a better effect on the growth of Pokémon. Maybe he really needs to travel early. If you want to find some high-level trainers, those gym trainers are the best choice. Although we don't have much time, isn't there a gym on Honglian Island? As the master of the Honglian Gym, Xia Bo is, in a sense, his grandfather. Sanzen King, do it again, quickly move closer and use cleave on Nidoqueen. Don't even think about it. Nidoqueen, attack head-on, million-ton punch. Boom! As the head-on collision occurred again, the two Pokémon once again created a huge noise. In terms of strength, the Sandshrew is superior, and the desire to fight between them is stronger. I will definitely defeat you this time, Sandslash, keep attacking with Ripping Claw. The girl was obviously eager to win, but the rhythm of her command was not disrupted. This kind of strong attack would normally have a huge effect, but both sides belong to the ground system and their levels are almost the same. If the winner cannot be determined within a short period of time, the effect will only get worse if general attacks are continued. You are too naive to think you can defeat my Nidoqueen. It's true that your Sandslash is stronger than before, but my Nidoqueen has also learned new moves. Nidoqueen, use the Freezing Fist. A roar burst out from Nidoqueen's mouth, and it was seen resisting the Sandslash's tearing claw. Even though its defense was reduced by one level, it still used its Frozen Fist. Bang! There was a roar. Sansandruff was hit by the freezing punch and flew backwards in pain. The restraint of the special skill attribute is absolutely outstanding in a battle of the same level. It is obvious that Nidoqueen has mastered the moves that restrain ground type, while the female trainer of Sandslash does not really realize how to win by relying on attributes. In fact, even if there are no ice, grass, or water skills in Sandslash's skill column, it can still restrain ground skills. But Nidoqueen also has poison properties. Sandslash's ground-based moves also have a great effect on Nidoqueen. This is a typical case of being too clever and choosing the dumbest way to fight, a head-on confrontation. Chapter 32. After the young referee confirmed that Sandslash had lost his ability to fight, he announced the result. There was an uproar. At first, everyone thought that Sandshrew's attack was so fierce that it would definitely win. But I didn't expect Sandslash to be so weak. The last freezing punch seemed to be just average and he fell down. Most people think that Sandslash is not very strong, unlike Nidoqueen, who was able to take so many attacks without any problems. But smart people would know that with the attribute restraint bonus, plus the fact that that move also hit the vital point, Sandslash's continuous output had already consumed a lot of his physical strength, so it would be strange if he could withstand this attack. If Nidoqueen's level was lower, perhaps Sandslash would still have a chance to continue fighting, but the fact is that Nidoqueen and Sandslash are almost the same level, so it is normal for them to be defeated like this at the same level. You lost, Xiaolan, as agreed. Please transfer 3,000 alliance coins to me. Yuichi walked forward with his Nidoqueen, seeming to show off his power. The girl called Xiaolan was obviously not convinced, but since she had already lost, she could only take back her Sansam and transfer the money to Yui. If you lose the game, you have to pay others a certain amount of alliance coins. Seeing this scene, Xia Mu looked somewhat stunned. Isn't this mode the same as the battle in the game? Because there is no such setting in the animation plot, and money is not involved, Xia Mu has never thought about this aspect since he traveled through time. Now reality told him that the battles between trainers were so direct. It will only be more realistic than the game. In the game, you cannot refuse to fight. There will be rewards and punishments after winning or losing, unless you do not pass by this NPC. A new idea emerged in Xia Mu's mind. Since it is this kind of duel mode, it will be much easier for him to gain experience points from these people's Pokémon. Who else wants to fight next? The bottom line must not be less than 500 alliance coins. Just as Xia Mu was thinking, a voice sounded again. Obviously, he is the leader of this bureau. It also made Xia Mu more aware that the reason why this group of trainers gathered here in the middle of the night was to make money. A group of teenagers who are actually as mature as adults. Although it may be a bit of bullying for a child, how can I miss such a good opportunity? Xia Mu said to himself in his heart. Just as this group of trainers were talking, Xia Mu organized his thoughts, obtained the consent of Growlithe and Lucario beside him, and walked out of the crowd. Because of Xia Mu's appearance, his age and height were there, and he was accompanied by a Growlithe and a Pokémon that no one had ever seen before. Everyone's attention was focused on him, and some trainers even took out their Pokédex to look up information. It is a pity that there is no information about Lucario in the Kanto region's illustrated book, but there are two people whose illustrated books record Lucario's data and tell it. The originally noisy atmosphere suddenly became quiet. This is the first time I meet you. Are you also a trainer from our Yuandao city? Asked Bald Ollie. Xia Mu smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. Bald Ollie did not ask any further questions. As long as someone was willing to pay to challenge, the game could continue. If this is your first time participating, you must pay an entrance fee of 1,000 alliance coins. Bald Ollie stated the conditions without hesitation. After hearing this, Xia Mu naturally couldn't help but think more. As expected, whether in the past life or this life, attending any party costs money, otherwise who would let you attend? Sure. Xia Mu took out his mobile phone without hesitation, added the other party as a friend, and then transferred 1,000 alliance coins. Afterwards, after getting Bald Ollie's consent, he said what he had prepared long ago. 10,000 alliance coins per game. Who wants to play with me? If you win, I'll transfer the money on the spot. If you lose, that's fine too. I don't need you to pay me alliance coins. Xia Mu spoke clearly so that everyone could understand what he said. Immediately, the whole audience was boiling. The temptation of 10,000 alliance coins is too great for this group of teenagers. Even if many of these little guys can come up with this money and have some assets at home, 10,000 alliance coins is indeed a lot. Take the duel between Yuichi and Xiaolan for example. 3,000 alliance coins is already the maximum amount for a single game. You're so bold. 10,000 alliance coins, even I want to quit. But he couldn't really leave unless no one took up the challenge. Soon, the trainer Yuichi who had defeated Xiaolan before stepped forward and said. It just so happens that we didn't have enough of the duel just now. As a newcomer, although you are older than the rest of us, it doesn't mean you are strong just because you are older. You should have seen the fight between Xiaolan and I just now, so let me fight you. Xia Mu kept smiling and was looking forward to him. At least he was indeed a trainer with good strength. Sure. There's no limit to the number of Pokémon you can use. As long as you can defeat one of mine, you can take 10,000 alliance coins from me. In order to maximize profits, Xia Mu also tried his best. Fighting 6 alone is crazy, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The worst that can happen is that you lose, and it's just 10,000 alliance coins. Of course, Natsuki is somewhat confident in his own abilities and the abilities of his Pokémon. Too arrogant. Are you looking down on us? Brother Yuichi cut him. It's better not to be killed in a few moves, otherwise you may not be able to hold your head up in the future. Xia Mu's words did cause quite a stir. It was Bald Ollie who shouted and asked everyone to keep quiet. Are you sure about this rule? Do you have the strength to be a gym trainer? Xia Mu smiled and replied, I don't know if there is. Just because I am older than you, I will give you some benefits. Let me be frank, if you really have to fight 6 of you alone, then you really have to continue to become stronger. As soon as these words were spoken, it was obvious that many people were furious and wanted to make Xia Mu pay. This is what Xia Mu wanted. After seeing how crazy he is, these people will definitely not be able to control themselves, especially those who are strong. They will definitely take action. Xia Mu is not interested in dealing with low-level trainers. Only high-level ones can bring huge experience rewards. I hope you can still remain so calm in a while, Nidoqueen. I'll ask you for help one more time. Yuichi said coldly and sent out his Nidoqueen again. After the battle just now, your Nidoqueen has been injured and her physical strength has decreased a lot. Are you sure you don't want to change it? Xia Mu asked. Yuichi didn't listen to Xia Mu's words and said confidently, you should just take care of yourself. In that case, I won't take advantage of you. Growlithe, you go ahead. Xia Mu thought for a moment and sent Growlithe to lead the charge. After defeating a low-health Nido, even if the attribute is restrained, what does it matter? You can completely win by level, or even don't need level to win. Chapter 33. Yuichi laughed out loud, looking very arrogant. Are you sure you want to use a puppy like Growlithe to fight my Nidoqueen? Don't be ridiculous. At this moment, he had no idea that Xia Mu would teach him a severe lesson that he would never forget. Yes, so you attack first, this is your only chance. Xia Mu was not angry, but smiled even more brightly. When you saw that his sarcasm was useless, he immediately became furious and gave Nidoqueen an order. You are looking for death, then you can't blame me, Nidoqueen, use Stomp. Crush this puppy. Nidoqueen roared to cheer herself up, then rushed forward directly, not paying any attention to Growlithe. Xia Mu could see that the Pokémon had a personality very similar to its master and was too conceited. When Growlithe faced Nido, a strong look appeared in his eyes. Underestimate it. Let you know why the flowers are so red. In fact, Nido's attack has already decreased due to intimidation at the beginning of the game. However, Nidoqueen still felt that the puppy could not pose a threat to it, so it roared and attacked without fear. Unfortunately, you missed the best opportunity. If I were you, I would either use Earthquake or Force of the Earth. At least no matter what the effect is, it can have an impact on the opponent. Your stomping will expose the flaw to my Growlithe. Xia Mu said calmly. When Nidoqueen got close, Xia Mu's eyes changed drastically. Growlithe was in tune with him and didn't need his command. It directly used high-speed movement to flash behind Nidoqueen. Boom! A dense jet of flame struck Nidoqueen's back. The shot hit the vital point. Nidoqueen howled in pain and fell to the ground, losing her ability to fight. Even though Flamethrower is a special attack, due to its personality, Caterpillar's special attack value is very poor, but it still has basic power. In addition, the difference of 5 levels, although not big, is not small either. Nidoqueen loses her ability to fight and Growlithe wins, so this match is, the referee didn't know Xia Mu's name and was stuck for a moment. Xia Mu saw the look he was giving her and said with a smile, my name is Xia Mu. The referee nodded before continuing, so Xia Mu won this match. After the verdict was announced, everyone looked at Growlithe with incredible eyes, and also questioned Yuichi and his Nido. He was so fierce just now, but now he was killed in one move. However, there was one person who couldn't help but laugh out loud and praised Catman for a good job. Without a doubt, it was the girl Xiaolan who was defeated before. Yuichi stood there in a daze for a long time, unable to come back to his senses, just looking at his Nidoqueen as if he was dreaming. Even though he was injured and exhausted his energy fighting Sans Hang King, the opponent was just a puppy. Growlithe has always been used as a police dog, and its combat ability is defined as average, so most trainers subconsciously think that Growlithe is easy to deal with. Come on, you don't just have one Nidoqueen, do you? As long as you can beat Growlithe, you can still get 10,000 league coins from me. When Yi heard this, he became even angrier. He took out the Pokeball and took back Nido, then took out another Pokeball. Don't be so proud, you're just injured after taking over Nido, let's see how arrogant you can be this time. Come on, Golduck. Although the level 37 Golduck is not as high as the level 39 Nidoqueen, it is indeed quite powerful. Moreover, Yuichi is quite smart to use water to fight against fire. When Caterpie saw the new opponent, his eyes were filled with burning fighting spirit, and he used his intimidation ability to suppress it first. This type of battle is indeed the first time for Growlithe. Lucario besides Xia Mu also became eager to try, wishing he could immediately replace Growlithe and have a good fight. Unlike fighting against wild Pokémon, the battle between Pokémon trainers also stimulated their inner desire to win. Preemptive Strike, Golduck, use Water Gun, with a command, Yuichi once again took the lead in launching an attack. The only difference was that Xia Mu gave him the opportunity the last time, and this time he was the one who attacked first. Of course, Xia Mu didn't care. Because the game involves a turn-based system, whoever strikes first will be the one to kill the opponent instantly. But the real world is different. Xia Mu prefers to defeat the enemy from behind. See your opponent's attack pattern clearly and then crack it. You really look down on us if you don't use more advanced water-type moves. Growlithe, move quickly to dodge. Different from the high-speed movement in the game. The high-speed movement in the game will directly increase the speed by 2 levels after being successfully performed. But in the real world, this improvement is subject to various restrictions, unlike other amplification skills. After summarizing, we concluded that high-speed movement can increase the speed by 2 levels during the performance. Continuous performance can increase the speed faster and faster to level 6. However, after the spell is over, no matter how much the speed has been increased, the speed will return to its original state unless it is cast again and stacked again. And the most important thing is that you cannot use other moves in the middle, otherwise the superposition will be interrupted. When doing the test at the beginning, Xia Mu felt a little bit cheated, but later he gradually adapted to the rules of this world and found it very normal. Recalling the early plot of the original work, this change in the characteristics of the move is like Pikachu using Lightning Bolt. In the game, it is a skill that can definitely attack first, but in the animation, the opponent will indeed say, "What a fast speed." But it is no longer an absolute priority. Growlithe dodged Golduck's water gun attack and was getting faster and faster. Even when facing continuous water gun attacks, he was able to move back and forth on the fighting stage with ease. Yuichi was obviously a little annoyed. Water waves. Tgthegood received the order, rubbed the water bombs with his hands, and blasted them out. Xia Mu did not give any orders, just let Growlithe continue to perform high-speed movement and dodge, the speed getting faster and faster, finally reaching the effect of level 6 amplification. Golduck's water wave missed its target, and although it exploded like a bomb with considerable power, it had no effect on Growlithe. At this time, it was confused by the Growlithe. The figure of Growlithe is like a shadow clone, making it impossible to tell its exact location. Panic. This is exactly the effect Xia Mu wants. "You were the one attacking before, now it's my turn, Growlithe, Raidenfang." At the command, Growlithe suddenly attacked with such explosive power that it even crushed the ground. Crackling. There was a loud bang, accompanied by thunder and lightning. For example, high-speed movement, setting a time limit, or improving during the casting process, the effect will disappear when the casting ends. I hope the big guys can forgive me. Chapter 34. Tgthegood loses his ability to fight, and Growlithe wins. After the young referee determined that the Tgthegood was unable to fight again, he immediately announced the result. There was another uproar. Many of them are aware of Yuichi's strength. Even though Golduck has the ability to restrain itself, it is still completely helpless against a Growlithe. It's fucking incredible. This situation also caused a huge impact on the hearts of these young boys and girls. I never thought that a Katie could be trained to be so powerful. Brother, Goddard, Yuichi finally came back to his senses. He could still accept that Nidoqueen lost, after all, he had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle with Sandslash. But Golduck was at his peak and was defeated by Growlithe. He couldn't accept it, especially since could Growlithe learn Thunderfang. Yuichi was puzzled, as he had never studied Growlithe before. Like him, most trainers would not choose Growlithe, so their understanding of Growlithe is limited to the basics. If it was Flame Fang, no one would be surprised. Because this is what Growlithe must learn, but the Fire-type Growlithe has learned Electric-type moves, which is undoubtedly telling them that Growlithe is not as weak as they thought, and on the contrary can counter Water-type moves. It can be said that these trainers are too ignorant. At the same time, the game also gives Growlithe a cheat. As long as you have a skill learning device, you can learn it. If they knew that Growlithe can not only learn Thunderfang, but also Crazy Volt, what would they think? Of course, Xia Mu would not let Growlithe learn this move. Even if the power value of Crazy Volt reached 90 points, it would still be hurt after performing the move. Although the power of Thunderfang is only 65 points, under the condition of this level of suppression attribute restraint, it can easily kill some water-type enemies with poor physical defense in seconds. If it is replaced with other water systems, even if it cannot be killed instantly, it can still be quickly restrained. If this is the case with Growlithe, there is no chance of it evolving into Arcanine in the future. However, even though people know that Growlithe is so powerful, not many people would train it. After all, even if the dog can become stronger, it still needs the Fire Stone to evolve. For ordinary trainers, who would be willing to spend hundreds of thousands of League coins to buy evolution stones for Growlithe? Even though Arcanine was named a legendary Pokémon by people in the Kanto region. But that doesn't mean that Windy Dog is very strong. If you don't know how to breed it, most of the time, even if your Growlithe evolves into a Zergling, it will eventually become useless. Given your level, you must have other Pokémon in your hand, right? You can continue to use other Pokémon, I won't replace Growlithe. After 2 games, I should have gained a lot of experience points. However, the combined experience of levels 39 and 37 is not enough to support Growlithe from level 44 to level 45. Woof woof woof. An excited roar came out of Katie's mouth. This is not it talking, but it is expressing its excitement and conveying its fighting spirit. Not enough, absolutely not enough. Xia Mu suddenly had a vision of a big scene where he wanted to fight 10 caterpillars. Yuichi on the opposite side was furious and would never admit defeat and leave the game. If he did that, he would no longer be able to stay in this circle. There is only defeat in battle, no desertion in the face of the enemy. Go, Toucan. With another order, Yuichi sent out his third Pokémon. Level 38 Toucan. This guy is definitely an elite trainer, right? All of his Pokémon are close to level 40. If there is only one, it can only be considered a makeshift one. I don't know if these are the strongest Pokémon he has cultivated over the years, or are there stronger ones. Facing an opponent like Toucan again. Caterpie remembered the last time he was defeated and ravaged by Toucan. Although he had revenged and defeated Toucan later, this memory was so deep that it kept it in mind. There was a fighting spirit in his eyes, and the intimidation took effect again, reducing the attack of the Toucan. Let me see how you can attack me this time. In terms of speed, my Toucan must be faster. Yi was very confident. At this moment, he didn't notice that his Toucan was affected by the intimidation of Growlithe. He didn't pay attention to the previous two games. It can be seen that although Yuichi has some strength and is very familiar with the attributes, his combat talent is indeed limited to this. No idea about the characteristics. That may not be the case. Come on, let you attack first. Xia Mu was not afraid at all. After seeing the information panel of the Toucan, he already knew how to deal with this Toucan. After all, the fighting style of Pokémon like Toucan is very simple and direct, so there is no need to beat around the bush. When you heard what Xia Mu said, he immediately gave the order. Before, you used high-speed movement to trick me, this time it's my turn. Toucan, move close at high speed and let them see our speed. Gah! The Toucan made a bird cry and flapped its wings, bursting into amazing speed. It is indeed very fast, and with the help of high-speed movement, there is a tendency for it to surpass Growlithe. However, a single straight-line movement in the air, no matter how fast it is, cannot cause much interference. This is not a game. Xia Mu probably guessed what Yuichi was planning. Xia Mu also used the power of wave guidance to reach a consensus with Growlithe in his mind. Caddy should know what to do. Just as the Toucan was approaching, you saw that Xia Mu didn't give any orders and that Growlithe was standing still, so he couldn't wait to give the order. Now, use your wings to attack and send it flying. He thought that Xia Mu didn't know how to deal with it just like he did before, and that Growlithe had lost his judgment just like his Golduck. As the wings attacked, a fierce light flashed in Growlithe's eyes. Woo woo woo, a long howl came out of the mouth of the Caterpie. This is not just a roar, but a support skill that boosts your teammates and your own attacks. Then, Caterpie bared its fangs without hesitation. There was a flash of lightning, and the lightning fong erupted again. Facing the attacking Toucan, Growlithe ignored the damage and bit the Toucan's wing attack. Bang! After the fierce collision, the Toucan did knock Growlithe away, but Growlithe held on to the Toucan's wings and refused to let go. The exploding electric sparks caused the Toucan to scream in pain, and soon it fell to the ground and fainted. Takas has lost his ability to fight. Growlithe wins. Although the battle process is completely different, it is exactly the same as the previous one, relying on level advantages and move attribute restraint. Xia Mu had a smile on his face, while Yuichi on the other side clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. He would never have thought that Xia Mu's Growlithe would actually take on the wing attack in this way. Exchanging injuries for injuries, how shameless. Yuichi suddenly felt that he had been fooled by Xia Mu, which made him feel suffocated and depressed. I probably already know that your Growlithe's level is really high, but no matter how high it is, Growlithe is still Growlithe. Yuichi took back his Toucan, and then a level 42 incarnate was sent into the field. Chapter 35. The duck-billed fire beast appeared, creating a strong heat wave. Xia Mu's original attention was still on Growlithe, because after 3 battles, Growlithe had leveled up by 1. Seeing the Platyhelminth, one's attention is inevitably drawn to it. As a very special Pokémon among the fire-type Pokémon, once Infernape erupts, it is rumored that its body temperature can reach 1,200 degrees. When I played the game before, all I saw was the text introduction. Now that I have experienced it myself, it is indeed like a walking mini-volcano. Speaking of which, Xia Mu once conducted in-depth research on the duck-billed fire beast. The reason is simple, it looks very majestic and handsome in the game, and it is also an offensive Pokémon. If it were possible to obtain it at the beginning, it could be said to be the best Pokémon for players to choose from when they start pushing maps. This is the case with the platypus, not to mention that the later platypus can evolve into the platypus, which has always been one of the main fire pets cultivated by Xiaomuhui. Of course, the advantages of the platypus are not limited to this. The skill pool of this family is very rich, and it can be said that many attributes can be related. For example, poison type, fighting type, evil type, ground type, electric type. Even the psychic and ghost classes have learnable skill learning devices. Anyone who has used it knows that except for HP and physical defense which are weak points, its attack, special attack, special defense and speed are all top-notch among the Pokémon that appeared in the early days. So even if there is no Lava Amplifier, an Infernape cannot be evolved to allow its race stat to reach 540 points. Infernape's race stat of 495 points is not low. It must be said that with 3 Pokémon close to level 40 and a level 42 Infernape, this strength is definitely considered to be an upper-middle level NPC in the game. Xia Mu felt that no matter how high the level of the trainer in this real world was, if he participated in the Quartz Conference with this strength, he would at least be able to get a good result in the top 16. Xia Mu became more and more excited. I used to underestimate ordinary trainers, but now I feel so good after getting this wave of experience points. Maybe Yuichi has 2 higher level Pokémon. After defeating them consecutively, Growlithe might be able to level up by 1 level. But compared to the previous ones, this one is indeed a bit more difficult. Fortunately, the flaming body characteristic of Infernape will not affect Growlithe. If Lucario or Beedrill were to get in, once they touched Infernape's body, they would easily be burned and enter a burned state. When I was playing games before, I never considered this situation, because either you would kill him in seconds, or he would kill you in seconds. Even if you are in a bad state while pushing a map, you can take drugs to heal it. It's different now. It's true that the kitchen knife team is strong, but if it's all kitchen knives, it will indeed be restrained by certain characteristics. After passing the Mewtwo stage, he will indeed need to train 2 Pokémon that focus on special attacks. Let me see what you can do this time. Platypus, spray flames. Woo! A dull roar came from the mouth of the duck-billed fire beast, and at the same time, a jet of flame with astonishing power shot out directly, with extremely high temperature. Xia Mu made a prompt decision, let's use jet flames too. Caterpie wasn't afraid at all, and it opened its mouth and sprayed out a thick jet of flame. Boom! The 2 flames collided with terrifying power, causing a strong wind and heat wave, causing many onlookers to exclaim in surprise. Caterpie is suppressed. Since he is not outstanding in special attack, even if there is a 3-level difference, it will be of no use. However, Growlithe still blocked this wave of attack. Yuichi seemed to see the hope of victory, and shouted without hesitation, it seems that your Growlithe has reached the limit, Infernape, explosion. When Xia Mu heard this, his expression suddenly changed slightly. It is understandable that a character learns to spray flames at level 42, as Growlithe also learned to spray flames at a low level. But the big character explosion is different. Even if the duck-billed baby does not evolve, it needs to reach level 48 to learn it. According to the level setting of the duck-billed fire beast, it can only learn the big character blast at level 58. If the platypus 50th level fire beast performed a large character blast, Xia Mu would not be surprised. But this level difference is limited unless you use the skill learning device. Don't hesitate, Growlithe, move quickly to avoid it. Xia Mu decisively avoided it. Given Growlithe's level of strength, it is not enough to take this attack head-on. Even though they are both fire-type, they won't be killed instantly, but if they get hit by this move, it will be difficult to fight back next time. The power of the big flame explosion was incredible, but Growlithe managed to avoid the attack thanks to its high-speed movement. The ground was burned by the big word explosion, and a big word mark appeared. Are you still using this trick? The platypus is not a Golduck. Use smoke to cover the field. Yuichi shouted. His duck-billed fire beast did have some abilities, and it used its smoke-spraying ability to cover half of the field with flames and ashes. This kind of field-like skill is difficult to crack in the game and you have to endure it head-on. Not only does the power value reach 80 points, but if it is a Pokémon of other attributes, there is a high probability that it will enter the burn state. You have indeed cultivated the platypus very well, but it seems that it has not learned any moves of other attributes. Xia Mu said with a hint of excitement in his eyes. The excitement brought by this kind of battle is completely different from that brought by wild Pokémon battles. Catty, use the fire from the smoke to attack head-on with the flame wheel. Xia Mu gave the order. Caterpie roared in the smoke, and as it spun, flames covered its entire body, rolling up the ashes to form a more powerful wheel of fire. In real-world Pokémon battles, everything can be used, and using fire to increase the power of fire-type moves is definitely feasible. Xia Mu was studying while fighting. What? Yi was shocked when he witnessed this incredible scene. The flame will hit the duck-billed fire beast head-on, causing direct damage. However, as both are fire-type, even if the physical defense is not outstanding, it is impossible to defeat the duck-billed flame beast with one blow. The most it can do is to cause some pain to it. Of course, Xia Mu's attacks were more than that. Bite it to pieces. With the order, Growlithe changed its attacking posture. While dispersing the fire wheels, its evil fangs bit towards the body of Charmeleon. Upon seeing this, Yu shouted hastily, Flame Fist to meet the attack. Bang! The special moves collided, causing a loud explosion. Growlithe flew backwards, and Incarnate was also knocked back several meters. Although it seemed like the two sides were evenly matched, both sides suffered great damage. Another jet of flame. Yuichi gritted his teeth and gave the order quickly. The jet of flame from the platypus burst out again. Hold on. Xia Mu said. The Growlithe let out a roar, and a crystal light emanated from its entire body, forming an invisible light shield. The jet of flame came close to him, but was blocked by the light shield and did not cause any damage. After the attack, a drop of cold sweat slid down Yuichi's cheek. He didn't expect that Growlithe had this skill. Flame will charge. Xia Mu continued to give orders. Caterpie once again used the fire wheel, like a flaming meat grinder, and attacked the Charmeleon directly. Yuichi quickly regained his senses. Although his brain was a little out of order, he still issued an order as quickly as possible, avoid the flame wheel. Charmeleon's speed was indeed quite fast, and it successfully dodged Growlithe's fire wheel. But Xia Mu's attack was not a flame wheel. The flame wheel created an opportunity, causing the duck-billed flame beast to reveal a flaw when it moved. Xia Mu immediately shouted, stop the flame wheel, and crush it again. At this time, Growlithe's reaction ability, honed from long-term battles with wild Pokémon, was demonstrated. Woof! Caterpie roared and turned back to grab it. The bite successfully hit the arm of the platypus, causing huge damage. The duck-billed fire beast groaned in pain and retreated repeatedly. Yuichi was confused, knock it back with a flaming fist. Your rhythm is messed up, Caterpie, take this opportunity to retreat and avoid the flaming fist, then shoot him with a jet of flame. Growlithe was very agile. It dodged the flaming fist while spewing flames from its mouth. Jet fire hits. After continuous blows, the platypus wailed in pain, and finally it was unable to hold on and fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Chapter 36. The winning streak was broken again. And this time, it defeated the more powerful duck-billed fire beast. Everyone present exclaimed in amazement. Who would have thought that a Growlithe could unleash such impressive combat power in actual combat? Whether it is attack power or speed, it is unparalleled. Moreover, he can still be so at ease after continuous battles. If he continues to fight, he may be able to break the record of 4 consecutive victories. Yuichi's body was shaking. He had never expected that his trump card, Infernape, would be defeated by Growlithe, nor did he expect that Growlithe could be so difficult to deal with. 4 of us fighting against 1, and we only managed to decimate Growlithe. His self-confidence was shattered. And the current situation made him confused and he didn't know what he was doing. According to his thinking and previous battle experience, his Charmeleon should be able to easily kill Growlithe. Xia Mu just looked at him without saying anything. In fact, Yuichi's Infernape is quite powerful, at least its special attack ability is quite strong. If Yuichi had commanded properly, he could at least have taken Growlithe away. After all, Growlithe was injured in a previous battle with Toucan, and had already consumed some physical strength after the previous 3 duels. It's a pity that Yuichi paid too much attention to the main attributes of Pokémon, so he vigorously developed the fire skills of Incarnate, but did not allow Incarnate to properly learn moves of other attributes. If Infernape knows ground-based skills, then its advantage will be evident when facing an opponent with the same fire attribute. Although the only ground-based skill that Charmeleon can learn is Hot Sands, once this move is performed, Growlithe will have nowhere to hide and will inevitably suffer heavy damage. A long time passed before Xia Mu finally waited for Yui to take back his duck-billed fire beast. This blow must have been a big one for him. Yuichi's previous arrogance was gone, and he changed his demeanor and became very serious. Without losing his will to fight, after staring at Xia Mu for a while, his behavior suddenly became respectful. Thank you for waking me up. Although I don't know who you are, I apologize for my previous arrogance, your Growlithe is indeed powerful. From now on, I will never look down on Growlithe and I will never call Growlithe a baby again. Yuichi's transformation surprised Xia Mu. I really didn't expect that he could make such a change in such a short time. He is indeed a talented person. From this transformation we can see that he has grown. Perhaps if he fights again, the result will be different. At least he won't underestimate Growlithe anymore. To be honest, if the power of the Wave Guide had not been able to sense that Yuichi was not lying, Xia Mu would have thought that he was being clever and paving the way for the subsequent battle. Each Pokémon has its own unique features. Although Growlithe may not seem to be very powerful in combat, it can actually become very powerful if trained properly. The same is true for those Pokémon that seem to have ordinary qualifications. In fact, your Pokémon are all very powerful. But winning in a Pokémon battle depends not only on level and attributes, but also on various factors, such as characteristics, special moves, various abilities, etc. In the end, it depends on how we, as trainers, plan our tactics and use the least physical strength and the least injuries to decide the outcome. Since Yi is willing to learn from him, Xia Mu will not hesitate to give him a few words of advice. The record of 1 against 4 was there, and Yi listened with an open mind. There were other people who also took Xia Mu's words to heart. Because Yuichi's strength is considered above average among this group of people, Xia Mu crushed Yuichi and established a certain prestige here. Plus, he was older than everyone present, so many people thought there was some truth to it. Of course, there are some individuals who are disdainful, and these people are trainers like Yuichi who are extremely confident in themselves. People who think they are very powerful will never listen to others preaching easily. Only after defeating them severely will they subconsciously understand that they are not strong at all, but are just living in a well. Thank you for your advice, Yi responded and bowed slightly to Xia Mu. Xia Mu could sense whether he was sincere through the power of Waveguide. So, will you continue fighting? Or give up? Growlithe is already injured and has little strength left. Such a good opportunity should not be missed, right? Of course I will continue. Even if I lose, I am willing to go to the end. Go, Fur Ball. Level 36 Fur Ball appears. Seeing this one, Xia Mu has guessed that the remaining 2 of Yi should have attributes that are restrained by fire. Therefore, the duck-billed fire beast is his last resort and his greatest source of confidence. The fact that you have the courage to fight against your attributes shows that you have made progress. Xia Mu looked at Yi with appreciation. This kid is a good candidate. It also has a bit of a protagonist feel to it. The fierce battle lasted for 2 more rounds. Even though Growlithe suffered heavy losses and was injured, it still managed to easily win against the bug-type Furball and the grass-type Etoile. Of course, the battle still depends on the trainer's command. Xia Mu's command is largely influenced by the game battles, so it is always of the type of quick battle and quick decision. After defeating Yuichi alone against 6 people, Growlithe's level just increased by 1 level to level 46. This is all thanks to the coconut tree being at level 40, otherwise the experience points would not be enough. After shaking hands with Yi and exchanging a few compliments, Xia Mu decisively spent 4,200 alliance coins to buy 6 bottles of good medicine for him from the game store. Let him treat his Pokémon, so that the Pokémon won't be in danger of death due to injuries that cannot be recovered in a short period of time. The reason why he was so generous was naturally to show it to others, to let everyone know that it didn't matter even if they lost, Xia Mu would give them healing medicine. Naturally, he also bought some recovery medicine for Growlithe, and gave Growlithe energy blocks to restore its strength. But in the next game, he won't use Katniss. Xia Mu plans to decide who to use based on the strength of his opponent. The best one is Beedrill. After all, when the last resort comes, you have to rely on it to fight against Mewtwo. Therefore, improving the level of Beedrill is the key. So, who else wants to fight me next? The rules are still the same as before. As the words were spoken, Xia Mu continued to stand on the ring facing everyone. The record of fighting 1 against 6 was indeed shocking enough. Even those trainers who thought they had some strength were considering whether to take action. After a long time, a red-haired guy about the same age as Yuichi walked out. When Xia Mu saw someone stand up, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Tonight, he will definitely be able to gain a lot of experience points with the help of the trainers here. Even in the next few days, these trainers might be able to bring him a lot of feedback. Chapter 37. It was around 10 o'clock the next morning. Not only was Xia Mu sleeping soundly, but the 4 little ones were also very tired after a day and night, and only at this point did they regain their energy. Last night's continuous battles lasted until almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Starting from Growlithe, to Beedrill, to Lucario, and then to Red Gyarados. After one round ends, another round begins. Xia Mu originally planned to go home before 1 o'clock, but he couldn't stand the challenge. There was no way to refuse, so I had to fight one battle after another, thinking that I could not waste the experience points. Naturally, the 4 little ones all have a strong desire to win, and they are willing to continue fighting, otherwise Xia Mu would never force them to do business. Fortunately, there is a system store where you can buy medicine to treat the 4 little ones, and there are also energy blocks to replenish their physical strength, so most of the combat power can be restored in a short period of time. For Xia Mu, it was fortunate that most of the subsequent battles were one-on-one and the opponents were of average level. Otherwise, not only would Xia Mu not be able to bear it, the 4 little ones would also be exhausted from this kind of battle without any rest time. In the subsequent battles, Growlithe's level increased by 2 levels, reaching level 48. Xia Mu is getting closer and closer to the level 56 requirement for Growlithe's evolution. Beedrill's level increased by 4 levels to level 42. Although the number of battles and the strength of opponents are far less than those faced by Growlithe, it is only level 38, so the experience points required to increase the level are not as much as those of Growlithe. Lucario also increased by 4 levels, reaching level 44. It has to be said that Lucario was defeated the most, so he gained the most experience points. As the most powerful one in Xia Mu's hands, even without Mega Evolution, Lucario's actual combat ability is indeed better than that of Growlithe, and its explosive power is also incomparable to that of Growlithe. In fact, only 4 levels of improvement is considered too little. After a few more battles, one can increase one more level. Finally, there is the Red Gyarados, whose level has increased to level 41, only 3 levels higher. Even less than what is harvested from Beedrill. This is also because the Pokémon they face are of too low level and too weak. Most trainers were frightened when they saw the Red Gyarados appear, and many surrendered without a fight, so the Red Gyarados didn't gain much experience at all. It was only able to level up by 3 because it had stored a lot of experience points during the day. I got up and took a quick wash with Lucario and Growlithe who were sleeping in the room. After getting ready and changing into a black short dress, Xia Mu came down from upstairs, yawning from time to time. Staying up late is indeed the most energy-consuming thing. Even though the physical fitness of the people in the Pokémon world is far inferior to that of people in the previous life, they can't stand such energy consumption in recent days. However, Xia Mu suddenly discovered that staying up late to stimulate his spirit seemed to be helpful in improving the power of the wave. This suddenly made him feel that perhaps he could study and cultivate the power of wave guidance independently. For example, he could also learn meditation. When he got downstairs, Xia Mu saw food and a note on the table. Although it was almost noon and the food was cold, Xia Mu was not so particular and just had a bite to fill his stomach. Before eating, I fed Lucario and Growlithe some food, which naturally contained energy cubes. As for the Beedrill and the Red Gyarados in the backyard, he would go and check on them after he finished eating. While eating, Xia Mu also picked up the note and read the message on it. In short, his mother knew that he came back very late last night and would definitely sleep until noon. So she told Xia Mu to eat after getting up and then go to the backyard to inspect it, because the engineering team had completed all the renovations yesterday evening, and if he was not satisfied, he could raise it and make corrections. After cleaning up the food, Xia Mu waited for Lucario and Growlithe to finish eating, then washed all the dishes and put them away. When we arrived at the backyard, it had changed a lot. Before noon yesterday, the backyard was more or less messy and had heavy traces of human activity. It's completely different now. Simply put, the entire backyard has become a small wilderness area. No, it's not small either. This large piece of land is enough to build a large amusement park and shopping mall. Fortunately, our house is built on the outskirts of the city, and a large area of land can be used for transformation. At first glance, you can see a large green lawn where you can play golf. There are grass, sand, rocky areas, and bumpy water areas. Every few meters, there is a shed and a feeding point. A stream runs through the courtyard. The stream is not wide, but it is nearly 2 meters wide. Some small bridges have been built to facilitate crossing the stream. Then, of course, in the large pool in the middle, the Red Gyarados is taking a nap, and from time to time he makes a snoring sound like a dragon's roar. Where is the Beedrill? It is nestling in a forest of 20 trees in the northeast corner. In the Round Island Forest, it is one of the queen bees. Now that it has come here, this territory also belongs to it. It's still too spacious. I only have 4 Pokémon, and even if I had several times more, it would probably still seem very empty. But in the future my parents' Pokémon will come back, and then things will be more lively. It must be Mu Shili's long-term consideration that made this place so perfect. But the place is ready now. We will have to hire someone to manage it in the future. After all, my mother's energy is limited. Let Lucario and Growlithe move freely, and also wake up the Red Gyarados and Beedrill. Xia Mu took this opportunity to shoot a short video and send it to his mother. Incidentally, Natsuki also posted the video on his social media account. In this world, there are also alliance social software similar to WeChat and Twitter. Usually, everyone can send updates to promote communication between people. Soon, my mother replied to the message. Xia Mu chatted with her for a while before putting away his phone. Because the Beedrill and the Red Gyarados came closer, waiting for him to feed them. Mu Shili has actually fed them ordinary food, but ordinary food obviously cannot satisfy their appetite, so they still need energy blocks. At this time, Xia Mu didn't know that after he posted this video on his social account, it quickly set off a wave of craze within a certain range. At the same time, the number of likes, comments and collections quickly climbed to over 10,000. As an ordinary account, being able to obtain push traffic in a short period of time is undoubtedly because the system detects that the user feedback rate of watching the video is extremely high, so more traffic is given. Of course, the environment is one of the reasons, but the most important reason is because of Pokémon. Xia Mu also included his own Pokémon in the photos. The shiny red Gyarados is eye-catching enough, and Lucario is also a very rare Pokémon. Many people in the comments section even specifically asked what Pokémon this is. Chapter 38. After walking around the huge courtyard, Xia Mu spent nearly an hour inspecting the work of the engineering team in detail. It's like your own house has been renovated and you check every corner one by one. If there is anything inappropriate, make rectifications. After all, as long as the owner has signed for it, any problems that arise later will have to be rectified at your own expense. Overall, Xia Mu was still very satisfied. After talking to his mother on the phone, Xia Mu reported the general situation. In a nutshell, there are no major problems. Even if there may be some minor flaws, they are acceptable. After hanging up the phone, Xia Mu was planning to take the 4 little ones out, but he received a call from his father Xia He. After the phone call, I got a general idea of my father's situation in the Hoenn region, and then Xia He told me something about Xia Mu asking him to help find a female Lalulus or Kirlia. What Xia Mu didn't expect was that neither the female Ralts nor Kirlia was found, but his father learned about the existence of a Gardevoir through gossip. Originally, I could have captured it today without any problems, but I just got the confirmed news that this Gardevoir actually has some problems. According to rescuers at the local rescue station, this Gardevoir seemed to be hostile to humans because its child was captured by a group of poachers. The people at the local rescue station knew that Xia He came because of Gardevoir, so they hoped that Xia He could take Gardevoir away for training, to untie Gardevoir's heart knot and keep it away from the sad place. Now Xia He is hesitating whether to take him away, so he called Xia Mu. Tell Natsuki about the situation of this Gardevoir, and let Natsuki make his own decision. Xia He had 2 aspects to consider. On the one hand, he was worried that Xia Mu had just gotten rid of his fear of Pokémon and was afraid that another accident would happen, even if Xia Mu had trained Magikarp into Gyarados. On the other hand, this Gardevoir is indeed very powerful, and he is worried that Natsuki will not be able to control it. The choice is in his own hands, and Xia Mu feels that Gardevoir comes at the right time. I was thinking about the lack of a main special attack force before, and now it's here. Although there are some problems, his current strength is not bad, not to mention he has mastered the power of waves. Perhaps he can gain a deeper understanding of the real situation through dialogue, and thus help Gardevoir and gain her trust. Even if you can't do it in a short period of time, you can definitely do it if you persist. In the end, even though Xia He suggested that if he didn't want this Gardevoir, he could find a Pokémon unique to the Hoenn region and bring it back, Xia He did not accept this suggestion and chose to keep this Gardevoir instead. In Xia Mu's words, since he has decided to become a trainer, if he can't even solve this problem, how can he go further? Xia He admired Xia Mu's determination and respected his decision. After hanging up the phone, Xia Mu's thoughts were already churning in his mind. Unfortunately, even with the cheat code simulator, it is impossible to understand the numerical status of Gardevoir through video conversation, otherwise some operations could be performed across the screen. The power of waves also needs to be communicated face to face, otherwise he will not be able to hear Gardevoir's thoughts. After all, he was just trying his luck at the beginning and didn't really expect his father to bring back the Pokémon of the Gardevoir family. After all, some Pokémon are indeed easy to find and capture in the game, but how can they be so easy to find in the real world? Many times it's all about chance, not to mention some of the rarer Pokémon. Otherwise, the insect catcher wouldn't be able to travel the world with his insect skills. After leaving home, Xia Mu rode his mountain bike as usual and took the 4 little ones to the Crescent Lake in Yuandao Forest. Come to think of it, if it weren't for the fact that Growlithe would be able to evolve into Arcanine and become an exclusive mount in the near future, Xia Mu would have wanted to buy a cool motorcycle. After all, long-distance travel is inevitable in the future, and it is impossible to rely on just a mountain bike. He is not one of Xiaoji's group, and he definitely does not accept walking. As for driving, Xia Mu is not going to be like Xiao Mao in the early days, driving a sports car all over the map. In terms of capital, Xia Mu definitely has the ability. The account balance is in 8 figures. I came to Round Island Forest again, but not for leveling up anymore. After all, the wild Pokémon in Round Island Forest can no longer bring considerable experience points. But Xia Mu still had to come. Whether Menghuan was there or not, he had to fulfill his promise. After all, the agreement came from his mouth, and it is up to Menghuan whether to abide by it or not. This is Xia Mu's principle in life. He always keeps his word and will never go back on his word or lie, except, of course, white lies. Fortunately, the energy cubes left over from yesterday were eaten up and the box of snacks was empty. The dream didn't appear, but it was still on Round Island. Although it may leave halfway, it will come back to eat the food prepared by Xia Mu. Although I don't know if you are still here, this should be my last time here in the near future, Xia Mu said as he took out 3 boxes of energy cubes and some desserts purchased at the dessert shop for 500 alliance coins. The dream did not appear, and Xia Mu knew it must not be there now. So Xia Mu used the previous method, feeding the wild Pokémon around him, and then letting them convey the message when they saw Mew. During this process, Xia Mu let the Beedrill return to its hive to say goodbye. After all, I said at the beginning that I would come here frequently in the near future, so Beedrill can come back to visit at any time. Things are different now. Plans cannot keep up with changes, and Xia Mu must update the next arrangements in real time. In fact, it doesn't matter for Beedrill not to go back. After a short period of time together, Beedrill has accepted Xia Mu, and its dependence on Xia Mu is no less than its attachment to the tribe. The intimacy level increases rapidly and has reached 135 points. It was improved during the battle last night, and Xia Mu is confident that the intimacy can exceed 200 points in the next few days. This is the benefit of having the power of wave. He can understand what Pokémon say, and can start from the subtle details. With the help of the cheating simulator, he can eliminate all hidden dangers. After a long time, Xia Mu took the 4 little ones and left Yuandao Forest. The Pokémon in the forest will be frightened when they meet Xia Mu and the 4 little ones. Because to most wild Pokémon, Xia Mu and the 4 little ones are devils. However, Xia Mu and the 4 little ones did not stop to beat them, which made them suddenly feel like the clouds were clearing and the sun was shining. These evil guys, aren't we going to beat them up? Forgive me, gentlemen. Chapter 39. Yuandao City is a large city built on the seaside. Part of the development of the entire city depends on the island's own supplies, but most of it depends on foreign trade transactions at the port. Otherwise, Yuandao City would never have developed to its current level. Of course, it is also because many people are willing to invest in Yuandao City as a transit point. After all, to the south is the Orange Islands, and to the north is the Kanto continent. Going northwest, you will reach the Chengdu area, and going southwest, you will reach the Hoenn area. To the east is the Unova region, and to the southeast is the Alola region. Therefore, many large freights will stop and circulate at Yuandao. Came to the beach by the sea. The weather is clear today and the sun is not too strong, so the beach is crowded with people. There are countless handsome men and beautiful women. Although Yuandao City is not a famous holiday resort, many people come here to play because it is a big city with good management, and various facilities and recreational areas are very well built. There were even some outsiders coming to check in. Clock in. That's right. The Pokémon world is actually very similar to Xia Mu's previous life's world. Once certain celebrities appear in specific places, or when some places become famous because of special things, they will attract many people. As for why this place is famous, according to the original body's memory, it is because Yuandao City responded to the alliance policy a few years ago. As a large island city for transit from various places, it has vigorously developed the tourism industry to a certain extent. This is why the officials of Yuandao City carried out large-scale renovation and improvement of the scenic areas. What's more, if you compare the photos before and after the renovation, you can clearly tell that this large beach after the renovation is far from what it was before the renovation. After all, its purpose is to advertise the region and let outsiders who come to Marujima City know that Marujima City is under the jurisdiction of the Kanto region and has very unique cultural characteristics. This is the case with Marujima City, and various places in the Kanto region are also worth traveling. Use Yuandao City to promote its reputation, attract outsiders to invest in tourism and construction, and promote economic development. Even though Xia Mu knew nothing about politics in his past and present lives, he was at least influenced by the general environment in his previous life and was exposed to it. On the other hand, there was also a wave of publicity for the Orange Islands in the south. After all, as a southern holiday resort, the Orange Islands are hailed as the male kingdom of God and bikini paradise in the original book. After putting away the mountain bike, Xia Mu took Growlithe and Lucario along the path along the beach and quickly found the target building. After the battle last night, I got to know that bald-headed Ollie and established a preliminary friendship. Xia Mu came here naturally to find him. It's also because Xia Mu has enough strength, otherwise, people would not be willing to establish friendship with him. The same is true in the Pokémon world, where all kinds of human nature exist. Everyone is trying to climb up. If your status is high enough and your strength is strong enough, it will determine what kind of people you can get along with. Ollie is a native of Yuandao City, but his family is not very powerful. They run a small business and have a little money. For example, Ali's parents run a small restaurant and bar on this beach, selling some special drinks, fruit juice drinks, fruit snacks, and the like. In fact, in Xia Mu's understanding, if one can open a restaurant or bar in such a place, the family must have some assets. After all, how can ordinary people afford to buy this place? Although there are several restaurants and bars nearby, with such a large beach area and such a large flow of people, it is obvious how much money can be made. If they didn't have a network of connections, they wouldn't have been able to open a store here. Xia Mu came to the door, and after Ali warmly entertained him, he told Xia Mu in detail who the powerful trainers were in Yuandao City. This is also the reason why Xia Mu came to find Ali. After his explanation, Xia Mu finally realized that there were actually several elite trainers hidden in Yuandao City who had participated in several leagues. One of them even made it to the semi-finals of the last quartz conference. He has also traveled to other regions and is said to have achieved considerable success. So, how does all the great things you said compare to your actual ability? Xia Mu asked after taking a sip of the special drink in the cup. No matter how much Ali said, it was still his words. Xia Mu wanted to know their specific strength. Otherwise, their Pokémon were all over level 50, so wouldn't it be a waste to challenge them? For example, Ali's strongest mosquito-repellent swimmer reached level 46, and Xia Mu had to spend a lot of effort to defeat him. Ali's other Pokémon are all above level 40. At least among the group of people yesterday, Ali was definitely the strongest. If he didn't have this ability, he wouldn't be able to organize that kind of group gathering, and no one would listen to him. In Ali's words, he had participated in the Quartz Conference and he also challenged the Orange Islands Winners' Cup. Although he failed, his strength was recognized by the honorary trainer there, Yuji. I'm not bragging, it's 50-50, I win sometimes, but I also lose sometimes. Seeing Ali's proud and complacent look, Xia Mu had a rough guess. Maybe there will be one or two very high levels, but the vast majority should be around level 40 and above. You can fight. It seems that I am really interested, so can you arrange it today? Xia Mu asked. Who doesn't want to make money? Fighting with you for 10,000 league coins is equivalent to someone's income for several days. Besides, most people would not want to fight with us, who are trainers with some strength. Otherwise, do you think I would want to make that kind of money? Even though my family still has a little money, my pocket money is never enough. After listening to Ali's words, Xia Mu could somewhat resonate with them. Indeed, knowing how powerful Ali and his men are, who would be willing to challenge them and give them money? No one is a fool, so trainers with a certain level of strength in Round Island City no longer rely on Pokémon battles to make money. Most people no longer venture out for travel after they are 15 or 16 years old. Some people go to school to complete some basic education so that they can have a skill when they grow up. Some people help out at home, and that's it. One thing worth mentioning is that in this world, after you turn 10, you can go to the Alliance Station to pick up a random Pokémon, and then you can choose whether to go out and travel, but most of them will not go out. Most people will raise their Pokémon for a year or two after receiving them, and then go out to train them. Although Xia Mu still found it outrageous, this was the fact. All I can say is that people in this world are more mature. At least a 10-year-old looks like 11 or 12 years old, and their IQs are not low. This is also related to experience, right? After all, when you travel alone, your educational concepts are different. As for the main characters in the original work, like Satoshi and Shigeru, they received the 3 starter Pokémon at the age of 10 and then went out traveling and challenging gyms. How should I put it? This is something that ordinary people cannot compare to. How can an ordinary person be qualified to receive the 3 great families? Most people get the common Pokémon found on the side of the road. Chapter 40. By the way, you need to find a strong opponent to fight. There is a place you might want to try. It was quite popular a few days ago, and many people are interested in going there. When the time comes, maybe I will go there too. Suddenly, Ali changed the subject and caught Xia Mu's attention. Where? Xia Mu asked curiously. New Island, it is said that a Pokémon city has been built there. A few days ago, many people received an invitation. I have one too, let me show it to you. As Ali spoke, he ran to the other side and took out an invitation from his backpack. This thing. Isn't it just Mewtwo's invitation? Xia Mu was slightly surprised. He was not the only one who had this feeling. Many people had it. I was wondering, why did you give me an invitation letter? So I am the one who just made up the numbers. Xia Mu felt a little embarrassed. When I received the invitation letter, I was somewhat excited. After all, how strong were Growlithe and Riolu at that time? Being chosen inevitably gives people a feeling of being the child of destiny. Watching Ali talking while playing the contents of the invitation, Xia Mu did not hide anything and took out the invitation he received. Ali looked as if he had expected this, and said, "I was wondering with your strength. How could you not have received it? So it seems that you are now looking for a strong trainer to fight against just to warm up. I don't know who this guy who is known as the strongest trainer is. I even suspect that he is a champion in Nijima. In Ali's opinion, only the regional champion dares to call himself the strongest trainer. God knows, the truth will be revealed when we get there." Xia Mu couldn't possibly reveal the news to him, so he just said it casually. He does not exist in the original novel. Maybe he appears as a minor character, but he definitely has not been on the new island. After all, there are only 3 trainers on the island besides the protagonist group. That storm separated all the trainers and conducted a screening of their strength and courage. If it weren't for the halo that Xiaoji and Team Rocket have, they would not have a place at this banquet at all. Otherwise, how could a Poliwag be inferior to a Squirtle and Starfish? The two chatted for a long time about the topic of the strongest trainer. Some passing trainers joined in along the way, and before they knew it, quite a few people had gathered in the restaurant and bar. Perhaps many of them did not receive the invitation, but that does not hinder communication and understanding. Until a sweet-looking girl about 16 years old came in from outside, went straight to the bar counter of the restaurant and greeted Ali. Xia Mu looked at him politely, and Ali took the initiative to introduce. "Here comes the person, this is the one I was talking about, she is one of the top 4 in the last quartz conference, she is the youngest, most talented and most beautiful trainer in Yuandao City, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, this is the Xia Mu I texted you about, he wants to play against you, one match will cost 10,000 alliance coins." After completing the introduction, Ali also helped Xia Mu advertise. Although it was not given for free, everyone was obviously stunned after hearing the news. "Hello, I'm Xiao Tian, don't listen to Ali's exaggeration, I'm just an ordinary trainer, I was just lucky to make it into the top 4 of the quartz conference." Xiao Tian's voice is as sweet as her name. Her appearance cannot be described as very pretty, but it gives people a bright feeling. What attracted Xia Mu was her cool and energetic spirit. Well, her figure is also great, with a thin waist and long legs, especially the 2 big buns. "Hello, I'm Xia Mu, I don't know how Ali introduced me to you, but I'm just an ordinary trainer," Xia Mu smiled and replied. The two smiled at each other, and Ali said aggrievedly. Look, an ordinary trainer can beat me, so I'll introduce myself as a rookie trainer in the future." Ali looks burly, bald, and fierce, but he is actually very joke-loving and easygoing. Of course, it also depends on the person. Not everyone can communicate with him in this way. "Come on, you're not weak, you praise me so highly that I didn't even know I was that capable." Xiao Tian and Ali have a very good relationship, a bit like childhood sweethearts. Xia Mu chuckled on the side and did not interrupt them. But suddenly, Xia Mu felt that the little girl in front of him looked very familiar. After thinking about it carefully, I suddenly realized it. Isn't this Xiao Tian the female trainer who landed on the new island with Sora and Omi? Although the clothes and appearance were completely different, Xia Mu's memory of the past was not very clear. But considering that Xiao Tian had participated in the last quartz conference and achieved a top 4 result, Xia Mu was roughly certain. He clearly remembered that at the beginning of the movie. "I choose you." A wonderful battle between Xiao Tian and Kong Nan in a certain tournament was played. Although he didn't know the ranking, it was certain that it was either the finals or the semi-finals, otherwise it would not have been selected for broadcast separately. Now it looks like a semi-final showdown. Xiao Tian lost to Kong Nan, who advanced to the finals and lost to the champion again. Otherwise, Kong Nan's introduction information would be the champion of the previous quartz conference. Thinking of this, Xia Mu became excited again. I wonder how strong Xiao Tian is. As long as Xia Mu sees the level and strength of Xiao Tian's Pokémon, he can truly determine the approximate strength of the league champion level, and from this he can infer the strength level of the king of this world. What about the strength level of the regional champion? In fact, now that he knew the target person was Xiao Tian, Xia Mu, based on the information he had obtained from his previous conversation with Ali, could be sure that Ali was at least a top 4 to top 8 level trainer. According to this algorithm, the capped level of the league champion should not exceed level 60. No. Not even level 55. At most, it's just over level 50. My thoughts drifted away and I fell into deep thought. Soon, Ali and Xiao Tian's playful conversation ended, and their calls brought Xia Mu back to his senses. "Sorry, I was thinking about something and was distracted," Xia Mu said. Ali and Xiao Tian naturally didn't mind, and then the 3 of them began to talk about Pokémon, focusing on Xia Mu's Lucario and the Red Gyarados. Xiao Tian was attracted by them. Xiao Tian also took out a video and showed it to Xia Mu. It was the short video that Xia Mu had sent out before. He didn't expect that it had so many likes and comments. Xia Mu was released very naturally, and I never thought it would be the focus of attention. I didn't know that I became a celebrity without realizing it. No, it's Lucario, Red Gyarados, Growlithe, and Beedrill that became celebrities. After all, he is not in the video. As for where he took the photo, no one knows. Chapter 41. After an in-depth exchange, under the chairmanship of Ali, Xia Mu and Xiaotian came to the battle area behind the restaurant and bar to fight. Although it is called 6v6, Xia Mu actually only has 4 Pokémon. Of course, only he himself knew that he only had 4 Pokémon, no one else would know. So even if all 4 of him lost, he could just admit defeat. He wouldn't feel embarrassed anyway. On the road to becoming stronger, there will always be many unexpected things happening, and it is normal to be defeated by others. Just take playing games as an example, there will be situations where you will be killed by NPCs, let alone battles in the real world. Because it was a battle between 2 powerful trainers, it attracted a lot of people to watch. The main reason is that Ali and Xiaotian have a great influence in this film, and they are also very famous among the trainers of the same age in Yuandao City. The battle mode is different from last night. The duel with Xiaotian naturally requires the payment of 10,000 alliance coins. Regardless of winning or losing, the money has already been given to Ali, making him the middleman. In addition, for every person Ali introduces, Xia Mu will give him 1,000 alliance coins as an introduction fee. As the saying goes, there is no gain without pain, otherwise Xia Mu would not be able to expect to find a suitable opponent so quickly. If you can't see any tangible benefits, no one will pay attention to you. For example, the Pokémon battles that appear in the original animation are all ordinary battles between passers-by. Once they really meet a powerful trainer, people can completely refuse. Even the gym trainers who have to refuse challenges are not available for challenge just because you want to. If you want to challenge them, it depends on their mood. Xiaoji and his friends have encountered similar situations, let alone ordinary trainers. On both sides of the fighting arena, Xia Mu and Xiaotian stood at each end. Ali acted as the referee, explaining the basic rules of the fight. Because the venue is open to the public and is located on a busy beach, it attracted quite a few people. Pokémon battles are the most watched event in this world. If you are ready, you can begin. Both sides send out their first Pokémon. Ali, who was standing in the middle, spoke. As soon as his voice fell, Xia Mu hadn't made a decision yet, when he saw Xiaotian smile slightly and throw out a Pokeball. Come out, Blastoise. Kame Kame. Blastoise appears, its huge body shaking the ground and a belligerent roar erupting from its mouth. Xiaotian's Blastoise has reached level 51. Just as Xia Mu had expected at the beginning, he was at most level 50. Calm personality, explosive special attack, and powerful trait. Combined with the hidden effort value and individual value, Xia Mu can be sure that this Blastoise has a significant advantage in special attack. Coupled with Blastoise's already strong double defense, it is a true meat tank with 2 anti-aircraft guns. No wonder, in the original plot clip, when using Blastoise to fight Venusaur, if it was not Suki, he would also be full of confidence. With this kind of blessing, the power of a water cannon is extremely terrifying. It is difficult for ordinary grass types of the same level to take 2 shots head-on. I know how strong Ali is, Xia Mu, you can defeat him easily, so I will take out my trump card first. You'd better be careful. Xiaotian's words made Xia Mu laugh dryly. Although this was the second time I faced a Pokémon above level 50, it was definitely the first time I fought it, so it was impossible not to feel pressured. As for the level 58 Dragonite that I encountered for the first time, we only spent a short while with it. Of his 4 little ones, only Growlithe has reached level 48, which is the lowest level difference with Blastoise. However, Growlithe is obviously no match for Blastoise. No matter how fast they are, no matter how obvious their advantages are in all aspects, when a real fight breaks out, I'm afraid the damage that Growlithe causes to Blastoise can only be described as scraping. A cat dog can be seriously injured by just a scratch. High-level battles are no longer comparable to the battles I have experienced before. Red Gyarados. Xia Mu shook his head in his heart. Although they are of the same attribute, their level is too low. The difference of 10 levels is equivalent to a Mega Evolution. If Red Storm could Mega Evolve, it could really show its power. Unfortunately, on the one hand, the intimacy is only 178 points, which does not meet the evolution requirements, and on the other hand, Xia Mu did not buy a Super Evolution Stone for it. Beedrill to deal with Blastoise. This is even more unrealistic. Not to mention the level difference of 9 levels, even if they are at the same level, Beedrill will be easily defeated because its skin is too fragile. Only the Mega Evolved Super Beedrill can reverse the situation and defeat Blastoise. Therefore, the best choice is still Lucario. Although it is only level 44, which is 7 levels lower, it is indeed the strongest combat force in Xia Mu's hands. It is not restrained by others in terms of attributes, nor is it restrained by Blastoise. You can start from the attributes of the special move and observe the skill list of Blastoise. This Blastoise has very simple moves and is not too outstanding. Go, Lucario. Xia Mu took out Lucario's Pokeball and summoned it. In order to avoid accidents, I put Lucario and Growlithe back into the Pokeball after arriving here. Lucario's appearance set off a wave of exclamations. Things I've seen and things I haven't seen. In short, there was constant noisy discussion. When Xiaotian on the opposite side saw Lucario, her eyes showed eagerness. It's really handsome, I also want to capture one. Xiaotian held her face with both hands. Her fascinated eyes showed what she was thinking even without saying anything. Although these Pokémon are very difficult to encounter in the Kanto region, if you go to the Sinnoh region, you should still be able to encounter wild Riolu and Lucario, Xia Mu said with a smile. The Sinnoh region? I did want to travel there some time ago, but my family was too busy and I didn't have much pocket money. No wonder you are so straightforward this time. Love is here to make money. Ollie couldn't help but complain. Seeing Xiaotian's expression that said, "You've seen through me," Ollie rolled his eyes and quickly announced the start of the fight without further ado. The atmosphere suddenly changed, but Xia Mu didn't change much. Xiaotian's cute expression disappeared, and he became very solemn. After entering the battle mode, she completely turned into a strong woman. This is consistent with her original design in the animation. Come on, let me see the strength of the top 4 teams in the last quartz conference. Instead of attacking rashly, Xia Mu gave up the first attack. In that case, I won't be polite. Blastoise, Water Wave. Xiaotian gave the order. Kame. Blastoise roared, and a ball of water light condensed into shape and blasted out in a straight line. Chapter 42. Xia Mu shouted and gave orders. Luca. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Lucario clasped his hands together, and the power of the waves gathered in his palms, forming a blue Rasengan, which he threw towards the oncoming water waves. Boom! A huge explosion occurred, raising thick steam and smoke. It was a fight between high-level fighters, and the collision of moves was so direct that the spectators were all affected to some extent. Of course, it will not affect the battle. Take advantage of the explosion smoke and use high-speed rotation. Xiaotian is indeed a master who can make it into the top 4. In this situation, she made a direct decision. The command was measured and the attack was tactical. After hearing the order, Blastoise took off into the air and spun at high speed, breaking through the smoke and catching the enemy by surprise. If it were an ordinary Pokémon, it would definitely be frightened by this strong offensive style of play. But Natsuki and Lucario won't. On the one hand, his psychological quality is absolutely good, and on the other hand, the power of the wave covers the entire field. Whether it is Xia Mu or Lucario, they can capture the specific location of Blastoise in real time. As it spun at high speed, Natsuki and Lucario reached a telepathic connection, and without the need for verbal commands, Lucario dodged the direct attack. While dodging, Lucario condensed a tough bone stick in his hand. This is a bone stick that attacks randomly. Although its power is not great, it can attack continuously. It can also effectively attack the current Blastoise. Facing the Blastoise that is spinning again. There was a loud bang. Under the heavy blows of Lucario's bone stick, Blastoise's high-speed rotation was obviously affected and its rhythm was disrupted. In the end, it had to stop its high-speed rotation and fell to the ground. Lucario was also hit by the recoil force, and the bone stick shattered and dissipated into energy starlight. Although it can stop high-speed rotation, my Blastoise has extremely high defense. The blow just now did not hurt me at all. Xiaotian said confidently, Blus, Mind Hammer. Kame. Blastoise's short-range explosive power is amazing. If Xia Mu hadn't maxed out Lucario's speed effort value, he would not have been able to dodge it in the first place. Fortunately, Lucario cleverly used his flexibility to dodge the attack. But Blastoise obviously didn't want to give up and charged forward again, while Lucario kept retreating and dodging. This kind of attack and evasion is extremely dangerous. Ordinary people were already sighing and exclaiming, because this battle was a high-level contest and it was already quite exciting right from the beginning. Facing the constant pursuit, Xia Mu felt the greatest pressure ever. It is very difficult to break this kind of suppression in level and restraint in moves. Xia Mu learned a lot from last night's battle, and he almost lost a few games. But no matter how difficult the battle was yesterday, it was nothing compared to now and cannot be compared. The Pokémon you face are different, and the trainers you face are also different. Substitute. Then find an opportunity to go around. Xia Mu silently said this in his mind, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. It is very difficult to win by jumping levels. However, the rules don't say that he can't use Waveguide to command Lucario, so he must take advantage of this loophole. Lucario immediately understood, and while dodging, he used a substitute, and his real body became invisible, disappearing from everyone's sight for a short time. Bang! The stand was hit, and everyone was frightened by the Blastoise's great power. A hint of pride flashed across Xiao Tian's face. It just faded away quickly. After being attacked, the stand fell to the ground and disappeared into a shadow. Then, behind Blastoise, Lucario's real body appeared and jumped up. Now, Thunder Fist. With a loud shout, Xia Mu's eyes became sharp. Lucaroar. The power of thunder and lightning exploded and gathered in the fist. A violent roar sounded. The Blastoise screamed in pain, and its huge body fell forward due to the enormous force. Blade Turtle. Xiao Tian called out worriedly. Before she could say anything, Xia Mu continued to issue the attack order, take advantage of this moment and launch another lightning punch. Among the skills that Lucario knows, there is no other skill that can restrain the water type except the Thunder Fist. Retreat into your shell. Xiao Tian's voice came. Blastoise is experienced in combat. When it is attacked, it retracts into its shell to improve its defense. It's a wise move. But in this way, Blastoise will lose its ability to attack. The standing turtle is extremely threatening, while the lying turtle can only take a beating. See how many lightning punches you can withstand. No matter how high the level is, there is a limit, and Xia Mu will not show mercy. Just after the second lightning punch, Xia Mu was about to let Lucario use the lightning punch to attack again, but Xiao Tian had already made her response, spin and bounce at high speed to create distance. Although the Blastoise was in pain after retracting into its shell, its fighting power did not decrease and it even became stronger. It let out a roar while lying on the ground, then spun at high speed and bounced up, returning to the battle area on Xiao Tian's side. This was the first time Xia Mu had seen such a situation, and he was a little stunned. Sure enough, it cannot be analyzed using common sense. Although I don't know what that move just now was about, but I won't be fooled a second time after suffering a loss. Blastoise, attack from a long distance, use the water cannon trick. Xiao Tian's fighting spirit was ignited along with Blastoise's fighting spirit. The ultimate move was launched in an instant, at an incredible speed. Don't we need time to gather together? Get out of the way. Shocked, he mentally gave Lucario an order. At the moment the water cannon approached, Lucario did dodge. However, the water cannon was so powerful that it blasted a large hole on the battlefield. The water and gravel splashed by the explosion hit Lucario, causing damage. What a powerful force, cold sweat appeared on his cheeks. Although it is not the first time that I have seen a move with a power value of over 100 points, but after the power value is added to the level, the strength is completely incomparable to that released at level or so. Level 50 should be the watershed, right? After this battle, I will have to consider letting the four little ones learn some skills with power values over 100 points. I thought secretly. Although it is expensive, it is indispensable in high-level battles. You can't always win by relying solely on tactics and brains, and flexibly using low-level moves. Many times, level suppression and the use of ultimate skills are also a hard truth. Just like this water cannon, if Lucario wasn't really fast and had excellent reaction skills, he would have been killed in seconds. Even if he could fight again, he would be seriously disabled. Chapter 43. Still too hasty. Although before the battle, the auxiliary skills of the four little ones had been strengthened once again on a small scale. But this is obviously far from enough. But it was fortunate that I had kept a trick up my sleeve, otherwise if Lucario didn't have this stand move, he would have probably been killed by Blastoise. At this time, Xia Mu already had the urge to make Lucario Mega Evolve. But he quickly suppressed the thoughts in his mind. If nothing else, now is not the time to expose it. Especially in such a public occasion, once the Mega Evolution is exposed, it will inevitably cause an uproar, and he will definitely be noticed by many forces. Even though Lucario's Mega Evolution has already existed in the Kalos region, this is in the Kanto region. Once you are targeted by local evil forces, you will face endless troubles in the future. Team Rocket is difficult enough to deal with, and according to what Xia Mu knows, there is also a Pokemon poaching gang in the Kanto region. These people don't care who you are. Even if it's a trainer's Pokemon, they will still snatch it as long as it's valuable enough. With his current strength, it is difficult for him to contend against higher-level beings. It's just a battle like this. Even without Mega Evolution, I still have a chance to win. Xia Mu thought to himself. He has many ways of fighting when it comes to playing tricks. All those years of gaming battles were not in vain. Sword Dance. With a command, Xia Mu seized this opportunity and let Lucario perform an attack bonus. A secondary move that increases attack by 2 levels. Most people may have a superficial understanding of this move. After all, there are not many Pokémon that can learn a move like Swords Dance simply by increasing their levels, and there are even fewer Pokémon in the Kanto region, including Farfetch'd, Scyther, and Kairos. Although many Pokémon can learn skills with the help of the skill learning device, most trainers probably don't have the brains to do so. Even many elite trainers will choose the aggressive route. This is actually the same as most of the players who played the game in the early days, and Xia Mu is one of them. Look down on auxiliary skills, thinking that learning them is useless. Wouldn't it be better to just kill the opponent instantly? Even if you can't kill it in 1 second. You'll have to hit it twice anyway. If you get help, you might have to hit it twice more, so it's better to just attack directly. Most early stage players will choose to fight hard. Just like the battle last night, Xia Mu did not encounter many trainers who could effectively use auxiliary skills to fight. It was also under his guidance that some talents understood the usefulness of some moves to a certain extent and began to follow his example. For example, moving at high speed, holding, etc. Of course, Xiaotian is not an ordinary trainer. She must know the amplification of Sword Dance, so we cannot generalize. Just knowing it is one thing, but looking at Xiaotian's fighting habits, it is certain that she is an aggressive type. You don't have a chance to attack me again, interrupted Sword Dance, Blastoise, and use the Cannon Beam. A delicate shout. Under Xiaotian's command, Blastoise's 2 anti-aircraft guns swung, condensing dazzling light. The cannon beam fired out like a laser cannon, which was terrifying. Seeing this, Xia Mu took a breath. I silently told Lucario to dodge, but I was also worried that Lucario might not be able to dodge. Fortunately, the Sword Dance was effective, and Lucario narrowly avoided the attack of the cannon beam. Come again. Sword Dance. Luca. Lucario crossed his arms and performed Sword Dance again. Air swords appeared out of thin air around its body, revolving around it, and finally gathered at the top of its head and merged into itself. Second stage Sword Dance. Effective. Seeing this, Xiaotian on the opposite side realized that Lucario's attack power had increased a lot and simply shouted, I won't waste time with you anymore, Blastoise, use the ultimate attack. Kame. Blastoise raised his head and roared, his whole body seemed to be covered by a layer of translucent energy light, driving his whole body to rush out, like a meteorite hitting, with extremely terrifying power. This attack made Xia Mu feel uneasy. It's time to come. There is no way to dodge it, there is no chance to stack the 3 sword dances. Hold on. With a loud shout, Xia Mu and Lucario were in tune with each other and could feel the emotional changes between them. Lucario gritted his teeth and crossed his arms, an invisible force bursting out from his body to protect himself. Hold on. This is a move that Xia Mu would never let Lucario use unless it was absolutely necessary. Now it depends on the limit of this move and whether it can withstand the ultimate impact. As long as you can hold on, the Blastoise will definitely be defeated. Boom. A horrific explosion occurred on the ring. Blastoise's huge body hit Lucario right in the middle. The terrible impact force shattered the battlefield and splashed dust all over the sky, making it difficult to see what was going on. It cannot be seen by the naked eye, but Xia Mu has already covered the entire place with wave power, so it can be sensed. Now, Lucario, Thunder Fist. A fierce shout came from his mouth. Xia Mu gave such command only after he was sure that Lucario had survived. Lucario was seriously injured at this time, but he was still able to fight. Lucario leapt up from the dust. This action shocked everyone. 2 sword dances will stack the physical attack to level 4. The power value of the Thunder Fist is indeed only 75 points, which is not high, but with the blessing of attribute restraint and the blessing of 2 sword dances, the power of this punch is terrifying. Oh no! Blastoise, quickly retract into your shell. Although I couldn't see it, her command was correct. However, she overlooked one point, which was the side effect of using the ultimate impact, which made Blastoise unable to move for a short period of time. Boom! The lightning punch, which exceeded the limit, hit Blastoise's head. The terrifying force caused the ground under Blastoise's feet to shatter, and lightning swept through Blastoise's entire body, inside and out. Kame, a painful wail was heard. By the time Lucario used the force to retreat and did a few backflips, he landed on the ground. Blastoise had already fallen with his head tilted back, and his eyes had turned into circles. Blazoo has lost its ability to fight, Lucario wins. Ollie, the referee, announced the result without hesitation. As a powerful Pokémon trainer, he has a very good relationship with Xiaotian, and he knows very well how powerful Xiaotian's Blastoise is. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't beat Xia Mu's Lucario. It seemed that Xia Mu had calculated all the situations from the very beginning, so he could make the most accurate judgment and command at the critical moment. Even without using high-level special skills, he could win with ordinary skills. Chapter 44. Although I had accumulated enough experience points yesterday, I didn't expect that the experience points gained from defeating Blastoise could increase my level by 2 levels. It's so cool to fight against opponents of higher levels. Just do this a few more times and you will reach level 50 soon. Xia Mu could feel that Lucario's current strength was much stronger than before. It's not just because of the level increase, but also because of the cross-level performance brought about by actual combat, which makes Lucario better understand how to control his own power cleverly. This is the big difference between the real world and the game world. The data brought by the Golden Finger simulator is indeed what Xia Mu knew. However, the strength of one's ability cannot sometimes be fully reflected by simple numbers. Feeling relieved, Xia Mu shifted his gaze from Lucario to Xiaotian. At this time, Xiaotian had already taken back the Blastoise and gave it a simple comfort. It's just a normal loss of combat ability, not on the verge of death, so it's okay. You are really amazing. Ollie told me about it. I was a little skeptical at first, but now I know clearly your strength. To be honest, I let Blastoise play in the first game because I wanted to suppress you first, but it backfired and ended up hurting myself. As Xiaotian spoke, she stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. I have to say that although Xiaotian looks a bit reckless, she is actually very smart and very calm, but she is too aggressive in fighting. In fact, if you know Lucario well enough, I wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. I just won by luck thanks to Lucario's special moves, Xia Mu said. After exchanging pleasantries and praising each other, Xiaotian asked curiously, come to think of it, I was really surprised just now, was it Lucario's own action, or did you guys agree on such a tactic in advance? You didn't even need to command. Hearing this, Xia Mu smiled slightly and did not intend to hide it. He already had the advantage of waveguide, and could communicate with his Pokémon through telepathy. I told Xiaotian about his ability, and Xiaotian was particularly envious of it. It's kind of, I want it too. After a while of talking, although Ollie was also surprised by Xia Mu's ability, he still interrupted the conversation between the two and said, well, the battle is not over yet, you guys are not going to continue after just one fight, right? Xia Mu and Xiaotian both looked at him and stopped wasting time. Some things can be discussed in depth when you are alone after the battle. Actually, you didn't have to tell me, if I didn't know, I could have exerted my full strength. Now that I know you can give orders with your mind, I have to be on guard. Xiaotian smiled bitterly and then took out the Pokeball. As the Pokeball flew out of his hand, a 9-tailed fox with shiny fur and handsome appearance appeared on the battle arena. Level 49 9-tailed fox. Although this level is not as good as the level 51 Blastoise, it is also very high. Do you want to replace Lucario? If not, I will attack you without hesitation. Xia Mu heard this and looked at Lucario. The four looked at each other and confirmed Lucario's intention to fight, and Xia Mu shook his head at Xiaotian. Lucario still wants to continue fighting, this is its choice. As a trainer, how can I pour cold water on my Pokémon? Xia Mu smiled faintly, already calculating in his mind. Lucario is indeed running low on energy and is seriously injured. However, since it is still on the field, its physical attack attribute retains the 4-level blessing brought by the 2 sword dances just now. Therefore, even if the attribute is suppressed, as long as it is not hit by the opponent, it can still fight. It all depends on how fast this 9-tailed fox is. Xia Mu had bred the 9-tailed fox, so he knew that the 9-tailed fox's speed was higher than Lucario's. Once the 9-tailed fox's speed training reached a certain level, it might be difficult for Lucario to deal with it. Come on, let you attack first this time, Xiaotian said to Xia Mu. It was a wise choice and it showed that she didn't want to take advantage. Then you better be careful, nodding to the little dessert, Xia Mu looked at Lucario. Wave Missile. Luca. With a roar, Lucario rolled the Rasengan with his hands and blasted it out. It is a special attack move and a skill that is 46 certain to hit the target. The power of the wave missile should not be underestimated. After all, Lucario is now level. Get out of the way. And then spray flames. After the command was given, the 9-tailed fox raised its head and let out a long cry. The moment the wave missile approached, it turned and jumped gracefully to avoid the attack. However, it was too confident, and Xiaotian did not understand the properties of the wave missile's moves. The wave missile hit strangely, Ninetail was injured, and Xiaotian was shocked. However, even so, the nine-tailed fox did not suffer too much damage. It was just stunned for a moment. After it reacted, it was furious and launched a flame jet counterattack without hesitation. The thick jet of flame swept towards Lucario like a fire dragon. This attack was so powerful that it reminded Xia Mu of the duck-billed fire beast he encountered last night. A flash of lightning dodges, rocks collapse. Xia Mu remained calm in the face of danger and directed the operation smoothly. If it were an ordinary person, they would be more or less disrupted in the situation that Lucario is in now. Lucario used Lightning Flash to dodge the straight attack of the jet of fire. But just when it was about to use Rock Slide, Xiaotian's order came and the situation suddenly changed. I won't give you a chance, move closer at high speed and shoot another jet of flame. The speed of the nine-tailed fox shocked Xia Mu again, even with the help of high-speed movement. It is indeed fast enough. Even Lucario in his prime, with the effort value maxed out at 252, might still be a little slower. From this we can see that the effort value of this nine-tailed fox has reached at least 1 or 200, and its individual speed value is definitely the best. Substitute. There was no other way, Xia Mu could only try his luck. But this time, Goddess of Luck was clearly not on his side. The Ninetail's jet of flame hit Lucario head-on, and there was no doubt that Lucario lost his ability to fight. Thank you, Xia Mu, Xiaotian smiled beautifully, which was indeed quite tempting. Xia Mu nodded to her, then took back Lucario, and said to the Pokeball as usual, you did a good job, not only defeated Blastoise, but also consumed Ninetails' energy. After saying that, Xia Mu put away the Pokeball and took out the red Gyarados Pokeball. To deal with fire, you naturally have to use water. And looking at the skill list of Nine-tailed Fox, there is no skill that restrains water, nor any skill that restrains flying. Even though it has fast speed and good special attack, Red Storm firmly restrains it. So what if the level difference is 8 levels? The pure restraint of attributes alone makes up for this gap. Roar! The red Gyarados appeared, shocking everyone in the audience. Everyone has seen Gyarados, but no one has ever seen a red Gyarados. Chapter 45. While everyone was exclaiming, Xiaotian also said to Xia Mu. It's nothing, just a shiny Pokémon. Each Pokémon has its own unique color, but the probability of its appearance is very low, Xia Mu replied. In the game, without any item bonuses, the probability of catching a shiny Pokémon in the wild is 4096 inches. To increase the probability, there are clear methods, such as carrying a flash amulet, which can increase the chance of flashing to 2048 inches. Then there is the exotic egg hatching, which can increase the probability to 683 in 512. If you carry the shining amulet with you to hatch the exotic eggs at the same time, you can increase the probability to the highest in. This is the highest chance of flash in the game. In real-world terms, that's 1 in a million. In addition to these fixed methods, when the Vermilion generation begins, you can also eat food with a bonus to the shining power level to increase the chance of flashing. I just don't know how the flash mechanism of the cheat code simulator has changed in this Pokemon world. This hidden special function requires Xia Mu to explore it by himself. One thing that is certain is that it is impossible to use the mechanism to flash like in the game. After all, creatures in the real world have existed for a long time, rather than being randomly refreshed. Xia Mu had thought about this problem not long ago, so his rough guess was that even if he carried a shiny amulet, it would at most increase the probability of encountering shiny Pokemon, or in a sense, attract shiny Pokemon within a certain range. After listening to Xia Mu's words, Xiaotian's understanding of shiny Pokemon was obviously not comprehensive, so she just nodded and planned to communicate with Xia Mu later. With a strong desire for knowledge, it can be seen that Xiaotian's current achievements are not achieved solely by luck, but by her own hard work and eagerness to learn. So, do you want to change a Pokemon to face my red Gyarados? Xia Mu asked politely, just like Xiaotian before. I'm not confident enough to use the fire type to deal with the water type Gyarados, so, come back Ninetails. Xiaotian didn't think much about it and took this opportunity to replace Ninetails. Seeing this, Xia Mu actually felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Xiaotian to replace Ninetails so directly. He thought Xiaotian's personality would be the same as before, using Ninetails to fight Gyarados. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. If it were him, he would actually change it as well. After all, why would he send his Pokemon to die if he knew he had no chance of winning? Go, Queen of Flowers. With Xiaotian's shout, a huge Queen of Flowers appeared on the field. The level of the level 45 Queen is not as high as that of Blastoise and Ninetails. But this level is indeed very high among the Pokemon trainers Xia Mu has encountered. Using King Flower to fight Gyarados, the ordinary Gyarados will probably just get beaten, Xia Mu said with a smile. Xiao Tian smiled sweetly when she heard this. So is your Gyarados a normal Gyarados? Xia Mu didn't answer and continued to smile. Roar. The red Gyarados roared. Intimidation takes effect, and Tyrannosaurus is frightened by the red Gyarados, and its attack level drops by 1. Of course, a 1-level drop in attack has no effect on Queen of Flowers, because her main focus is definitely special attack. Don't be afraid, Queen of Flowers, cover the entire field with green grass. After hearing the order, Xiaotian quickly gave the command. Flowers. The Queen of Flowers let out a gentle call. The next second, its body burst into dazzling green light. As the energy overflowed, the entire venue was covered with green grass and filled with vitality. It was also the first time that Xia Mu saw the green grass field in action, and he was extremely shocked. The scene was indeed spectacular. If a group of Pokémon that could use this move were to be sent to the desert would turn into grassland. I just don't know how long this green grass field can last. It can only be maintained for 5 rounds in the game. During these 5 rounds, you must continuously restore the physical strength of the Pokémon on the field and heal their injuries. What Xiaotian wants is definitely not treatment, but an increase in the power of grass attribute moves. It can be said to be a double bonus. Although, I really want to see how many tricks your Tyrannosaurus has. My Gyarados is impatient, so, Xia Mu paused for a moment, and his eyes changed drastically. Gyarados, spray fire. What? Xiaotian was startled, and even her Queen of Flowers showed a look of horror. Outside the battlefield, Ollie and some trainers were stunned, and most people looked at Gyarados as if it were a monster. Can the water-type Gyarados learn to spray fire? Roar. The red Gyarados clearly enjoyed being watched, as its huge body danced in the air and flew up into the sky, then it did a spin and a rich jet of flame spurted out of its huge mouth. This attack is not only extremely powerful, but also extremely effective. At the same time, it gave everyone a spiritual shock. Xiaotian even forgot to give orders and just watched Amazon being hit by the jet of flames. The Queen of Flowers let out a miserable cry, and its body was blown away by the flames. Just one blow and he was seriously injured. If it weren't for its pretty good special defense attribute, if it weren't for its level being 4 levels higher than the red Gyarados, if it weren't for the healing provided by the green grass field, it would have probably lost its ability to fight. End it, Gyarados, Freeze Fang. Flame Jet is no longer used, but Freeze Fang is also a move that can restrain grass type. Xia Mu used the power of wave guidance to give instructions to the red Gyarados in his mind, telling it not to use too much strength. After all, this is not a life and death battle. Valopra is incapable of fighting, and Gyarados wins. After announcing the result, Ollie's eyes widened and he continued, I thought I knew your Gyarados very well last night, but I didn't expect you had a hidden trick. Gyarados can spray fire. How did you train it? Xia Mu smiled and said, so my Gyarados is not an ordinary Gyarados. Xia Mu said this to Ollie and the audience, as well as to Xiaotian. The Queen of Flowers appeared on the scene and lasted no more than a minute, but Xiaotian was hit hard. This happened before she even exerted any strength. But she was not an ordinary trainer after all. She quickly found herself and took back the Queen of Flowers to comfort her. She knew clearly that her Tyrannosaurus would be traumatized when facing Gyarados, facing water-type Pokémon in the future. Most people wouldn't dare to think about the water-type Gyarados performing a fire-breathing move, let alone carry it out. In fact, in the original animation, the plot developed to the Hoenn region, and Misty's Gyarados performed the fire spray, which started the trend of Gyarados learning fire spray. Of course, in the later stages it will be replaced by other skills due to high-level battles. After all, there are only 4 skill slots in the game. Chapter 46. After defeating Tyrannosaurus, the level of Red Gyarados did not increase as much as Lucario, it only increased by 1 level to level 42. Xia Mu did not let it leave, but continued to let it fight. In this battle, Xiaotian also has 3 unknown Pokémon. Although it is not known whether these 3 are the remaining 3 that she brought with her in the original novel, Xia Mu has probably determined that even if Xiaotian's remaining 3 are not Pudding, Ponyta and White Sea Lion, their levels must be between 40 and 50. Blastoise is her trump card and the only Pokémon she has that has reached level 50 or above. The second general is Ninetales, but Ninetales can never be a match for Gyarados, so she will definitely take out something else. Under the expectant gaze of Xia Mu and everyone else, Xiaotian took out its 4th one. A level 45 Raichu like Queen of Flowers. The evolved form of Pikachu, this Raichu is obviously very powerful. Seeing Raichu, Xia Mu couldn't help but feel admiration for Xiaotian. As a female trainer, not only has her strength reached this level, but several of the Pokémon that Xiaotian has trained are unpopular types that require evolution stones to evolve. For example, Ninetales needs a fire stone to evolve, Tyrannosaurus needs a leaf stone to evolve, and Jigglypuff needs a moon stone to evolve. Now there is another Raichu, which needs a thunder stone to evolve. If you say you have no money, I'm afraid no one will believe it. The evolution stones of Ninetales, Tyrannosaurus Rex and Raichu alone are worth a lot of money, Xia Mu said with a hint of sarcasm. Evolution stones are not cheap. Even if you have a way, it will cost at least tens of thousands of alliance coins. Just like Xia Mu's evolution stone was sold to a friendly store, the recycling price was as high as 1 alliance coins. You're not the first person to say something like this, it's because it costs a lot of money to train them, so they are so poor that they have to rely on fighting and working to make money, Xiaotian said with a smile. Thanks to her good family background and her talent in fighting, she has come this far. Understanding, Xia Mu only said 2 words and said no more. When he had no money at the beginning, Xia Mu also had a headache about it. Now, having sold a certain amount of comet fragments, he has enough money to carry out various cultivations. Otherwise, you have to be thrifty and not have everything you want. Xia Mu stopped talking about this and the battle started quickly. This time, Xiaotian did not ask Xia Mu whether to change Pokémon, but directly commanded Raichu to attack. Unlike Vipron, Raichu is obviously more daring. Even though its attack was reduced by 1 level due to Gyarados' intimidation, it still performed very strongly. As a Pokémon with a dual attack racial value of 90 points, Raichu is a dual sword Pokémon. However, its physical strength and defense are somewhat limited, so few people will use Raichu. It is too fragile and does not have any special features. Based on Raichu's situation, most people would choose to go the special attack acceleration route. After all, Raichu's speed value is 110 points, which is faster than Ninetales. Xiaotian's one is obviously also taking the special attack speed route. What the original animation says is that one of the reasons why Pikachu does not evolve into Raichu is because after evolving into Raichu its body will become bloated, causing its movement speed to slow down. This is actually not true. According to Xia Mu's understanding, the speed value involves 3 aspects. One is movement speed. The second is the speed of the moves. The third is the attack speed. In other words, there is no doubt that Raichu is faster than Pikachu at the same level. Of course, if Pikachu's level, effort, and individual value are suppressed, it is understandable that it can suppress Raichu. Thoughts return. Xia Mu was in a dilemma. He didn't want the Red Gyarados to fight with Raichu, but the Red Gyarados didn't want to go back into the Pokeball. It is obviously overconfident in itself and does not want to exit so quickly. It didn't fight enough last night, and the limelight was stolen by Lucario, Growlithe, and Beedrill. Xia Mu was helpless and had no choice but to use his own way to command the Red Gyarados to fight against Raichu. Even if it loses, maybe it's a good thing for Red Gyarados, because the current Red Gyarados is indeed a little too conceited. I don't know why its slow character could have such a change. It has to be said that this battle puts Xia Mu under a lot of pressure. He had never felt so difficult before. Not only is the level suppressed, but the water and flying systems combined are 4 times weaker. The final result, naturally, was that the Red Gyarados was defeated. The Jet of Flames was amazing, but even if Xia Mu commanded well, he still couldn't win the battle. If Xiaotian was not an offensive trainer, he would still have a chance of winning. He could command Raichu to sweep the field with 100,000 volts. Even if Gyarados could dodge by flying, he would have to face Raichu's crazy attack. Raichu can easily dodge Gyarados' counterattack, and the dodge rate is increased by the Shadow Clone, which is a complete cheat. Although he was facing Raichu, Xia Mu suddenly felt like he was facing Pikachu. In the game, the insignificant little guy, a character that will be killed instantly as soon as he appears, is indeed a good knife in the real world. It made Xia Mu want to catch a Pikachu and breed it into a Raichu. The Red Gyarados was unwilling to die, and Xia Mu hoped that it could realize its own arrogance after this battle. Immediately afterwards, Beedrill was sent out to fight the enemy. Although Red Storm lost completely, it did consume a lot of Raichu's physical strength, and when it lost its combat ability, it also caused some damage to Raichu. Beedrill's level is only 42, which is lower than Raichu, but Raichu's fighting style is exactly what Beedrill can restrain. Although the ordinary Beedrill is not fast, its effort value is maxed out at 252 points, and its individual speed value is the best. Even if it is still not as fast as Raichu, it can still confront Raichu, which has consumed a lot of physical strength. Raichu's burst of speed and the speed of its attacks are indeed terrifying. If it is restrained by attributes, like Gyarados, a single 100,000 volt shot has a high probability of instantly killing it. Of course, the Red Gyarados withstood 100,000 volts twice. This is the uncertainty of the real world. It is not like in the game where one can withstand it with real tenacity. In fact, there is also a mechanism in the game, that is, Pokémon will hold back a fatal attack in order not to make you worry. Don't talk about this. For Raichu, this explosive power is both an advantage and a disadvantage. After the outburst, Raichu will be in a short period of stalemate. Xia Mu seized this opportunity and let Beedrill use the ground-type Straight Drill to take out Raichu in one move. Straight Drill is a skill that is easy to hit the vital point. In this case, Beedrill is aiming to hit the vital point. There is also a special sniper that greatly increases the power of hitting critical points. Although Raichu is strong, Xia Mu also saw how fragile it is. I'm afraid that even if he is at full health, he will fall to the ground after being hit by this Straight Drill. Please give me some recommendation votes, monthly votes, collections, and follow-up reading. If you have any opinions or ideas, you can tell me in the comments section and try to satisfy everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 47. In comparison, the experience value is actually quite considerable. I just don't know if the Red Gyarados shared the experience points. Xia Mu couldn't call out the Red Gyarados to see, so the only way to know was to see if its level had been raised after the battle. Most likely not, just like the last time when Growlithe was on the verge of death and completely lost its ability to fight, and did not share any experience points. Raichu was defeated, and Xiaotian sent out the Nine-Tailed Fox again. The Fire-type Ninetales is indeed the first choice against the Insect-type Beedrill. Xia Mu would not be stupid enough to let Beedrill continue fighting, so in the end he had to let Growlithe go into battle. The competition between fire and fire. It's impossible to say there is no pressure. After all, Ninetales' data in all aspects are higher than that of Growlithe. The only advantage Xia Mu has is the bonus in effort value. Of course, there is also the advantage in skills, which is not as simple as Jiwei. From the first Blastoise, to Tyrannosaurus Rex, to Ninetales, and finally to Raichu, Xia Mu discovered that Xiaotian's way of training Pokémon was to maximize the abilities of the Pokémon. Indeed, if you cultivate this single method to the end, it is not impossible to defeat the opponent by using various reverse attributes such as characteristics. But for Xia Mu, he felt that the best way to train this Pokémon was to maximize its potential. In Pokémon battles, level suppression is certainly important, but the key to victory or defeat is still attribute restraint. Just like in the game, when the attributes are restrained, with double suppression and the skill power reaching the standard, you can kill the opponent instantly, crossing 10 levels. In the battle between Growlithe and Ninetales, Xia Mu finally won with his skills and strategy. The auxiliary skills combined with the advantages of various skills, although he was injured by the Nine-Tailed Fox and his physical strength was consumed, in terms of the mastery of skills and the deployment of tactics, Xia Mu was far superior to Xiaotian. In fact, if Grunt hadn't evolved into Arcanine yet, Arcanine would have been able to completely suppress Ninetales in this battle. Of course, defeating the strong with the weak made Xia Mu feel more accomplished. After defeating Xiaotian's 4 Pokémon in a row, Xia Mu also lost Lucario and Red Gyarados. In a 2-on-2 situation, even though both Grunt and Beedrill have been consumed, as long as the opponent's level does not exceed level 45, Xia Mu has a chance of winning. As a result, what Xia Mu didn't expect was that Xiaotian actually had a second level 50 Pokémon. Fat Kuding. This Pokémon, which also appeared in the animated theatrical version, is actually higher level than Ninetales. Generally, it is Fairy type. As the evolved form of Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff's combat power is not strong, but it is not weak either. Especially the stamina value of 140 points, which was considered outrageous in the first 2 generations. Xia Mu remembered that in the early days, apart from pure meat and support Pokémon like Chansey and Chappie, only Enchantress had an HP value of 190 points. Apart from this, no other Pokémon can surpass Jigglypuff in terms of physical strength. Not as good as Jigglypuff and Chappie, and not as good as Golem, but to a certain extent, Jigglypuff has stronger attack power. Although most people will still use Pudding as a support, it can also be trained to be a type of attrition warfare, fighting a protracted war with the opponent. Xia Mu saw the skill list of Pufferfish and knew that this Pufferfish could be both a support and a main attacker. In short, her strength is quite good, and according to Xiaotian's fighting style, Xia Mu feels that her Pangolin is more of the main attack type. In order to prevent Growlithe from continuing to fight, Xia Mu replaced it with Beedrill. Xiaotian doesn't think there is any difference between Growlithe and Beedrill. On the contrary, because Xia Mu changed to Beedrill, she felt that she could better play the strength of Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff is a melee physical attack tank type, and its speed is not outstanding, so it will be at a disadvantage when facing the long-range special attack of Growlithe. Beedrill is different. Also a melee physical attacker, her fighting style is to let Jigglypuff take her moves, and then she will attack forcefully to interrupt and break them. Xiaotian has her own plans, and Xia Mu has his own plans. Xia Mu's Beedrill is not an ordinary Beedrill. It is not only a queen bee, but also very comprehensive in learning skills. In addition to close combat, you can also perform long-range attacks, such as poison needles. Pancake has fairy-like attributes. Xiaotian obviously doesn't know this. Not to mention Xiaotian doesn't know, most people don't know. Because the era has not yet developed to the 6th generation and the plot has not advanced to the Kalos region, the fairy attributes have not yet been fully defined. In other words, this era is a very special starting point. Many unknown things are constantly being discovered by people, thus giving rise to a series of possibilities. For example, the discovery of fairy attributes, Mega Evolution, Dynamax, the existence of Z moves, and the crystallization of the Paidia region. According to Xia Mu's guess, it will take about 2 years for the fairy type to be officially recognized by the Alliance and included in the attribute list. The battle with Fat Ketting went very smoothly. Xia Mu's poisonous attack caught Xiaotian off guard. Not to mention fighting back, Pangolin couldn't even dodge or block the attack. Finally, under the poison state, Pancake lost his ability to fight. What really made Xia Mu unbelievable was that the experience points gained from defeating Jigglypuff actually directly allowed Beedrill to level up by 2 levels. Even though I had leveled up by defeating Raichu before, it was still nothing compared to that. This is a 2-level upgrade in one go. There is absolutely no other game in the world that offers so much experience points. So, this Jigglypuff is also some kind of experience monster, like Jigglypuff and Happiny, that can provide a large amount of experience. Xia Mu was particularly excited. After defeating Jigglypuff, Xiaotian only has 1 Pokémon left. As Xia Mu expected, Xiaotian took out the level 47 White Sea Lion. As expected, except for Raichu, which was an exception, the other Pokémon can be said to be Xiaotian's main force. I'm afraid that in the original plot, Raichu is one of the main forces, and Xiaotian only brought the little fire horse along because she wanted to train it as a mount. After all, as a mount Pokémon that all early elite trainers will cultivate, Charmeleon needs to reach level 40 before it can evolve. After evolution, the Blazebrook, in a sense, does not require too many resources to take shape. To deal with the White Sea Lion, it is naturally the fire-type Growlithe. Although the water element of the White Sea Lion restrains the fire element also restrains the ice element. Originally, his level had been raised by 1 because of defeating the Nine-Tailed Fox. Although he did not reach the experience points required for upgrading after this battle, Xia Mu knew that as long as there was one more duel, Growlithe could reach level 50. What Xia Mu didn't expect was that in this battle, Growlithe had actually learned a skill that could only be learned at level 52, escaping from desperate situations. Attack with all your might. The less energy you have, the more powerful your moves will be. Therefore, at the last moment, fire was used to evaporate the water and the White Sea Lion was defeated. Chapter 48. After the battle with Xiaotian ended, the onlookers dispersed in 2s and 3s. The high-level battles are dazzling, full of thrills and excitement. For Xiaotian, this battle allowed her to see more fighting styles and also realize her own shortcomings. In fact, ever since she made it into the top 4 of the Quartz Conference, her strength has been stagnant and she has been standing still. Now, after fighting with Xia Mu, she realized that she might have been too stubborn. She has always been sticking to her own principles and is unwilling to try new things. Ultimately, it's just overconfidence and arrogance. Before fighting against Xia Mu, she was absolutely confident. But after the battle, I realized that even though I had tried my best to command the battle, I still lost so miserably. It seems that she should choose a new path to try instead of continuing to develop step by step on Round Island. Xia Mu would never know what Xiaotian was thinking. For Xia Mu, Xiaotian also taught him a lesson in a sense. In fact, being able to fight like this is already a very good ending. Xia Mu really relied on a lot of luck, as well as the convenience brought by the Wave Guide, otherwise, he might have lost the first Lucario game. Then there was the battle between Gyarados and Tyrannosaurus. If Tyrannosaurus hadn't been amazed by Gyarados and caught off guard by Gyarados' jet of fire, Tyrannosaurus wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Then came Raichu and Beedrill. Xia Mu also took advantage of the opportunity. Knowing that Xiaotian didn't know much about Beedrill, he used the hidden feature of Sniper and a combination of moves to kill them with one blow. To sum up, if the fight happens again, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for Xia Mu to win. Not to mention that only 2 Pokémon were used to achieve a 4-on-6 victory. After returning to Ali's shop, Xia Mu and Xiaotian chose not to stay any longer, but instead walked together and headed towards the Pokémon Center in Round Island City. The Pokémon were all seriously injured and naturally needed to recover. Instead of wasting medicine on treating yourself at this time, it is better to leave it to Joey, and the treatment will be more thorough. To Natsuki's surprise, he met Professor Ichiki at the Pokémon Center. She came here to say goodbye to Joey and Chansey, and next to her was a character that Xia Mu was very familiar with. Xiao Jian. Pokémon Watcher. In the original novel, he possesses an incredible talent for painting and was once teased as the best candidate to replace Xiao Jiang as the second male lead. In the original animation, he was in the Orange Islands, replaced Brock and joined Ash's team, and traveled together for a while. But later he left the team because he joined the Oak Research Institute. Unexpectedly, he and Professor Ichiki had known each other for a long time, and it was obvious that Xiao Jian accompanied Professor Ichiki to the Pokémon Center. After some understanding, Xia Mu was able to determine the specific situation. Because they will be leaving Yuandao for the Orange Islands in 2 days, Xia Mu is taking her students to say goodbye to their friends in Yuandao City during these 2 days. After all, this is a place where I have stayed for several years, so I have some feelings for it. Not to mention saying goodbye to friends, even among colleagues, many people have to say goodbye in person. For example, Joey and Junsha are not colleagues in a sense, but they know each other very well and help each other in many research projects, so they have a good relationship. Xia Mu also took this opportunity to learn about Professor Uchiha's subsequent arrangements, and found out who would be in charge of the Pokémon Research Institute in Yuandao City. According to Naki, Dr. Mulan from the Galar region will arrive with her assistants tomorrow. At that time, she will personally hand over the procedures to her. After completing these tasks, she will take Xiao Jian and 2 students to Daigon Island. In short, it was similar to the information his mother had given him. He just didn't expect things to develop so quickly. After seeing off Nemu, Xiao Jian, and Dr. Nemu's 2 female disciples, Xia Mu and Xiao Tian were both very emotional. Xia Mu was expressing his feelings about the subsequent development of the plot, but he was only expressing it in his heart. Xiao Tian talked about some past events and expressed her familiarity with Dr. Ichiki and their close relationship. Now that Dr. Ichiki is leaving, it's like a loved one leaving. After listening to Xiao Tian's words, Xia Mu realized that her Blastoise was given to her by Professor Nemu when it was still a Squirtle. She was only 10 years old that year. After getting Squirtle, she expressed her ambition to become the league champion with great enthusiasm. It's a pity that she is almost 16 years old now and has not achieved anything. Everyone said that she was a master who made it into the top 4 of the Quartz Conference, but few people knew that she had challenged the Quartz Conference 3 times in a row and only then made it into the top 4 in the last session. Only she herself knows that the top 4 is nothing. The Quartz Conference has been held all the time. There have been many trainers who have made it to the top 4 of the Quartz Conference in the past few years alone. She is just an inconspicuous one among them. In other words, even the league champion is different every year. I didn't understand it when I was young, but as I grew older I gradually realized that the things I pursued are not so easily obtained. Xia Mu encouraged Xiao Tian and understood her feelings very well. A person of temperament, this is how Xia Mu described Xiao Tian. To be more specific, she is a girl who is both very rational and emotional. In a few years, she will definitely be very popular among men. No, it should be said that she is very popular with men now, but she is too strong. Most people may not be able to handle her and it is difficult to develop a relationship with her. After spending an hour in the Pokémon Center, Xia Mu and Xiao Tian talked about many things. The most important thing they talked about was the invitation letter to the strongest trainer. Xiao Tian expressed that she would definitely go. Since she was so direct and frank, Xia Mu naturally expressed his thoughts as well. Perhaps it was because Xia Mu defeated her, or perhaps it was because she admired Xia Mu's strength, so Xiao Tian took the initiative to invite Xia Mu to take a boat to Honglian Island and then take a boat to the new island together. Ali and the others will be there too. Xia Mu really wanted to agree directly, but things were not that simple. He could only respond vaguely that he would decide when the time came. Xiao Tian felt a little disappointed, but she didn't force it. In fact, Xia Mu can go to Xindao anytime and anywhere if he wants. After all, as the prince of the Xia family shipping and logistics group, the entire group belongs to him, and the best thing is the ships. It's also because Xiao Tian doesn't know his identity, otherwise she wouldn't have invited him like that. Of course, Xia Mu was not willing to use this identity to make friends, otherwise there would be some estrangement and it would not be as natural as it is now. After taking back their respective Pokémon from Joey, Xia Mu and Xiao Tian said goodbye. Xiao Tian had taken some time out to fight him, and now she needed to go back to her family's shop to help out. Xia Mu returned to Ali's restaurant and bar. There was still plenty of time, and he also wanted to learn more from Ali about the Pokémon trainers in Round Island City. Chapter 49. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Xia Mu got to know many elite Pokémon trainers in Yuandao City through Ali's introduction. Although their strength is not as strong as Xiaotian, and most of their Pokémon are just over level 40, these Pokémon trainers are all good at it in the wild. After a series of battles, Xia Mu's reputation gradually spread, and everyone in the trainer circle knew him. On the one hand, Xia Mu is very strong and has won consecutive games without a defeat. On the one hand, Xia Mu became a money-giving boy. As long as one had a certain level of strength, he could get rewards ranging from 1,000 to 10,000 alliance coins by fighting against him through Ali's introduction. Of course, the price was set by Ali. At the beginning, Xia Mu gave 10,000 alliance coins per person. The trainer behind him was of average strength, so Ali discussed with him and decided to give different battle rewards according to their strength levels. After thinking it over, Xia Mu agreed. After all, if a trainer was given 10,000 league coins, it would not be enough for him no matter how rich he was. After continuous battles, the levels of the 4 little ones continued to improve, and they broke through to level 51 after another. Lucario reached level 55, and not only learned Comet Fist and Dragon Wave, but also learned Super Speed 1 step ahead of time. Now, all that's left is close combat. As long as you reach level 60, you can learn it by leveling up. Of course, judging by recent personal experience, perhaps this trick can be learned in advance. As for using the skill learning device, Xia Mu does not plan to buy it. Instead of wasting this money, you might as well buy other skills. The level of the Red Gyarados has been raised to level 51. It has not only learned the only flying type skill it can learn, Storm, but has also learned Rage and Destruction Ray. Destroy the light. That's right. It was translated into the ultimate move of the Destruction Ray in the early days, with a power value of 150 points. Xia Mu's Red Storm has been fully formed. When he uses it to challenge gyms in the future, not to mention that he can kill anyone he meets in seconds, even if he wants to fight 2 people at the same time, it will be absolutely easy. Beedrill's level has been increased to level 53. This is because Xia Mu has been intentionally creating opportunities for it to fight so that it can gain more experience points. However, even if the level is increased, the strength of Beedrill is not obviously improved. The most important thing is that it no longer has any skills that can be learned by increasing the level. Xia Mu can only let Beedrill learn some skills based on its shortcomings to improve its strength accordingly. Despite this, there are still too many Pokémon that can restrain Beedrill, so even though Beedrill has the most battles, it can only deal with the lowest level Pokémon, so its level is only 2 levels higher than Red Rage. What is worth mentioning is the intimacy. The intimacy with Beedrill has reached 188 points. Although there is no way to meet the requirements for Mega Evolution yet, Xia Mu is very confident that it can be achieved within the remaining few days. The intimacy between Hongbao and Xia Mu did increase to 215 points, but Xia Mu did not buy the Super Evolution Stone for him. For the time being, there is no plan to allow it to Mega Evolve. Needless to say, Lucario had 228 points 2 days ago and now has 236 points. Only 255 points away from 19 points. This is the situation of the 3 little ones, and the last one is naturally the Catwoman. After more than 10 consecutive battles this morning, Growlithe's level not only reached level 56 and learned Flash Charge, but also reached level 57 after the last battle. After reaching the required level and learning all the skills, Xia Mu ended the battle this morning and returned home. Evolve the Caterpie. I have been training hard for so long and trying my best to improve my level. Although it has only been a dozen days, it feels like a year and I have been planning every day. It can be said that raising Growlithe to this level is much more difficult than raising other Pokémon to this level. In his backyard, Xia Mu bought the Fire Stone from the system store. Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill were all watching from the side. Caterpillar's emotions were as excited as Xia Mu's. It had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Caterpie couldn't wait to eat the Fire Stone, which made Xia Mu worried that it would get stuck in his throat if he ate it directly. It turned out that Xia Mu was overthinking. As Caterpie swallowed the Fire Stone in one gulp, thick flames suddenly surged out of its body, enveloping it. The process of evolution is completely different from that in the game, and it is also completely different from general evolution. I don't know if this is the case for all Pokémon that require a Fire Stone to evolve. The thick flames quickly took shape, and Growlithe turned into a giant flaming beast, roaring with its mouth open. By the time the flames dissipated, Growlithe's body had completely transformed into that of Arcanine. Wind Speed Dog. LV, 57. Gender, female. Attribute, fire. Personality, cheerful. Features: Intimidation intimidates the opponent when appearing, making it retreat and reducing the opponent's attack. Skills: Glare, Sparks, Howl, Bite, Flame Will, Help, High-Speed Movement, Flame Fang, Revenge, Crunch, Hold, Lightning Fang, Flame Spray, Roar, Play, Survive from Despair, Flash Charge, Swiftness. Intimacy: 225 Intimate, sworn to be together until death. Emotion: Very happy finally evolved. Individual value of Wind Speed Dog. Physical strength: 26 Very good. Special attack: 10 average. Special defense: 18 Pretty good. Attack: 30 Amazing. Defense: 12 average. Speed: 31 best. Overall evaluation: excellent ability. Effort value: physical strength 6 inch, physical attack 252, physical defense 0, special attack 0, special defense 0, speed 252. Woof. Master, I have finally evolved. Argonaut ran back and forth excitedly in the backyard, its barking becoming more majestic and deep, with a cheerful tone. Seeing this, Xia Mu couldn't help feeling emotional. He did not stop Arcanine's actions, but allowed it to release its abundant energy and took the opportunity to observe the changes carefully. Judging from the data alone, there is actually an additional skill of super speed, which is a skill that Growlithe will definitely learn after evolving into Arcanine. As for the rest, Xia Mu will need to experiment personally to find out. A fight is inevitable. Only in this way can we make the strength of Windy Dog more clear. Except for Beedrill, which is not suitable as an opponent for Windy Hound, Red Gyarados and Lucario are both possible. However, considering the attributes and combat characteristics of Red Gyarados, it is impossible for Windy Hound to exert its full strength, so Xia Mu still let Lucario fight. This is disadvantageous to Lucario because its steel attribute is restrained by fire. However, Xia Mu believes that with Lucario's strength, he may not lose. Xia Mu doesn't need to give orders, but lets them fight on their own. This is also to allow Arcanine to master the ability of self-judgment, to see if it will change too much due to evolution and lose control of its own power. There are too many Pokémon that have undergone changes due to evolution in the original animation. Chapter 50. In the battle above level 55, although the battle between Arcanine and Lucario was just a competition on the surface, in reality, neither of the two little guys showed any mercy. This also made Xia Mu truly realize the power of Wind Speed Dog. As expected, it is a legendary Pokémon with a race value of 555. Even though Lucario is a very special type in some sense, its racial value is still 30 points less. It may seem that 30 points are not a lot, but no matter if these 30 points are added to any attribute, or even distributed evenly, the difference is at least 5 points for each attribute. Of course, if Xia Mu was in command, Lucario would not necessarily lose. However, it is still very difficult to defeat the newly evolved Arcanine when its level and attributes are suppressed. With its strength, Arcanine took back the throne of the strongest under Xia Mu from Lucario. In fact, before Riolu evolved at the beginning, even after Magikarp arrived and evolved into Red Gyarados, it did not shake Growlithe's position as the strongest Pokémon in Natsuki's hands. It wasn't until Riolu evolved into Lucario that Growlithe began to be gradually left behind in strength. So even though its level has always been far ahead, its strength is even surpassed by Red Storm. Arcanine proved itself and it also defeated Lucario. In fact, for Lucario, although it has a competitive spirit, it is against other Pokémon. In its mind, Caterpillar has always been considered an older sister type. The reason why it had such a feeling was that when it came into this world, the first thing it saw besides its master Xia Mu was the Growler. Growlithe is a land-based group and is female, so even though they are not of the same race, Growlithe takes care of Riolu like a family member. According to the first-come first-served order, Riolu can only be the younger brother. It can be said that it is because of this similar factor that the relationship between Grunt and Riolu, and even now between Arcanine and Lucario, is closer than ordinary relationships. Unlike Gyarados and Beedrill who joined in, he is just an ordinary companion. Like now, Lucario won't get angry even if he is defeated. Arcanine will not show off too much, but will communicate with Lucario in a friendly manner. If Xia Mu didn't know the power of waves, he wouldn't understand what they were saying. The details reveal a possibility, that is, will Arcanine and Lucario lay eggs to reproduce? Raw eggs. If this hadn't happened to his own Pokémon, Xia Mu wouldn't have dared to think about this possibility. Even though in the game you can lay eggs as long as the eggs are in the same group, in the real world, there is some meaning of hybridization. Even though they are both dogs and their races are somewhat similar, but Arcanine is Arcanine, and Lucario is Lucario. However, Xia Mu still had some expectations. If Arcanine and Lucario can really lay eggs in the future, would that be considered exotic? After all, Lucario is a system reward. Is this considered a different world? Is there a high probability of giving birth to a high-V shiny Caterpie? The egg-laying race is inherited by females, so after Arcanine lays an egg, the next one must be Growlithe. After hesitating for a long time, Xia Mu gave them simple treatment. Then, in order to celebrate the evolution of Growlithe into Argyle, I prepared food for them myself. His cooking skills are actually quite good. As long as there are sufficient ingredients and rich seasonings, he can cook all kinds of food. Then there are snacks and refreshments stored in the storage space. These are what Xia Mu kept in there for emergencies, and now is a good time to take some out. Naturally, some energy blocks from the system store will also be added. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. After the four little ones finished digesting their food and resting, Xia Mu put Lucario, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados into the Pokeball in order to experience the feeling of riding Arcanine. I have to say, it was really exciting to experience ground riding for the first time. In my previous life, I had dreamed of trying certain things, such as riding on Arcanine at lightning speed, or flying in the sky on the body of Charizard or Dragonite, etc. He has experienced flying on a Gyarados. Now a new opportunity has finally come and the dream has come true. Speaking of which, the description of Arcanine in the game shows that its height reaches 9 meters. Compared with his own wind speed dog, Xia Mu's was obviously much longer than 2 meters. After all, his height is over 8 meters. If he was only 9 meters, Windy would be at most half a head taller than him. According to preliminary estimates, the head height of his wind speed dog is at least 4 to 5 meters, and its limbs are sturdy and powerful. The height of its body alone exceeds 2 meters, giving people the feeling of a behemoth. Not to mention carrying Xia Mu alone, even if there were 2 more people, there would be no pressure at all, and there is enough space in the back. Of course, we won't really let the wind speed dog carry several people. Driving on Route 11 in Round Island City, Xia Mu could clearly feel that he and Arcanine seemed to be chasing the wind. Although the speed only reached 150 km per hour, far from the limit of the wind speed dog, it was enough to make Xia Mu feel excited. If he wasn't confident enough in Arcanine, he wouldn't dare to run so fast in the city. Until the commanded Windy Dog left the city and reached the ring road in the suburbs, the speed of the Windy Dog became faster and faster. The feeling is like speeding up on an airplane. It's no longer you who are moving forward, but the things around you that are moving backwards. If it weren't for the wind speed dog's mane that blocked the strong wind for Xia Mu would have been unable to control and flew out. In the past, I thought the information that the speed dog could run 10,000 kilometers in a day and night was exaggerated. Now Xia Mu has no doubts. On the contrary, 10,000 kilometers is still very conservative, which is the statistical information of the average wind speed dog. When the speed exceeded a certain limit, Xia Mu began to feel dizzy. It's no longer exciting, but I really can't bear it. Xia Mu had a feeling that the speed was so fast that he could not imagine it, and he could not see the things around him clearly. Although the physical fitness of this world is very strong and they have the power of waves, this speed is no longer something that the human body can easily accept. Of course, it also has something to do with the fact that it was my first time riding. After all, there is an adaptation process to do anything, and it is impossible to become proficient right from the start. Because of their telepathic connection, Arcanine could sense Xia Mu's discomfort and quickly slowed down, keeping its speed below 100 km per hour. Xia Mu took a long time to calm down under the breeze of the sea and stopped sweating. After getting used to it, he commanded Windy Dog to go to the Crescent Lake. He hadn't been to Crescent Lake in the past few days, so he still wanted to go and take a look. He didn't know whether the food he left behind was eaten by Menghuan. Chapter 51. Come to the Crescent Lake again. Familiar environment, familiar wild Pokémon. Xia Mu was somewhat happy to see that the snacks and energy cubes he had left behind were all eaten. While communicating with wild Pokémon, Xia Mu fed them once again. I have to say that as your strength increases, your attitude towards wild Pokémon will also be different. Especially those Pokémon that are only a few or 10 levels high, now they are like little children. I remember that at the beginning, in order to make Growlithe and Riolu grow quickly, these low-level Pokémon were Xia Mu's main target. Later, when my Pokémon level was higher, I shifted my target group to the 20s and 30s. Until now, the wild Pokémon in the Round Island Forest can no longer meet Xia Mu's needs. After staying at the Crescent Lake for a long time, Xia Mu left on his Windy Dog. After running around the island along the coastal highway and returning to Yuandao City, Xia Mu wanted to look for Ollie again, but received a call from his mother. Dad just returned to Yuandao City and is now at the company. Xia Mu was very surprised, because when he contacted him yesterday, he said that he would need a day or two to come back, but he didn't expect that he would come back suddenly at this moment. After a detailed conversation, Xia Mu found out that it was the people sent by the Alliance who arrived in Yuandao City. As a director of the Xia Family Logistics Group, which is also one of the large enterprises in Yuandao City, he must come back to take charge of the overall situation and also represent the group to attend an important meeting to discuss the subsequent development of Yuandao City. So, he took a direct flight back in the morning. Otherwise, if we take a boat, it will take at least 2 days. The matter was very complicated, and Xia Mu didn't ask too much, because this was something he couldn't access yet. Even if he asked, his mom and dad wouldn't reveal too much to him. In Xia Mu's opinion, if they wanted to tell him, they would tell him without him asking. After chatting with his mother for a few more sentences, Xia Mu commanded Windy Dog to go to the building of the group company. He had to go get Gardevoir himself. Otherwise, you will have to wait until late at night to get it. It's only afternoon now and there's still plenty of time, so Xia Mu's idea is to get Gardevoir as soon as possible and then provide symptomatic treatment based on Gardevoir's current condition. In fact, it was indeed the right time for Dad to come back. Xia Mu's original plan was that after his dad came back tomorrow, he would leave Round Island and go to Crimson Island after taming Gardevoir. After all, there are only 3 days left before the Mewtwo incident, and he has to meet Xia Bo of Cinnabar Island before that and get the badge of the Cinnabar Gym from him. At that time, you can try to upgrade the level again on Honglian Island, and then use magic candies to greatly upgrade the levels of the 4 little ones before going to the new island. In this way, the Alliance coins that need to be spent can be saved to the greatest extent. After all, the magic candy is too expensive, one piece costs 100 million Alliance coins. As long as it is cheaper, not to mention 1 Alliance coins, even if it is 10 Alliance coins per piece, Xia Mu will not hesitate and will directly buy it and upgrade it to the maximum level. At this price, you can only try your best to level up first, and then eat candy when you can't level up anymore. There will be many places to spend money in the future. Leveling up is just one of them. When they arrived downstairs at Xia Corporation, Xia Mu attracted a lot of people's attention because he came riding on Arcanine. Although Xia Mu has not been here since he traveled through time, he has completely absorbed the memories of his original body. My predecessor did not have a clear definition of his identity. He only knew that his family ran a company and that his family background was just better than that of ordinary people. For Xia Mu now, he once again felt that his original self was really an honest child who never grew up. With such a huge business of his own, he has never been an ordinary person. After greeting some company employees, Xia Mu saw a few familiar faces among them. Accompanied by them, Xia Mu came to the chairman's office on the top floor of the company. At this time, Xia He and Mu Xiuli were discussing something, and there were several company executives around them. Seeing Xia Mu coming, these older elders all turned on their friendly mode and praised him a lot. I feel like I should behave well in front of Xia Mu and win the favor of this prince first. Xia Mu responded one by one, and after chatting with Xia and Mu Xiuli for a while, he got the Pokeball of Gardevoir. He originally wanted to leave immediately. After all, he had never dealt with his own company's business issues and knew nothing about them. The memory of his previous life was of no help at all. However, when talking about Xia He's trip to the Hoenn region to discuss shipping navigation, Xia Mu thought of a special Pokémon that was related to the future of the Pokémon world. Rotom. In the near future, the existence of Pokémon like Rotom will help human development in all aspects of life. If you conquer Rotom now and develop related products, you will definitely make a lot of money in the future. And if Rotom could be allowed to enter the navigation device, then true intelligent navigation could be achieved. He had a general idea in his mind, but of course Xia Mu would not say it out loud on the spot. After all, even if the people present are all senior executives of the company, once they know this information, some information leaks may occur. After all, the cake is too big, and once other people know it, they will definitely want to get a piece of it. Xia Mu's plan was to wait until his parents came home in the evening and then tell them about this matter. In fact, when Xia Mu got the complete illustrated book from Xia he thought about taming a Rotom and letting it enter it. In order to capture Rotom, one must go to the area where Rotom lives. All the news Xia Mu had seen about Rotom was very negative, and there was no news about the appearance of various electrical appliances Rotom in later generations. The internet connects the whole world, so the information we see about Rotom is that it is a mischievous and destructive Pokémon. Simply put, in this era, the specific uses of Pokémon like Rotom have not yet been recognized. Even though other regions have begun researching and implementing various field attempts on Rotom, the vast majority of people are unaware of it. Just like Mega Evolution, Dynamax, and T-Crystallization, they are popular in their respective regions and known by many people, but no one knows about them in the Kanto region. The current situation is that there are plenty of opportunities to seize. Founded Rotom Electric Company and gradually became a world giant. Of course, this idea is just thought. Xia Mu felt that even if his family was very powerful, it was impossible for them to control the entire world, and the alliance would not allow them to dominate the world. Therefore, it would be good enough to seize the opportunity and develop the Kanto region well. If they really control the electrical Rotom business chain, at least for the next 100 years, even if the world situation changes drastically, the Xia group will not fall easily. Chapter 52. He could have come back earlier, but his parents insisted on letting him come back so that he could familiarize himself with the company's situation. It was not until the arrival of the alliance members that Xia Mu escaped. In his own backyard, Xia Mu was holding Gardevoir's Pokeball in his hand. In front of him are Arcanine, Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill. He pondered for a moment and thought about some possible problems, but finally put them all out of his mind. Come out, Gardevoir. The Pokeball opened in his hand, emitting a beam of white light that was exceptionally dazzling. Guard. Gardevoir appeared in the courtyard. After a brief moment of confusion, when it saw the surrounding environment clearly and the existence of Xia Mu and the four little ones, it immediately moved away by several meters and took defensive actions. From its ferocious eyes, one can clearly feel how angry it is now. The aura emanating from its body is extremely sharp and highly targeted. In its concept, its brothers and sisters were all captured by bad guys, and now it has also been captured by humans. The human who saved it and was the only one it trusted has made it extremely disappointed. The hatred in Gardevoir's heart was infinitely magnified, and there was a faint red light in his eye sockets. Xia Mu didn't say anything, just looked at Gardevoir, intending to take a look at the specific data panel first. Arcanine, Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill all looked at Gardevoir warily. Natsuki had already told them about Gardevoir's situation before. They are not hostile to Gardevoir, but they are on guard against Gardevoir in order to protect Natsuki. Gardevoir. LV, 45. Gender, female. Attribute, superpower, fairy. Character, timid. Characteristic, copy when appearing on the field, copy the opponent's characteristics and change them to the same characteristics. Skills, shout, telekinesis, magic flame, shadow clone, misty field, acting coquettishly, enchanting voice, healing wish, healing wave, hypnosis, absorbing kiss, instant teleport, fantasy light, life drop, prayer, meditation, mental power. Intimacy, negative value hatred. Emotion, anger humans, damn it. Gyarados individual value. Physical strength, 9 average. Special attack, 31 best. Special defense, 26 very good. Attack, 0 maybe not possible. Defense, 20 quite good. Speed, 31 best. Overall evaluation, amazing ability. Effort value, physical strength 11 inch, physical attack 6, physical defense 22, special attack 35, special defense 15, speed 44. In Xia Mu's opinion, this is a very outstanding Gardevoir that is excellent in all aspects. And his level has reached 45. No wonder Lao Deng expressed his concern for him. After all, with his strength as a novice trainer, how could he control Gardevoir that is in its 40s? With his personality, characteristics, and such a rich list of skills, I think I have found a treasure. Xia Mu was relieved in his heart. After all, if he had refused at that time, he would have really missed it. But the most important thing now is how to resolve Gardevoir's hatred. It is worth mentioning that Xia Mu has never seen a negative value for intimacy. No wonder the emotion column has the label, all humans should die. The damage that Gardevoir has suffered is probably only known to it. If ordinary people want to untie the knot in Gardevoir's heart without a deep understanding, it may be as difficult as catching a legendary Pokémon. It's very difficult to make a Pokémon trust you. Because Xia Mu had the cheat code simulator, it seemed a lot easier, but in fact he had to put in a lot of effort. And if a Pokémon starts to hate you, it will be even more difficult to reverse the relationship. What a damn poaching gang, with so many emotions in his heart, Xia Mu could only say this in the end. He took a deep breath and stepped forward with courage. The four little ones were very worried about his actions, especially Lucario and Arcanine. They sensed Gardevoir's murderous intent and did not allow Xia Mu to get close. It was Xia Mu who forced them to calm down, and finally they calmed down. As he got closer, Xia Mu's heartbeat quickened. It's impossible not to be afraid. You must be kidding. If someone uses a skill on him, he will definitely be seriously injured. Fortunately, although Gardevoir appears to be extremely ferocious and won't let Xia Mu get close to it, it should still be unwilling to fight and kill in its heart. So when Xia Mu took a step closer, it would take a step back. After this pulling went on for a while, Xia Mu suddenly stopped. Although I don't know what you've been through, and I'm not qualified to advise you, if you're willing to talk, Arcanine, Lucario, Beedrill, and Gyarados and I are willing to listen. You can rest assured that no one can hurt you in this place anymore. Perhaps, I can help you find your relatives. After saying this, Xia Mu looked at Gardevoir with a sincere attitude. With the power of waves, as long as Gardevoir is willing to respond, he can hear its voice. Shana Shana. Humans are all liars. Even at this moment, they still want to deceive me and use me. With its anger level maxed out, Gardevoir simply refused to believe it. Its emotions fluctuated violently, and the strong murderous aura seemed to turn into substance, forming blood-colored rays of light surrounding its body. This is not real blood, but superpowers that have been transformed into a more destructive state due to emotional interference. Xia Mu only felt that his body seemed to be oppressed by some force, making him feel so uncomfortable as if he was suffocating. Even though he tried his best to hold on, he was forced to half-kneel on the ground. Lucario noticed something was wrong and rushed to Xia Mu immediately. At the same time, it rubbed its hands and fired wave missiles at Gardevoir. Xia Mu wanted to stop it, but there was no way. Boom! A loud bang. The wave missile hit Gardevoir's body, knocking it away. Only when the pressure on his body disappeared did Xia Mu breathe a sigh of relief. He asked Lucario not to continue attacking, and then looked at Gardevoir again. After being hit by Lucario, she struggled to get up from the ground, the anger in her eyes did not diminish, and her emotions were obviously more out of control. How to do? Xia Mu was a little confused for a moment. He thought that by mastering the power of waves, he could hear the thoughts of Pokémon and he could easily resolve Gardevoir's hatred. It turned out that he had thought it was too simple. If a real fight breaks out, it will be out of control. Is there any way to calm down a Pokémon? Props. Oh, right, Xia Mu suddenly thought of something and immediately opened the system store to check. Soothing Bell, a bell with a pleasant tone. It can calm emotional Pokémon to a certain extent. Listening to it often with the trainer can increase intimacy. Price, 40,000 Alliance coins. Chapter 53. After purchasing the Soothing Bell, Xia Mu didn't know if it would be effective, but he still wanted to give it a try. In fact, in the game, the effect of the Soothing Bell is only to suit the Pokémon being carried, making it easier for the Pokémon to develop intimacy with the trainer. But after arriving in this world, the uses of props have become more diverse. If the Soothing Bell doesn't work, Xia Mu will also try the Shell Bell, Transparent Bell, Ocean Sound Bell, etc. The information notes in these props all have 4 words in them, which are calming the mind. Ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling. Shake-looking ordinary bell. A pleasant ringing sound came from the bell and spread out, with extremely strong penetrating power, first affecting Xia Mu and the 4 little ones around Xia Mu, making them feel as comfortable as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. This kind of bell sound has a strong healing power. It sounds like just an ordinary bell sound, but for some reason, it makes people feel particularly enjoyable. The fluctuating emotions calmed down because of the soothing bell sound. Xia Mu even felt that his spirit was sublimated. The wave force in his body was affected to a certain extent and became easier to control. Gardevoir, which was not far away, was in a state of rampage, but was infected by the ringing sound and finally stopped. Anger blinds one's eyes and ears, allowing it to live in its own world, thinking that only by doing so can it vent its anger. The soothing effect of the ringtone effectively suppressed the resentment, giving it a sudden new outlet, and the emotion turned into sadness and pain. Seeing this, Xia Mu did not stop what he was doing, but continued to shake the bell while moving closer. I feel more in my heart. In this world, many Pokémon have richer emotions than humans. Not until he came close to Gardevoir did Natsuki once again control the power of the waves to sense and communicate. Rather than speaking, it might be better to communicate with thoughts. Closing his eyes, Xia Mu was not afraid that Gardevoir would continue to mess around. As long as the soothing bell continues to be effective, Gardevoir's emotions will be soothed and it will not easily go berserk again. Unless at this time, it is suddenly attacked again, or something happens that Gardevoir hates. The minds were connected, and the heart-to-heart talk between Natsuki and Gardevoir began. A psychic-type Pokémon that also has fairy-type attributes. Gardevoir actually has the ability to communicate with the mind, but after being injured, she closed her mind in the spiritual world and was unwilling to open it to the outside world. It was like building a cage for himself, and Xia Mu had to break into it. It is inevitable that the spirit will be subjected to resistance shocks, because the closer you are to your inner fragility, the more you will suffer mental repression. If Gardevoir is unwilling to accept it, it will forcibly drive away all mental invasions, and Xia Mu cannot retreat at this time. He can only force himself to move forward step by step under the pressure. During the journey, he was pushed back several times by Gardevoir's mental power. Finally, he got help from Lucario's wave guide and arrived in front of Gardevoir in the spiritual world. Communication through the mind is more direct than communication through words. Because you can't hide it, and you can't manipulate your mind. Gardevoir finally calmed down completely. It felt the sincerity conveyed by Xia Mu, and also clearly felt the kindness conveyed from Xia Mu. In the real world, the blood color in Gardevoir's eyes completely disappeared, and the fierce supernatural power in its body was quickly restrained. The hostility subsided, and Xia Mu came back to his senses and opened his eyes. Looking at Gardevoir's attribute panel again, the intimacy was no longer negative, and the emotion was no longer angry. Although the intimacy level is only 10 points, we have indeed reached the stage of initial acquaintance, which shows that what I am doing is useful. The mood turned into very sad, which showed that even if it calmed down and accepted Xia Mu, it still couldn't resolve the hatred easily. I just touched upon your inner world, even though it was only a small part, but I saw exactly what happened. It turns out it wasn't your child who was taken away, but your brothers and sisters. Xia Mu said. Shauna, yes, my brothers and sisters have all been captured. Gardevoir nodded, tears in her eyes, and her pitiful appearance really made people feel pity for her. In this world, Milotic is known as the most beautiful Pokémon. In fact, in Xia Mu's opinion, Gardevoir is not inferior at all. In a sense, Gardevoir is more in line with human aesthetics. It is beautiful and has a perfect shape. Especially in Xia Mu's previous life, Gardevoir was known as the Old Wife Beast. Having the opportunity to communicate, Xia Mu seized it and took out the medicine spray to treat the patient while talking. The power of Lucario's previous wave of missiles was quite strong. Gardevoir was resistant at first, because emotional damage cannot be healed easily. However, after trying it and confirming that the medicine spray would not harm it, I slowly relaxed. During the conversation, Lucario, Arcanine, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados all came over and stayed aside to listen to Gardevoir's thoughts. After hearing the key points, they will feel indignant about what happened to Gardevoir. But that's all I can say. After all, this is the Kanto region, not the Hoenn region. Gardevoir actually had a premonition that it was now in a foreign place when it was captured by Xia He. This is also one of the reasons why it feels even worse and hates humans even more. It originally wanted to rescue its younger brothers and sisters after its injuries healed, but it was plotted against by humans and ended up here. After understanding the whole situation, Xia Mu really wanted to help it, but given the current circumstances, it might be very difficult. First we have to find those poachers. Xia Mu saw the memory scenes of Gardevoir through the power of wave guidance, so he also saw what those people looked like. But trying to find someone in this way is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. It requires investigation and the help of the official power of the Alliance, otherwise it will be harder than climbing to the sky to find any clues. After all, this is not like a game, where all the plots and routes are fixed. Perhaps, you can choose to join the game, take the initiative to contact the poaching organization over there, look for Gardevoir's family among them, spend some money, and buy them over. Poaching organizations are desperate to capture Pokémon in order to make money. The official league has strictly prohibited the private sale of Pokémon, and it is even more prohibited to maliciously capture wild Pokémon. But even so, there are still many people who will take risks. All in all, the world of Pokémon is very deep, and only when you really step into a certain field will you know how big the involvement is. Of course, these things will have to wait until later. At least after the Mewtwo incident. Chapter 54. After some conversation, Gardevoir acknowledged Natsuki as his trainer master. Although it cannot fully trust Xia Mu, it is willing to start a new life. As long as Xia Mu is willing to find a way to rescue its brothers and sisters, it is willing to listen to Xia Mu in everything. Hearing Gardevoir's voice, Natsuki's heart began beating wildly. The evil thought flashed through his mind, making him feel ashamed. I may have had some random thoughts in my previous life, but now that I have come to the world of Pokémon, how can I still think of those weird and unorthodox ideas? However, Gardevoir's appearance is really too human-like. As a humanoid group, especially Natsuki's Gardevoir, it is 7 meters tall, and as the eldest sister in the family, it has a feeling of a royal sister. Okay, to welcome Gardevoir's arrival, let's continue with the barbecue and have a big dinner tonight. After Xia Mu changed the subject, Arcanine, Lucario, Red Gyarados, and Beedrill shouted happily. The atmosphere was very warm, making Gardevoir feel a little awkward. It has not yet been able to fully integrate into this new family. Seeing Xia Mu starting to get busy, Lucario and Windy helping, and Red Storm and Beedrill chatting with each other, Gardevoir feels uncomfortable. It turns out that its family is so harmonious and happy. Although its parents left them when they were young, they have always lived together, free and unrestrained in nature. Gardevoir was a little confused and at a loss as to what to do. She is a timid person by nature, so in order to pretend to be calm, she packages herself to be strong and strict. But underneath this appearance, she is actually a very gentle sister type. While in a daze, Lucario, under Xia Mu's command, brought a stack of dessert cakes to Gardevoir. A timid Pokémon that generally likes sweets. In fact, these desserts and cakes were originally bought by Xia Mu for Meng Huan, and the extra ones were stored in a storage space, which was just right for Gardevoir to try first. Lucario. Mr. Xia Mu guessed that you must have not eaten for a long time. This is a cake. It is very sweet. Try it. Sana, I'm not hungry. Gardevoir was very stubborn, but its stomach made a protesting, gurgling sound. Suddenly, that beautiful face turned red. He sounds tough in words, but his body is very honest. Lucario didn't say much, just stuffed the cake into its hands, then quickly returned to Xia Mu to help with the barbecue. Gardevoir hesitated for a long time, and finally picked up the small fork and took a bite. Shanai. The sweet cream combined with the flesh of orange fruit and banana fruit made Gardevoir so delicious that it couldn't control itself. In a short while, the whole plate of cake had been eaten, and Gardevoir felt that her body was full of strength and she was no longer as listless as before. It doesn't know that Xia Mu secretly added chopped energy cubes on the cake, so the effect is so significant. Amidst the busyness, the sun sets and night gradually covers the sky. In addition to the rich barbecue feast, there are of course other foods. Today ended successfully, so Xia Mu was particularly relaxed. After all, he had been trying hard to help his Pokémon level up in the past few days, and had been calculating this and that. Tomorrow, Xia Mu plans to discuss with his parents and set off for Honglian Island. Time was running out, and if he wanted to do more things, he had to go early. Maybe after his parents knew he was going to Honglian Island, they would take the initiative to let him meet his great-uncle Xia Bo. Of course, Xia Mu will go regardless of whether he is told or not. After all, he has to get the badge of the Red Lotus Gym. Based on the original body's memory, the image of his father's cousin should be similar to the one in the animation plot. But what exactly happens still depends on Xia Mu himself. Because the original body was afraid of Pokémon, he didn't meet Xia Bo very often, so naturally he didn't know much about him. Xia Mu hopes it will be the same as in the animation, because in this way his family will have nothing to do with Team Rocket, otherwise the identity of this uncle will be too complicated. The night is getting darker. In order to cultivate relationships, Xia Mu has been staying with the Pokémon, especially to let Gardevoir integrate into the group, and he deliberately let Windy Dog and Lucario actively cooperate so as not to put too much pressure on Gardevoir. After some time of buffering, and with sincere treatment, Gardevoir no longer went out of control as it did at the beginning. Its state stabilized, and its intimacy with Xia Mu was also increasing little by little, but the speed of increase was very slow. Up to now, it is only 15 o'clock, which means that the intimacy has only increased by 1 point in an hour. If it were any other Pokémon, it would have increased by more than 20 or 30 points. After all, the intimacy level increases the fastest in the early stages. In the process of developing feelings, Xia Mu used some methods he knew to try to find some relevant information on the internet. Naturally, we need to have a clearer understanding of the Pokémon poaching organizations, and then pay attention in various fields to see if there is any dark web. Selling Pokémon is against the laws of the League. But how can it be sold if there is no dedicated online area for sale? If the poaching gangs waited for their employers to place orders before catching the animals, the progress would be too slow and the organization would never be able to grow so large. Unfortunately, Xia Mu didn't find anything. It should be that without a special identity or an invitation, it would be impossible to have access to that area. However, there is no need to rush about this matter. As long as there is a little clue, Xia Mu can slowly follow the clues to find the truth. There is no need to worry about Gardevoir's brothers and sisters being sold to certain trainers. If they are sold to suitable trainers, it would be a good thing. I'm afraid that if the animals are not sold, they will continue to be abused, and their lives will be in danger or even die. There will be no solution. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening when my parents came home from a social event. Xia Mu has been waiting. Some things have to be said tonight, otherwise his parents will be busy tomorrow and he will have to spend another day. Although my parents drank a little bit of alcohol, they didn't drink too much and were conscious. This is a business development banquet, so it is appropriate to drink some low-alcohol red wine, champagne, etc. After hearing Xia Mu's story and learning about his son's plan, Xia He and Mu Xiu were very excited and extremely happy. Their son is finally going to travel. And after knowing that Xia Mu had successfully subdued Gardevoir, the two of them were even more proud. The two knew about Gardevoir's situation and thought it would be difficult to resolve the knot, but they didn't expect that their son would resolve it so quickly. After saying these things, Xia Mu naturally told his parents what he had thought of regarding Rotom during the day. There are many things that he doesn't need to do. His parents have so many ways of doing things, so letting them do them will only achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chapter 55. As the top executive of a cross-regional logistics group company, he has a very special identity and is directly linked to the alliance. Naturally, he knows a lot of secrets that ordinary people don't know, and can also associate all aspects with just a few words. The couple naturally knew about Rotom's existence. It's just that they never thought that a Pokémon like Rotom could be developed in so many ways. Come to think of it, it was not known if it was a coincidence that they had the opportunity to see the extremely special Rotom illustrated book at the banquet just now. What his son is talking about now is a more complete Rotom industry chain. As a smart person, you will not miss the abundant business opportunities. Xia He and Mu Xiuli already had an idea, but they needed to conduct an in-depth investigation and collect enough information. After all, this is not a trivial matter. Once the Rotom industry chain is truly feasible and enters all aspects of human life, it will subvert the original lifestyle of humans in the current era. However, if this is to be accomplished, then they must seize the initiative. Even if related research and development has been carried out in other regions, they can implement it in the Kanto region. What needs to be considered is that the Xia family cannot eat such a big piece of cake. If we don't share a share, there will be many obstacles in its implementation. Furthermore, the regional alliance will probably not sit idly by. A monopoly is not allowed. Son, where do you get all these ideas? If your mother and I hadn't seen the Rotom illustrated book last night, we would never have imagined that Rotom could be involved in so many fields. Xia Mu was slightly stunned when he heard this. Dad, have you and Mom seen the Rotom Pokédex? Yes, at the dinner yesterday. Dr. Mulan from the Galar region and her granddaughter and assistant demonstrated the magic of the Rotom Atlas. According to them, the development of the Rotom Intelligent Atlas in the Galar region has reached the final stage. This time they came to the Kanto region, a big purpose is to improve the Atlas information. After the test is over, this Atlas will flow to the whole world in the future. Xia He said with emotion. Come to think of it, your father and I were discussing on the way back just now that we were planning to arrange a small cruise ship for them, Mu Xiuli said as she talked about another matter. After all, they are staying at the Yuandao City Research Institute permanently to take over Naki's job, and we will see each other often in the next year. It was because of Nemu that we invested in the institute. Now that Nemu is gone, we still have to worry about the institute's affairs. Xia He shook his head, feeling helpless. Xia Mu could understand it. After all, the research institute was an industry that belonged to the alliance, and the local group company's investment was basically giving money away, which had been a considerable expense in previous years. However, there are disadvantages, but there are also advantages. This title alone will be of great help to the future development of the group company. This is just like Xia Mu's previous life. If private enterprises want to grow bigger and stronger, they have to make contributions to society and the country to a certain extent. This is unavoidable. The same is true in the Pokémon world. Dad, you don't have to think like that. Even if the research institute doesn't make a profit, we should be able to double the money back from other aspects. Besides, our family is not short of this little money. Just think of it as publicity for our family. Xia Mu thought very clearly and said frankly. After hearing what Xia Mu said, Xia He laughed with relief. That's true, but many things are more complicated than you think. Xia He paused as he spoke, then looked at Mu Xiuli again, smiled at each other, and then spoke again. Son, after this experience of falling into the water, you have indeed matured a lot and grown up a lot. These days, Mom and Dad have been discussing that from now on, we plan to use some practical actions to train you. It just so happens that you are planning to go on a trip tomorrow, so my plan is that while you are on your trip, you should enjoy the beauty of the trip while completing the tasks I have given you. You have to get in touch with our business, and you also have to get in touch with some people you have to get in touch with. Xia He's words were very direct, and Xia Mu was forced to learn a lesson again. This late-night talk was like a trap for himself. However, Xia Mu was more or less aware that he couldn't escape. His family background was not as simple as he had originally understood. Xia Mu spent his spare time looking up information and investigating, and learned a little bit about it. Take the Xia family in the Kanto region for example. Even though they are not one of the top wealthy families, they are definitely one of the best in the Kanto Islands. Not only in the Kanto region, but also in the Orange Islands, in the Chengdu region, and even in other regions, there are branches of the Xia group, which are controlled by every member of the Xia family. Although his parents are directors of the Xia logistics group and have a very high status, their power is only at the regional level. Moreover, Xia Logistics is just one of the many industries of the Xia family. During the communication, Xia Mu accepted Xia He's first request, which was that to go to Honglian Island, he must first find his cousin Xia Bo. Xia Bo is the owner of the Honglian Gym and is actually one of the real people in power in the Xia family. Among the 3 leaders of the Xia family, Xia Bo is one of them. All in all, my future will not be as free and unrestrained as those time travelers in novels. For words to describe it, huge pressure. He was not a big shot in his previous life, and he lived like an ordinary person. Now all the pressure is on him. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Xia Mu and the Pokémon are full of energy and enthusiasm. Even Gardevoir, who had just joined the team yesterday, was forcibly infected by the atmosphere of expectation. Xia Mu didn't force starting a new life again, because he had suffered mental trauma, it would be better to let it take its course. Speaking of which, Xia Mu felt tired after the conversation last night. Fortunately, he thought it through thoroughly, so he didn't suffer from insomnia. Otherwise, he might not be in such a good spirit now. He will try his best to do what his parents ask him to do, but no matter what the result is, or if he has to choose, it will be that he will not need to rely on the Xia family in the future. After all, he is a time traveler who possesses a golden finger simulator. The law of the jungle is the same in every world. Xia Mu knows that as long as he masters absolutely powerful strength, he will be stronger than anyone else and no one can control his thoughts. Today's breakfast is very rich. It was Xia Mu's first long journey away from home, so Mu Xiuli got up early to make preparations. At the same time, we welcome the arrival of Gardevoir and specially prepare delicious snacks for it. Unlike Dad, Mom even apologized to Gardevoir for Dad forcefully taming it. Because she accepted Natsuki, her heart was somewhat healed. Gardevoir did not hate Kaisode and accepted the apology. It's just that Gardevoir still has some hostility towards Xia He, and it will take time to ease. Chapter 56. Gardevoir, I'll leave Xia Mu in your care while we're traveling. Mom can see that you're a good kid, and you'll definitely be able to do this job. Don't worry, I will mobilize the surrounding forces to help you find your brothers and sisters. Once I have any news, I will inform you immediately. Gardevoir benefited greatly from Mu Xiuli's words. Xia Mu admired his mother very much. He was able to improve his relationship with Gardevoir with just a few words, and it was obvious that Gardevoir really liked being entrusted with important tasks. Then, Xia Mu began to listen to the travel precautions summarized by Mu Xiuli and Xia He. They told Xia Mu about many things that might happen during the trip. In simple terms, they told him what he could do and what he could not do. What he could touch and what he could not touch. The most important thing, of course, was to assess the situation and run away immediately if something went wrong. Xia Mu remembered this kind of love and care from his parents in his heart. At least in his previous life, he could not enjoy this kind of care from his parents. After finishing these conversations, Xia Mu went to the mall accompanied by Mu Xiuli to buy some supplies for the trip. In fact, it didn't need to be so troublesome, but Xia Mu couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Anyway, my dad has to arrange the cruise ship and the captain, so the earliest we can set off is afternoon. Originally, Xia Mu had no plan to use his own boat, but his parents disagreed. Why should I buy a ticket to take a boat when I have my own boat? Xia Mu didn't tell the truth. In fact, he was planning to ride the Red Gyarados to Crimson Lotus Island. While shopping, I happened to meet Xiaotian. After learning that Xia Mu was planning to go to Honglian Island, she actually asked directly if she could go with him. Xia Mu had not yet agreed to such a proactive request, but his mother thought that the relationship between them was very special and misunderstood it and agreed on his behalf, which made it impossible for Xia Mu to refuse politely. So he took the initiative to contact Ali, asked for his opinion, and asked him to go with him. Come to think of it, there's nothing wrong with letting others hitch a ride, since their destinations don't conflict and everyone knows each other. For Xiaotian and Ali, they never expected that Xia Mu was actually the young master of Xia Logistics Group. But now we know that the way they get along with Xia Mu has not changed at all. At least for now. Before I knew it, it was noon. Accompanied by Mu Xiuli, Xia Mu had a steak in the restaurant and then drove to the port. Xia He has already taken care of everything and arranged a special private luxury cruise ship with an old captain. But this time there will be more people together. There are not only Xiaotian and Ali who are hitching a ride, but also Nemu, Xiaojian, and Nemu's 2 assistants. What Xia Mu didn't expect most was that he also saw Dr. Mulan and Sonia in the crowd. The woman who once haunted my dreams and whom I still love now. When I saw her in person, she was prettier and had a better figure than in the animations and games. This feeling is completely different from what I imagined. The feeling that makes my heart beat faster at a glance is indescribable. Xia Mu never thought that he would meet her in this way. Some time ago, he thought of Sonia because his mother mentioned Dr. Mulan. At that time, he thought that even if he liked her, there would be no chance for him to meet her in a short time. Unexpectedly, fate has come. In fact, last night, when Xia Mu learned that it was Dr. Mulan and her granddaughter who brought the Rotom Atlas, he had a thought, whether Sonia was here too. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I'm sure of it. After introducing each other, Xia Mu said goodbye to his parents, and the group boarded the ship and set off for Honglian Island. All in all, fortunately he was not the only man on the boat. At least there were Xiao Jian and Ali, so he would not be left alone to talk to. The captain is also an old acquaintance. He is considered to be a very experienced captain among the Xia logistics group and has trained many good captains. He was at the helm this time because Xia Mu accidentally fell into the water last time, so he specially asked him to come out. The weather is good, the sun is shining and the sea is smooth. If nothing goes wrong, we will arrive before dusk. Old Captain Knot turned on the cruise ship's automatic driving mode, walked out of the cockpit, lit his old pipe, and then spoke to the people who were chatting on the cabin deck. The wind and waves won't change much this afternoon, so you can let your Pokémon out to get some fresh air. Of course, if you have a fire-type Pokémon that's afraid of the sea, forget about it, lest it burns the boat. As his teasing words rang out, the toucan standing on his shoulder let out a loud cry. Everyone understood what he meant, he was just joking. It just means that everyone should be careful not to play with fire. It was the first time for Xiao Tian and Ali to take such a luxurious cruise ship. Now they heard that their Pokémon could come out, so they released their Pokémon without hesitation. Fortunately, the space on this cruise ship is large enough and can carry enough. Otherwise, if it was a small and simple cruise ship, like the one that Xiaoji took in the Orange Islands in the original novel, there would be no space. On the side, Sonia was surprised to see Xiao Tian and Ali's Pokémon and started her research recording mode. She was happily taking photos while coordinating with the Rotom Encyclopedia. It really made Xia Mu feel that it was necessary to get one. Will Natsuki's Pokémon not be released, Rotom? Rotom needs to record all Pokémon Rotom encounters in the Kanto region. That magical voice made Xia Mu involuntarily think of the Rotom Illustrated Encyclopedia of Xiaoji in the original animation. Really like Okay, Xia Mu responded with anticipation, and released Windy Hound, Lucario, Beedrill, Gardevoir, and Red Gyarados one by one. The Rotom Pokédex was very excited to see more Pokémon. However, when recording the Red Gyarados, the Rotom Pokédex got stuck. Because the Gyarados in the information is blue, and Xia Mu's Gyarados is red. It was thanks to the joint explanation of the two professors that the Rotom Pokédex received a new term, Shiny Pokémon, and was able to resolve the stuck state. This shows that the Rotom Encyclopedia is indeed not perfect yet. This is the first time I've seen a Red Gyarados, it's incredible. Sonia leaned against the railing of the deck, watching the Red Gyarados rolling and swimming in the sea, taking pictures and saying. Dr. Mulan was also surprised when she saw it for the first time. It's the first time for me to see it too. This is the magic of nature. Every Pokémon has a certain probability of appearing in a different color. It is extremely difficult to encounter and capture it. Chapter 57. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Red Gyarados. During this process, Xiao Jian showed off his outstanding painting talent and drew all the Pokémon he saw. Xiao Jian is indeed amazing as he aspires to become an excellent Pokémon observer. It should be said that he does have some abilities, otherwise Professor Oak would not have accepted him as his assistant. A person must have some real abilities so that he or she can be appreciated by some superiors. After seeing it, Xia Mu couldn't help but marvel at it. He couldn't understand how these people who were good at art could paint so delicately and beautifully. It has to be said that Xia Mu was somewhat envious, not only because his painting skills were really amazing, but also because Xiao Jian's ability made Sonia pay special attention to him. The two were talking and laughing, and seemed to be getting along well. Xia Mu was still thinking about how to get closer to Sonia, but it seemed that as an outsider, he didn't even have a chance to interrupt. Pretending to know when you don't will only make others look down upon you. Xia Mu simply shifted his attention and stopped looking at Xiao Jian and Sonia. Fortunately, Xiao Tian and Ali were on the boat to chat with, otherwise Xia Mu wouldn't know what he should do now. Go chat with two doctors. Come on, he doesn't like communicating with these serious-looking Pokémon professors. The time I spent with Namu not long ago is still awkward when I think about it now. Although Namu looks to be in his 20s, his personality and thoughts are indeed similar to those of my mother. It will take at least 2 hours to get to Honglian Island. Xiao Tian and Ali were observing Arcanine and Gardevoir at this time. They already knew about Natsuki's Pokémon, so they were not surprised by the Red Gyarados. They are not ordinary trainers. After all, they can be called elites. So no matter how ignorant they are, they know some rare Pokémon from other regions. Gardevoir is one of the Pokémon they know. Their rash approach caused dissatisfaction in Gardevoir. Gardevoir is still very resistant to outsiders, and not everyone can make her open her heart and be willing to be approached by others. It was Natsuki who helped Gardevoir relax and try to accept it, so she didn't lose control of her emotions. Xiaotian and Ollie were both very surprised. After all, Gardevoir should be a very docile Pokémon. They all asked questions, and Xia Mu naturally told them some things. This also attracted everyone's attention, and people were angrily condemning the Pokémon poaching gangs who maliciously captured Pokémon and sold them for profit. In fact, it is normal for a cat to be captured by a trainer in the wild. For wild Pokémon, as long as it is a normal challenge to capture them, it is acceptable. But malicious capture is forced, and the Pokémon's opinions will not be consulted, let alone whether they are willing. What's more, most of the poaching gangs would not choose to capture the animals with Pokeballs, but would directly use high-tech equipment to capture them by force. In this way, the Pokémon is still ownerless when it is sold, and as long as the buyer uses a Pokeball to capture it, it becomes first-hand. Xia Mu thought that the reason for this was that the poaching gangs wanted to prevent the buyers from getting suspicious, so they asked the buyers to use their own Pokeballs to capture the Pokémon. Another point is that the buyer can also choose which ball to use to capture the fish. Just like when Xia Mu used to play games, he liked to use different Pokeballs to capture some special Pokémon. This is a hobby of all players, using their favorite Pokeballs to capture specific Pokémon. For example, for cute Pokémon, most people will choose pink healing balls, sweet balls, etc. For example, to capture water-type Pokémon, most people would choose the tennis ball, the diving ball, etc. Of course, in this Pokémon world, Pokémon's Pokeballs can be replaced. However, this operation requires going to a Pokeball replacement point specially set up by the Alliance. The purpose is to cancel the used Pokeballs, which is equivalent to formatting. Otherwise, if a Pokémon is in a captured state, it will be impossible to be captured by other Pokeballs. In a sense, it is the state of liberating Pokémon. This is an assistance point set up by the League officials for Pokémon and trainers who do not have an intimate relationship. Of course, it can also be done privately, such as the function of releasing animals. You can simply long press the switch button on any Pokeball to release the Pokémon you have captured. Xia Mu replaced the Pokeballs of his Pokémon and changed them to advanced balls. At least, he wouldn't mind spending a few bucks to make his Pokémon live more comfortably. In the game, different Pokeballs can increase different capture probabilities. This is the same in this world. The difference is that the space inside the Pokeball can be large or small. A regular Pokeball is like a regular standard room. The Super Ball is like a business room. The high-end ball is a deluxe room. As for the Master Ball, Xia Mu thinks it should be the presidential set. After the group denounced the poacher team, in order to take Gardevoir's psychology into consideration, Natsuki took the initiative to change the subject so that Gardevoir would no longer have to bear the mental pressure. Others don't know, but he possesses the power of waves and can clearly feel the tension in Gardevoir's heart. Thanks to last night's interaction, Arcanine and Lucario showed great care for Gardevoir. At least the relationship between Gardevoir, Arcanine and Lucario developed well. As for Beedrill and Redstorm, Beedrill is too direct and has a queen-like demeanor. Although she has good intentions, I don't know how to comfort her. Redstorm is now rolling in the sea and has no time to come over to accompany me. Time passed by little, and with a buffer, I wasn't as restrained as at the beginning. It takes time to get used to each other. During this process, Xia Mu chatted with Sonia for a long time. However, most of the exchanges were about Pokémon knowledge and did not involve personal issues. She is a researcher and will inherit Dr. Mulan and become a Pokémon doctor in the future. As for her understanding of Pokémon knowledge, she has a very detailed grasp of it. If Xia Mu wasn't a time traveler and hadn't played games in her previous life and liked to have an in-depth understanding of various Pokémon data and information, it would have been difficult for them to have common topics. Speaking of Pokémon from the two places, Xiaotian and Ollie naturally joined in. They had never been to the Galar region, and after listening to Sonia's introduction, they were particularly yearning to go there. Xia Mu also mentioned a very special Pokémon in the Galar region, which is Steelix that can serve as an aerial mount. As expected, in the Galar region of this real world, there is also a base dedicated to training Steelix, providing people with aerial flight services. Chapter 58. After hearing what you said, I really want to catch a Steelix right now. My team is just short of a flying-type Pokémon. Xiaotian looked so eager, and was particularly cute. Steel Raven is a unique existence in our Galar region. They are invincible in the sky. Not only can they carry people, but other flying-type Pokémon are also incomparable in combat, seeing Xiaotian's expression, Sonia began to explain seriously. It seems that being in the field where she excels makes her more active. Ali on the side was also listening very carefully, and he wished he could travel to the Galar region right now to capture some Pokémon there. However, although it is impulsive, it is not so easy to really go. The amount of money required to travel is not a small amount, considering the distance and time. Even if his family has some money, at his age, most people who don't have any talent or accurate goals will slowly stop being trainers and stop capturing new Pokémon for training. A strong-willed girl like Xiaotian must have a real goal, so she is always preparing for her next trip. Xiaotian saves money to prepare for her next trip. She doesn't rely on her family, but only on herself. In this way, her family will not stop her, but will support Xiaotian because of her daughter's independence. Looking at Xiaotian and Sonia who were chatting happily, Xia Mu was also listening to Sonia's description of Steelix. Indeed, the exaggeration is a bit excessive. Although Steelja's racial stats are indeed quite high, reaching 495 points, Steelja's fighting style is single and it is pure meat, so its strength is not that outstanding. The reason why Xia Mu has such a deep memory of Steelix is because it is the dedicated flying mount of the 8th generation. Another point is that Steel Crow has a story with the giant blacksmith in the 9th generation of Vermilion. The giant forger in the Padia region, once encountering a Steelix, will attack it by using his hammer to hit stones. This also led to the extinction of Pokémon such as Steelix in the Padia region. Judging from Sonia's situation, she definitely doesn't know about the natural enemy Pokémon like Steelix and Machiner. Of course, Xia Mu knew it, but he wouldn't say it out loud. Maybe he would go and capture a Steelix in the future, but not now. Time passed by chatting. Soon it was past 4 o'clock and the destination, Honglian Island, was already in sight. In order not to cause too much trouble, Xia Mu, Ali, Xiaotian, Xiao Jian and the 2 assistants, as well as Mulan and Nei Mu, all put the Pokémon they carried with them back into the Pokeballs. Dr. Mulan brought with her the Galar region's guard dog, the electric dog, and a female housekeeper. Dr. Ichiki was carrying a Casey. As for Xiao Jian, they are naturally the very familiar Mewtwo and Marilu. There are also those of Professor Ichiki's assistants, all of which are common Pokémon, Butterfree, Nidoran and Nidoran. There is also Sonia's Caller Wong. I don't know if she only has this one, or if she just brought Caller Wong with her this time. What is certain is that this call dog is the child of Dr. Mulan's electric chasing dog. After landing on Honglian Island, the group thanked and said goodbye to the old Captain Knot. Of course, Xia Mu couldn't help but exchange a few polite words with Knot. What Knot said basically meant that the ship would remain anchored here and could go out to sea anytime Xia Mu needed it. This made Ali and Xiaotian envious. It really feels good to be rich. Including Xiao Jian and Nei Mu's 2 beautiful assistants. On the other hand, Dr. Mulan and Dr. Ichiki were calm and would not easily show their surprise. After all, they all knew the power of the Xia family in the waters of the Kanto region, and a luxury cruise ship was nothing. Sonia's performance is also okay. This is probably the upbringing that comes with her family background. As soon as he left the port, Xia Mu received a call from his father. As he expected, after arriving at Honglian Island, his father would definitely make some arrangements for him. The first thing to do is to take the shuttle bus to the Honglian gym. Xia Bo had already learned about his travels and planned to take a good look at his grandson. Although they are not direct descendants, in the eyes of the older generation, as long as Xia Mu is of Xia family blood, he is their grandchildren. Since it was related to the Xia family's affairs, Xia Mu also said goodbye to Ali Xiaotian for a short time. Of course, there are also Ichiki, Xiao Jian and others. According to the previous chat, they will stay in Honglian Island for a day and then set off for the Orange Islands tomorrow. Maybe he was going to say goodbye to some old friends. So he just happened to take a ride on the boat. Xia Mu didn't ask any more questions, and there was no need for him to know. What surprised Xia Mu was that he had not asked Dr. Mulan why she came to Honglian Island, but he did not expect that she was also going to see Xia Bo. Inside the stretched sedan. Xia Mu said nothing, just watched Dr. Mulan thinking about it. In the depressing atmosphere, Sonia became quiet, and even the Rotom Pokédex did not say a word. Are you surprised? I have a pretty good relationship with your grandfathers. Suddenly, Dr. Mulan spoke. As soon as she opened her mouth, the solemn atmosphere immediately dissipated. Xia Mu didn't know about the older generation, so he just nodded casually and said. I didn't like Pokémon before, and I don't know much about my family. I haven't met Grandpa Xia Bo many times, so there are many things I don't understand, please forgive me. I unconsciously thought of speaking in the tone of a junior. After all, she is indeed an elder, and Professor Mulan is also one of the top leaders of the Alliance in the Galar region. I know a little about your affairs, your parents have really thought about you very well. This time, they specially asked an old man like me to bring their precious granddaughter to the Kanto area, saying that they want the younger generation to get familiar with each other. I think they are just creating opportunities for you. Mulan's words had hidden meanings. In this closed and small space, there was suddenly a strange smell. Xia Mu was slightly stunned, and Sonia, who was silent beside him, couldn't help but murmur. Huh? Grandma, are you kidding? I'm also going to the Kanto region. Mulan looked at Sonia and smiled. You were the one who wanted to come here, you took the initiative to jump into the trap, Grandma doesn't need to ask you, right? When Sonia heard this, she couldn't help but look at Xia Mu who was sitting opposite her. Her cheeks turned red, and she put her hands on her waist, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Xia Mu's forehead was covered with sweat. It was not right to speak or not to speak at this moment. It seemed that his father was planning something and had not told him anything. Mom definitely knew something, but she didn't tell him anything. He even plotted against his precious son. So, this is a direct arrangement. If they are attracted to each other, the relationship between the two families can be promoted. If they are not attracted to each other, it can also promote the relationship between each other, Xia Mu said in his heart. Chapter 59. Very messy. Xia Mu felt a little mentally exhausted for a moment. The information obtained in a short period of time involves too much. He is not stupid, and this clearly reveals a lot of conspiracy. Even though he knew that his parents would not betray him and would only think about him, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Indeed, this is a good thing for him. He does have feelings for Sonia. Her looks, figure and appearance are absolutely okay. But if two people want to get along with each other, appearance alone is not enough, there are too many factors to consider. They should have the same values, similar ideas, common topics, etc. This is the initial requirement, and then the test also includes personality, habits, and even every aspect of life. If even the conversation is full of targeting and purpose, if two people cannot even appreciate each other, then even if they come together with the help of external forces, they will not be happy. However, there is one thing Xia Mu can be sure of, that is, Sonia definitely does not have a boyfriend now. Although she and Dan D were childhood sweethearts, they never developed a relationship together, either in the game world or in the real world. At least, that's the case for now. Even if they get together in the future of the original work, it will be several years in the future. Otherwise, Mulan would not have brought Sonia here, and would not have allowed Xia Mu to contact her granddaughter with a purpose. It is said that old ginger is still spicy. Mulan made things clear directly in front of him. How to make decisions and how to get along with each other in the future all depended on what Xia Mu did. And of course there is Sonia's choice. At this time, Sonia was obviously very unhappy about being tricked. So after she found out the inside story, she started looking at Xia Mu with a targeted look. Xia Mu's scalp tingled when he was looked at, and he didn't know how to face it for a moment. The key is that he is also a victim. I want to say that I know nothing about this matter, do you believe it? Do you think I will believe it? Sonia rolled her eyes, obviously not believing it. Although she was unhappy, she didn't really hate Xia Mu. At least he is handsome and good-looking, and he treats people and things well. After a short period of understanding, it is not difficult to see from Xia Mu's Pokémon that Xia Mu is indeed a responsible person. Especially in the matter of Gardevoir, one thing is certain, Natsuki is not the kind of person who has a violent tendency, pursues quick success without talking about feelings, and his values are also very positive. Sonia's cheeks suddenly turned red after thinking too much. She shook her head and cursed herself in her heart for thinking so many messed up things. She became more determined in her thinking that her future was her own decision and her grandmother couldn't force her. Okay, Sonia, Xia Mu really didn't lie, and this matter is indeed known only to me and Xia Mu's parents. Moreover, this child really is not a good liar, his eyes are very sincere and clear, which can't be faked. Mulan patted Sonia beside her and explained for Xia Mu. Xia Mu, a wise old man, admires Mulan very much. She did see that he was not a man of deception. Xia Mu himself knew that when he was lying to others, he often didn't dare to look them in the eye and would keep making small movements. Is that so? But why do I feel like he looked at me strangely from the beginning? I was just looking at him politely, we know each other, so I have to take a good look at him, didn't you look at me too? Is that so? Sonia looked serious and full of momentum. She felt that Xia Mu had bad intentions. Watching the two of them engaging in a heated conversation like a quarreling couple, Mulan couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems like he is recalling his younger self. When she smiled like that, Xia Mu and Sonia felt a little embarrassed. For the next period of time, you two should try to get along with each other. Xia Mu, you are going to travel too, so you might as well take Sonia with you, she will help you, Mulan said with hidden meaning. This old lady is obviously helping. No matter what her relationship with the Xia family is. Or in other words, what her relationship with Xia Bo is. Just for this reason, Xia Mu's favorability towards her exploded. Although he looks very serious and oppressive on the surface, he is actually quite easy to get along with. Grandma, you want me to travel with him? But I don't know anything about the Kanto region. Isn't Xia Mu here? Although it's his first time traveling. I can see that he is quite capable and can protect you. Moreover, with the Xia family escorting you. You can also take this opportunity to take a good look at the customs and practices of the Guandu area. Didn't you say not long ago that you wanted to visit Guandu? Mulan said. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After all, he is a man who has lived for decades and is a PhD with an extremely high IQ. He has a perfect grasp of the ways of the world. Okay, fine, Sonia was persuaded by Mulan and had no choice but to agree temporarily. What's wrong? You don't want to. I like you, the way you looked at my precious granddaughter at first. Before Mulan finished her teasing, Xia Mu coughed twice and interrupted her. I understand, I will take good care of her and never cause any trouble. Well, that's good, Mulan nodded with a smile and stopped talking. Xia Mu and Sonia looked at each other again. Both of them were worried, and it was written on their faces, but neither of them said anything. Starting from the port, the stretched sedan passed through a relatively prosperous city and arrived at Honglian town near the crater. The Red Lotus Gym is located here. Because it is built on a volcano, the temperature here is very hot all year round. Fortunately, the geographical location here is very good. The sea breeze blowing in just neutralizes the heat and makes the climate here warm, just like a tropical rainforest. Arriving near the volcano, Xia Mu saw the strangely shaped volcano and couldn't help but recall the plot of the original novel. Xiaoji's battle with Charizard against Xia Bo's incarnate seemed to take place in the crater. The most impressive thing at that time was that Charmeleon's large character blast was caught by Charizard with his bare hands and thrown into the sky. That was not all, the large character blast turned into a medium character blast. And then from the medium character blast to a small character blast, and finally disappeared. I didn't think much of it when I was a kid, but when I grew up I found it really interesting. Come to think of it, this volcano reminds me of two other volcanoes. Xia Mu thought to himself. These two volcanoes are the Lamp Volcano on the island of Gathering Fate and the Fire God Mountain on the Fire Island in the Orange Islands. In the game, there is a molten bird living in the Lantern Mountain on the island of Gathering. I don't know if this world is the same. If there really is one, he would like to capture it. Chapter 60. Even though it's not the one called the God of Fire, it's still a Moltres. Just imagine, if you capture a Moltres, you can then become the Holy Flame Runner of the Quartz Conference, running with Moltres Flame and having Moltres accompany you. Isn't that cool? A must-have artifact for time travelers to show off in the early days. I just wonder how strong Moltres, which only has average strength in the game, is in the real world. Even if it's not as strong as the Fire God, it should be incomparable to ordinary Pokémon, right? When I think of the three legendary birds, I can't help but think of the three legendary birds in the Galar region. Well, Xia Mu firmly believed that this was not a category. Especially a certain ground-walking chicken, which lowered its own status and gave the flying system a 1 shame. However, Groudon gave it a thumbs up and added a new minion 1. Under the guidance of the staff, Xia Mu, Mulan and Sonia were brought into the gym. The scale of Honglian Gym is not actually that large among all the gyms, but it is definitely the most distinctive one. The original book does not describe this point in detail, and it is shocking enough to see it with your own eyes. We came to the backyard of the gym, which is where Xia Bo lives. I saw the real Xia Bo with my own eyes. Although I still had some impression of him in my memory, the memory of his original self was from 1 or 2 years ago. What? Don't you recognize me? Although I'm wearing a wig, my face hasn't changed in years. These words seemed to be spoken to Xia Mu, but they were actually spoken to Mulan. Grandpa, Xia Mu greeted politely. After all, the relationship is there. Xia Bo nodded, then looked at Mulan and Sonia. Your granddaughter is so old now, and we are all old. I don't think you're old, you're living a comfortable life, you're old and still wearing a wig like young people, you're nothing like when you were young, Mulan pushed her glasses and criticized. His words were sharp, and he showed no intention of being polite to Xia Bo at all. Xia Bo was not angry. He laughed and said, people may grow old but their hearts are not, at our age, if we don't live a good life for ourselves, will we have any regrets? The old lady and the old man looked at each other for a long time. You really haven't changed at all, old man, Mulan laughed. You are the same, still so fond of exposing other people's shortcomings. Xia Mu took off his wig on his own initiative, revealing his real face. That big bald head was indeed very bright under the sunlight. The atmosphere was a bit weird. Xia Mu and Sonia couldn't help but look at each other and suddenly felt like light bulbs here. How could they know what the relationship between Xia Mu and Mulan was? Sonia didn't even know that her grandmother had such a good relationship with old man Xia Mu. It's inevitable to have random thoughts, but I won't express them. Okay, you've worked hard along the way, I've prepared a dinner, let's eat and chat, and get to know some young people at the same time. After a brief exchange, Xia Mu took the initiative to speak. After he finished speaking, two men in black led the way and the group came to a spacious and quaintly decorated reception room. The long table was already filled with a lot of food, and it was obvious that Xia Mu had arranged it very carefully. What Xia Mu didn't expect was that in addition to their arrival, Xia Mu also called some managers of the Xia family on Honglian Island. This was to let Xia Mu get acquainted, and then he was introduced to his two uncles and aunts, as well as the grandchildren of Xia Mu's lineage. They were all children of the Xia family, younger than Xia Mu, but also 15 years old. The banquet lasted until about 8 in the evening. Xia Mu finally experienced what it meant to be on pins and needles. At this point he also knew the main reason why his parents asked him to meet Xia Mu. It is to let him show up appropriately and let everyone know that Xia Mu will appear in their field of vision in the future. On the one hand, let these people take care of him, and on the other hand, they can also get in touch with more things about the Xia family. Fortunately, Sonia is around and we can chat occasionally. Although the two people were not very familiar with each other, they were at least more familiar with each other than everyone else present. Compared to Xia Mu, Sonia's performance was more natural. Although she was also a little restrained, she had attended many banquets with Mulan and had become accustomed to such occasions. According to Mulan, if one is afraid and retreats even in such a small situation, then that person won't be able to go far. After the banquet, Xia Mu asked someone to send Mulan and Sonia to the Honglian Hot Spring Hotel, while Xia Mu stayed and had a one-on-one conversation with Xia Mu. Xia Mu learned more about the Xia family from Xia Mu. From this, Xia Mu also understood to some extent that this Xia Mu should not be the one in the special chapter. Even if there might be some connection between them, it would not be too much. Finally, the topic of discussion was naturally traveling, future goals, etc. Xia Mu's question was very explicit. In a sense, he was also testing Xia Mu and asking about Xia Mu's future plans. Knowing that Xia Mu will try to challenge the gym to participate in the quartz conference first, Xia Mu directly took out his Red Lotus badge. Open the back door properly. But what Xia Mu meant was, how could taking something from one's own home be considered opening a back door? Xia Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, as if what he said was indeed true. Xia Mu was not being pretentious. Since Xia Mu had given it to him, if he didn't take it, he would be disrespecting the old man. No matter it is a test or something else, it is just a matter of order. After getting the badge, Xia Mu still asked Xia Mu to challenge him to a duel. The meaning is very clear, I want to get the badge and I want to fight in the battle, because that's experience points. Xia Mu was quite satisfied with Xia Mu's temper. Since Xia Mu had such great confidence, if he was not satisfied, it would mean that he, as an elder, was just being perfunctory with the younger generation. As they agreed to fight tomorrow, Xia Mu stayed at the Honglian Gym today. I originally wanted to go to a hotel and experience the hot spring hotels in this world. Who knew that Xia Mu had already made arrangements? Fortunately, the gym has everything you need, and Xia Mu took a hot spring bath and enjoyed it, which was particularly comfortable. Of course, I won't forget my Pokémon. One thing worth mentioning is that even though Arcanine is a fire type, it can also take a hot spring bath. There is also the Beedrill, which, although it is a bug, is not afraid of water. Blink, the next day. Xia Mu had a good night's rest, but was awakened by a loud noise. After getting dressed and washing up, I got a general idea of the situation. Recently, because of the invitation spread by the strongest Pokémon trainer, countless trainers came to Crimson Lotus Island. As one of the rulers of the Xia family, Xia Mu immediately concluded that someone was just trying to attract attention. At first he thought it was a good thing, as it brought traffic to Cinnabar Island and promoted economic development. But now he doesn't think so anymore. As the owner of the Cinnabar Gym, he can't stand all these trainers coming to challenge the gym. Chapter 61. Xia Mu was shocked to learn that the Red Lotus Gym had been closed. After all, the Quartz Conference is still more than a month away. Closing it at this time will undoubtedly cut off the hopes of those trainers who have already obtained 7 badges to obtain the 8th badge. Although there are more than a dozen gyms in the Kanto area, these gyms are spread throughout Kanto, and the distance between gyms is also very far. Most trainers choose specific gyms to challenge with a purpose. Walking along the route one after another. If we turn back now, not to mention whether it would be too late, no one would be willing to accept it. So it is inevitable that there will be such trouble. Xia Mu didn't say anything. He felt that Xia Bo had his reasons for doing this. Otherwise, if the gym is closed at this time, the Alliance will definitely not allow it, and if the matter gets out of hand, the Red Lotus Gym will be blacklisted. It will become a little-known gym, and by then, there will no longer be large numbers of trainers coming to Crimson Island or even the nearby islands. What? You still want to speak up for those trainers? Xia Mu shook his head and didn't answer. Having lived 2 lives, Xia Mu knows that talking too much will lead to mistakes, so when he encounters a question that is difficult to answer, he simply shuts up and listens. And now that Xia Bo has taken the initiative to bring it up, it means that he will take the initiative to tell him the reason. Seeing that Xia Mu remained calm, Xia Bo's shrewd eyes revealed a hint of appreciation. No wonder Xia He and that kid have been praising you to the sky recently. It's true that there is a big difference between you before and after you fell into the water. Although we haven't seen each other for almost 2 years, I have a deep impression of you, and I have been following your news. Think about it, you didn't even dare to breathe when you saw me before, and you kept your distance. Now you respect me on the surface, but in fact you have your own opinions and you are keeping a low profile. You're too kind, I really don't know what you mean. Xia Mu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Xia Bo to have such a sharp eye. Fortunately, he didn't lie. Xia Bo nodded, not holding on to any point, and continued, in fact, the reason why I did this is very simple. You already know why these trainers came to Crimson Lotus Island, most of them are fake. Even if there are some who really come for the badge, they all want to take this opportunity to get a badge. The words came out slowly from Xia Bo's mouth, and Xia Mu listened carefully without interrupting. At first, I didn't take it too seriously, but now this trend is getting worse. Closing the gym is not only a responsibility for myself, but also for the trainers who really want to participate in the league competition to challenge the gym and get badges. The notice of closing the gym was issued early yesterday morning. There was no disturbance yesterday. The reason why so many trainers gathered here today must be that someone is secretly plotting something. Once I open the door, I will have to accept the challenge of all trainers. I don't know if I can handle it, but I will definitely be forced to give up my badge to quell this farce. I just want to let those trainers who want to take advantage of the situation to get badges by relying on the human wave tactics know that I won't buy it. No matter what, we can't be like some gyms where things get out of control and they just have to put on a show and give everyone a badge. We have added 3 new gyms in the Kanto region this year. Some of them have done many unscrupulous things to cooperate with the local economy. I really want to see whether this quartz conference will set a new record low. After listening to all of Xia Bo's words, Xia Mu was greatly inspired. It reminds me of some of the gyms at the beginning of the original animation, such as the most famous Cerulean Gym. As long as you go there, you can get a badge. Known as the easiest badge to obtain, is it really as simple as it seems? In fact, it is not the case. What we see is just the surface. The Cerulean sisters used water ballet to attract many trainers to challenge them. The original intention was to use foreign trainers to promote the development of Cerulean City, and the Alliance also added fuel to the fire. In the end, trainers came. But they couldn't control the situation. In the end, as long as you challenge the Cerulean Gym, you can get a badge. The news spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, from 100 to 1,000, and it got completely out of control. The situation of the 3 sisters with flower baskets is that they did something beyond their ability without sufficient ability. However, Xia Mu remembered that the 3 Hualan sisters eventually transformed themselves into the star attraction of Hualan City. There was an endless stream of people coming from other places to watch their water ballet, so they were successful in this regard as well. Of course, this is something. The situation Xia Bo is facing now is similar to the situation that Hualan Gym faced back then. However, it was not Xia Bo and the Alliance who were pushing this, but the so-called strongest Pokémon trainer. Through communication and understanding with Xia Bo, Xia Mu roughly determined that at this time Xia Bo and the Alliance should be suspicious of each other. Xia Bo suspected that the Alliance was the one behind this. He didn't know why yet, but it was most likely aimed at the Xia family. If Xia Mu didn't know the plot of the original novel, he would probably think so too. However, based on the current situation, Xia Mu has God's vision and can guess that the Alliance should also think that it was Xia Bo who was behind it. This is done to attract enough trainers to travel to the archipelago. Both sides thought it was a clown show, so no one investigated further. It is precisely because of this that no official personnel came to investigate the matter of Mewtwo. Even if they went to New Island to investigate after the incident was over, it would no longer be meaningful. Okay, no matter what those trainers do, it has nothing to do with you. Yesterday you took the initiative to fight against me, the old man. And I was quite happy. Xia He and that kid told me that you have been working hard to train your Pokémon recently. As your grandfather, let me check and test it. Xia Bo stood up and motioned Xia Mu to follow. The battle was about to start suddenly, and Xia Mu was actually a little hungry. I came here as soon as I got up in the morning without having breakfast. But since Xia Bo had said so, he didn't know what to say. The two came to the deep underground of the Honglian Gym. This is where the battle takes place. Because it is a volcanic area, the huge underground space can be transformed into an absolute battlefield of fire with a little modification. What Xia Mu didn't expect was that there was a huge space underneath, which was the living place for Xia Bo's fire-type Pokémon. Xia Mu had seen the full picture of the duck-billed fire beast family. Excluding the unevolved duck-billed babies, the highest level of the duck-billed fire beast reached level 60, and the lowest level reached level 30. Xia Mu finally understood why Charizard could defeat Xia Bo's Infernape in the original animation. It must be because Xia Bo had a mediocre Infernape in his hands. Otherwise, according to Charizard's evolution level and the progress of the plot, Charizard would be at most in the early 40s. Chapter 62. The battle with Xia Bo went very smoothly. Xia Mu demonstrated his fighting talent and command ability that far exceeded that of ordinary people. It can be said that Xia Bo's strength is extraordinary, far beyond what he is in the original game and animation. However, Xia Mu's strength has already been formed, and even if Xia Bo takes out his strongest lineup, Xia Mu can face it with ease. The levels are here. Not to mention Arcanine at level 57 and Lucario at level 55, even the Red Gyarados has reached level 51, crushing all fire-type Pokémon in this fire field. In fact, Xia Mu could feel that Xia Bo was not giving his full strength. As a master of the older generation, it was impossible for Xia Bo to suppress his grandson Xia Mu, so it was normal for him to give way. But Xia Mu was sure that even if Xia Bo used all his strength, he had a 90% chance of winning. After the fierce battle, Xia Bo spoke highly of Xia Mu. Over the years, the Xia family has produced many excellent trainers, but none of them has truly reached Xia Mu's current strength. The most important thing is that Xia Mu's strength is comparable to his in just less than 20 days. Among his peers, no one can compare to him. Of course, Xia Mu would not be proud of it. He just listened to the compliments and let them go in one ear and out the other. Xia Mu's answer was very direct. He simply said that although he was afraid of Pokémon before, he had been studying it privately. So this time, after untying the knot in his heart, he was able to successfully display the previous research results on paper on his own Pokémon, which is why the strength of his Pokémon improved so quickly. Xia Bo had no doubts, and this was the only explanation that made sense. And in Xia Bo's view, this is absolute talent. After all, the strength of Pokémon may be acquired by the Pokémon itself. However, a trainer's psychological quality, command ability, combat thinking, etc. cannot be achieved overnight. After the war, Xia Mu and Xia Bo had breakfast together. Taking this opportunity, Xia Mu learned after in-depth communication that the gym level strength is around level 30 or 40. The weaker ones are probably only in their 20s. Of course, there are some powerful ones, such as Akane from the Crimson Gym and Sakaki from the Tokiwa Gym. Xia Bo gave a very high evaluation and even predicted in advance that Aju might become one of the 4 heavenly kings of the poison department in the near future. Xia Mu couldn't be completely sure whether Xia Bo knew the inside story, but what Xia Bo explained to him was that the strength of the younger generation of gym trainers in the Kanto region was generally average, and the only ones he needed to be careful about were these 2 gyms. Come to think of it, I suddenly have an idea. I wonder if you are interested in acting as the agent of the Red Lotus Gym and being a gym trainer for a few days. After finishing breakfast, Xia Bo said while drinking tea. Xia Mu was stunned when he heard this and said, acting gym trainer? This is no small matter. Although he had seen this kind of plot in novels many times in his previous life, most of them were just formalities. Now that Xia Bo asked him to act as the trainer of the Red Lotus Gym, given the current situation, isn't that equivalent to pushing him into the fire pit? What? You don't want to? Grandpa, aren't you closing the museum? Xia Mu said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It is closed, but it can be reopened, right? I didn't know your strength before, but now you can defeat Grandpa. I believe that with your strength, it is more than enough for you to sit in the Red Lotus Gym. What's more, this is also a test for you. If you can defeat most of the challengers, it will not only save the gym, but also greatly help to enhance your reputation. Xia Bo's words were meaningful. Xia Mu fell into deep thought. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a good thing for him. He came to Crimson Island in advance with the purpose of fighting against various trainers and gaining experience points. Now, if he becomes an acting gym trainer, it means that he doesn't need to look for it, as the experience points will come to him automatically. Seeing that Xia Mu was lost in thought, Xia Bo did not urge him. It was not until a long time had passed that Xia Mu and Xia Bo looked at each other and said, "Then I will give it a try." Xia Bo looked like a teachable boy. He stood up and patted Xia Mu on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I will have my men help you. It doesn't matter if you lose, if you really can't handle it, Grandpa will cover for you." Even though the agreement was reached, Xia Mu still felt like he had fallen into a trap. But now is not the time to think about this issue. What we should think about is how to face the vast number of challengers and how to make ourselves the biggest beneficiary. Nearly an hour passed in a flash. Under the protection of several black-clad staff members, Dr. Mulan and Sonia finally arrived at the Red Lotus Gym. Today's incident was quite big, and Mulan and Sonia obviously already knew about the current situation. After some communication, Xia Bo told Mulan and Sonia all the details. They are not originally from the Kanto region, and even though they are high-ranking members of the Alliance, they cannot overstep their authority to this level. So your plan is to push Xiao Mu to the front to protect you from disaster. Let me say that Xiao Mu's strength may not be enough. Mulan did not think that there was anything wrong with Xia Bo's way of handling the matter. She would do the same if she were in his place. But letting Xia Mu act as the gym trainer might be a training under normal circumstances, but according to the current situation, it is different. Mulan is also a person of the older generation with vision. She knows clearly that unless there is a trainer with the strength to reach the king level, who can accept the challenges continuously. It would be fine if the challengers were all weak newcomers, but it is obvious that the trainers causing trouble outside all have certain strength. If I were to say so, Xiao Mu has already defeated me just now, Xia Bo said with a smile while drinking tea. These words made Mulan choke suddenly, and she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Unbelievable. She had seen Xia Mu's Pokémon before, and although its momentum was indeed strong, it was really unexpected that it could defeat Xia Bo. She knew how strong Xia Bo was. Is this true? Mulan asked back. Don't ask Xia Bo, ask Xia Mu. I guess so, but Grandpa definitely held back, Xia Mu said modestly. After hearing Xia Mu's answer, Mulan looked at Xia Bo again. It seems that I underestimated this child. In this case, let's just be spectators and take a good look at little Xia Mu's abilities. Xia Bo nodded. The conversation between the two ended here. Sonia on the side didn't say anything. She listened carefully, her eyes focused on Xia Mu from time to time. She had never thought about how powerful Xia Mu was, but now that Xia Bo and her grandmother had said so, she also felt a little curious and wanted to see for herself. She has a say in whether someone is strong or not, because her friend is a super powerful trainer. Chapter 63. In the battle arena, Xia Mu was somewhat stunned as the first challenger took the initiative to send out his Pokémon. This is too confident and self-centered. Is he treating him like air? By the way, why don't you even ask him what Pokémon he sent out as the acting gym trainer? Besides, shouldn't he have sent out the Pokémon first? The most important thing is, must you use fire? Go, Gyarados, since the other party sent out the Pokémon first, there was no need for him to hesitate. Shiny Gyarados appears, immediately intimidating and reducing the opponent's attack. Why is Gyarados red? Wait, how come you use a water-type Pokémon? This left Xia Mu speechless for a moment. He finally understood that most of these challengers were fakes, just as Xia Bo said. The rules of a one-on-one battle don't say that I can't use Pokémon other than fire-type Pokémon. He just thought that the Red Lotus Gym would only use fire-type Pokémon for battle. After saying this, Xia Mu became serious the next second. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to this challenger. Moreover, the level 37 Slowpox had obviously just evolved not long ago and was too weak. Gyarados, 100,000 volts, with the order, the red Gyarados launched an attack directly. This is the enhancement of Gyarados' skills that Xia Mu just gave in addition to learning electric-type moves, it also has ground-type moves. Wait, Slowpoke, damn it, isn't it the trainer who should attack first? Before the challenger could stop it, Slowpoke was hit by 100,000 volts and lost its ability to fight. The rules of the competition have been changed to one-on-one, and the rule announcement also states that it is no longer only the challenger who can attack first. Xia Mu rolled his eyes and signaled to the referee. This guy obviously didn't even read the details of the battle rules after the reopening, and just rushed in. The first challenger was taken out of the fighting arena by the security guards in black. No matter how much he struggled and resisted, it was of no avail. Game 2, continue. Humph. I didn't expect the Red Lotus Gym's deputy trainer to use a water-type Pokémon that also has electric-type moves. That idiot just now managed to find out some useful information. In that case, I'll use the grass-type to deal with you. Go ahead, coconut tree. A grass-type coconut tree? Then you go ahead, Gyarados, use Flame Jet directly. Xia Mu sent out the red Gyarados again and gave direct orders. This challenger looks quite cold, but he is actually a fool. He didn't even wait for the opponent to send out his Pokémon, so he lost the initiative. A red Gyarados that can spit fire, how is that possible? Coconut tree. The second game ended amid exclamations. Another challenger was carried out by the security guards in black. In the third scene, it was a very beautiful girl who made Xia Mu look at her a few more times. I heard from the two losers that your Gyarados is not only red, but also has 100,000 volts and can spray fire. Humph, I don't believe your Gyarados is omnipotent, look at my 3-in-1 Magneto. Electric-type Pokémon do have a dual counter effect against Gyarados. But why are you all so eager to come here and fight? Don't you even ask me what Pokémon I will send out? After all, Gyarados is not the only Pokémon I can use. Xia Mu let out a long sigh. She is pretty and has small breasts, so how can she be so stupid? If he was really a gym trainer, he would be so angry, right? Is this kind of challenger worthy of a badge? No wonder the Quartz Conference is getting worse and worse. As expected, they all came here to try their luck and get the badge. Xia Bo was right to close the museum. If the level was higher, Xia Mu would still be a little interested, but the three who came up were only in their 30s, which was a good example. It would be a great achievement if even 1 in 10 of these challengers had Pokémon above level 40. In fact, the strength of these three may be considered top-notch, so they grabbed the chance to challenge first. Use Beedrill to easily defeat the 3-in-1 Magneto. Not to mention the suppression of ground attributes by direct drill, just the level suppression. In fact, any one of its moves is an absolute crushing victory. After all, Beedrill's level has reached 53. The gym challenge is ongoing. Xia Mu wanted to move a chair over and sit down, then eat melon seeds and drink tea while dealing with the challenger. As he expected, most of the Pokémon were at level 20 or 30, and after 20 or 30 games, even if he allowed his Pokémon to play freely, they could easily kill their opponents with their reverse attributes. It's boring. It's rare to see a few people whose level is above 35, but they still can't take a single blow. I did gain some experience points, but after playing so many games in a row, none of my Pokémon leveled up. The level gap is too big, and the experience gained to meet the upgrade requirements can only be accumulated little by little. As challengers continued to challenge, lose, change people to challenge, and lose again, this went on for 2 hours. Hundreds of people were unable to withstand a single blow from Xia Mu, and everyone's confidence was deeply shaken. Who can withstand a blow? This acting gym trainer is a demon. Noon. Xia Mu, Xia Bo, Mulan and Sonia sat together to eat. They had a deep understanding of Xia Mu's strength. Even though Xia Bo and Xia Mu had fought several times, they never expected that Xia Mu had such great hidden strength. A feeling of having a successor filled Xia Bo's heart. Xia Bo even thought that if this kid had not experienced that kind of thing since childhood, he would have become a top-level master, right? There is even hope that they can challenge for the regional championship title. Of course, this is just thought. After all, there is also a possibility that without these experiences, Xia Mu might not have this talent. Just like Xia Mu said, because of his experiences and accumulation over the years, he was able to reach this level of strength in one go. Will you continue to serve as the acting gym trainer in the afternoon? Xia Bo asked. Xia Mu nodded without hesitation when he heard this. Although the harvest was indeed small, there was no better way than this at the moment. In the last 2 days, he didn't want to run around anymore. Since we've done it, let's do it to the end. In short, let those challengers know that the Red Lotus Gym is not easy to deal with. If they want a badge, they have to rely on their own abilities. Also, let those guys who do bad things in secret know that the human wave tactic is useless. After saying this, Xia Mu also put down his bowl and chopsticks. I'm done eating, let me go check on the Pokémon first. After getting nods of agreement from Xia Bo and Mulan, Xia Mu stood up and prepared to go to the yard. Sonia stood up at this time, I'll go too. Chapter 64. In the courtyard, the depressing atmosphere at the dinner table was gone. Xia Mu breathed a sigh of relief, and Sonia, who was following Xia Mu, also breathed a sigh of relief. When having a meal with the older generation, it's fine if we don't talk about current affairs, but as soon as we talk about certain things, I feel inexplicably pressured. It was obvious that not only Xia Mu felt it, Sonia also felt it to some extent. The two of them understood each other tacitly, but neither of them said it out loud. Xia Mu began to prepare food for his Pokémon, some ordinary Pokémon dishes and some energy cubes. Doing many things personally is naturally for the purpose of enhancing intimacy. Now, the intimacy of Arcanine, Lucario, and Red Gyarados has risen to a level that is difficult to increase further, and Natsuki's main target is not them, but Beedrill and Gardevoir. Beedrill's intimacy is still 200 points away from 10 points. I don't know if I can overcome this hurdle by working harder today. Time is running out, and if it cannot be achieved, then the requirements for Mega Evolution cannot be met. If the requirements for evolution cannot be met, even if Xia Mu has enough magical candies, he doesn't want to use them on Beedrill. Then the intimacy with Gardevoir is improved. Although there is no rush, it would be best if we could strengthen and consolidate it in all aspects of life. Up to now, it has increased from 15 points yesterday to 28 points, which is pitifully small. According to the information provided by the system, if the intimacy cannot reach 50 points, then there is no trust at all. To gain the favor of a Pokémon that was hurt emotionally was 10 or even dozens of times more difficult than gaining the favor of a legendary Pokémon. Sonia saw everything Xia Mu did. Sometimes she sat on the stone bench in the yard, thinking about her own things, and from time to time she was attracted by Xia Mu and went over to find out what was going on. Xia Mu did not object to this, because he had a good impression of her and wished they had more common topics. However, during the communication, they talked about the special energy blocks produced by the system store. Xia Mu had no way to shirk and could only say that he made them himself. Even though I lied, it wouldn't be a big deal if I dug deeper into it, because the system store did have machines for making energy cubes and methods for sale. Sonia was very surprised. She didn't expect Xia Mu to be so versatile. She could clearly see that the energy cubes made by Xia Mu were of high quality, and that the Pokémon had a significant recovery effect after eating them. In fact, ordinary energy cubes have already been sold on the market. Even though the Kanto region, Chengdu region, Orange Islands and even some surrounding areas don't have them yet, trainers in many regions are gradually beginning to like using energy cubes, which are not only convenient but also nutritious foods officially promoted by the Pokémon contest. Although it is not very popular in the Galar region, Sonia knows a lot of information. That is, many trainers will not feed Pokémon with random food in order to keep Pokémon in a more perfect shape and fur color. In the end, energy cubes became the best choice. The relationship between the two became closer. As the lunch break ended, the gym challenge continued at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After the experience in the morning, not only did Xia Mu become more motivated, but the challengers were obviously no longer just fakes like they were in the morning. In the morning battle, all the low-level trainers were eliminated. Although their strength is generally between level 40 and, there are indeed trainers who have Pokémon over level, and these are the real elites. Some came to get the badge, but most of them were attracted by Xia Mu's powerful strength and came to challenge him. Xia Mu still showed no mercy to these trainers. All in all, at the end of the day, not a single badge was given out. There is also a second meaning behind this, which is that if you can't even beat me, a substitute gym trainer, and you still want to challenge the strongest Pokémon trainer, it's a pipe dream. Xia Mu's reputation has been established. In short, it was like a bomb suddenly appeared in the crowd, letting everyone know how terrible it was and helping them to recognize themselves. Xia Mu didn't care too much about this. He also doesn't need to rely on vanity to satisfy himself. Xia Bo's evaluation of his performance, he is neither arrogant nor impatient, and handles things with moderation. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. Being a small gym trainer is by no means the limit. Mulan is more tactful, but she also values Xia Mu very much, so she tells Xia Mu to stay true to himself and not be blinded by anything. Xia Mu naturally kept the old man's words in mind. In the eyes of the two old men, this was the beginning of Xia Mu's rise into the night. Xia Mu and the Pokémon took a hot spring bath together to relieve the fatigue of the day. In fact, the Pokémon have already adapted to high-intensity battles, so today's low-level crushing battle is not a problem at all. Moreover, they took turns, and although Gardevoir was new, it also helped share some of the pressure. The improvement is naturally not satisfactory, but the level has indeed increased a bit. Arcane was upgraded by 2 levels to level 59. Lucario increased by 2 levels to level 57. Red Storm increased by 3 levels to level 54. Beedrill has increased by 3 levels to level 56. Gardevoir increased by 2 levels to level 47. It is worth mentioning that intimacy does increase faster during the process of commanding a battle. Because of the power of Wave, the Pokémon have achieved telepathic communication, especially Beedrill, which is only 2 points away from 200 points. I don't know if the 10-day deadline is tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Calculating the time in his mind, Xia Mu came back to his senses and looked at the wind speed dog swimming in the hot spring. After thinking about it, he immediately bought a magic candy from the system store, spending 100 million alliance coins. Ever since I became rich, I stopped calculating my expenses. After all, it's an 8-digit number, and it's impossible for me to write down all the hundreds or thousands of dollars I spend. In short, it would be quite expensive just for Ollie to find a suitable trainer to battle with. Now I bought another magic candy, and the balance is only 9,649 alliance coins. This is the magic candy. After carefully observing the magic candy in his hand, Xia Mu wanted to try it to see how it tasted. Of course I won't try it. After all, it's 100 million alliance coins. It would be a shame if it was wasted. Wind Speed, come here, he called out to Wind Speed. Hearing the sound, Wind Speed swam over. Xia Mu quickly removed the blue wrapping paper and stuffed the candy inside into the mouth of the Wind Speed dog. I wanted to lick the wrapper to see how it tasted, but after I unwrapped the candy, the wrapper simply melted into thin air and disappeared. I don't know if the system store noticed his intention and therefore forced the recall. Chapter 65. After eating the magic candy, Windy Dog did feel that his strength had been improved. In Xia Mu's opinion, the difference of one level should be difficult to detect. It's like before the morning, Windy Dog's level was 57, but after continuous fighting in the afternoon it was raised to level 59, and only then did I feel that. It must be because he crossed the threshold of level 60 and entered a higher level, so Arcanine was able to notice it. Another thing is that increasing your strength by eating candy is not the same as increasing your strength in battle. Becoming stronger in battle means I've adapted to the process, so in comparison, the feeling now is more obvious. How do you feel, Wind Speed? Xia Mu asked. Woof 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 roar. Master, the candy is delicious and seems to have improved my strength. Yeah, Xia Mu nodded. In order to confirm the specific situation, he continued to ask. Then do you feel uncomfortable? Or, does the strength enhanced by this candy affect you? Woof. It seems not. Wind Speed scratched his head with his paw, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. After hearing this, Xia Mu fell into deep thought. Such a conversation naturally attracted Red Gyarados, Beedrill, and Lucario. Although Gardevoir also came over, she was in the outermost circle. Obviously, everyone is very interested in improving their strength. Xia Mu calmed them down, and then bought 10 magic candies from the system store. Peel them one by one and feed them to Windy Dog to see how big the change will be if it increases 10 levels at once. From level 60 all the way up to level 70, while enjoying the magical candy, Arcanine's body underwent tremendous changes. Originally, upgrading from level 59 to level 60 is equivalent to changing from 1 to 2, so naturally there won't be much difference. Leaping over 10 levels in one go and entering a higher level, the momentum alone is completely different. Even Xia Mu, the owner, was involuntarily startled by the sudden outburst of momentum from Arcanine. Moreover, it seems that after absorbing the magic candy, Wind Speed's body developed again, grew a little bigger, and looked more muscular. The red and yellow hair not only became more luxuriant, but also shone with a bright luster like real flames. This is a transformation, as if life has advanced to a higher level. In the game, no matter how high the level is, it won't change much, but in the real world, it seems to be completely different after reaching level 70. The current strength of Arcanine is no longer comparable to that of ordinary Pokémon. Is it the king level? Or the champion level? Xia Mu thought to himself. The changes are too great. This strength is already the most powerful force Xia Mu has seen since he traveled through time. Xia Mu didn't know how strong the king level was in this world, but he was sure that it was definitely higher than in the game. Otherwise, his Pokémon have reached over level 50, and Xia Bo, who is well informed, would definitely say that his strength is comparable to that of a king. Therefore, the level of the king's Pokémon should be above level 60. After all, Xia Bo in the original work, whether in the game, animation, or special episode, should not be at the level of a superstar. Xia Mu was shocked, and Lucario, Crimson Blade, Beedrill, and Gardevoir also showed incredible expressions. Even though they already knew that their master was amazing, the boost brought by the candy this time was even better than the boost brought by the drink they drank last time. Just by eating some magic candies, Arcanine is completely changed. It was already very strong, and now it is so strong that none of them dare to touch it. All 4 of them combined could never beat Windy Dog. This was an absolute level-crushing victory. Woof! Because of the increase in strength, Arcanine let out an excited cry. The voice was more powerful and intimidating. How about it, Windy Dog, can you fully control the enhanced power? Xia Mu asked. Take Windy Hound as an experiment. On the one hand, considering that Windy Hound has the highest level, once it becomes uncontrollable, the amount of magic candy consumed is the least. On the one hand, Arcanine has spent the longest time with him and is usually the most stable, so he is more suitable than Lucario. As long as Windy can be fully controlled, we can then upgrade Lucario, Red Storm, and Beedrill. As for Gardevoir, Xia Mu still has to see its performance. In other words, whether it is willing to make such an upgrade. Considering Gardevoir's psychological condition, Xia Mu doesn't want to make too many changes to it now. Wait until the intimacy is higher before making plans. In short, it's best for Gardevoir not to show up in this Mewtwo incident. Otherwise, not only is its strength not enough, but as a superpower, the suppression brought by the same attribute beast will not be small. Seeing that Wind Speed shook his head to indicate that it had no effect and was completely under control, Xia Mu felt even more amazed at the magic candy. I thought there would be some uncontrollable situations in the real world, but I didn't expect there would be no impact at all. This is the cheat that defies the heavens. Continue to upgrade the level of Wind Speed Dog. Xia Mu hesitated. Directly upgrading from level 59 to level 70, this span is already quite large. Xia Mu still has 86 million, which can be used to buy 100 magic candies, which can directly upgrade the Wind Speed Dog to level. However, this would make it difficult to distribute other Pokémon. Besides, it was impossible for him to invest all his money in magic candy. In general, this money is enough for the time being, but if he considers the future, he must think carefully after the Mewtwo incident. It is indeed possible to make a profit from the price difference by speculation, but one cannot do it too much, so he must have his own private property to provide him with a steady stream of funds. Rely on home. Xia Mu knew that his parents were rich, and if he asked, his parents would definitely give it to him, but this was the last bottom line, and he was unwilling to touch it easily. Putting all distracting thoughts out of his mind, Xia Mu continued to think about the issue of level. According to the level setting in the game, Mewtwo's first appearance level will probably be the same as in the game, and there won't be a big difference. After all, Mew's bottom level is only level 40, after weighing it in his mind, Xia Mu thought that even if there was a difference, Mewtwo's level should not exceed level 70. Looking at Lucario, Crimson Blade, and Beedrill with eager eyes, Xia Mu made a decision. It is impossible to have all members at level 100, but if all members are at level 70, it can be done easily with his current financial resources. This is also thanks to the fact that we have been working hard to upgrade our levels during this period. Otherwise, if they were only at level 30 or 40, the expenses would be at least 1 or 2 times more. Chapter 66. Lucario consumed 13, Red Gyarados consumed 16, and Beedrill consumed 14, for a total of 43. Seeing the changes in Lucario, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados one after another, Xia Mu was sure that it was not a big transformation at level 70. But after level 60, Pokémon will change a lot as their levels increase. If you improve level by level slowly, you won't notice much, but if you improve 1 or 1 levels at a time, it will be very obvious. Of course, the most important thing is that Xia Mu watched the whole process. It was like a 10-year-old child who suddenly grew 2 years older in front of you. You could clearly see the changes. However, only Xia Mu could feel it clearly, because there was not much change in appearance, and people who did not observe the process would not be able to notice it. Unless you spend a lot of time together, you will notice the change, but you certainly won't be able to tell exactly what has changed. The Pokémon were extremely excited and couldn't wait to show their skills. Xia Mu looked at the remaining balance of only 4,300 million and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it would be more than enough for all members to reach level 80, and it would only cost another 4,000 million Alliance coins, but Xia Mu would not do that. The remaining money has other uses and is also for emergencies. Only when you have money in hand can you be able to adapt to changing circumstances. Once the situation really gets out of control, the worst that can happen is that you have to force out a level 100. Even if Mewtwo is a level 1 god, Xia Mu doesn't believe that his level is as high as 100. Unless, the highest level in this world is far more than level 100. After the level is upgraded, the next step is to improve the individual value talent. This is an area that Xia Mu has never taken the initiative to get involved in before. Now that the time has come, he will naturally do his best to improve the strength of Pokémon. Xia Mu bought 5 golden crowns at one time, each costing 100 million. In terms of level, Xia Mu did not upgrade Gardevoir. But in this regard, Xia Mu felt that it would be good to make some appropriate changes so that it could be accepted little by little. After the individual value talent is improved and the intimacy is increased after a period of time, Xia Mu will make changes to its effort value. Within the acceptable range, consider how to improve the level in the later stage. In fact, Gardevoir is also obsessed with strength, because it always thinks that it is too weak and therefore fails to protect its younger brothers and sisters. The opportunity was right in front of it, and Gardevoir had already recognized Natsuki as its trainer, so as it watched Arcanine and the others grow stronger one by one, it began to face it calmly. Golden Crown. If you don't see the real thing or the photo, who would have thought that this is just a golden bottle cap? When Xia Mu saw the real thing for the first time, he couldn't help but complain that the game prop designer was really too sloppy. If the cheating simulator didn't have an elf assistant, Xia Mu would have wanted to ask, what kind of drink bottle cap is this? Speaking of bottle caps, Xia Mu couldn't help but think of Kojiro in the original animation, who specialized in collecting bottle caps. By the way, will there be a golden crown and a silver crown in it? If so, should I rob it? It's just a thought, and of course it's just for fun. After all, in the game, the gold crown and the silver crown are just given to the extreme trainers, and then they give special training to the Pokémon. Now, with the modification of the cheat code simulator, it can be used directly on Pokémon. Xia Mu used the golden crown on his Pokémon one by one. After the bottle cap-like object touched the Pokémon, it quickly turned into a light spot and merged into the Pokémon's body. Then, Xia Mu further felt that the Pokémon's aura had changed significantly. Becoming stronger and stronger, especially when the level has reached this point, the bonuses of talents in all aspects are added up, and you can directly cross to a new level of strength again. The improvements of Arcanine, Red Gyarados, and Gardevoir are more obvious. The only characters that haven't changed much are Lucario and Beedrill, because their important attribute talents are both the best, and the improvement in physical strength and defense will not be directly reflected on the surface. Time flies. In the blink of an eye it was already the next morning. Xia Mu got up early and had breakfast with Xia Bo. Since you have become the acting trainer of the Red Lotus Gym, you must see it through to the end and take it seriously. At least before the Mewtwo incident happened, I couldn't just give up. Even though a large number of challengers were beaten to tears yesterday, Xia Mu believed that many people would still come to challenge today. Those who have never experienced a beating and are overconfident in their own abilities will definitely come upon hearing the news. Moreover, more and more trainers are rushing to Crimson Island in order to become the strongest Pokémon trainer. After hearing about the Crimson Gym, these people will definitely not miss it. Xia Mu's plan is to use these challengers to test the strength of the wind speed dogs. While having breakfast, Xia Mu was taught another lesson by Xia Bo. Xia Bo told Xia Mu a truth, that is, as a gym trainer, one is not only to be the opponent of the challenger, but also to guide the challenger correctly. In other words, if there is promising talent among the challengers, we should give him some leniency. Defeating all challengers will increase the prestige of the gym, but if you don't give out any badges, the gym will eventually become a deserted gym. Xia Bo's reminder also reminded Xia Mu of the Tokiwa Gym in the original work. It is indeed a level that must be challenged in the game, but in the animation, it seems that because it is too difficult, there are almost no people who hold the badge of the Tokiwa Gym. Then in the animation, Mewtwo sits in the Tokiwa Gym, and no one dares to challenge it. In the original work, the reason why Satoshi and his crew got the badge of the Tokiwa Gym was because of the protagonist's halo. Xia Mu clearly remembered this plot in the original animation, where Xiao Mao and Xiao Ji and their friends arrived in Viridian City at the same time and challenged the gym one after another. Although Xiao Mao challenged the Tokiwa Gym first, his Arcanine and Nidoking were severely beaten by Mewtwo. Coincidentally, the plot progressed at this time, and Mewtwo and Sakaki left the Tokiwa Gym, temporarily handing over the positions of gym trainers to Musashi and Kojiro. This led to the outrageous plot that followed. In short, if Sakaki was in the Tokiwa Gym at that time, Satoshi would definitely not be able to beat Sakaki. Even if Shankai Impact III was able to defeat Sakaki's Rhydon and Crocker at the beginning, they were not Sakaki's main force. All in all, Tokiwa City was originally a very prosperous big city. Later, because the gyms were too difficult, many trainers were unwilling to challenge them, so the flow of outsiders to Tokiwa City became less and less, and finally it gradually became a deserted city. Xia Bo told Xia Mu that for today's challenge, he should pick a few trainers with good strength and give out a few badges. Otherwise, no one will come to challenge the Honglien Gym in the future. I was a little anxious and at a loss, and at the moment I really didn't have many drafts saved. There is no other way. Since the editor said it should be put on the shelves, I have no choice but to go ahead and do it. Chapter 67. He accepted Xia Bo's suggestion. After all, Xia Mu was only the acting gym trainer now, so according to the rules he had to follow the gym trainer's orders. Of course, this was not Xia Bo forcing Xia Mu to do this, but Xia Bo was teaching Xia Mu some ways of dealing with things, training Xia Mu's abilities, and teaching Xia Mu some principles. If Xia Mu is too conceited, he would be short-sighted. Sitting in the gym like yesterday, Xia Mu was responding to challengers who came to challenge the gym one after another, while also observing the weather changes in real time. If a storm comes, it means that today is the day when the Mewtwo incident will occur. Unlike yesterday, the challengers today are obviously stronger and their age range is also rising. Xia Mu didn't expect that Ali and Xiaotian would come over for formalities. They also came here because they admired Xia Mu, but after seeing that it was Xia Mu who was in charge, they immediately understood what the current situation was. After them, Xia Mu also met people of the same age who came to challenge him, and the level of their Pokémon had reached level 50, which was the elite among the elites, and was definitely the league champion level. He is just a little-known character and does not appear in the original work. All in all, if the quality was so good yesterday, it wouldn't have been just upgraded by 2 or 3 levels. Unfortunately, even if the challengers are at level 70 or now, it is impossible to meet the upgrade experience requirements of level without playing 100 games. The higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. The initial upgrade speed was quite fast, and Xia Mu just felt that it would become much more difficult after every 10-level span. But no matter how difficult it is still easy to find opponents of the same level. Now that I have reached level 70, if I want to increase one level, I will need to hold gym challenges like this continuously for at least 1 or 2 days to achieve that goal. This is still relatively smooth. If the challenger's level is less than 40, the experience points will definitely be pitifully small and it will take more time. In fact, Xia Mu has an inexplicable feeling, that is, when the level gap reaches a certain level, it will be impossible to gain experience points from low-level Pokémon. Take the Pokémon in their early 20s that we dealt with yesterday. There were so many of them that even small ants are still meat, so if they accumulated, they would amount to a lot. This can only be known after a thorough test in the future. By noon, Xia Mu had fought for another morning. The gap in strength between the challengers they faced was too great, and the Pokémon's strength had also greatly increased, so they didn't need to take low-level battles seriously and could easily win. It must be said that the strength Xia Mu showed today once again shocked Xiaobo, Mulan, and Sonia. They had already had a clear understanding yesterday, but today Xia Mu opened their eyes again and let them know that Xia Mu had been hiding. How could they know that Xia Mu had a cheat code simulator that allowed him to buy magic candies to upgrade the level of Pokémon, which was why the increase in strength was so sudden. Xia Mu didn't know that Xiaobo and Mulan had secretly evaluated that his strength might be comparable to that of the champion. During the lunch break, they ate together as they did yesterday, but the topic at the table was focused on the strongest Pokémon trainer. The one who spoke seriously was Sonia. After arriving at Honglian Island, she heard too many rumors about this kind of thing, so she took advantage of her free time to do some research. According to her, she wanted to go to the new island to see what kind of person dared to call himself the strongest Pokémon trainer. Mulan tried to stop them because in her opinion they were strangers who had come from far away and were unfamiliar with the place. If something happened to them, it would be too late to regret. It was Xiaobo who took the opportunity of Sonia bringing up this matter and started talking about it. Actually, before you came, I also thought about investigating it. After all, it happened under my nose, but I just couldn't get the time to do it. These 2 days, with little Xia Mu in charge of the gym, I had some time to investigate, but unfortunately I found nothing. Xiaobo said, his old face full of worry. It is easy to deal with enemies in the open, but I am afraid of some guys doing bad things in the dark. Xiaobo was worried about this, so he has been worried recently, but he didn't show it on the surface. Xia Mu understood what Xiaobo said to some extent, and asked suspiciously, Grandpa, have you sent anyone to check out the new island? Xiaobo nodded, then shook his head. In fact, I sent my men there yesterday, but none of them brought back any useful information. They only said that the strongest Pokémon trainer doesn't welcome uninvited visitors. The other party is avoiding us? Mulan asked. Xiaobo did not give a clear answer. After thinking for a moment, he said, that's the news, but I suspect my men were tampered with by the other party. Maybe the other party has a psychic Pokémon that modified their memories. Mulan became more serious when she heard this, while Sonia beside her listened carefully and took notes. Xia Mu was also stunned for a moment. As for modifying memory, the original plot did develop in this way. Psychic-type Pokémon have the ability to delete or modify the memories of both humans and Pokémon. Mewtwo and Mew's abilities in this regard are even more incredible, and they can modify all traces related to themselves to a certain extent. The atmosphere became a little depressing as things turned out to be a little troublesome. They chose to appear in the public eye, yet hid on the new island. We took the initiative to send people there but were not welcomed. What exactly do they want to do? Mulan murmured. That's what I want to know too. If there is no purpose, it is obviously impossible, Xiaobo continued. The two looked at each other and finally fell silent. That's why I want to go up and take a look, although it's very dangerous. Xia Mu can go with me, he's so powerful, you should be relieved, right? Sonia looked as if she had already thought of all the problems, and she also pulled Xia Mu along. Me? Xia Mu pointed at himself, somewhat unexpectedly. I didn't expect that this burden would come to me first. It turned out that he was worried that Sonia would get involved, so he kept a low profile these past 2 days and didn't take the initiative to provoke her. In the end, she didn't mind making a big deal and used him as a shield. You don't want to. Don't you want to know who the strongest Pokémon trainer is? Don't you want to fight him? But he is different, he knows everything. Before Xia Mu could answer, Mulan and Xia Bo seemed to understand each other's thoughts and made a decision. Xia Mu, what do you think of this strongest Pokémon trainer? Xia Bo took the initiative to ask. What he said was very clear. If Xia Murua was also interested, he could go and investigate it to find out the truth. This is Xia Bo's recognition of Xia Mu's strength, so he is very relieved. Mulan didn't stop him either, because Xia Mu had the ability to guarantee Sonia's safety, so there shouldn't be any problem. I can't comment on it since I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I did plan to go there because I also received an invitation from the strongest Pokémon trainer. Xia Mu said as he pretended to reach into his sweatshirt pocket, but actually took out the electronic invitation from the storage space. When they saw the invitation, Xia Bo, Mulan, and Sonia all opened their eyes wide. Xia Bo had seen it a long time ago, so he knew what this thing was. Mulan and Sonia had never met before, so they opened the electronic invitation and looked at the information on the invitation. I don't know why, but I feel like this woman looks so familiar. Sonia stared at the figure on the electronic invitation and had an indescribable feeling. Have you seen her somewhere before, Sonia? Mulan asked. She knew her granddaughter's memory, and when she said, it looks familiar, it must have been seen somewhere. Xia Bo looked up at Sonia, waiting for her answer. He was also a little expectant, because as long as he got a little information, he could understand the inside story better. Xia Mu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Sonia to say this. I remember that in the original book, it was Xiao Jiang who saw Joey's photo and then said that he looked familiar. After a long time, Sonia shook her head and said, I really can't think of the corresponding person at the moment, maybe I can only remember him when I see him in person. Mulan and Xia both thought for a moment after hearing this, and finally looked at Xia Mu. In that case, Sonia's safety is in your hands, Xia Mu, Mulan instructed. Since the old man said so, Xia Mu had no choice but to nod and agree. Don't worry, I won't hold you back, Sonia said lightly. She really didn't know what she would experience after arriving at the new island. I hope so. Xia Mu didn't intend to tell her directly. Anyway, even if he reminded her to be careful, she probably wouldn't take it to heart. There are some things that you will only be extra careful about after you have experienced them. In short, the trust between them is far from enough, especially Sonia is the type who likes to show off, she will not easily give in front of others. If Xia Mu reminds her too much, it will make her feel nagging. We must not only ensure Sonia's safety, but also the safety of other trainers. After all, you are now the acting gym trainer of the Crimson Lotus Gym. There will be a ship heading to the new island at the port after 2 o'clock this afternoon, you should get ready and go with those invited trainers. I will say hello to the port manager Boijia there. Xia Bo said. Hearing this, Xia Mu's heart immediately tightened. Leaving this afternoon? In other words, the plot will unfold soon. After returning to the backyard from the restaurant, I fed the Pokémon energy cubes and then put them into the advanced ball. Returning to his room, Xia Mu quickly organized his thoughts and reviewed the original plot in all aspects. In fact, it is just about organizing your memory, not missing any details in the original work, and striving to be foolproof without any omissions. In fact, Xia Mu had already made plans to be the last person to land on the island and go there secretly. Let the plot develop for a while to prevent your Pokémon from being cloned by the cloning machine on the island before appearing. At that time, all we had to do was deal with Mewtwo. I just brought Sonia with me, hoping that she wouldn't be a variable. Beedrill, this time it's up to you to show your power. Xia Mu murmured as he took out Beedrill's advanced ball. With yesterday's upgrade, Beedrill's intimacy has exceeded 200 points. It has also tried Mega Evolution and completed the critical hit transformation of Super Beedrill. As for how far it can go in actual combat, we'll have to see what happens when the real fight breaks out. After a long time, Xia Mu heard Sonia's shouting coming from outside the house. I have to say, if you get to know Sonia in depth, you will find that she is really a very lively and proactive girl. Sonia shouted for Xia Mu to go out. The sky, which was originally clear and cloudless, was suddenly covered with dark clouds, which was obviously a sign of an impending storm. This is such a coincidence, the weather suddenly turns stormy, will the ship still go out to sea? Sonia said in a tangled manner. We are all adults and we still have basic thinking. This storm came suddenly, and it is clear that it will not dissipate in a short time, and it will definitely affect travel. Let's go and take a look at the situation first. In fact, you don't have to go, the weather is not suitable for going out, Xia Mu said tactfully. Don't try to get rid of me, what's wrong with the stormy weather? I'm not a delicate girl. With a tsundere look on her face, she put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest while speaking, which was indeed a feast for Xia Mu's eyes. Noticing Xia Mu's eyes, Sonia realized that her actions were too bold. Her cheeks instantly flushed. She immediately shrank back and adjusted her collar. Then, she raised her chin slightly and glared at Xia Mu fiercely. Humph, you took advantage of me. Xia Mu's head was full of question marks, his eyes wide open, and he said innocently. Wait a minute, I didn't mean it, and you are not naked, so how can I take advantage of you? Then you stare at me, keep staring. You're still staring. Looking at Sonia's shy and cute appearance, Xia Mu's heart was moved. He immediately turned his face away, but he had already memorized the fair image in his heart. Okay, it's my fault for looking, we should go to the port and tell my grandfather and your grandmother first. Xia Mu took the initiative to change the subject. Sonia's pretty face was still slightly red, and she didn't want to keep harping on this matter, so she followed. Tell me, what secrets are hidden on the new island? Don't tell me you don't have any idea, you know something about it at a glance, your eyes betray you. Xia Mu would not lie. When he was hiding something, a subtle emptiness would appear in his eyes. If someone familiar could have noticed it, Xia Mu would not be surprised. But he did not expect that after only 2 days of being with Sonia, she could already see the clues in such a short time. I have to exercise more in the future, otherwise everyone will know that I am worried. Xia Mu thought to himself. Are you surprised? I'm the best at observing facial expressions, Grandma said your eyes never lie. Xia Mu looked at her pretty face without answering, and his eyes deliberately turned towards her plump breasts again. This one glance is a complete victory. Sonia didn't have time to ask, her blushing face showed that she was in a state of confusion. A good figure is actually a woman's asset. Although she is a researcher, Sonia likes to dress herself up and pays attention to her figure. She had never felt this strange shyness when being looked at before, but Xia Mu's eyes were very strange. It made her feel like she was being stripped naked just by being looked at. Those clear eyes seemed to have magical power and could see through everything. In fact, she was right. If Xia Mu used the power of waveguide to cover her body, he could indeed see through her. Of course, Xia Mu would not be so dirty as to do such a thing. All the way to the study in the front yard. Xia Bo and Mulan were drinking tea and chatting. Xia Mu brought Sonia to meet them, and after a few simple words, they left the Honglian gym. It seems that these two little guys still have a good impression of each other. I seem to see you and me when we were young, Xia Bo said with a smile. You are such a shameless old man. Who wants to compare yourself to your younger self? Besides, shouldn't we be worried about their safety now? The storm outside is very big. The ship can't go out to sea, right? Mulan said after taking a sip of tea. Hearing this, Xia Bo picked up the teacup in his hand, his eyes deep. I always feel that this storm came suddenly, as if someone had planned it intentionally, but if it was a human, how could they have such power to control nature? Even a powerful Pokémon can't do it. Being able to sit in the position of power, Xia Bo is more than what he appears to be. He had a long-term vision and had already guessed some possibilities. What do you mean? Maybe it involves the legendary Pokémon. I hope I'm just overthinking it and you don't have to worry too much. Xia Bo put down the teacup, stood up and walked to the phone. After thinking for a while, he picked it up and dialed the number at the port. After a brief exchange of ideas and understanding of the general situation, Xia Bo said that the acting gym trainer here had already gone to help. Immediately afterwards, he made a series of phone calls, dispatched personnel, and contacted the police in Honglian City to work together with the management personnel at the port to manage public security. After everything was arranged, Xia Bo returned to his seat. Mulan didn't say anything from beginning to end, just looked at Xia Bo. Outside the Honglian gym. Xia Mu did not choose to take a car to the port, but instead called out Arcanine. Taking a car is too slow, the fastest way to get there is by flying with the wind speed dog. This led to another embarrassing incident. Sonia acted hesitant and looked reluctant. Xia Mu also temporarily ignored the fact that there should not be any physical contact between men and women. But he was in no mood to waste time on such things. Since he was considered to be taking advantage, he might as well go all the way. Are you going to come up or not? If not, I will leave. Wait, I'll do it. Chapter 68. Accompanied by an extremely fierce gale, the sky, which was already covered with dark clouds, was now filled with lightning and thunder, and heavy rain began to fall. Along the way, many pedestrians were running fast in the rain because they did not bring umbrellas, looking for a place to shelter from the wind and rain. The wind speed dog did not stop and continued to carry Xia Mu and Sonia forward. Rainy days do bring many impacts, but the wind speed dog can withstand them all. It used its body hair to protect Xia Mu and Sonia, and also used the fiery breath emanating from its body to prevent the two from getting wet as much as possible. It was not until they arrived at the passenger terminal center of Honglian Island port that Xia Mu and Sonia quickly got off the wind speed dog. At this time, the clothes on both of them were more or less wet, especially Sonia's long hair, which was wet and stuck to her face. Thank you, Windy. After arriving at the destination safely, Sonia expressed her gratitude to Windy for its protection regardless of her own situation. At first, she thought Xia Mu was intentionally taking advantage of her. It was not until Arcanine started running that she realized that she had wronged Xia Mu and overthought it. Woof! Windspeed barked to show you're welcome. Xia Mu watched Arcanine use its fire energy to dry its wet hair, and suddenly he had an idea and took the initiative to use the heat to dry his own hair and clothes. After confirming that it was feasible, he looked at Sonia and asked her to dry her hair and clothes as well. Otherwise, if you catch a cold, that would be bad. Windy Dog was very cooperative, and this discovery helped Xia Mu open up a new world. He couldn't help but think that taking Windy Dog with him on future travels and adventures could solve many small troubles in life. Feel much more comfortable. Arcanine is really awesome. Without the wet feeling, Sonia praised Arcanine again, making Arcanine shout with joy. Xia Mu didn't say anything and was about to take back the Arcanine, but he saw 4 figures running quickly in the wind and rain. At first glance, I couldn't help but be attracted to it. The people who came were Xiaoji, Xiaojiang, and Xiaoxia. The reason why there are 4 figures is that one of them is Pikachu. The 3 of them entered the rooftop that was sheltered from the wind and rain, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. From time to time, there were a few complaints, undoubtedly because the weather changed too quickly and there was no time to find a place to shelter from the rain. Fortunately, the distance was not very far, otherwise they would have become drowned rats. Xia Mu never expected to meet Xiaoji and his group by such a coincidence. Sometimes, fate is so wonderful. Wow, what a big Argyle, and what a handsome guy. Suddenly, Xiaoxia's words made everyone focus their attention on Argyle and Xia Mu. This made Xia Mu feel a little embarrassed, but when he thought about the other party's age, he readily accepted it. After all, judging from her appearance, she looks only about 12 years old. According to the information in the original work, Misty seems to be only 10 years old, the same as Satoshi. Xiaojiang, on the other hand, is more mature, but although he looks like an adult, he is actually only about 15 years old. The little girl calls you handsome guy, handsome guy. Sonia seemed to see Xia Mu's embarrassment, poked Xia Mu's arm with her arm and started teasing. Cold sweat broke out on Xia Mu's forehead. Sonia's ability to make trouble caught people off guard. Before he could answer, Xiaojiang suddenly rushed over and grabbed Sonia's hand. The classic scene in the original animation was played out in front of Xia Mu. Xia Mu didn't know where Xiaojiang got the courage from. Anyway, if it were him, he would never be able to do it. It was too embarrassing. My beautiful lady, I wonder if I have the honor to meet you. My name is Xiaojiang, and my dream is to become the best Pokemon breeder in the world, currently. It hurts. Let go. Xiaoxia came up and grabbed Xiaojiang's ear and pulled it open. It was a dramatic scene, and if Xia Mu hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have wondered how such a thing could have happened. All in all, just let it go. It made Xia Mu feel like he had become a supporting role, and then he, Sonia, and Windy Dog appeared in the same frame with Xiaoji and his group. I'm really sorry, my friend has a weird habit. Hello, my name is Xiaoji, and my dream is to become the world's best Pokemon master. This is my friend Pikachu. Xiaoji showed a maturity that Xia Mu did not expect. Pikachu. The Pikachu beside him made a familiar sound. A flood of memories came to my mind. God of Skin. It's okay, my name is Sonia. Hello, Sonia said with an awkward laugh. Xia Mu also took the opportunity to introduce himself. My name is Xia Mu. After some mutual introductions, they had a basic understanding of each other. Since Xia Mu knew the original plot, he was not surprised by the purpose of Xiaoji and his friends. However, Sonia became more excited after hearing it. The group walked into the terminal passenger center together. Of course, Windy Dog was put into the advanced ball. Entering the waiting hall of the passenger center, the huge space is already filled with trainers. Each trainer is accompanied by 1 or 2 Pokémon, but there are no large ones, most of them are small and cute types. It's really spectacular, it's like there's some kind of league tournament going on here, all the trainers here are here to become the strongest Pokémon trainer on the new island, Sonia exclaimed in shock. Many of them have come to challenge the gym before, although I only met them once, I remember that some of them are very powerful and have obtained more than 8 badges, Xia Mu looked around and said. As soon as he said this, Xiaoji and the other 2 around him were surprised. Brother Xia Mu is also a gym trainer? Asked Xiaoji. It seems that when he meets a powerful trainer, he will be very excited and want to compete with him. Xia Mu nodded slightly, yes, due to some special reasons, I will be acting as the trainer of the Red Lotus Gym for the next 2 days. The Red Lotus Gym, I remember the original gym trainer was old man Xia Bo, I defeated him some time ago and got the Crimson Badge, did he retire? Xiaoji challenged the Red Lotus Gym not long ago, so he asked this question. Xia Mu had no choice but to answer, no, it's just that my grandfather is old and there are many challengers recently, so I became the agent. During the communication, it was obvious that his appearance also attracted the attention of some trainers. Because many trainers challenged the Red Lotus Gym in the past 2 days, they knew Xia Mu's identity and recognized his strength. The brave ones came over to say hello directly, and most people just smiled and nodded. Xia Mu didn't care. If others respect him, he will naturally give these people respect. Xia Mu also met Xiaotian and Ali, as well as some Pokémon trainers from Yuandao. These people all knew Xia Mu. After a brief chat, the port manager Boijia took the initiative to bring people over. Xia Mu brought Sonia, Boijia, and Miss Jun Sha into the conference room. At this time, the conference room was already crowded with people, including many senior officials of Red Lotus Island, port managers, official envoys of the Alliance, and even the old Captain Knot. When Xia Mu and Sonia arrived, they were treated with respect immediately. After all, Xia Mu's identity is there. Sonia came with Xia Mu, especially since she is a researcher from the Galar region, she naturally has a certain status. Everyone, the situation is very urgent now. If there hadn't been this storm, we wouldn't have been able to stop these Pokémon trainers from taking risks. But now it's different. If we go out to sea in such stormy weather, no one can guarantee that everything will be safe. Even old Captain Knot said it's best to stop the ferry, so I beg you to put aside all your interests and agree with my proposal. After all, if an accident happens, hundreds or thousands of lives will be lost, and no one can be responsible. After Boijia's explanation, everyone's faces became heavy. Boijia is the highest administrator of the port. This matter is of great importance, so she dare not be careless at all. Now that everyone is here, she is announcing that this matter must end here and all ships should be stopped from going out to sea. But if we stop the ferry, how will we accommodate the trainers outside? I'm afraid these people won't leave easily, and may even cause trouble. In my opinion, it's better to wait and see the situation before making a decision, after all, storms sometimes come and go quickly. So many tickets have been sold, and refunding them all would be a hassle, we need to recalculate and consider it carefully. I don't think there is a need to think carefully, life is above all else, as the official envoy of the Alliance stationed on Honglian Island, I support Miss Boijia's proposal. On behalf of the Union Police, I also support Boiga, stopping the ferry and allowing the boats to go out to sea after the storm is over is the most appropriate solution. Since Special Envoy Alien and Miss Jun Sha have said so, then we. As the meeting progressed, various issues were brought to the table. Finally, the final solution was determined under the official proposal of the Alliance. As for any uncontrollable situations that may arise in the future, it will require the cooperation of the police and local gym trainers to suppress them. As the acting gym trainer, Xia Mu had to take on this task. After leaving the meeting room, Xia Mu still felt a little overwhelmed. Sonia stayed by Xia Mu's side and could understand what hurt Xia Mu. Do you think these trainers can be controlled? Sonia leaned on the railing on the second floor and looked down at the trainers in the hall. Xia Mu shook his head, those who are weaker and timid can be fooled, but those who are strong and have a strong desire to explore cannot be stopped, at least if it's me, no one can restrict me. Then what should we do? Still go to the new island? Xia Mu pretended to think about it before he said, let's wait and see, if things get out of control later, then we have to go. Sonia turned her head to look at Xia Mu's handsome face, but how can we get there without a boat? Of course, we have to rely on water-type Pokémon. I have roughly observed that many trainers here have water-type and flying-type Pokémon that can carry people, Xia Mu smiled and said. This can be considered as telling Sonia in advance what will happen next. More than half an hour passed, and the storm outside not only did not weaken, but became even more terrifying. The Weather Warning Center also sent the latest report, forcibly requiring the port not to allow any ships to go out to sea. As soon as the news arrived, Miss Junsha led the police to convey the message in a comprehensive manner, so that all trainers here would know that this was an official enforcement order not to allow anyone to go out to sea. But despite this, there will always be troublemakers standing out, especially trainers with strong power. Among them, Xiaotian and Ali were also on the list, and Xia Mu even saw Kong Nan and Hai Nan who successfully landed on the island in the original work. Stop the ferry. Why? So we can't go to the new island. Are you kidding me? How are we going to get there? That is, what should we do now? For a while, there was constant noise and bustle. With so many Pokémon trainers gathered together, even if they spoke in a low voice, every word from each person would create a chaotic wave of sound. Everyone, please be quiet, this is the port manager, she will explain the situation to everyone, Miss Junsha spoke while trying to calm the trainers. At the same time, he introduced Boya who was coming from the back to all the trainers. I'm Boyjia. If you want to know the situation on the sea, go ask the long-winged gulls at the port. But there's no need for that. You can tell how dangerous the sea is by listening to the wind. Even I have never seen such a terrible storm in my life. As Boyjia spoke, all the trainers were shocked. Even the police officers couldn't help but look outside through the transparent glass. The scene on the sea was extremely terrifying. Lightning struck from time to time. If you were struck by it, you would definitely die. Even someone like me who grew up in the port has never experienced a storm like this. It's not just what it looks like on the surface. This storm is looming over the new island, and the situation there will only be worse. My conscience won't allow me to let you take risks, so I ask you not to do anything rash, it is my duty to protect the port and everyone's safety. As Boyjia finished her last words, Miss Junsha also said, so all ferries today are cancelled to ensure everyone's safety. We also understand everyone's emotions, so if you still want to go to Xindao, the port will arrange a boat to take you there for free. In addition to the original price of the tickets you have purchased, you will also be given a certain amount of compensation. The crowd was in an uproar. In fact, most of the trainers who were not strong enough were just there to join in the fun. Now that they heard there was compensation, they immediately quieted down. But this doesn't represent all people. It doesn't matter, my Pokémon can carry me through the storm, I'm going to the new island no matter what, the slightly fat sea man stood up and said. Absolutely not. Even large ships can't cross the sea, even if your Pokémon is a good swimmer, it won't be able to get through. Junsha at the side quickly replied, and if your Pokémon is injured due to adventure, it will not be able to receive treatment at the Pokémon Center in Honglian City for the time being. What does this mean? Xiaoji asked, having squeezed to the front of the crowd at some point. That's because Miss Joy from the Pokémon Center disappeared not long ago, without Miss Joy, Pokémon cannot be treated, in fact, a missing person notice has been posted there. Junsha said as she pointed to the missing person notice area for everyone. When everyone heard this, some people were still not able to react, but some people actually already knew the general situation. The situation was temporarily under control. However, it is only temporary. Most people are afraid, so they won't take risks, but a few people still can't help but take risks. Just as it says in the original book, if someone doesn't take risks, is he still a Pokémon trainer? It's just because of the police control that no one can leave here and can only stay and wait for the opportunity. Xia Mu, who was on the second floor, took in everything that happened. It should be said that when adults coax and intimidate a group of children, the effect is naturally good. Why do you look so malicious to me? Sonia asked curiously. Is it that obvious? Xia Mu was embarrassed and touched his chin. What do you think? You act so calm, anyone would be suspicious, right? You were indifferent to the riot down there, as if you had guessed it a long time ago. Why do I feel like you have been planning something? Tell me, did you foresee these things happening a long time ago? It's very simple actually, the trainers here are all young, the younger kids will be scared with just a little intimidation and won't dare to do anything reckless, Xia Mu said. Sonia nodded as if she understood what was going on. So you are sure that the riots will not continue and will soon subside? Xia Mu nodded, for now, it is true, but there will still be accidents. As I said before, those trainers who have been traveling for many years and are a little older, they think they have Pokémon that can cross the sea, so they will act soon. For example, the little fat boy who spoke the loudest just now, and the few people around him, Xia Mu said, pointing at those special people. Among them, Xiaotian is also included. Xiaotian, who is full of adventurous spirit, is obviously acquainted with both Kongnan and Hainan. So when both Sora and Umi went, she definitely didn't want to fall behind. This is how she was in the original novel, becoming the first superwoman in the original animation. Then shouldn't we stop them? Sonia looked at Xia Mu, and suddenly she was a little confused about Xia Mu's plan. Knowing that the other party is going to do something wrong but not trying to stop him, isn't that just waiting for him to take action? Chapter 69. It is inevitable to lack confidence. After all, it is hard to imagine Mewtwo's ability to control the weather without seeing it with your own eyes. This is the legendary Pokémon from the animation world, with abilities that are incomparable to those of ordinary Pokémon. I wonder what level Mewtwo is. As a first-level god, is his strength just as simple as his level? If it is level 70 like in the game, then how big is the difference between level 70 of an ordinary Pokémon and its level 70? In short, Xia Mu's scalp was tingling after witnessing the power that could control the natural world. At least, this move is definitely not comparable to that of one's own Pokémon. Take the Red Gyarados' Rain Prayer for example. Xia Mu had used it when he was at level 40 or 50, but it only made rain in a small area of the sky. Even though I'm level 70 now, I definitely can't cover such a large area. Moreover, even if praying for rain can cover such a large area, it definitely can't cause a storm. Time passed like this bit by bit. Sonia was bored and sat on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. No one knew who she was chatting with. The original plan was to reach the new island smoothly, but now that no ships are going out to sea and there is such a big storm, she feels that no one will leave here. In fact, she was somewhat expectant before, thinking that what Xia Mu said made sense. It has been so long since any unrest has occurred, and the scene outside is extremely terrifying just to look at. She didn't believe that anyone would risk their life to cross the sea with the help of Pokémon. The idea is indeed good, and this is also what most ordinary people think. And often the more at this time, the more unexpected things are likely to happen. As time went by, Junsha and Boygia felt that no one would mess around again and they relaxed their vigilance. Not only them, the police officers also let go of their initial guard and started chatting and laughing. As a result, those restless trainers took the opportunity and ran out of the gate of the passenger center. Xia Mu heard the screams coming from downstairs, and from where he was, he could just see what was happening outside. What caught my eye was Sora summoning the Pidgeot, and riding it across the sea with an arrogant look on his face. Then Hainan summoned his Gyarados to help him gallop forward in the sea. With two people taking the lead, the others became more courageous. Some people used the giant crab and planned to learn from Amachan to cross the sea with the help of Gyarados. Some people imitated Skyman and used Toucan to fly across the sea. Some even used Scyther. There were all kinds of people who were really reckless. Xia Mu naturally also saw Xiaotian and Ali. Xiaotian summoned a white sea lion, which was not afraid of the waves and was indeed heroic. Ali used mosquito repellent, which was his only water-based weapon. It can be imagined that the reason why he was not in the original novel was because his mosquito repellent was not enough to carry him across the sea. Many of these people don't know what the outcome will be. As the acting gym trainer now, I really can't just stand by and watch them die. With a sigh in his heart, Xia Mu suddenly felt a fragrant breeze coming from beside him. There was no doubt that it was Sonia who came over to look with an incredible look on her face. Her expression was so obvious, she was just saying, "Xia Mu, how could you really guess everything right?" Xia Mu didn't talk to her immediately because he saw Xiaoji and the other two running to the shore on the other side, and he vaguely saw them boarding a very small boat. I don't know how they dared to go up there. How could such a small boat withstand the storm? If the original novel didn't develop in this way, he would think it was nonsense. It must be said that the Rocket Duo and Meowth are pretty awesome to be able to do such a bold thing. Let's go, it's time for us to go out and take a look, otherwise, I will really become a decoration. Xia Mu stopped paying attention and turned to walk downstairs. He had to come out now, and this was also a task given to him by Xia Bo, to ensure the safety of everyone as much as possible. When Sonia heard this, she immediately followed. Although it was dangerous outside and the storm was still going on, she was still excited by the unexpected event. It seemed that a special feeling was driving her to cross the sea as well. Of course, impulse is impulse, but there is still brains. This is the difference between adults and children. The harbor coast. Because they were too late to stop it, Miss Junsha and Boygia could only look at the trainers' backs with dejected eyes. A total of more than 20 people chose to cross the sea. Although it was a small number compared to the hundreds or thousands of people in the passenger center, it was still impossible to stop them all. It turns out that there is no way to stop them. After all, these people are real adventurers. Boygia could actually understand why these trainers were not afraid of danger and moved forward. As the manager of the port, she has seen so many people and things since she was a child. She once had an adventurous spirit, but as she got older, she became more conservative. The result turned out like this: if we had not relaxed for a moment, no accidents would have happened, Miss Junsha said on the side. Actually, it's too late to say anything now. You don't need to worry too much. After all, as Pokémon trainers, if they are confident in crossing the sea, it means they believe that their Pokémon are strong enough. Even if they cannot successfully cross the sea in the end, I think they are capable of coming back on their own. When they arrived at the coast, Xia Mu walked behind the two of them and spoke. His words attracted the attention of Boijia and Miss Junsha. The two turned around and looked at Xia Mu, and for a moment they didn't know how to respond. Come to think of it, as the acting gym trainer, Xia Mu should have helped them prevent the trainers from crossing the sea from the beginning. But Xia Mu didn't appear until now. If you had arrived earlier, perhaps you could have stopped some people, in such a severe storm, and they are still children, how can we not worry? Miss Junsha said with a hint of blame in her tone. Xia Mu didn't care about this accusation. He took 2 steps forward and explained, without going through hardships, setbacks, and failures, they won't easily accept their fate. This is just like what Miss Boijia said just now. They are true adventurers. Moreover, even if we deploy more tightly, there will always be loopholes. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of persuasion. Because we failed to make them understand the dangers of crossing the sea, and just blindly intimidated them, it would naturally scare most people. But a small number of people who have experienced more would naturally not buy it. After he finished speaking, Xia Mu looked towards the distant sea without caring about Miss Junsha's rebuttal. Several human figures can be vaguely seen. Sonia stood beside Xia Mu, didn't say a word from beginning to end, just watched quietly. Junsha didn't say anything, but Boijia on the side looked at Xia Mu with admiration. Because I knew Xia Mu's identity, I thought he was just a young man who came to gild his reputation, but I didn't expect that he was not an ordinary person. Mr. Xia Mu is right, we did not do a good job of admonishing them, we only focused on restricting the actions of these trainers, so it was inevitable that there would be omissions. After saying this, Boijia looked gloomy, and he was obviously reflecting on his mistakes at work. So what should we do next? Miss Junsha asked Boijia and Xia Mu for their opinions. Things have already happened, and there still needs to be a solution. We can't just stand there and watch it happen. After all, these are more than 20 lives. Your duty is to manage the port to prevent any accidents. As for those trainers crossing the sea, leave them to me. However, I still have to trouble Miss Junsha to arrange some police officers to come and stand guard. In this way, we can provide assistance to the trainers who can't withstand the storm and come back as soon as possible. Xia Mu said. You're going out to sea. Junsha was shocked when she heard that. Boijia standing by also looked shocked. This is not a joke. Sonia, on the other hand, was not surprised at all, because Xia Mu had already told her about it before. Moreover, Xia Mu's red Gyarados is extremely large and powerful. It is necessary to go out to the sea to take a look at the new island. This is also the purpose of my visit. Before that, I will try my best to bring back the trainers who are lost in the sea, so some cooperation is needed. As he said that, Xia Mu directly took out the advanced ball of the red Gyarados. Come out, Gyarados, with Xia Mu's shout, the advanced ball opened, a dazzling white light flashed, and the huge body of the red Gyarados appeared in front of them. Junsha and Boijia were shocked. Because not only was this a red Gyarados, but it was also the largest they had ever seen. Without waiting for the two to say anything, Xia Mu jumped onto the body of the red Gyarados. Because it was large enough, there was enough space even for Xia Mu to stand on it. Seeing Xia Mu was about to take action, Sonia became anxious. What should I do if you leave? Of course Xia Mu didn't forget about her, and said, you stay here and wait for me for a while, I will deal with the problems of those trainers first, and then take you with me. If I leave her behind, she will definitely hold a grudge against me. Even if the plot develops later and Mew will combine their powers to erase all traces of their existence, Natsuki still worries that some memories will not disappear. Since I promised to take her with me, I can't go back on my word. Xia Mu rode away on the red Gyarados. The 3 women stood on the shore, staring blankly, and did not come back to their senses for a long time. It was only when the rain suddenly got heavier that the 3 women reacted. Junsha and Boijia took action, and Sonia, at the suggestion of Junsha and Boijia, temporarily hid in the small sentry box to avoid the wind and rain. In order to relieve the loneliness and fear brought by the dark clouds and violent storms, Sonia called on Lai Dio to accompany her and seek a little sense of security. Above the sea, the strong wind and heavy rain swept across the world madly. The waves were rough and surging. When I was at the coast before, I could only see them and could not fully appreciate how terrifying the power of the sea was. Now that he had experienced it personally, Xia Mu realized how much this tested the limits of the human body. Of course, the biggest test was the strength of the Pokémon. The red Gyarados was not affected by the storm and waves at all. It was like the overlord of the sea, walking on the sea as if it were flat ground. Xia Mu was still able to stand at first, but later he could only grab Gyarados' dorsal fin to seek a sense of security. It should be said that it is because the physical fitness of people in this world is good enough, otherwise, how could they bear it? Not long after walking, Xia Mu vaguely heard a cry for help coming from a certain direction. After using the power of waves to explore and cover the target, he immediately gave the order to the red Gyarados to go and rescue the 2 trainers who failed to cross the sea. One of them was the one who used the scyther to cross the sea. I don't know the other one, but it is certain that he did not use the water system, otherwise if he did, he would have been sent out long ago. Instead of sending them back to the port immediately, Xia Mu simply calmed them down and then let Gyarados move forward. Because it is big enough, there is enough space even if it carries 2 more people. You just need to be careful, otherwise they will be thrown off. The 2 trainers who escaped were obviously very scared. Xia Mu was worried that they would be afraid of the sea in the future and would not dare to take risks again. Your spirit is commendable, even though you failed, your courage surpasses that of most people. Xia Mu gave them appropriate praise and he really admired their bravery. The 2 trainers' eyes lit up, and they were obviously extremely surprised by this recognition. Afterwards, after rescuing 2 more trainers in this sea area, Xia Mu allowed the red Gyarados to return to the port. On the way, they also met 4 trainers who were using water Pokémon to return to the port, including Ollie. I have to admit that it is too difficult. Without enough strength and luck, you will definitely not be able to make it. Come to think of it, Xia Mu didn't meet Xiaoji and his group. I don't know whether they can escape danger like in the original book. And the rockets. Back at the port, there were not only more than a dozen police officers on the coast, but also 6 trainers who had returned from the storm. These are trainers who couldn't even survive a few waves. They have a strong spirit of exploration, but are no match for the power of nature. With Xia Mu's return, all the trainers who returned with him were comforted and cared for. Because more trainers were found one after another, Junsha and Boijia also hurried out, but before they had time to communicate with Xia Mu, they saw Xia Mu riding the red Gyarados out to the sea again. Only 14 trainers returned, but 26 trainers crossed the sea. There are still 12 people drifting on the sea. Natsuki's plan is to bring back all the trainers outside of the original story safely, and then take Sonia to the new island. After some searching, Xia Mu found that his wave power was limited, so he had to call upon Lucario for help. With the help of Lucario's wave power, the remaining 6 trainers were found. After rescuing these trainers one by one, Xia Mu commanded the red Gyarados to return. With these experiences, Xia Mu has become accustomed to riding Gyarados across the sea. There are no traces of trainers in this area according to Lucario's waveguide scan, so I suspect they have already landed on the island. You can rest assured that after I find them, I will do my best to ensure their safety, and among them are my friends. Faced with the obstruction of Junsha and Boijia, Xia Mu expressed his position without hesitation. Then we took Sonia and set sail again to the new island. In fact, no one could understand why they had to bring Sonia along. After all, this behavior was inherently dangerous. However, Xia Mu rescued people one after another and established his prestige, so everyone chose to believe him. The storm on the sea was getting stronger and stronger, especially as it got closer to the new island, with thunder and lightning occasionally falling from the sky. Although it did not hit the sea surface, it just passed over the head from time to time. This scene alone would make most people terrified. Although Xia Mu is a time traveler, he has only awakened the power of waves and does not possess any superpowers that defy the heavens, so he is still afraid. It was also thanks to Lucario who was on guard throughout the whole process, giving us a sufficient sense of security. All in all, Xia Mu was fine and was able to control his fear. But Sonia was so frightened that her face turned pale. This woman looks brave on the surface, but she is actually very timid and afraid of thunder. Every time thunder sounded or lightning flashed, she would involuntarily grab Xia Mu's arm tightly for protection. At first, the feeling of having her body pressed against him was really good, but later on, Sonia used more and more strength, and Xia Mu felt like his arm was going to be broken, but he didn't know what to say. Only after we crossed the storm area and entered the new island were we able to escape the thunderstorm weather. Is this the new island? It feels so depressing. The island's strange shape and the dark and heavy atmosphere give people a weird and terrifying feeling. After experiencing the baptism of the storm, my mood has not yet completely calmed down, and then I was infected by this situation and couldn't help feeling fear. If the map is correct, this is the new island. Xia Mu was sure that this was the place, but he couldn't say it too directly. After all, he knew the plot of the original work, and he had seen Najima. Although there were differences between the real world and the animation world, Xia Mu had also seen photos of Najima's filming. Xia Mu let the red Gyarados move forward slowly and quietly, not wanting to attract attention. I just don't know if their arrival can be hidden from Mewtwo's superpowers. How do we get up there? Sonia asked, huddled beside Xia Mu, as she watched the entire island from close range. The rock pillars surrounding the island are like the devil's minions, and they seem even darker under this atmosphere. There must be an entrance ahead, you'll know when you go in. Xia Mu remembered that Xiaoji and his group in the original work entered from there. But there was no light, and the dark cave entrance was like a path leading to the abyss, breathtaking. Xia Mu could feel Sonia's body trembling slightly. In this situation, he naturally held her in his arms and tried his best to calm her down. In fact, Sonia could not detect any abnormality in this behavior. She had already taken advantage of it when she was galloping on the sea before. After entering the cave, turning a corner and walking a few hundred meters forward, Xia Mu and Sonia saw the lights. As expected, this is the place where Xiaoji and his group were welcomed in the original novel. But apparently no one was here to greet him. It should have arrived, and the scenes from the original novel are already being performed there. Without his intervention, the plot of the original work should have developed along its original trajectory. For him, it's just right. There must be some secrets hidden here on the new island, so you must follow my instructions for the next move. If you act recklessly, you might get into trouble. Remember to stay close to me and Lucario, and don't shout. When they reached the shore, Xia Mu let go of Sonia and spoke to her. I understand, so we have to hide in the dark and collect information first. With the light, Sonia was obviously not so timid anymore. Xia Mu nodded, said thank you for your hard work to the red Gyarados, and put it into the advanced ball. Then he and Lucario exchanged a glance, nodded, and walked upward along the stone stairs with Sonia. While walking, Xia Mu also used his wave power to scan a small area. During this process, Xia Mu asked Lucario to hide his wave guide to avoid being discovered. After all, Lucario's strength is there. If its wave power is discovered by Mewtwo, then there is no point in hiding in the dark. Fortunately, there are no surveillance cameras installed here, so their every move will not be discovered. Going all the way up to the middle level, Xia Mu suddenly stopped and looked towards the drain on one side. I remember that in the original work, Team Rocket seemed to enter the laboratory inside the island through the drain. Xia Mu, you don't want to go this way, do you? Sonia looked up at the end of the stone stairs, which was not far from the exit. She looked at the dark sewer again and felt somewhat reluctant. I told you before that Lucario and I both have the ability to explore with the power of waves. Just now, I discovered that the interior of this island is completely hollow, so if we go through here, we may get unexpected gains. Xia Mu said as he took the initiative to enter the drain. The damp environment and the disgusting smell. Sonia had no choice but to cover her mouth and nose and follow Xia Mu closely, hoping that Xia Mu was right. After walking about 400 or 500 meters, two forked roads suddenly appeared in the narrow drainage outlet. If there was no waveguide power to explore the way, it would be really troublesome. After the waveguide scanned and covered the area, Xia Mu finally found the correct path and chose the left fork to move forward. At this moment, Xia Mu was somewhat expectant. Because he is about to witness a very awesome technology in the Pokémon world. Gene cloning. And it is a perfect copy of a new and identical life form. Xia Mu, why don't we go back and take the same route we came from? If we encounter danger here, we won't even have a chance to run away. She was really scared, and her voice changed. We'll be there soon, at most 300 meters away, we'll be able to enter the interior space. I just scanned it and it should be some kind of laboratory. Xia Mu only used this kind of news to stimulate Sonia. She is a researcher and a scientific scientist, so she is very sensitive to places like laboratories. Let's hurry up then. With Sonia's push, the two of them and Lucario quickly got out of the sewer and entered the space inside. Xia Mu did not lie. He said that not because he knew the plot of the original novel, but because he really scanned it with the power of wave guidance. It's just as you said, Xia Mu, this is really a laboratory, and no one is here yet. Fully automatic equipment. Why are these machines so weird? They give me a feeling of being both familiar and unfamiliar. After looking for a long time, he went around to another machine. It wasn't until she saw several cylindrical petri dishes at the back that she couldn't help but exclaim, startling Xia Mu and Lucario. Fortunately, she didn't make too loud a noise, otherwise it would have really attracted attention. In the three petri dishes standing in front of the two people were the three cloned Pokémon from the original work. Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise. The final evolution of the original three pets, all of which are level 55. This level is already very high, definitely the league champion level. No wonder they can suppress Sora and Xiaotian's Bulbasaur and Blastoise. On the other hand, it was not unfair that Xiaoji's Charizard lost. According to the progress of the plot, Xiaoxi's Charizard's level is at most in the early 40s. Xia Mu, I know what these machines are. Sonia reacted, and her words made Xia Mu come back to his senses and look at her. Without interrupting her, Xia Mu simply waited for her to continue talking. This is a cloning machine. Although I have never seen the real thing, I have read similar information. I didn't expect it to be manufactured and used here. Moreover, these 3 Pokémon are all products of genetic technology. Xia Mu was shocked by her wide range of knowledge. Sure enough, this world is much richer than he had imagined. As a researcher, Sonia has access to many scientific research products, so it is not surprising that she has seen drawings and materials of this kind of equipment. Besides, her grandmother, Dr. Mulan, is a super great person. I am now more and more curious about who the owner of the new island is. The Alliance strictly prohibits the use of cloning machines because it is disrespectful to life. Although it is inevitable to be used to cultivate cell tissues in medicine, Pokémon will never be cultivated like this. As Sonia continued to talk about something, Xia Mu also came into contact with more areas. According to her, cloning machines have long been used in the medical field. It's just that Team Rocket used a cloning machine to clone Mewtwo, and then Mewtwo cloned a copy for revenge. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a sound came from the other end of the laboratory. The two of them looked nervous, and Lucario stood in front of Xia Mu and Sonia to protect them. Until the sewer cover was opened, 3 figures crawled out of it, complaining from time to time. It's Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth from Team Rocket. Their eyes met, and the Rocket trio suddenly became nervous. Having trespassed into someone else's territory and now being discovered by others, they are naturally afraid. In particular, there is a Pokémon that I have never seen before, which looks very powerful. Well, I said we were lost, do you believe it? Kojiro smiled awkwardly. It was just like a thief being caught in the act. Yes, I'm lost, Musashi followed beside him, at a loss as to what to do. Meowth, on the other hand, suddenly came to his senses. Wait a minute, we are Team Rocket, Meowth, why should we be afraid of Meowth? Yes, I almost forgot our identity, Kojiro, why are you so timid? We are here to capture rare Pokémon. Musashi put all the blame on Kojiro, but in reality she was the most cowardly one. No matter who they are, Meow, if they're blocking our way, just control them. Meow, this unfamiliar Pokémon must be very rare, catch it and give it to Boss Sakaki to get a promotion and a raise. Meow. Meow's ability to control the situation is very strong. His words made Musashi's eyes sparkle, and he completely forgot the uneasiness and fantasy he had before. Kojiro, on the other hand, was relatively calm, because he felt that the person he was facing this time was not that simple. At this time, Xia Mu and Sonia were silent. But Lucario was already angry, and he showed his hostility directly. His aura was so powerful, especially his sharp eyes, that Meow was so scared that she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Musashi and Kojiro had never experienced such intimidation before, and they were sweating and trembling due to the oppression. Xia Mu laughed as he took care of the 2 people and 1 cat without having to do anything. I've never seen a talking Meowth before. Can all the Meowth in the Kanto region talk? Looking at Meowth, Sonia couldn't hide her love in her eyes. Although this cat seems very bad, it can talk. How is it possible, Meow? Do you know how much effort Meow put in to learn how to speak, Meow? Although I was scared, I was still brave. Moreover, this Meowth's level was indeed beyond Xia Mu's expectations. A full level 30. It's really hard to imagine that Meow's level is so high. But if you think about it again, the Meow in the original book can scratch randomly, so this trick requires Meow to reach level 29 to learn. Although skills can be learned early, as Meow said, all his talents and time were spent on learning to speak, and his other talents were very average, so there was no possibility of learning them early. Feeling that Xia Mu was looking at her strangely, Meow felt a creepy feeling. What do you want to do, Meow? Your perception is quite sharp, but unfortunately your strength is too weak. It's good that you learned to speak, but according to your level, you shouldn't be so weak, Xia Mu commented casually. These words hit Meow's soft spot. Meow wanted to refute, but was powerless. He is weak, that's a fact. So, you are really just lost? Xia Mu asked the 2 people and the cat in a teasing tone. This plot wouldn't have much of an impact without the Rocket Trio. For the time being, Xia Mu did not have much aversion to them. After all, they were quite funny in the original animation. In a sense, they may have done a lot of wrong things, but in fact they also have a good side and are not unforgivable. At least when it comes to major issues, they can distinguish right from wrong. Yes, we really are just lost, so can you please let us go? We promise we won't do anything bad. Make your position clear, then show your intention to retreat. Even if you want to do something, you can't do it openly, right? Yes, 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 let's go now and we won't do anything rash. Musashi was more direct. She is so heartless that she probably never realizes how ridiculous her behavior is. Just at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly spread. Attracted everyone's attention. A lovely figure appeared here out of nowhere. What kind of Pokemon is this? It looks so cute. I seem to have seen me somewhere, but I can't remember where. Meow, Meow pinched his chin with his cat paws suspiciously. What is this? Kojiro seemed to have guessed something, but didn't dare to confirm it. As the Rocket Trio spoke first, Xia Mu and Meng Huan looked at each other and smiled. Then, without pretending to be surprised, they said in an approachable manner, "Hello again, Meng Huan. Mayo Mayo Maihi. You're here too, and Lucario is here too, Maihi. Luca." Lucario also greeted in a friendly manner. Mies? Wait, this is the legendary mystical Pokemon, Mew. Legends about Mew are not only found in the Kanto region, but also in the Galar region. And there are a lot of them. It's really a dream. It is known as the rarest Pokemon. Oh my god, I'm lucky enough to see it. It should be said that he is a young master of a wealthy family after all, and he has much more experience than Musashi and Meowth. Dream let out a cry of joy at being recognized. This playful little bird flew back and forth in the laboratory space, and finally returned to Xia Mu's head, lying on Xia Mu's hair, seeming to like this action very much. Seeing this, Xia Mu reached into his bag without hesitation, then on a whim, he bought an exclusive energy cube from the system store. Seeing the energy cube, Huan became even happier and took it and started eating. Such a scene made Sonia unable to bear it. "Oh, too cute, I really want to hug you." Those big eyes of Caroline were shining, and her hands were reaching out towards her dreams impatiently. "Menghuan, is it okay?" Xia Mu couldn't see Menghuan who was lying on his head, but he still had to ask. Taking advantage of this gap, Xia Mu handed the energy cube to Sonia and asked her to feed it. Sonia understood what Xia Mu meant, and naturally used the energy cube to bring them closer. Dreamy is easy to get along with. It is like a child most of the time, so Sonia easily touched it and achieved the goal of hugging Dreamy. Taking this opportunity, Xia Mu took a good look at the attribute panel of fantasy. Dream. LV, 40 LV. Gender, no gender. Attribute, superpower. Character, timid. Feature, synchronization. Skills, slap, mirror attribute, instant amnesia, baton relay, primal power, life drop, trick, command, seal, transformation, wave missile, mental power. Intimacy, 120. Emotion, happy I met this human with delicious food again. Intimacy, 120 points. This number surprised Xia Mu. You have to know that it was only a few dozen points at that time. He had been eager to increase the intimacy and used food to seduce Menghuan. Later, Menghuan didn't want to see him again. He didn't expect that when they met again now, the value had been so high. He did so much, and it wasn't in vain. As expected, food is very tempting to Pokemon, especially for the greedy Mew. No wonder this time when we met, Menghuan lay on my head so directly. No wonder Menghuan accepted Sonia's feeding, it's because of the high intimacy. Xia Mu thought to himself. The atmosphere was very harmonious, Xia Mu's face was full of smiles, and he had achieved the initial success of becoming friends with Menghuan. But there were other people around me, so I couldn't say anything. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth had many evil thoughts in their minds because of seeing the dream. However, due to the suppression of Lucario, they dared not act rashly, let alone act recklessly. And now they were attracted by the energy blocks that Xia Mu took out. Seeing Menghuan eating so happily, they were drooling and their stomachs were growling. Xia Mu was not a stingy person. Thinking of the poor people in the original book who had not even had a full meal, he simply bought a box of Meow Meow energy cubes from the system store, and then took out some bread and food from his backpack. The trio were so grateful that they burst into tears, and Xia Mu felt a little embarrassed. Sonia didn't know what Team Rocket represented in Kanto. She just felt that there seemed to be something wrong with these two people, and Meowth, although he looked bad on the surface, was actually quite pitiful. After eating their fill, Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth thanked Natsuki again. What they meant was that no one had ever been so friendly to them in the past 2 years. Xia Mu really didn't expect that their lives would be so difficult. After all, they appeared in the early stages of the original work and should have been very useful cadres in Team Rocket, otherwise they would not have been entrusted with important tasks. But now it seems that they are just insignificant pawns and are no longer important. Perhaps, I can recruit them and let them work for me in the future. This was an idea that suddenly came to Xia Mu. In the future, he will definitely need a lot of talented people to serve him. However, many things need to be done step by step and cannot be accomplished all at once. There was no hostility between them for the time being, and as the three members of Team Rocket were observing in the laboratory, Meowth accidentally turned on the computer on the central console. A video recording was also played. What is described above is the purpose of establishing this laboratory and what happened. Although Xia Mu already knew everything, he still listened carefully to everything described in the video. During this period, the same thing happened as in the original work, that is, Meow Meow was caught by the mechanical arm of the cloning machine, the hair gene was extracted, and then a Meow Meow was cloned. Because Lucario was very strong and had noticed it in advance, he avoided the capture of the mechanical arm and his genes were not extracted. This situation gives people a creepy feeling, and the most shocking thing is that this kind of cloning can be completed so quickly. When I watched cartoons before, I didn't think they were that scary. Now that I see it with my own eyes, it's completely different concepts. What is that? Suddenly, Xia Mu was attracted by the things placed on the cabinet in front. There were several rows and hundreds of special black Pokeballs. That is the Pokeball created by Mewtwo, which can capture all Pokemon regardless of the rules. Even Pokemon that have been collected in the Pokeball can be captured by using the Pokeball. Chapter 70. However, compared to capturing Pokeballs, this Mewtwo ball is more like a small cage that forcibly captures the target. If the Mewtwo ball did not exist in the system store, Xia Mu really wanted to see what the description would be. This Pokeball has such a strange appearance, I've never seen one before. Sonia also came to Xia Mu's side and looked at the Mewtwo ball carefully. Xia Mu looked at her, then looked at Menghuan. At this time, Menghuan had left her arms and was paying attention to the cloned Meow Meow in the laboratory. Most people couldn't detect it, but Xia Mu and Lucario, who possessed the power of wave guidance, could feel that its aura had changed. This aura was serious, earnest, and a little angry. It seemed as if he was unhappy because of this machine. In its conscious cognition, it believes that life should not be forced to be created in this way. After all, it is an ancestor-like existence, a Pokemon that has existed since the birth of the world, and it also possesses the genes of all Pokemon. It does not like this kind of cloning. What's wrong with you? Sonia saw that Xia Mu was in a daze, and waved her hand in front of Xia Mu. This brought Xia Mu back to his senses and he focused his attention on the Mewtwo ball again. This place is very strange, not only is there a cloning machine, but it also involves Mew. Now these Pokeballs give me a bad feeling. For now, I'll take some back with me, maybe I can figure out something. He naturally knew everything, but he couldn't say it out loud, otherwise the question of how he knew it would arise. With this kind of rhetoric, Xia Mu picked up a Mewtwo ball, looked at it carefully, and put it in his backpack. The reason why I took away some Mewtwo balls was, firstly, to see if I could research something with them in the future, and secondly, if this Mewtwo ball was really similar to the Master Ball, then it might really be useful in the future. After listening to what Xia Mu said, Sonia also took the initiative to pick up a Mewtwo ball. She did not object to Xia Mu's behavior. Even though it was an act of stealing without permission, it was indeed full of conspiracy. Once there was something strange about these Pokeballs, big things might happen later. As an Alliance researcher, when she encounters such a thing, she needs to investigate it thoroughly. After taking 10 Mewtwo balls, Xia Mu ignored the 2 that Sonia took away. After all, he couldn't ask her not to take it. They were all empty, there were no Pokemon inside, so it was fine. Even if Sonia handed the Mewtwo ball over to the official league for research after returning, there would be no conflict between her and him. Just at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly came from above, causing the underground space to shake. Everyone's attention was focused. This sudden change made Xia Mu realize that the plot had already begun. Almost at the same time, in the petri dishes connected to the back of the cloning machine, the clone Charizard, clone Venusaur, and clone Blastoise woke up one after another and walked out of the petri dishes on their own initiative. It was not known whether it was because they had just awakened and were not yet fully conscious, or because they did not regard Xia Mu and the others as invaders, so the 3 of them almost ignored their existence and walked straight towards the elevator door in front of them. Others may not know, but Xia Mu knows clearly that the plot should have progressed to the point where Mewtwo is going to fight against the trainer. After the battle, there was a wave of forced capture and large-scale cloning. What's going on? They woke up suddenly and were not aware of our presence at all. Perhaps it can be understood that although they have been cloned a long time ago, their consciousness is not perfect and they don't understand this world, so they don't know that we are enemies, Xia Mu explained casually. Meow, I always have a bad feeling, maybe something terrible is happening up there. Meow, Meow came over and said. Pokemon's premonitions are often quite sharp, and it was right for it to suddenly have this feeling. Lucario next to him also expressed the same feeling. How about we retreat now? At least we haven't been discovered yet. If nothing unexpected had happened, there would have been no feeling. But now that something unusual has happened, this cowardly character has been revealed. Kojiro was influenced by her and was also tempted, but now they were tied to Xia Mu and the others, so they had to ask for their opinions. If they were not allowed to leave, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Don't look at me like that. If you want to leave, you can leave, but judging from your operation and response just now, you should be capable people. You call yourself Team Rocket, but I have never heard of you, so you should be unknown little characters. Are you interested in working for me? Not only can I help you clear your name, but I can also give you great power to do legitimate things, and this talking meow, maybe I can train you and make you stronger. Xia Mu said with a teasing tone. He didn't expect them to accept it immediately, but at least he wanted to express his willingness to win them over. As for the outcome, it doesn't matter whether they like it or not. If you are willing, that's best. If you are not willing, forget it. Xia Mu's words surprised Sonia beside him. At this time, Xia Mu actually said such words. She also began to seriously examine the three and realized that Team Rocket was an evil organization. Musashi and Kojiro widened their eyes, and Meowth also showed an expression of disbelief. They are Team Rocket. The woman in front of them doesn't know their identity, but the man knows it and still dares to say such recruiting words. Stop joking, meow, meow, we are Team Rocket. Once you're Team Rocket, you will never betray meow. That's right. White Holes tomorrow is waiting for us. It's wishful thinking to expect us to betray Boss Sakaki with just a few words. They were indeed loyal, and from the beginning of the original work to the end, they always believed that a miracle would happen. To put it bluntly, they are just at odds with Satoshi and are influenced by the protagonist's halo. Otherwise, with their abilities, they can get a good position by just catching some Pokémon. It's a pity that he is obsessed with a Pikachu that no one cares about. Kojiro didn't say anything. His status was not comparable to Musashi and Meowth from the beginning. The reason he joined Team Rocket was to escape from home and his fiancée. Although he was always proud to be a member of Team Rocket in the original work, in reality he just wanted to live a free and easy life. People like Kojiro are rebellious young men. Even though his family has countless assets, he is unwilling to inherit the family property and lose his freedom. When reality really crushes him, and he truly understands how cruel this world is, one day he will suddenly realize how childish his past actions were. Look at you. You are so loyal even though you don't even have enough food to eat. It would be fine if you had power, but loyalty without any value is useless. I am just giving you a choice. If you want to find a way out one day, you can go to the Xia group in Yuandao to get my contact information. Of course, you can also remember my alliance number. As Natsuki told them his contact information, Musashi and Meowth didn't hear it at all. But Kojiro was very smart. Natsuki saw that he had memorized his contact number carefully. No longer focusing his attention on them, Xia Mu walked to the elevator entrance and looked at the safety staircase on the side. Using the power of waveguide to explore, he saw some familiar images. There's a battle going on up there now, between the created Mewtwo mentioned in the previous video, commanding Charizard, Bulbasaur, and Blastoise, so the so-called strongest Pokemon trainer is actually him, Xia Mu said. This is how we describe the current situation. Sonia was not surprised by this because she knew that Xia Mu had the power of wave instead. She found it incredible that Mewtwo called himself the strongest trainer. Pokemon becomes a trainer and calls itself the strongest trainer. What does it want to do? Sonia said. Xia Mu didn't answer and shook his head. She will know as things develop. Musashi, Kojiro and Meowth are both very intelligent. They were puzzled and didn't know how Natsuki knew that. Mimi, you can now skillfully use the power of waveguide. Menghuan came to Xia Mu. Yes, I have to thank you for your help, but I can only perceive and observe in a small range. By the way, Mewtwo was born because of you. What are your plans? Looking at Mew, Xia Mu asked with a smile. Mimi, this is what the dream came for. Dream said seriously. Then let's go together, but I think it's better to wait a little longer and see how the situation above develops, Xia Mu said again. The idea gets fantastic approval. Time passes by minute. Although it cannot be seen by the naked eye, Xia Mu and Lucario, who possess the power of waves, can roughly understand the situation above. Dreams can also be sensed through supernatural powers. During this process, neither Sonia nor the three members of Team Rocket interrupted. Sonia stayed beside Xia Mu and did nothing, but the three members of Team Rocket secretly conducted a lot of communication. Speaking of being smart, no one has more brains than them in the original animation story, but some of their actions and thoughts are very simple. Just at this moment, with a commotion, the rows of Mewtwo balls were covered by a white light and disappeared. This situation frightened Xia Mu, and he immediately checked the Mewtwo ball in the storage space, and found that it had not disappeared. Sonia's 2 Mewtwo balls are still there. They should be locked onto those rows of shelves. If you go beyond that range, they won't be taken away. Not long after, the cloning machine, which was originally in a dormant state, began to operate automatically. Everyone's attention was focused on the past. What's going on? Have we been discovered? This was not a good sign. Musashi and Meowth were obviously frightened and trembling. The 3 of them leaned against each other. Everything here is controlled by that Mewtwo. I used wave perception to see that Mewtwo up there is using those special Pokeballs to snatch other people's Pokemon. After saying this, Xia Mu's expression was cold, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking at the moment. Stealing Pokemon? Sonia was shocked. The 3 members of Team Rocket looked at each other and said, "Can we capture other people's Pokemon with Pokeballs?" "Perhaps, this is the special feature of this Pokeball," Xia Mu said casually, then looked at the transmission channel connecting to the space above. One by one, Mewtwo balls fell from above and were sent into the cloning machine by conveyor belts. Cloning in progress. This scene shocked everyone again. Even Xia Mu, who already knew the plot, was surprised. Soon, another violent scream was heard. Under everyone's gaze, a person came out from the passage. It was Xiaoji. He was still struggling desperately with a Mewtwo ball in his hand. Xia Mu knew that there was a Pikachu inside. However, these mechanical arms are difficult to resist even for adults, let alone a 10-year-old child. It must be said that he is worthy of being a super rookie. If he goes crazy, even the divine beasts will tremble. It's the brat. The 3 members of Team Rocket exclaimed, their brains went blank for a moment. Xiaoji saw them and was surprised, but he didn't want to pay any attention to them. "I don't have time to talk to you now, damn it, let go of my Pikachu." This crazy behavior triggered the cloning machine's self-protection mechanism. "Lucario, help him," Xia Mu gave an order to Lucario beside him. Lucario. With Lucario's attack, all the mechanical arms were cut off, and Xiaoji was rescued. That's it. Do not. As the core part of the cloning machine flashed with lightning, Xia Mu suddenly had a bad premonition, and thinking of the scene in the original novel, he immediately shouted. "Oh no, the machine is overloaded and is about to explode, everyone quickly find a place to hide." Almost the next second. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The cloning machine was destroyed, and the explosion also destroyed most of the laboratory's functions. However, all the genes that needed to be collected were collected, and in the end Pikachu couldn't escape, just like in the original story. Long after the explosion, the smoke gradually dissipated. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Xia Mu hugged Sonia and helped her block all the damage at the last moment. It was because of the presence of Menghuan that it used its superpowers to block the storm of the explosion, so no one was seriously injured. Xiaoji was only concerned about his own Pokemon, and he breathed a sigh of relief after making sure that his Pokemon were all okay. Then, I began to pay attention to where this place is and what is going on. Team Rocket is here, as are Natsuki and Sonia. There is also another Pokemon that he doesn't recognize and has no information about in the Pokédex, just like the Mewtwo above. Brother Xia Mu, sister Sonia, what is going on? Where is this place? What are these? He was dumbfounded when he saw the data information of each Pokemon appearing on the display screen, and then saw these Pokemon with the information being cloned and bred one by one. "I'm so glad to see that you are safe and sound. I have a general idea of the situation above. The situation here is a bit complicated, let me briefly explain it to you." After Xia Mu's narration, Xiaoji finally knew what was going on. Especially when he saw that even his Pikachu, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur were cloned, he felt a burning anger in his heart. Steal other people's Pokemon and copy other people's Pokemon. Seeing the cloned Pokemon coming out of the petri dishes and entering the elevator to the ground, Xia Mu stopped Xiaoji from going berserk. There is no need to stop it, because once it is stopped here, it will make the situation worse. It would be better to let them go up and follow the original plot. And they also have important things to do, rescue the Pokemon in the Mewtwo Ball, and then destroy this place to prevent it from being used again. Under Natsuki's command, not only Xiaoji, but also the 3 members of Team Rocket joined in to help. When all the Pokemon were released, they were obviously in a bad mood and on the verge of going berserk. The battle between the original and the replica that will take place in the original work is influenced by this negative emotion. It feels like not only were you forcibly arrested, but you were also replaced. No one would be able to accept this. Xia Mu used his wave power to communicate with these Pokémon, and with the help of Xiao Tian's Pokémon, he was able to control the situation. After all, Xiao Tian's Pokémon are very familiar with him, and Xia Mu even bought some energy cubes specifically for them. With no Pokémon causing trouble, Xia Mu's next move was to have Lucario destroy the place. Xiaoji was stunned. After all, he was still a rookie. Even though he did very well in the original work, he still acted childishly. Brother Xia Mu, what kind of Pokémon is this Lucario? It's not even recorded in the Pokédex, could it be a legendary Pokémon like Mew? Xia Mu smiled and replied, although Lucario is indeed very rare, it is not a legendary Pokémon. Your Pokédex is only the regional version of the Kanto region. When you travel to other regions in the future and upgrade your Pokédex, you will see more Pokémon you have never seen. Lucario has no wild footprints in some areas. The area with the most is probably the Sinnoh region. Sinnoh region? Are there many Pokémon that I haven't seen yet? Seeing this, Xia Mu couldn't help but think of a certain possibility and exclaimed, shit. In the original work, Xiaoji went to the Orange Islands first, then to the Chengdu area, and then to the Hoenn area because of the plot advancement. I really can't imagine if, because of his words, Xiaoji skipped these areas and traveled to the Sinnoh region. However, if this is true, it would be quite interesting. After his change, Xiaoji's fate has begun to change. Chapter 71. At the same time. On the ground arena. Mewtwo's strong oppression made Sora, Ami, Sweetie, Brock, and Misty, who had lost their Pokémon, all look angry. All the Pokémon were forcibly taken away, which had never happened before. In order to get the Pokémon back, Xiaoji went underground and his whereabouts are unknown. In this situation, they, as humans, were at a loss as to what to do. The group had no choice but to gather together, seeking a sense of security in numbers, including Miss Joy. After everything was revealed, Mewtwo no longer needed Joy, just like in the original story, so he abandoned her. Human, I don't want your lives yet, leave, of course, on the premise that you can survive the storm. Mewtwo raised his hand and waved, and under the control of his superpowers, the gate to the Pokémon City opened. Looking at the pitch-black, endless sea, the thick dark clouds and thunder and lightning in the sky, everyone was panicked. At this moment, everyone felt a certain degree of regret in their hearts. They were all elite trainers, and in order to meet and challenge the so-called strongest Pokémon trainer, not only did they lose their Pokémon, but they also lost their lives. Leave. Do you think we can cross this sea by our own strength? Moreover, you took away our Pokémon by force, and said so openly that you didn't want our lives. This behavior is even more asshole-like than those assholes in the evil organization. Xiao Tian stood up bravely and planned to argue with Mewtwo. But Chao Meng didn't want to waste time talking to her. No matter how you understand it, if you don't want to leave, then stay forever, or, I can throw you into the sea. A dazzling light flashed in Mewtwo's eyes. This is it using its superpowers to intimidate. In fact, it is unwilling to do it itself because it feels that it will dirty its hands. Humans once brought it despair and pain, and now it wants to make humans taste this helplessness. It doesn't care whether the human in front of it is the one who brings it pain. As long as they are human, they are on its blacklist. As for what it means to take away other people's Pokémon, it doesn't think so. It should be that it freed those suffering Pokémon from the hands of humans. Call it evil or call it a bastard, when humans enslave Pokémon, it will be even more cruel than humans. Damn it. Don't think we will surrender to you, give my Pokémon back. Especially during this process, you see copies of Pokémon appearing one after another, including copies of your own Pokémon. No matter how dumb you are, you know that what Mewtwo was going to do should have been completed. Give me back my Psyduck too. Xiaoxia also became angry. Then it was Sora, who was obviously more mature and pointed out the key point. You seem to look down on humans, but in fact you are pretending to be a human. No matter what. You can't change the fact that you are a Pokémon. In order to satisfy yourself, you affect innocent people like us and even use our Pokémon to make copies. What is the difference between your behavior and those humans who created you and want to use you? Well said, Mewtwo, have you asked these Pokémon if they are willing? They were created by you for no reason, and it seems that you gave them everything, but in the end it was just to satisfy your own desires. Xiao Jiang also began to denounce. When he saw the replica of Vulpix, his mood had fallen to the bottom. He was afraid that his own Vulpix was already dead. That was what Xiao Xue entrusted him to take care of, but now he is powerless to do anything about it. There were more and more accusations and criticisms, but Mewtwo responded with a cold eye. You said that I created them for no reason, just to satisfy my desires. I don't deny it. I also want to ask you humans, did you ask for my opinion when you created me? As these words were spoken, Mewtwo's irresistible strength was revealed. The terrifying superpowers directly suppressed everyone. After venting, Mewtwo looked at the replica he had created beside him. I created you and gave you life and power. Just to prove that the replica can replace the original and survive better in this world. I want to prove that Pokémon can dominate themselves. And we don't need humans to decide our future. We are our own trainers. Only Mewtwo can say such arrogant words now. I have to say that Mewtwo is now like a rebellious teenager. Because he has been exposed to too few things, he has misunderstandings about the world. In the final analysis, it is actually a trauma to the soul, and then serious psychological problems arise. These were all brought to it by Team Rocket, and it was also because Sakaki was too eager for success and instilled in it various concepts of destruction and killing. Although some of these principles are correct, such as the survival of the fittest, there is no better way to teach Mewtwo how to understand the deeper meaning of the survival of the fittest. Once Mewtwo has experienced enough, it will slowly transform. Just like it in the original work, it will understand the meaning of existence and the meaning of life. The replica Pokémon are obviously confused. They do have unique wisdom when they come to this world, but they don't think that deeply. It should be said that these replicas have retained some memories in their genes, and do not hate humans at all. Instead, they feel a sense of intimacy with the people present. Everyone gritted their teeth. They never expected Mewtwo to be so hateful. I've said everything that needs to be said. You humans are not worthy of ruling this world. Without Pokémon, you can't even survive in the face of the power of nature. But it is you humans without any power who are not only destroying this world, but also hurting Pokémon. Mewtwo's words made everyone even more speechless. It's as if they are sinners who destroy everything and should not exist in this world. Everyone wanted to refute, but just at this moment. Boom! A loud noise was heard. As the sound spread, everyone looked up and saw thick smoke from the explosion in the area where the arena connected to the reception room. Everyone was shocked and didn't know what was going on for a moment. Huh! Mewtwo, who was also puzzled, frowned and fixed his serious eyes on the situation in the smoke. Its powerful superpowers allow it to cover the entire area and see clearly what's going on inside. As the human figure gradually appeared, the Pokémon previously captured by the Mewtwo ball ran out first and returned to the ground. Misty's Psyduck, Brock's Vulpix, Sora's Venusaur and Pidgeot, Tion's Jigglypuff and Blastoise, Aquaman's Gyarados and Rhino, etc. The Pokémon that returned one after another shouted excitedly when they saw their masters, and then turned towards Mewtwo and their copies with full hostility. As the Pokémon appeared one after another, Ash was the first to come out, surprising Brock and Misty. At least they were fine. And the current situation is obviously related to Xiaoji. Until someone else came out, Xiaoxia was the first to exclaim, Team Rocket. Xiao Gang continued, that's MS Sonia, is she also coming to the new island? Brother Xia Mu, you are here too, that's great. When Xiao Tian saw Xia Mu, joy was fully revealed on her face. She even cried for joy because she had someone to rely on. They are no match for Mewtwo because they are not strong enough, but Natsuki is much stronger than them. Ha! You let them go. And you guys, when did you sneak in? Mewtwo looked at Xiaoji first, and then looked at the three members of Team Rocket and Xia Mu. Obviously, the situation got out of control because it was too arrogant, so it ignored the possibility that someone might sneak in. It also looked down on Xiaoji, a human child. It's unforgivable for a despicable guy like you to steal other people's Pokémon. Xiaoji clenched his fists, raised one hand to turn his baseball cap back, and was about to hit Mewtwo, but was grabbed by Xia Mu's hand. Are you kidding me? How could he possibly beat Mewtwo? In the original book, the first time he threw that punch, nothing happened, Mewtwo just gave him a warning. The second time, it angered Mewtwo, and if Mew hadn't come to the rescue, he would have fallen to death. After all, although Xiaoji is the protagonist, this guy really has too little experience and his mind is too simple. Going head-on with Mewtwo is just courting death. Brother Xia Mu, please let go and let me give it a good beating to help it wake up. Xiaoji still wanted to break free from Xia Mu's restraints. This also surprised Xia Mu. He was indeed a real newcomer and had really great strength. If it weren't for his good physical fitness and the enhanced power of wave guidance, Xiaoji would have really broken free. Okay, stop making trouble, let me handle this matter. Besides, let alone you, all the Pokémon present, except Mew, are no match for it. In fact, even if it is Mew, it should not be able to defeat Mewtwo. These words calmed Xiaoji down, and he realized that he had almost made a big mistake because of his recklessness. Okay, Brother Xia Mu, you must be careful, the Charizard, Blastoise, and Bulbasaur controlled by this guy are all very strong, Xiaoji reminded. Although he knew that Xia Mu was the acting gym trainer of the Red Lotus Gym, he had never met him or fought against him, so he had no idea of his strength. I've only seen Xia Mu's Arcanine and the Lucario next to it. Don't worry, if I didn't even have this confidence, I wouldn't be standing here, nodding at Xiaoji. Xia Mu saw that he stopped struggling and let go of his arm. Then he said to Sonia beside him, "You go over there and stay with everyone else, it will be safer." "Well, be careful." Sonia understood what Xia Mu meant and followed his arrangements. Xia Mu walked forward slowly, behaving very naturally. The Lucario beside Xia Mu had a solemn expression, always ready for battle. It knew that Mewtwo was its rival, and it was facing the oppressive feeling that it felt directly for the first time after becoming stronger. Xia Mu stopped only when he was less than 10 meters away from Mewtwo. He looked directly at Mewtwo without a trace of fear. Menghuan was not around at the moment, but Xia Mu knew that Menghuan was always paying attention to the situation here. This was also what Xia Mu and Huan had discussed, to prevent it from showing up for the time being, otherwise a head-on conflict might make the situation even more serious. Facts have proved that Xia Mu underestimated Mewtwo. Xia Mu could clearly feel that terrifying superpower with the power of waves. Then there are levels. Mewtwo's level is not 70, but 80. Not only is it 10 levels higher than the highest value in the game, it is obvious that a first-level god in the real world is far from comparable to an ordinary elf. Maybe this is the comprehensive suppression of racial values. The total of 680 points means all-round crushing. Mewtwo had such strength when it first appeared, and Xia Mu even had his doubts. The peak level of this world should really be more than level 100. Can the levels of those first-level divine beasts that have already existed in the world really be measured? What is certain is that the Mewtwo of the future will be much stronger than it is now. Mewtwo. LV, 80 LV. Gender, no gender. Attribute, superpower. Character, timid. Characteristics, sense of oppression. Skills, immobilization, telekinesis, high-speed star, life drop, primal power, psychic blade, mysterious guardian, instant amnesia, wave missile, psychic power, power exchange, defense exchange, white mist, psychic break, self-regeneration. Intimacy, negative value hatred. Emotion, anger revenge. Natsuki and Lucario are paying attention to Mewtwo, and Mewtwo is also paying attention to Natsuki. No, it focuses on Lucario. Because it felt a powerful force from Lucario. This is also the first time since its birth that it has encountered such a powerful Pokémon, and moreover, it is a Pokémon that is not within its knowledge range. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xia Mu. Breaking the silence, Xia Mu took the initiative to introduce himself. Mewtwo didn't answer, but his serious expression became even gloomier. It doesn't care what the human in front of it is called. In its opinion, this human is now its biggest enemy, and its plans have been destroyed and disrupted. Xia Mu didn't care whether it was willing to answer or not, and continued calmly, "I probably have a basic understanding of your situation, I sympathize with your experience." As soon as he said that, Xia Mu was hit by a wave of psychic power from Mewtwo's anger. "I don't need human sympathy." One sentence left Xia Mu speechless. This pure pressure makes it difficult to breathe. Lucario stood in front of Xia Mu and also unleashed a powerful wave force. The two beasts faced each other head-on. Although there was a slight difference in size, the difference was not that big. Unknown Pokémon, with such powerful strength, why does it stand on the side of humans? Can't it control its own destiny? Luca. Howl. Chapter 72. Stupid. Humans are weak and brutal, they only know how to enslave Pokémon. You are willing to be humans' lackeys, then let me wake you up. Mewtwo sneered at Lucario's answer, made sarcastic remarks, and even intended to take action if they disagreed. Luca. Roar. The powerful superpower materialized, and a layer of light purple halo appeared on the surface of its body. Seeing this, Lucario took a fighting stance, the powerful force surging in its body, and the wave force turned into light blue light, forming a sharp contrast with Mewtwo. Although Lucario is strong enough, it is impossible for him to defeat Mewtwo. However, even though it cannot beat Lucario, it is not easy for Mewtwo to defeat Lucario, even if its superpowers can restrain Lucario's fighting type. If Lucario really fights Mewtwo, especially when there is a 10-level difference between them, Xia Mu will let Lucario Mega evolve as soon as possible. Even though Mega Lucario is no match for Mewtwo, it still has the ability to resist. Before letting Beedrill take action, it might be a good idea to test it, but it's not fair to Lucario. Thinking secretly in his heart, Xia Mu was about to speak when he heard a brisk cry coming from the space. Under everyone's gaze, Mew appeared in front of Natsuki and Lucario, and looked at Mewtwo opposite them. Seeing this, Xia Mu felt at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, it couldn't help but come out. Probably because he didn't want to see them fighting against each other. Mew. Mewtwo recognized Mew the moment he saw it. It's surprising and exciting. Created by the genes of Dream, it is also its parent in a sense. Mewtwo didn't show any special expression on the surface, but its eyes expressed a certain desire in its heart. However, this desire quickly turned into hostility because it acquiesced to being in cahoots with the humans in front of it for the sake of Mew. I didn't expect that even you would stand on the side of humans, you showed up to stop the fight in order to protect these humans. This is a question, an accusation, and also disdain. Mimi. Mimi. Mio Mio. You said that you appeared only to prevent the battle from happening. And you didn't exist to help anyone. You asked me why I created these copy Pokémon. Humph. Of course it was to take revenge on humans. Don't you know what humans have done to Pokémon? Humans enslave Pokémon and lock Pokémon in Pokeballs. In order to satisfy their own desires and achieve their own goals. They let Pokémon fight and take on everything. Since the original has been completely bewitched, let the replica replace the original and become a better life to survive. This is the rule of survival of the fittest in nature. Mewtwo not only actively translated Mew's words, but also gave its answer. This kind of speech has obviously gone to extremes. Unless it is truly awakened, it should be cleansed spiritually through the life and death test of the original work, so that it can truly understand the preciousness of life. Under the current circumstances, the plot of the original novel will definitely not happen again. In response to Mewtwo's arbitrariness, Mew moved its body in the air and issued a rebuttal. Mimi. Mio Mio. Mimi. You said I was wrong. Did I not understand? Humans did not enslave Pokémon. And Pokémon were not forced. Even if such a thing really existed, most of them were voluntary. Stop kidding. Since your original self has also become corrupt. Let me replace you. Mewtwo was on the verge of exploding. Menghuan's persuasion only makes it feel that Menghuan has been polluted by humans. In an angry state, Mewtwo wouldn't listen to anything and just raised his hand to shoot out a powerful Shadow Ball. The Ghost-type Shadow Ball doubles the Dream damage to Psychic-type. However, it is not easy to hit Menghuan, and Xia Mu will not just sit there and watch. Lucario. With a loud shout, Xia Mu directly signaled Lucario to intervene. Mew can dodge this attack, but he and Lucario can't. Luca. Natsuki-sama, be careful. Lucario raised his hand and gathered powerful wave force, directly launching a wave missile. Although there was a difference in level and his special attack was not outstanding, this wave of missiles also blocked the attack of the Shadow Ball. The collision between the moves caused a violent explosion. This kind of situation is absolutely impossible to see in the game, but it is very common in the real world, because wave confrontation is very common during the battle. Leave it to me, Huan, this guy can't be persuaded with just a few words. If you take action, the situation will become even more serious, Xia Mu said to Huan, then took 2 steps forward. Mimi. Well, if you can't beat me, I'll do it again. Menghuan seemed to know Xia Mu's determination. She nodded and chose to step back. Such obedience to a human being, this situation, aroused the anger in Mewtwo's heart. Human. Stop meddling in other people's business. And you, do you really think you can compare to me? I am the strongest being in the world. The strongest? You have never experienced a beating. Even if you are as powerful as those legendary Pokémon, the power you show now is far from the strongest. Before Mewtwo could say anything in response, Xia Mu said, this world is very big, what you see is just the tip of the iceberg, let me challenge you and conquer you. After these words, Mewtwo's emotions became even more violent. Arrogant and ignorant human, you are courting death. Then, Mewtwo used his superpowers to float in the air and gave an order to all the cloned Pokémon. You already know your situation, now is the time to replace the original. Prove that you are more useful and more suitable for survival than the original. War seems inevitable. But Xia Mu would not let the situation get worse, so he stopped all the original bodies and used the power of waves to share his thoughts. First, make sure the Pokémon on your side don't act recklessly, and then deal with the problem of the clones. This is also what Xia Mu said to these Pokémon when he rescued them before. In fact, the Pokémon born by copying them are all innocent. Although the main body still has anger that cannot be eliminated, most of the anger is actually directed at Mewtwo, the culprit. Don't use your twisted logic to control these newly born innocent Pokémon who are still ignorant of this world. They are indeed clones, but have you asked them if they are willing to fight? Although they are cloned lives, they already have their own consciousness and souls. Imposing your own misfortune on others is the most shameful behavior. Xia Mu's words were deeply rooted in people's hearts. It won the recognition of everyone present, and everyone shouted and took this opportunity to express their truest thoughts. Likewise, all the original Pokémon behind Xia Mu shouted in sympathy. This situation left Mewtwo, who was originally inflated with self-improvement, dumbfounded. For a moment it felt hard to believe, as if the whole world was against it. Don't you want to fight the original? Don't you want to prove that you are unique? Mewtwo's emotions are hard to control. In terms of IQ, it is definitely very high, but after getting into a dead end, the level of its ability to understand is limited to a box, and it cannot transcend the box. You are the one who cannot understand. Listen carefully to their voices and feel the world with your heart. Humans are divided into good and bad. And Pokémon are also divided into good and bad. Just like you now, you are evil even in the eyes of Pokémon. Xia Mu said again. Pika Pikachu. You're right. Your behavior is wrong. Pikachu's serious voice sounded beside him, causing Xia Mu to look towards him involuntarily. God assists. Mewtwo couldn't understand it, it simply couldn't get out that easily. Negative emotions were burning, enveloping its body, and one could clearly feel that its aura had changed. Sure enough, even after saying so much, we still have to fight in the end. Xia Mu took a deep breath and took out the advanced ball of Beedrill. It was the Pokémon's turn to take action, but Mewtwo didn't care about the rules of the battle. It directly unleashed its superpowers and attacked him. Luca. Don't even think about hurting Natsuki-sama. Lucario and Mewtwo faced off. This was an inevitable confrontation. Although Lucario found it difficult to deal with Mewtwo's strength, the battle had just begun. Even though Mewtwo was powerful, Lucario managed to deal with it. It's worthy of being a Pokémon created with your genes, Mew. Xia Mu said to Mew beside him, and then called out Beedrill. As soon as Beedrill appeared, he determined the situation immediately. Although Pokémon is inside the Pokeball, it can know everything that happens outside. Especially the visual function of advanced balls is even more amazing. A simple example is that when you are inside an ordinary Pokeball, you can only look out through a small window. The Super Ball is a slightly larger window with a clearer view. Advanced golf courses have large floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing for a more detailed view. Don't be anxious, Beedrill, eat these candies first. Xia Mu did not hesitate and took this opportunity to buy 10 more magic candies from the system store. The money left behind is for this moment. You don't have to skip levels, but you must reach the same level, and then Mega Evolve on this basis, only then will it be possible to suppress Mewtwo with the least cost. If an accident occurs during the fight, Xia Mu will be ready for a group fight. Beedrill was very excited after seeing the magic candy. It has been strengthened once and is now going to be strengthened again. Its strength can become even stronger, so it is naturally happy. Just watching the Beedrill's level increase from level 70 to level 80, Xia Mu had a smile on his face. Others didn't know what was going on. Even Menghuan didn't understand, but she came over curiously, wanting to taste the candy. Xia Mu didn't dare to give it the magic candy. When the level reaches a higher level, it can be said that the changes are quite big. The momentum alone is different from before, and the strength has increased dramatically, to the extent that it's like a complete evolutionary leap. How about it? Do you have the confidence to fight Mewtwo? And defeat him? At this moment, Xia Mu was 100% confident that Beedrill could at least be comparable to the regional champion. Even after Mega Evolution, he completely surpassed the regional champion. Buzz. After evolution, it's safer. Beedrill's answer made Xia Mu smile with satisfaction. He did not let his increased strength get to his head and send the enemy off mindlessly. Instead, after sensing Mewtwo's strength, he determined that his current strength was not enough. My Beedrill is usually very arrogant and direct, but at critical moments, he is still very rational. Then let's Mega Evolve Beedrill. After taking out the evolution key of Beedrill, Natsuki and Beedrill were in tune with each other. The intimacy between the two parties has already exceeded 200 points. Now another wave of level increase makes Beedrill feel that he is so valued, and the intimacy has exceeded the standard and reached 220 points. Under the gaze of all the people and Pokémon, the evolution key glowed with brilliant rainbow light. It has a special connection with the Mega Evolution Stone worn by Beedrill. Attracted by the magical power, the light of the evolution key and the light of the Mega Evolution Stone blended together, enveloping the body of Beedrill. As the Mega Evolution comes to an end, Beedrill's shape changes drastically, and a unique symbol of Mega Evolution flashes. Super Beedrill appears. Super Giant Needle Bee. LV, 80. Gender, female. Attribute, insect, poison. Personality, cheerful. Feature, adaptability. The power of moves with the same attributes as your own will be increased. Skills, random attack, double needle, poison needle, silk spinning, hardening, insect bite, continuous slash, sharpening, gathering chi, venom shock. Malicious pursuit, poison spike, straight drill, missile needle, poison attack, high-speed movement, reckless action, deadly needle stab, tailwind, swift turn. Intimacy, 220. Emotion, excited. I can kill the Mewtwo in front of me in 1 second. Because of Beedrill's evolution, all the people and Pokémon were stunned. Shouldn't Beedrill already be its final evolved form? This situation has never been seen before. Such evolution is incredible. However, Menghuan was not surprised. Instead, she was very curious that Xia Mu could make Beedrill evolve in this way. This also made Xia Mu realize that this kind of evolution has indeed existed since ancient times, and did not appear only in modern times. It is likely that humans have developed a bond with Pokémon a long time ago, but the probability of achieving this kind of evolution is extremely low and has not been fully mastered. Natsuki and Beedrill appeared, causing Mew to recall some memories from the past. Chapter 73. At this moment, Mewtwo, who was fighting with Lucario, let out an angry roar. It was entangled by Lucario and its ability to perform skills was interrupted several times. The extremely powerful superpower formed a translucent light shield that expanded, and the attacking Lucario was swept up by the superpower. Not only was his whole body flung away, but he also fell heavily to the ground. Lucario has tried his best due to the level gap. If it didn't have the steel resistance, it would have been suppressed by Mewtwo and was unable to resist. It's time for you to take the stage, go ahead, Beedrill. His eyes became sharp, and Xia Mu used the power of waves to maintain a state of telepathic connection with Beedrill at all times. At this time, Xia Mu's emotions can be completely conveyed to Beedrill, including Beedrill's own emotions, and he already has the idea of making Mewtwo look good. Because Lucario was suppressed so badly, how could a companion tolerate it? The super giant Beedrill rushed out at a speed so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. After super evolution, the base speed value of the race has reached 145 points. At this moment, under the control of Mewtwo's mental power, Lucario was lifted into the air. Although Lucario was very powerful, he had no leverage to resist, let alone break free. This is the consequence of helping humans. Your efforts are worthless in the eyes of humans. As Mewtwo finished his words, its mental power was about to cause secondary damage to Lucario's mind. At this instant, a black and yellow figure appeared in front of him. A cross of scissors slashed out. Boom! A loud noise. The terrifying cross scissors slashed like a real energy blade, forming a cross and hitting Mewtwo's chest. Not only is the effect outstanding, but it also hits the vital point, and the power of this insect-type skill is doubled due to its characteristics. Even though the power of the cross scissors is not high, the damage to Mewtwo is real. The speed is overwhelming, Mewtwo doesn't even have a chance to react, and the attribute restraint is overwhelming, doubling the damage again and again. Mewtwo was blasted to the ground, and there was a huge explosion and thick smoke, which showed how powerful it was. Lucario was able to break free from the constraints of his superpowers thanks to the rescue of Mega Beedrill. After returning to the ground, it took several breaths before it recovered and expressed its gratitude to the Super Beedrill. As Natsuki's Pokémon, they knew from the beginning that Natsuki had decided who would fight Mewtwo. Even though Lucario was very dissatisfied because it could also Mega Evolve, Xia Mu never wanted it to fight Mewtwo from the beginning. At this time, Lucario also understood why Xia Mu made such a choice. Although they had only followed Xia Mu for 20 days, they were already familiar with the attribute restraint. It was obviously the best choice for Beedrill to fight against Mewtwo. In particular, Mewtwo is so powerful that none of them can easily defeat it in a one-on-one fight. This is still under the premise of Mega Evolution. Lucario knew that he couldn't beat Mewtwo. Luca, Lord Natsuki, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Retreating to Xia Mu's side, Lucario said something in a self-blaming tone, which made Xia Mu particularly moved. No. Lucario, you have performed very well. That guy was created with the help of Mew's genes. In a sense, it is no weaker than the legendary beast, so you don't have to feel any psychological burden. Next, he confirmed the situation on the Mega Beedrill side, and knowing that Mewtwo would not recover for a while, he quickly took out full medicine to treat Lucario. Helped him recover, and then negotiated with Menghuan. I will be serious from now on, don't betray me at the critical moment. Just in case anything happens, Xia Mu gave Menghuan a shot of vaccination first. He had seen the battle just now, so he probably knew that Mewtwo was not invincible. At least with Mewtwo in his current state, Xia Mu is confident of winning. No matter how awesome your superpowers are, no matter how powerful your abilities are, the base number will not change. So what if he had the talent of a first-level god? He was still a Pokémon that had not fully grown up. Ordinary Pokémon cannot compare in certain abilities, but that doesn't mean their strength cannot be surpassed. Mimi, do you really want to conquer it, Xia Mu? Xia Mu was startled by Huan's clear voice. This was the first time that Huan addressed him so formally. Xia Mu nodded and said, in this situation, if I don't subdue it and suppress it, I'm afraid this matter will not be so easily resolved. By subduing it, I may be able to help it change from accepting this world to being exposed to more people and things. When it truly understands the meaning of life one day, it will no longer be as extreme as it is now. In short, you can rest assured that I will not use it. As soon as the voice fell, Huan responded immediately, okay, but you must not hurt it, men can feel its heart, in fact, it is in pain. Yes, Xia Mu promised and nodded. At the same time, in the thick smoke, Mewtwo's figure suddenly soared into the sky. After being hit by the cross shears, he didn't fall down instantly like in the game. The real world is different. The gap between a first-level god and an ordinary elf is ridiculously huge. If it were any other psychic-type creature, it would have definitely been killed by that critical hit just now. You really pissed me off, again and again. And now it's you, a bug. The storm was raging and dark clouds were looming. This situation is so horrible. But even so, it's just superficial work. Buzz. Is that all you can do? The super Beedrill hit the nail on the head, and its arrogant tone made Mewtwo even more furious. With a clench of his hands, shadow balls blasted out continuously. I saw Mewtwo use this move to deal with Mew before, and I thought it was attacking Mew based on its attribute restraint. That doesn't seem to be the case now. In other words, Mewtwo was blinded by anger and launched such a meaningless attack. Mega Beedrill is indeed very fragile, but Shadow Ball definitely cannot defeat it instantly. Moreover, an attack of this speed cannot hit the super giant needle at all. Buzz, too slow, too slow, too slow. Faster. The Mega Beedrill moved in the sky, a movement that was impossible to see clearly, just like teleportation. In contrast, Mewtwo's Shadow Ball could only attack the afterimage of the Mega Beedrill. Such a situation is so shocking. Mewtwo's power was deeply rooted in people's hearts from the very beginning, and intimidated everyone present. Now seeing Mewtwo being toyed with by the again evolved Beedrill, everyone's emotions became excited. That's amazing, really amazing, Xiaoxia spoke first. Xiaojiang and Xiaoji beside her were also saying things like incredible, and I also want to catch one and raise it. Kong Nan was stunned and muttered, I used to think that the house bugs were weak and not worth cultivating, I didn't expect them to be so strong. Me too, my past understanding was simply stupid, it's my fault that I don't know how to cultivate them, Hainan continued. I used to think that was all Brother Xia Mu's strength, but every time we met, Brother Xia Mu would surprise me. Xiaotian thought that Xia Mu had this kind of strength and that he had been hiding his strength all along. In addition, Xia Mu has been accepting challenges from others and fighting hundreds of battles a day. Xiaotian subconsciously reacted and realized that if he did not have this strength, how could he continue such high-intensity battles? Xiaotian doesn't know that the reason why Xia Mu became stronger so quickly is entirely because Xia Mu has a golden finger simulator, which makes his training simpler and more direct. Sonia on the side didn't say anything, but her thoughts were very active at this moment. This kind of evolution seems to be the mega evolution that those people in the Kalos region have been studying. Xia Mu actually mastered the method of this evolution. How did he do it? Because Mewtwo and Mega Beedrill are at war. The original Pokémon and the replica Pokémon were all watching the battle silently. As for the copy Pokémon, they actually don't want to fight. The reason why they compete with the originals in the original work is entirely because they are influenced by the hostility of Mewtwo and Mew, which they put into themselves, and finally it turns into a war between the copy and the original. The reason why the original character hated the replica in the original work was to protect his own status. Under the current circumstances, the war in the original novel will never happen again. At least as long as Xia Mu is here, he will definitely stop them from engaging in meaningless hand-to-hand combat. Stop playing, Beedrill. Show it some color. In the game, Pokémon may become disobedient due to insufficient badges or a low trainer level, but this will not happen in the real world. Because Xia Mu is strong enough, and because of him, his Pokémon has this strength. And they are both capable of Mega Evolution, with an intimacy level of over 200 points. Just this point alone makes the relationship between the two parties so close that they will stick together until death and will never be disobedient. Continuous slash. After receiving Xia Mu's order, a red light flashed in the eyes of the Super Beedrill, and its majestic and powerful posture showed the oppression of the Insect King. In an instant, Mega Beedrill dodged Mewtwo's Shadow Ball and launched an attack. Continuous slash. The power index of a single attack is not high, but each successful hit and continuous hits will double the power value. The reason why Xia Mu used this move was to test the physical attack limit of the Mega Beedrill. In the game, combo attacks often fail to kill the opponent instantly due to lack of power, resulting in the player being killed instantly, or the opponent is killed with 2 hits and the damage accumulation is interrupted. But it's different in the real world now, the opponent is still Mewtwo. If you perform it at the speed of Super Beedrill, as long as it is not caught by Mewtwo's psychic ability, the power of the combo can be increased from 40 points to 80 points, and then from 80 points to 160 points. Disguised as a low-level skill of the insect system, it is actually the strongest physical skill of the insect system. Faced with the speed of Mega Beedrill, even though Mewtwo is also very fast, there is still a big gap. With continuous hits, the Super Beedrill is like a sharp sword that can penetrate everything. Mewtwo was traumatized once again and groaned in pain. However, this attack still couldn't defeat it. This foundation really shocked Xia Mu and made Xia Mu more certain that the Divine Beast is a Divine Beast. Mewtwo is so difficult to deal with now. I wonder what level of strength it can reach after it becomes stronger. How strong will the other first-level gods be? For example, the several gods in Sinnoh who had left the deepest impression on Xia Mu. Not to mention Arceus, the god of creation. Just take the god of time Dialga, the god of space Palkia, and the lord of the reversed world Giratina. Okay. Boom. While Xia Mu was thinking, the second combo hit Mewtwo. The terrifying impact force knocked Mewtwo directly into the audience seats at the edge of the arena, shattering the buildings there. Mewtwo was hit hard, and the power of the attack was so great that it took it a while to recover. The attack of the Super Beedrill has not yet ended, and the third consecutive slash has raised its momentum beyond the limit. Even if the opponent is of a higher level, it seems that he can kill with one strike. It was at this critical moment that everyone believed that Mewtwo was powerless to resist and would be defeated. Mew suddenly teleported and appeared in front of Mewtwo. He used a defensive move to block the third consecutive attack of the Mega Beedrill. The Super Beedrill was stunned, and Xia Mu was also stunned for a moment. The thing I was most worried about still happened. He had this premonition before, and even taking a preventive measure was of no use. Although Menghuan had good intentions and did not want to see too many casualties, its intervention made the battle lose its original meaning. To be honest, Xia Mu was dissatisfied with Menghuan. This was not just the first time. Strictly speaking, this was the third time that Menghuan had broken the agreement between them. But it's just a dream, otherwise Xia Mu really doesn't want to say any more nonsense. It can only be understood that the dreamy character is like a child. As long as something it doesn't want to see happens, it will act involuntarily. Not only Xia Mu and Mega Beedrill, but all the people and Pokémon present looked at Mew. Everyone wants an answer. Buzz, do you want to intervene? Fantasy. Mimi, please wait a moment, Beedrill. Mew first stopped Beedrill from attacking again, then turned around and looked at the seriously injured Mewtwo with a look of pity in his eyes. To it, Mewtwo is already the same species as itself. Mimi Mimio Mimio. You have lost this battle. Do you still want to continue fighting? Even if you continue fighting, the result will not change. You cannot control your own strength, so you cannot defeat Beedrill and Natsuki. Pokémon can understand what Mew says, and Natsuki can understand it. As for the others, Meow Meow acted as the best translator at this time, at least letting everyone know the meaning of Menghuan. It was by persuading Mewtwo to admit defeat that everyone's emotions were somewhat eased. Xia Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. At least Menghuan didn't say anything that really disgusted him. Chapter 74. Although you mean well, your actions have been undermining the initial trust we have established between us. I'm afraid our future relationship will only be limited to this level. I have oversimplified the real world. Even with the cheating simulator, even if the intimacy reflects the relationship between you and me, you are not my Pokémon, but I subconsciously thought that you would listen to me. In the final analysis, intimacy only reflects your willingness to approach me. Xia Mu felt a lot of emotions in his heart. In fact, there is not much contact between me and fantasy. It was just because of my dreamy identity and my own various thoughts that I fell into a misunderstanding. Simply put, it means that you ask for too much, don't get any reward, and your emotions interfere with yourself. After this incident, Xia Mu also changed. As far as his eyes could see, Xia Mu watched the changes in Mewtwo. Even though Mew saved Mewtwo, Mewtwo would not appreciate it. On the contrary, Mewtwo was not completely defeated. It would only continue to be confused in its own world and sink deeper and deeper. As Xia Mu expected, after hearing Mew's words, Mewtwo, whose emotions were already out of control, had even redder eyes. Although it was seriously injured, it slowly stood up. The powerful superpower still surrounded its body, even stronger than before. No need for you to pity me. Mew. Mewtwo issued a cold rebuke. Even though the body has been warned, its strength is still increasing. After clarifying its own strength from Sakaki, it believed that it was born to be the most powerful Pokémon in the world. The atmosphere suddenly changed. In the eyes of everyone in Pokémon, Mewtwo seemed to be possessed, and its aura continued to rise. When this special power exploded, others only saw surface changes, but Xia Mu felt it more deeply. Mewtwo's level increased linearly from level 80 to level 85. It has risen 5 levels in a row, and what has changed is the previous bottom line level, not the limit level. This is the real world's divine beast, whose level can be raised as its power explodes, or in other words, because of the influence of negative emotions, the huge energy hidden in its body is released. He sighed inwardly. Although I had guessed this would happen, I was still amazed when I saw it with my own eyes. And the most important thing is that level 85 is not the limit of Mewtwo, which means that the level of a first-level god is definitely higher than level 90, or even level 100. Mimio. Stop it now. If you continue to use your superpowers like this, you will die. Dream's face was full of worry, and the thing it was most worried about had happened. Mewtwo's power ran wild because of his out-of-control emotions. Wrong. It should be said that the huge power within Mewtwo's body took the dominant position and affected its mind, so that now Mewtwo is blinded by killing. Everyone, disappear. A low roar came from Mewtwo's mouth. Because of its burst of power, its supernatural power caused the thunder of nature to fall from the sky and destroy the Pokémon city. All the people and Pokémon came together because of this situation. The Pokémon were worried that their owners would get hurt, so everyone sought the protection of the Pokémon. Even the copied Pokémon involuntarily came together with everyone, and there was no barrier between them and the original Pokémon, just like family members. As the air pressure became increasingly unstable, Mewtwo once again floated into the sky, and purple lightning flashed around its body, which was extremely terrifying. Mimi, is winning or losing so important? Since both the replica and the original are alive in this world, they are both unique lives. Mew just looked at Mewtwo like this, and its expression became resolute and even a little regretful. If it had not stepped forward to stop it, Mewtwo would have lost consciousness and been subdued by Xia Mu. This kind of situation will not happen. Buzz. Buzz. That was indeed the case, but I just couldn't control myself and felt compassion, thinking that if Mewtwo could let go of its hatred, it could live freely in this world without being trapped in a Pokeball. Before Mew could answer, the light in Mewtwo's eyes in the sky became brighter and brighter. As it raised its hand, it directly released the Shadow Ball. It caught Huan off guard. With a loud bang, Menghuan was knocked into the edge of the audience seats, and the violent explosion engulfed Menghuan's figure. Mew was knocked away and everyone was shocked. Xia Mu did not move and did not give any orders to the Super Beedrill. In fact, he could have let the Super Beedrill block this attack, but he didn't. It's time to let Huan experience the feeling of being slapped in the face. Of course, Xia Mu is sure that Mew will be fine. After all, it is one of the most mysterious Pokémon and is very powerful, which is reflected in the original animation. Even if there are countermeasures to the moves, the current situation has already been confirmed. There is a big difference between the real world and the game world. If it were a game, it would be over in seconds. Without Mew to maneuver in the middle, Mewtwo stared at Beedrill with angry eyes. It didn't believe that it would lose to Xia Mu, and even less did it believe that it would lose to a house bug. Boom! A loud sound rang out. This time, Mewtwo displayed an extremely fast speed, and the superpowers condensed around his body were like a layer of absolute defense. Humph! Super Giant Beedrill, block it. The Super Beedrill heard Xia Mu's command and raised its sharp needle without hesitation. Wait until Mewtwo gets close. Cross shears. Xia Mu ordered again. The two needles of the Mega Beedrill crossed, and a cross-shaped slash directly collided head-on with Mewtwo. Pound. A loud bang. Unlike the previous battle, the move was indeed performed, but Mewtwo used its superpowers to form a purple barrier, and the cross scissors was blocked. The barrier was not broken and the power of the cross shears was completely eliminated. What is this? What kind of move? Reflection wall? No, that's not right. Mewtwo's cheat is a bit blatant. If the original animation did not actually show Mewtwo and Mew's control over their superpowers, he would be even more incredible. As a time traveler who understands the characteristics of Pokémon's skills, I am indeed familiar with many of the moves, but the performance of skills in the game is completely different from that in the real world. If it is a reflective wall, even if it can block it, it will only reduce the damage and will not completely block it. Seeing Mewtwo controlling the Azure Psychic Light Shield to attack Beedrill, the name of a skill suddenly appeared in Xia Mu's mind. Mental Break. Although there is a big difference between the performance in the game and the real world, this is the only move that is similar. Moreover, Psychic Break is Mewtwo's exclusive skill, which can only be learned after reaching level 72. Mewtwo's level when he debuted was already 80, so it was normal for him to learn this move. Therefore, the Mewtwo in the animation is much stronger than the one in the game. After being repelled by the super power attack, Super Beedrill suffered some damage to a greater or lesser extent. Even though the bug type restrains the psychic type, the power of the psychic type's attacks will not be weakened when they hit the bug type, and the Beedrill's poison type will also cause considerable damage. Thinking to himself, oh no. Xia Mu made a decision and prepared to launch a roundabout attack. Unexpectedly, in his rage, Mewtwo not only did not lose his composure, but also seized the weakness of the Mega Beedrill. Games are games, reality is reality. The reality is more favorable to Mega Beedrill, which can better exert its full strength without being hurt. However, while Mega Beedrill has the advantage, so do other Pokémon, not to mention Mewtwo. If there is no instant kill, it will not be easy to determine the winner. But Xia Mu just doesn't believe that Mewtwo can burst out so unlimitedly. After all, in terms of the damage caused by attack power, Mega Beedrill is definitely above Mewtwo. Win with speed, retreat when the enemy advances, look for opportunities, don't fight hard. Xia Mu's 16 words were transmitted to the super giant Beedrill through the power of the wave. The super Beedrill heard Xia Mu's order and flapped its wings to create distance. Bug, you can only hide and dodge. Facing the evasive edge of the Mega Beedrill, Mewtwo kept using his telekinesis and mental power to try to catch the Mega Beedrill. But every time when it was about to be caught, the speed of the Super Beedrill would increase dramatically and then disappear from the capture range. It wouldn't be a big deal if it happened once or twice, but if it happens every time, anyone would become fed up. Mewtwo's emotions were getting more and more out of control. It was not only using telekinesis and mental power, but also launching other attacks in the process. Use skills such as Shadow Ball, Wave Missile, High-Speed Star, etc. continuously. The more this happens, the more disorganized its attack becomes, and it is full of weaknesses. In fact, Mewtwo could have completely changed its strategy. If Natsuki were in command, there would be at least 3 ways to fight against the current Mega Beedrill. It may be difficult to break the impasse in a short period of time, but at least we can be able to attack when advancing and defend when retreating. At worst, both sides will suffer losses. Due to the continuous output and consumption, the entire arena has been destroyed beyond recognition. This situation makes all people and Pokémon tremble with fear, even Mew, who has escaped from danger, feels the same. When Mewtwo stopped this wave of attacks to catch its breath, Natsuki and Beedrill seized the opportunity at the same time. Charge in an instant and perform continuous slashes. Boom! Mewtwo's body was hit by the continuous slash, but it was obvious that it had been on guard all the time, with its superpowers wrapping its body, and the timely cast of the reflection wall also reduced the damage of the physical attack. It can be seen that Mewtwo's combat ability is improving. The power of a series of slashes is not great. But Xia Mu and the Mega Beedrill would not end their attack there. They launched a second series of slashes again. With a dull explosion, Mewtwo groaned and flew backwards several meters. Its defenses had been shattered by the continuous slashes, and even though its superpowers were still attached to it, it no longer had the strength it once had. The last blow. Seeing this scene, Xia Mu couldn't help but clench his fists and shout. When he shouted, everyone in Pokémon became nervous. The power of the Super Beedrill's third consecutive attack was once again increased beyond the limit. Because of the dream, the third consecutive slash was blocked. This time, Huan will not take action again. Xia Mu knew that Mewtwo had the skills of stand and guard, but after all the battles, Mewtwo obviously did not use these auxiliary skills of escape. It must be Mewtwo's arrogance that made it disdain to use those skills. I will not lose. Realizing the deadly danger, Mewtwo concentrated his mind and was able to launch a substantial mental shock to attack Beedrill in order to stop it. However, Mega Beedrill and Natsuki also expected that Mewtwo would counterattack in desperation. At the critical moment, the Super Beedrill dodged and avoided the attack trajectory of the mental shock. Boom! He charged forward in an instant, and the third consecutive slash hit Mewtwo's lower abdomen, which was definitely a vital point. The extreme power made it impossible for Mewtwo to resist with a dull boom. The ground of the arena was shattered. Such power was extremely terrifying. Mewtwo just fell into the rubble, twitching all over. Xia Mu would not miss such a good opportunity. He took out a high-end ball and threw it over. Xia Mu practiced pitching in his spare time, and he was confident that he could hit the ball even if the distance was far. What's more, this is a pitch locked by the power of the wave. As the advanced ball hit Mewtwo's head, Mewtwo was taken into the advanced ball under the cover of red light. It seems to have been conquered, but in fact it is not. The advanced ball did not even land on the ground, but just floated in the air until 3 seconds later, when the entire ball flashed a red arc. There was a sound of bang. The advanced ball exploded directly and the capture failed. Everyone was shocked and unbelievable. Only Xia Mu sighed in his heart. Sure enough, ordinary balls in the real world cannot easily subdue a first-level god. Even if the high-level ball is a high-level product among balls, it is still the same. After all, the fight has come to this point. Even if Mewtwo has not lost its combat effectiveness, it will not be directly destroyed by the advanced ball. It is obvious that even a high-level ball cannot carry the godlike power of Mewtwo. Unlike ordinary Pokémon, it does not have any special features. Xia Mu also suddenly realized why Sakaki in the anime didn't use the Pokeball to capture Mewtwo. That's because no matter how powerful an ordinary Pokeball is, it can't do that. Don't even think about making me surrender. Mewtwo's body burst out with an intense light, an extreme explosion that was unimaginable. The superpower turned into a beam of light that shot straight up into the sky, even dispersing the dark clouds covering the sky. You have reached your limit, as Menhuan said before, you cannot control your own power. If you can control it well and know how to fight, then I will not be able to defeat you easily, Xia Mu said as he walked towards it. He was not afraid at all that Mewtwo would suddenly launch an attack at this time. Chapter 75. Watching Xia Mu approaching, Mewtwo felt a strange emotion in his heart. This feeling actually made it a little scared. It can't beat the human in front of it. No. I am Mewtwo, the strongest Pokémon created with the help of the most precious Pokémon, Mew. No one can defeat me. He destroyed his own inner fear, and the superpowers in Mewtwo's eyes continue to brew. It has come to this point, and you still can't tell reality from reality? You don't want to accept your identity as a replica, but at this moment you say that you are the strongest Pokémon created by Mew. Isn't that ridiculous? Also, you really know nothing about this world. There are many beings stronger than you, and there are also many champion-level Pokémon trainers among humans. Do you think you have found a sense of existence by defeating a few trainers on this barren new island? Are you so conceited? You have seen too little. If you don't want to surrender, then give in completely. Super Beedrill, give it one last fatal sting. After that, Xia Mu gave the order. There is no need to use continuous strikes anymore, because once the process is interrupted, the continuous strikes cannot hit continuously and the power will return to the base. Xia Mu did not let Mega Beedrill use the cross scissors, intending to try other moves to see how much damage it could deal in the Mega Evolved state. In fact, Xia Mu had Beedrill use this move when he was in charge of the Red Lotus Gym. It can greatly increase the damage when defeating an opponent. According to the game, it means directly increasing the physical attack by 3 levels. When the Super Beedrill received the order, its eyes suddenly changed, and the needles at the tail of its body burst out with a terrifying cold light. Deadly acupuncture, this move actually needs to be combined with chi gathering to increase the chance of hitting the vital points in order to exert its super strong effect. But at this time, even without gathering energy, Mega Beedrill can lock onto Mewtwo's weak spot and accurately hit the vital point. Boom! A loud noise. After enduring the attack of the Mega Beedrill again, Mewtwo finally couldn't bear it anymore. Not to mention fighting back, his consciousness fell into darkness and he fainted. Buzz! The Beedrill was declaring its own strength. Everyone and the Pokémon focused again. I continue to be shocked by the power of Mega Beedrill, and I also want to determine how Natsuki will conquer Mewtwo next. Even the advanced ball can't do it, which shows that ordinary Pokeballs are not good enough. But Sonia suddenly thought of something and shouted to Xia Mu, "Xia Mu, use the Pokeball in the laboratory." This is a good idea. Theoretically speaking, the Mewtwo ball created by Mewtwo does have a chance of being captured. Xia Mu took out the Mewtwo ball, took a deep breath and threw it out. However, after the Mewtwo ball came into contact with Mewtwo, it did not have the effect of conquering it. Not only Xia Mu, but everyone else was surprised. After all, the effect of the Pokeball just now is that it can forcibly capture even Pokémon with owners. It seems that this Mewtwo ball can only be used by Mewtwo, maybe that kind of capture is Mewtwo using its superpowers to forcefully capture it. No wonder it can ignore the rule that an owner cannot be captured. He sighed inwardly, and just as Xia Mu was about to take out the Master Ball, Menghuan flew over again. It was talking non-stop, seemingly begging for mercy on Mewtwo's behalf. Xia Mu ignored it and took out the Master Ball. Even though I felt sorry for this only Master Ball, I had planned from the beginning to use it to capture Mewtwo. I said I want to tame it. Mew, you have your considerations, and I have mine. If a person always changes his mind, he has no credibility. Since it is impossible to tame Mew, it would be better to wait for Mew to wake up and give it some advice. Xia Mu would not listen at all. He also wanted to take this opportunity to tell Menghuan that not everything it did would be forgiven. Even though it's dreamy, that's just the same. In fact, Xia Mu could really understand Menghuan, so he didn't directly quarrel with her. Mew recognizes Mewtwo's existence and feels that it is its relative. Now Xia Mu wants to subdue Mewtwo, just like subduing its child. Because of Xia Mu's words, Menghuan could only retreat with grievance. It doesn't know whether this special Pokeball can capture Mewtwo, but it doesn't want to see Mewtwo being captured either. It wasn't until it saw Mewtwo being captured with its own eyes and the Master Ball emitted a dazzling starlight indicating the successful capture that its expectations were completely shattered. Xia Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. He has been tamed, but the next step is to get Mewtwo to truly recognize him, which is a long way to go. Xia Mu took the Master Ball that Lucario had picked up from him and felt a sense of emotion. For him, this was also the first divine beast he had tamed in this world. With Mewtwo, we will be able to fight against the real first-level god in the future with full confidence. Dream moved closer and examined the Master Ball carefully. It was a little anxious, worried that Mewtwo would die from the damage it had just suffered. Xia Mu did not release Mewtwo directly for treatment, but instead praised the Mega Beedrill that had returned to his side. Thanks to it in this battle, otherwise it would not be easy to defeat Mewtwo. Even with the Mega Evolution of Lucario, plus Arcanine and Red Gyarados, it would be difficult to completely suppress it, unless one of them was upgraded to level 100 at all costs. After the Mega Evolution state was cancelled, Beedrill did not suffer too much damage after this battle, but it was still very exhausted. In extreme combat, the consumption of physical energy is extremely huge. The gains from this battle were huge. After defeating Mewtwo, Beedrill's level increased by 2 levels. Lucario also shared the experience points because he had fought against Mewtwo at the beginning, and also increased by 2 levels. Although both levels are increased by 2, in fact, the experience points gained by Beedrill are several times that of Lucario. How can the experience points required to increase 2 levels at level 80 and 2 levels at level 70 be the same? I fed the Beedrill an energy block and healed the damage on its body. At this time, everyone also gathered around with their Pokémon, intending to get a closer look at the situation. Because they saw the whole incident, everyone remained relatively quiet and just looked at Xia Mu. However, the Pokémon that were copied and created by Mewtwo huddled together, as if they had lost their backbone, and they didn't know how to deal with the current situation. What is this? The Master Ball. Xia Mu, you actually got this ball. As a regional researcher, Sonia must know what kind of Pokeball this is. Right? The Master Ball is not a tradable Pokeball developed and manufactured by the official research department of the League. As far as she knows, it is a Pokeball manufactured by Silver Company that can capture Pokémon 100. It is precisely because of this 100 capture characteristic that this ball was officially listed by the League as a Pokeball that is prohibited from being privately manufactured and sold. Later, it was officially defined and named the Master Ball. Because it is not circulated on the market, the Master Ball is unknown to ordinary people. Even if a trainer who knows about the existence of the Master Ball wants to get it, he can only get it by winning certain specific league competitions. It was just a fluke. Seeing Sonia's cute curious look, Xia Mu didn't give a detailed answer, but just said it casually. Then, he focused his attention on Mewtwo, and the meaning was obvious, that is, he wanted to release it to see. This made everyone and the Pokémon serious. Although it has been captured, it is still not entirely certain how Mewtwo will transform. Ordinary Pokémon may not be completely obedient after being captured, let alone special Pokémon like Mewtwo. Everyone can relax a little and don't be so vigilant. Even if an accident happens, I can put it into the Master Ball in the first place. Xia Mu spoke to comfort everyone and the Pokémon. Then he opened the Master Ball and freed the unconscious Mewtwo. Mewtwo emerges from the Master Ball, still unconscious. At this time, no one was faster than Mew. It was more anxious than anyone else. With concern in its eyes, it approached Mewtwo, stretched out its claws, and gently touched Mewtwo's body. A soft light emanated from its body, and this special light seemed to have healing powers, enveloping Mewtwo. In this situation, no one disturbed them and Xia Mu did not say anything to stop it. In fact, if Dream can be cured, it would be a good thing for Xia Mu, as he wouldn't have to waste money buying healing items. This behavior did not stop until Mew transferred a certain amount of power to Mewtwo and Mewtwo came out of the near-death state. For Dream, it also tried its best. The light gradually faded, making it look exhausted. But it did not give up and still insisted on using its own power to rescue Mewtwo. At this time, Miss Joy came forward and checked Mewtwo's physical condition. After a series of operations, she quickly shook her head and said, although her life is no longer in danger under the protection of the power of the Dream, there is no treatment equipment here and she still cannot be treated. She must be sent to the Pokémon Center, but it is too far to go back from here. The situation remains grim. Xia Mu just watched from the side without taking any immediate action. Others were naturally more indifferent. Even though Mewtwo has now been subdued by Natsuki, everything he did before is hateful and cannot be easily erased. Besides, the Pokémon copying had already happened and it couldn't be changed. Let me treat it. After waiting for a while, Xia Mu pretended to take out the recovery medicine from his backpack. Dreamy and Joey looked back at him in confusion, as did everyone else. Xia Mu ignored them, opened the bottle cap of the full recovery medicine, and poured the emerald green medicine inside into Mewtwo's mouth. Full recovery medicine can not only completely heal injuries, but also eliminate all abnormal conditions. Under the effect of the drug, Mewtwo's injuries recovered. Its originally intermittent breathing became steady. It was no longer in a coma. Its consciousness gradually became clearer, and finally it slowly opened its eyes. The effect of this medicine stunned everyone, especially Joey and Sonia. Joey felt as if he had seen a rare treasure. Even the medicine supplied exclusively to the Pokémon Center did not have such a good effect. Sonia was extremely surprised. She had seen too many bright spots in Xia Mu. Not only is he strong, but everything he does reveals how excellent he is. In particular, everything Xia Mu brings out is incomparable to anything on the market. If now wasn't the right time to ask, Sonia would have been unable to resist pushing Xia Mu into a corner to have a good chat. Mewtwo sat up and looked at everything around him in confusion. When it saw Mew and Natsuki, its emotions almost got out of control again. However, it did not go berserk again because it remembered everything that had happened before, but it was still unwilling to accept the reality. However, it was no use denying it, as it had already been captured by Xia Mu and had truly become his Pokémon. Even if it can choose not to obey, this fact cannot be changed, and it will only appear to be both weak and overly conceited. Revolt? Even though its strength has now returned to its peak, he feels that he has no chance of winning if he fights again. At least there is absolutely no such thing now. Just like Xia Mu said, it cannot yet fully control its own power. He thought he was the strongest, that he could do everything, and that he could replace everything. In fact, the world it sees is too small and it knows nothing. After being completely defeated, Mewtwo suddenly became enlightened. He suddenly felt that things that he didn't understand or figure out before, he now understood naturally. He looked at other humans, at the Pokémon he had copied, and finally at the original Pokémon. The atmosphere of the scene was exceptionally quiet, and Xia Mu was also looking at Mewtwo, with many emotions in his heart. He said nothing, but waited for Mewtwo to fully adjust and stand up. Eyes facing each other. It seems that you understand a lot, Xia Mu took the initiative to say. Mewtwo was silent for a moment, and used his superpowers to create a connection with Xia Mu's wave power. After feeling Xia Mu's inner heart, he nodded. My emotions made me crazy and lost my way. After what happened this time, I realized that it was all my wishful thinking. Although we are lives created by machines, we are indeed Pokémon and part of this world. Thank you, human, no. My master. After saying that, Mewtwo lowered its posture and looked at the replica Pokémon out of the corner of its eye. You call me master, and you are bowing your head like this, are you worried that I will deal with them? Xia Mu smiled. There are no obstacles in communication, and many things can be accomplished through words. It should be said that the best way to win someone over is to defeat him. Xiaomeng was stunned and smiled bitterly. Indeed, after all, they were born because of me. Without me, there would be no them. Now I can't even protect myself, let alone protect them. Yeah, Xia Mu's opinion of Mewtwo had changed a little. He could still think of these replica Pokémon at this time. Actually, I'm not as bad as you think. I don't need you to call me master unwillingly, you can call me by my name, or use any method you like. Of course, if you really want to call me master, I don't mind. In my heart, I only regard you as partners. Mewtwo was speechless. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. Just at this time, Mew came between Mewtwo and Natsuki, interrupting their communication. Mimi, it's great that you can figure it out. Mewtwo also feels sorry for Mew. He was previously blinded by anger, but now he is sober and realizes his mistake. Thank you, Dreamy. This thank you made Menghuan fly happily in the sky. Chapter 76. At dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the port of Honglian Island. After the storm, everything returned to calm. Except for the accumulation of water everywhere, it was hard to imagine the horrific scene before. Xia Mu and Sonia stood on the shore, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Because they were clearly on the new island the moment before, and appeared here the next second. And everything has changed, even a new memory has appeared in the brain. This memory seemed to overturn their previous experience, but it was also telling them that this new memory was false, and was covered over the real experience because of an irresistible external force. Xia Mu was the first to come to his senses and fumbled with the Pokeball buckle on his waist. After making sure that all his Pokémon were there, as well as the Master Ball, he breathed a sigh of relief. His wave power can connect with Pokémon in the Pokeball, and even resonate with Mewtwo in the Master Ball, and have simple conversations with him. This is the terrifying ability you and Dream have displayed together. It is unimaginable that you can achieve this level. Is it the same for me? Is it the same for others? Or, Xia Mu thought secretly in his heart, and did not continue to speak in his heart, looking at Sonia beside him. Chao Meng seemed to sense his question and responded with his superpowers, erase all traces of existence. The superpowers of Mew and Mew cover all known areas. Except for you, all memories of me will be replaced by that false memory. Sure enough. After getting the answer, Xia Mu was even more shocked. This kind of power really only exists in the real world. How could it exist in a game? God. This is the power of a first-level god. However, why did you shift the blame to me? You can read my memory. So you changed it to challenge me? Xia Mu was a little amused. This question is actually very serious and he must know. His memory is of great importance. At first I did want to read part of your memory for confirmation, but my ability was not enough, so I read recent events from most trainers. In order to make the whole thing happen more naturally. I defined the strongest Pokemon trainer as false propaganda, and then used you as the acting gym trainer to divert everyone's attention. In this way, everyone will only know that there is a powerful trainer like you in the Red Lotus Gym, and everyone will come to challenge you. Mewtwo's answer was simple and straightforward. It didn't even ask if he was willing. It must be said that Mewtwo has really screwed Xia Mu. But he has already captured Mewtwo, so he might as well take the blame. It will help improve his reputation anyway. In short, all trainers know how powerful he is, and he has become more famous. As for what the original work was like, Xia Mu didn't want to delve into it. After all, everything has changed now. Xia Mu was also very fortunate that at least his memory was not read by Mewtwo. Since Mewtwo couldn't read his memory, the first thing Xia Mu thought of was the credit of the Gold Finger Simulator, which blocked the invasion of external forces. Otherwise, as a human being, despite having the power of wave guidance, Xia Mu does not think he is special. While thinking, Xia Mu thought of Huan again. He wanted to ask about Huan's whereabouts, but he didn't ask. Just as Xia Mu was lost in thought, Sonia also came back to her senses and met Xia Mu's eyes. Xia Mu. Sonia exclaimed, as if trying to determine whether this was a dream or reality. Yeah, Xia Mu looked calm and asked tentatively. Do you remember how we got here? How did you get here? Sonia was slightly stunned, then quickly spoke. Of course I remember, Mewtwo and Mew are so powerful that they can modify memories at this level, making people feel like they are dreaming. Hearing Sonia's answer, Xia Mu sighed in his heart. I had thought that Mewtwo and Mew would also erase her related memories, but now it seems that Mewtwo and Mew have tacitly agreed that as long as there is a person or Pokemon related to him, there is no need to forcibly tamper with it. So, Sonia's situation was the same as his. Mewtwo told me that what they did to us was just adding a new memory in our minds. Unlike other people, this false memory will become a real memory to erase all traces of their existence, so remember not to let anything slip. It's better if their existence is not known to too many people. Xia Mu said. Of course I know that, don't worry, I keep my mouth shut, Sonia nodded seriously after hearing this. Just as she was about to say something, she caught a glimpse of Xiaoji, Xiaoxia, Xiaojiang, Xiaotian, Kongnan, and Hainan in the distance. They were standing quietly on the shore, admiring the sea view. As for Joey, he was not here. Xia Mu could guess without asking that he must have been sent back to the Pokemon Center by Mewtwo. They will be sent back to where they were taken from. Let's go and check on them, Xia Mu waved to Sonia. According to the process in the false memory, the group arrived at the port of Homelian Island to avoid the storm, and that's how everyone got to know each other. After communicating with Satoshi and the others, he used some clever use of language to try and find loopholes in their memories, but as expected, their memories of Mew and Mew were completely gone. Although that memory is gone, the way these people look at Xia Mu has changed. One can clearly see the excitement on their faces. They want to compete with Xia Mu. Only Xiaotian is different, because she and Xia Mu have known each other for a long time, and her purpose of coming to Homelian Island is to see whether the strongest Pokemon trainer is true or false. In the end, I came back empty-handed. After learning more about it, I realized it was fake. I was very disappointed. Xia Mu gladly accepted their challenge, but they would not fight now. Instead, they could go to the Homelian Gym to challenge him later, as long as he was there. After saying goodbye to the group temporarily, Xia Mu didn't know if he was having an illusion. When he finally met Pikachu's eyes, he felt a hint of confusion and strangeness in his eyes. Arriving at the port of Crimson Island again, Xia Mu and Sonia communicated with the trainers here calmly. Because of Xia Mu's arrival, many trainers are extremely enthusiastic. Apparently, Mewtwo has been modified too much. This feeling of being watched is probably comparable to the feeling of a superstar being surrounded. Xia Mu couldn't be disgusted and could only accept it. He took this opportunity to let everyone go to the Homelian Gym if they wanted to challenge. Anyway, he will still be in charge for the next 2 days, otherwise who will take care of this mess? After some investigation, Xia Mu and Sonia confirmed that everyone's memory had been cleared and replaced with new ones. Not just trainers, but everyone. After leaving the terminal passenger center, Xia Mu and Sonia took a walk along the harbor coast. As they walked, they looked out at the calm sea, their hearts filled with emotion. This experience became exclusive to the two of them, and only they remembered the true experience. What are you going to do next? Xia Mu. After this incident, Sonia and Xia Mu became closer. She took the initiative to ask. Xia Mu was slightly stunned, and looked at her curious baby face from the side. What do you plan to do in which aspect? Of course it's the new island. Are you planning to just leave it there? There are still the wreckage of the cloning machine on the island, even though we have destroyed it. She looked very serious and as if she was preaching, but Xia Mu found her very cute, especially under the afterglow of the setting sun, which gave her a different feeling. Seeing Xia Mu staring in a daze, Sonia's pretty face turned slightly red. Thanks to her cheerful personality, she took the initiative to say, although I know that I am very charming, it is very rude for you to keep staring at me like this. After saying this, Xia Mu was embarrassed for a moment, and then he changed the subject directly. Regarding the question you asked, you should answer it, Mewtwo. Xia Mu put the blame on Mewtwo. It can see everything in the outside world in the Master Ball, and can also use its superpowers to convey its thoughts at any time. As for letting it out, it's better not to do that now. After all, there are too many people around and God knows how much trouble it will cause once it is discovered. Especially Team Rocket. Although Mewtwo and Mew erased all traces of their existence this time, Mewtwo ignored the traces that Team Rocket created it. This led to the plot where Sakaki finds Mewtwo again in the future. Mewtwo. Sonia was suspicious. She thought Xia Mu was going to ask Mewtwo to come out and answer the question, but the next second, Mewtwo's voice appeared in her mind. It is not just the memories of humans and Pokemon that have been erased, but also some special buildings in Pokemon City. Including the cloning machine under Pokemon City and the equipment for creating Pokeballs. So even if someone goes to the new island, they will only see the ruins left in Pokemon City. Mewtwo's answer surprised Sonia, but she quickly calmed down. All in all, if this problem is solved, there will be no other problems. Actually, what we need to worry about now are the Pokemon that have been created. Their memories have not been modified. Not only do they remember everything, but they also know very little about this world. They will need to be enlightened one by one in the future. Xia Mu got to the point. So I need you to help me, are you willing? Sonia. Hearing Xia Mu's words, Sonia was slightly stunned, and then her cheeks blushed again. For some reason, this made her feel like Xia Mu was confessing his love to her. If it's just about taking care of the Pokemon, it's not impossible for me to agree to it, but I didn't agree to it just because of you. I just feel sorry for those Pokemon. Sonia used this straightforward answer to cover up her emotional changes. Xia Mu didn't really think too much about it, after all, considering that she was a researcher and was good at taking care of Pokemon. In the final analysis, it was Xia Mu who took on all the responsibilities and captured all the Pokemon. Originally, Xia Mu's plan was to let everyone share the burden. After all, it would be very difficult to take care of so many Pokemon, and training them one by one would also be a huge expense. But there is no way, because Mewtwo and Mew must erase all traces of their existence. Now, Xia Mu is going to go to the Pokémon Center and contact her family after making sure Miss Joy is safe. Because there were more than 6 Pokémon captured, they were all teleported back to their own Pokémon transporter. Now my mother must be very busy taking care of those Pokémon. One thing worth mentioning is that after Mewtwo is captured by the Master Ball, it is not counted in the number of 6. This also means that Xia Mu can carry 7 Pokémon. As for the 6th Pokémon, Xia Mu chose Charizard without hesitation. As for those 3 starter Pokémons, I don't know how Mewtwo was created, but their data in all aspects are top-notch. After chatting with Sonia for a few more words, Xia Mu summoned Arcanine and jumped up, then stretched out his hand to Sonia again. Having ridden a windy dog once, Sonia no longer felt shy about the action being too intimate, and naturally accepted Xia Mu's invitation and sat on the back of the windy dog. The wide back and furry mane give people a warm feeling. Sonia was enjoying the comfort brought by the wind-speed dog, while Xia Mu was sniffing the fragrance of Sonia. The refreshing smell made him feel relaxed and happy, and even made his heart beat faster. While the wind-speed dog was galloping, because there was no wind or rain, the two bodies were close to each other and they could feel each other better. Arriving at the Pokémon Center in Honglian City, Xia Mu reluctantly got off the body of Windy Dog. Sonia's face was already red at this time, like a ripe apple, which made her even more attractive. Xia Mu thought it was very interesting to tease Sonia. In the original book, she was older and therefore much more mature, and she would not act like a little girl all the time. Sonia is now the same age as Xia Mu, just turned 18, so she is still very young. This sweet and sour taste is like first love. Come down, go meet Miss Joy, and then we'll go back to the Red Lotus Gym, Xia Mu urged Sonia to help her divert her attention. Sonia glared at Xia Mu coquettishly, then got off the windy dog. The two entered the Pokémon Center, where quite a few people had already gathered, some from the Alliance and most of them trainers. As for the modification of the disappearance, just as Mewtwo said, it modified Miss Joy's memory to show that she stayed in the wild for a period of time and rescued Pokémon in the wild, so people who didn't know thought she was missing. After making sure that no accidents had occurred, Xia Mu took Sonia back to the Honglian Gym in Honglian Town. Back at the Honglian Gym, Xia Bo and Dr. Mulan already knew what happened at Honglian Port. Xia Mu and Sonia were also very curious about the changes in their memories. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief after learning that their memory changes were the same as everyone else's. In fact, it was inevitable that Xia Mu breathed a sigh of relief, which also meant that the matter had come to an end. Although many details need to be confirmed and processed, the problem is not serious. Sonia breathed a sigh of relief, and she herself didn't even know why she felt that way. Chapter 77. Xia Mu sat alone under the eaves leading to the courtyard, daydreaming. During the meal, Xia Mu and Sonia talked for a long time with Xia Bo and Dr. Mulan, and finally they were able to get rid of the entanglement and nagging of the two elders. Then Sonia accompanied Dr. Mulan back to the hotel to rest, while Xia Mu chatted with Xia Bo for a while before returning to his room to wash up. It should be said that this time, the scope of the modifications made by Mewtwo and Mew was too wide, and there were indeed no loopholes left. Although there will be some minor errors in the details, which may make smart people feel strange, it is absolutely impossible to restore the original memory even with the help of the superpowers of psychic Pokémon. Xia Mu asked Gardevoir to operate on this point. You should know that Gardevoir is at least level 47, which is considered the elite level of the league. If she can't do it, it means that even if her level is 10 or 20 levels higher, she will definitely not be able to do it. At the very least, it had to be at the same level as Mewtwo, and it had to have absolutely special abilities that could just awaken real memories. All in all, everything is now under control and no accidents have occurred. The whole thing ends here. The conclusion drawn from communicating with Xia Bo is that since the matter of the strongest Pokémon trainer has been defined as false propaganda and hype, no matter who is behind it, we should just let it go. At least for Crimson Island, the arrival of thousands of trainers has driven a wave of economic development. After all, for a trainer, once he has come, he can't just leave. Moreover, after losing to Natsuki, many trainers have spread the word, and it has gradually evolved into a situation where Natsuki, the acting gym trainer, is the so-called strongest Pokémon trainer. Xia Bo was very glad that he pushed Xia Mu to be the acting gym trainer. Not only did it allow Xia Mu to step onto the stage and become known by many people, but this wave of free publicity also helped Xia Mu accumulate reputation. As long as Xia Mu has enough strength, he will have the hope of becoming a superstar in the future. As for becoming the champion of the Kanto region, Xia Bo didn't expect it, nor did he have such high expectations. Tgthegood, who had the greatest hope of taking this position in recent years, for example, but he only became the Dragon King. Although many people falsely claim that he is the Kanto champion because he won the Chengdu Regional Championship last year, in fact, he is only acting as the champion. The difficulty of becoming the champion of Kanto is unimaginable. After all, the 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto region are either champions or have strength comparable to that of champions. In response to Xia Mu's request, Xia Mu will stay in the Honglian Gym for the next few days. Because this storm will not dissipate easily, and in the process, the Red Lotus Gym will surely be crowded with people. Things have come to this point, Xia Mu had expected it and was prepared, so he would not refute it. After all, he knew what the inside story was. I just hope Sonia doesn't let anything slip when Milan asks her privately after she returns. By the way, during the break, Xia Mu called his mother Mu Xiuli. In fact, after returning home, Mom and Dad saw so many Pokeballs, so they took the initiative to contact him through the social software on their mobile phones and asked him how he captured so many Pokemon. It is very complicated to explain this kind of thing with short text or voice, so I just made a phone call to explain the reason and let my mom and dad feel at ease. The reason was simple. A catastrophic storm that was rare in a century broke out on Honglian Island. When he was on the island, he encountered a group of trapped Pokemon. In order to protect them from natural disasters, he captured them all. Frankly speaking, this reason is far-fetched, but Mewtwo's ability to modify memory is indeed powerful, and my mom and dad trust him 100, so whatever he says is what it is. After temporarily solving the problem of the replica Pokemon, Xia Mu talked to his mother about some of his experiences on Crimson Lotus Island. In fact, Dad and Mom who were in Yuandao had already learned a lot of information, especially knowing that Xia Mu had made a name for himself as a gym trainer. They praised Xia Mu a lot, even making him feel embarrassed. After running out of things to say, Xia Mu said he would be home in 2 or 3 days and then hung up the phone. Look up at the night sky. The sky was clear after the storm, without a single cloud covering it. One could clearly see the stars, which were inlaid on it like bright gems, dazzling and eye-catching. The Pokemon world, not to mention the environment, just the starry sky is far from comparable to the world of Xia Mu's previous life. In the world of the previous life, due to various pollutions or other reasons, this kind of scene could not be seen unless in remote rural mountainous areas. Xia Mu still remembers that it was only when he was a child in his previous life that he could look up and see such a beautiful starry sky. You seem to be in a low mood. Mewtwo's voice suddenly rang in his mind, and Xia Mu was slightly startled. I remembered some past events, so I felt a little emotional. Xia Mu stood up, walked to the table, and took out the Master Ball from the belt buckle. After releasing Mewtwo, Xia Mu was not worried at all that it would backfire. After defeating it completely, Mewtwo was willing to recognize him as his master, accept him, and follow him to experience various things in this world. Although the intimacy is very low, it is only 90 points because Xia Mu properly placed the replica Pokemon, but it is a good start. Thinking back to Mewtwo a few hours ago, he was so arrogant. Compared to now, the gap is too big. Aren't you afraid that I'll be discovered by others? Mewtwo was a little surprised why Xia Mu suddenly released it. What is there to be afraid of? Your traces have been erased. Even if someone sees you, you don't have to feel any psychological burden. After all, there are more than 1,000 kinds of Pokemon in this world. And there are countless Pokemon that have never been seen. It's not surprising to see you as one more. Xia Mu's joke made Mewtwo let down his guard. But Xiao Meng was still very surprised. Aren't you worried that I will take this opportunity to kill you and then run away? Xia Mu heard this and shook his head. You won't, otherwise we wouldn't be here now, Xia Mu said as he took out other high-level balls and released Lucario, Windy Hound, Beedrill, Red Gyarados, Gardevoir, and Charizard. After Lucario, Arcanine, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados came out, they immediately came to Xia Mu's side, and even Gardevoir took the initiative to come over. Obviously, this incident made Gardevoir more aware of what kind of person its master Natsuki was. Although she was only staying in the advanced ball to observe the situation outside, she was a psychic-type Pokemon, so she could observe more. Charizard, because of Mewtwo, was somewhat restrained and did not dare to do anything drastic. After all, Mewtwo was the one who created its existence. Even though they are all Natsuki's Pokemon now, Mewtwo still brings it a lot of pressure. Xia Mu quickly took out the space backpack, took out the exclusive energy cubes from the backpack, and also bought energy cubes for Mewtwo and Charizard. For him, this is also one of the few ways to promote relationships. With Xia Mu's deliberate matchmaking, Charizard was able to integrate into this small group. Although he was still very restrained, he was extremely excited to see that he was not excluded and that his master Xia Mu cared about his feelings very much. His intimacy with Xia Mu increased rapidly to more than 100 points. There was not much time to check it before, so Xia Mu took this opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis of Charizard's information panel. Charizard. LV, 55. Gender, male. Attributes, fire, flying. Character, impatient. Feature, fierce fire. When physical strength decreases, the power of fire attribute moves will increase. Skills, grab, shout, sparks, smoke, hot wind, dragon claw, dragon breath, flame fang, split, jet of flame, horrible face, flame vortex, fiery abyss, big word explosion, fly, throw on the earth, air blade, sunny day, dragon dance. Intimacy, 120. Encourage each other. Emotion, joy. This master is not bad. Charizard individual value. Physical strength, 31 best. Special attack, 31 the best. Special defense, 20 pretty good. Attack, 11 average. Defense, 5 average. Speed, 31 best. Overall evaluation, amazing ability. Effort value, physical strength 0 inch, physical attack 0, physical defense 0, special attack 0, special defense 0, speed 0. Speed dragon, special attacker, full skills. 3v individual. What Xia Mu lacks at this moment is undoubtedly this type of thing. In fact, at the beginning, Xia Mu thought that this Charizard was a physical attacker. After all, the skills it uses in the original animation are all physical attacks. It is conceivable that Mewtwo did not realize what kind of fighting style Charizard is suitable for, and gave random commands. He also complained that Charizard, Bulbasaur, and Blastoise were not strong enough and wanted to strengthen them again. In fact, it's not that they are weak, but that they have not shown their strengths. Looking at Mewtwo again, Mewtwo's attribute panel came into view. Mewtwo. LV, 85 LV. Gender, no gender. Attribute, super power. Character, timid. Characteristics, sense of oppression. Skills, immobilization, telekinesis, high-speed star, life drop, primal power, psychic blade, mysterious guardian, instant amnesia, wave missile, psychic power, power exchange, defense exchange, white mist, psychic break, self-regeneration. Intimacy, 80 initial trust building. Emotion, calm. I want to take a good look at this world. Mewtwo individual value. Physical strength, 10 average. Special attack, 31 best. Special defense, 31 best. Attack, 10 average. Defense, 10 average. Effort value, physical strength 0 inch, physical attack 0, physical defense 0, special attack 15, special defense 20, speed 30. Xia Mu didn't express anything, but made some calculations and plans in his mind. What I am thinking about is how to train these two more deeply. Charizard is easy to deal with. This guy is indeed worth training. Moreover, the intimacy increases so quickly. If we don't make it stronger, it will be a shame for its trust in us so quickly. As for Mewtwo, we'll talk about it later. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is already the next morning. Because he needed to stay in the gym, Xia Mu got up early, washed up and had a simple breakfast, then strolled around the gym, waiting for challengers to come. Compared to before yesterday, Xia Mu has a clearer understanding of his own strength. At this moment, even without Lucario, Arcanine, Beedrill, and Red Gyarados, he could defeat all challengers with just Gardevoir and Charizard. Even if one or two challengers suddenly appear with level 50 Pokémon, that's all. Level 50 is already a very high level of strength for ordinary elite trainers. But for him, level 50 has become the starting level. What made Xia Mu very happy was that Sonia knew that he was alone in the gym, so she once again took the initiative to come and accompany him. The relationship between the two became closer and closer, and in a short period of time they had gone beyond the scope of ordinary friends. Even if they are not boyfriend and girlfriend, they are close enough. Many actions, such as hugging and cuddling, were done passively when riding on Arcanine. In short, when Xia Mu came into contact with Sonia, he felt free of psychological burden and was much more natural. In just one morning, Xia Mu accepted challenges from more than 20 challengers. Without exception, these trainers were brutally defeated by Xia Mu. According to Xia Bo's suggestion, 1 or 2 badges should be given out appropriately. But Xia Mu really couldn't find a suitable challenger. Not only are these 20 or so trainers very weak, but some of them have even come to challenge us 2 days ago, and they just changed a Pokémon. Xia Mu could only hope that the next trainer would be better. Otherwise it would be too boring. During the lunch break, Xia Mu, at the suggestion of Xia Bo and Mulan, took Sonia to the shopping mall in Hongnian City for lunch. After all, since coming to Honglian Island, I have been busy dealing with things, and now I have to stay in the gym, so I have no time to take Sonia for a walk. The two elders obviously had selfish motives, especially when Mulan mentioned that she would be going back to Yuandao the day after tomorrow to start new work. Sonia needed to help Mulan with some things, so she had to go back with her. As for the next trip, we will have to wait until these research materials are compared. In fact, this was exactly what Xia Mu wanted. He also planned to go back to Round Island in 2 days to deal with the matter of the replica Pokémon. This matter had also been agreed upon with Sonia. As for going to the Lantern Mountain on the island of Gathering to look for molters, I planned to do that later. After taming molters, he went out traveling, obtained the badge of the Kanto region, and participated in the Quartz Conference. 1 month should be more than enough. Walking on the streets of Honglian town, Xia Mu did not call out arcane immediately, but walked shoulder to shoulder with Sonia, chatting intermittently. Sonia was holding Lai Dian Wang in her arms. She was only wearing a green vest on her upper body and tight pants on her lower body, so her figure was perfectly highlighted. Chapter 78. Frankly speaking, at this point, Xia Mu couldn't hold back any longer and was about to act like a hooligan. However, Xia Mu used all his strength to use the power of the waves to suppress the rising fire, thus preventing Sonia from noticing anything unusual. Of course there is an effect, it's like a sudden cool breeze flowing through when it's hot, which allows you to keep your heart and calm down. Of course, Xia Mu never thought of another possibility, that is, Sonia had already noticed it, but she just didn't say it out loud. The two of them strolled around in a large shopping mall in Honglian City for a while, and then Xia Mu found a barbecue restaurant and took Sonia to taste the local-style barbecue. For Xia Mu, this was actually the first time he had such a relaxing time out for fun after traveling through time. In his previous life, the pressure of life made it difficult for him to breathe. Now that he has traveled to the Pokémon world, although he still faces pressure from all aspects, at least he is no longer as miserable as in his previous life. After eating the barbecue, Xia Mu took Sonia shopping for a long time, during which time they bought 2 cups of milk tea and many snacks. Xia Mu had been in love in his previous life, but he did not delve deeply into the subject, so he could not think of many ways to bring people closer together. Although he had all kinds of fantasies in his mind, they were not suitable for him to put into practice. It was not until after 1 o'clock in the afternoon that Xia Mu took Sonia back on Arcanine again. They were no longer in a state of having nothing to say along the way, but actively sought out topics to talk about, which allowed them to get to know each other better. In fact, Xia Mu's personality and Sonia's personality are somewhat complementary, and their values are also very similar. Otherwise, no matter how intimate their actions are or how many things they experience, they will not be able to talk to each other. When we returned to the Honglian gym, there were already quite a few people gathered in front of the gym. Unlike the morning, there were more people coming in the afternoon, and Xia Mu even saw a few familiar figures among them. Xiaoji, Xiaojiang, Xiaoxia, Xiaotian, Ali, Kongnan, Hainan. When we said goodbye yesterday, they did say they wanted to come and challenge me, but I didn't expect that they would actually come. Xia Mu and Sonia got off the back of the windy dog one after another, with smiles on their faces. Although everyone's memories have been changed, the memories remaining in Xia Mu and Sonia's minds make the two feel more familiar with Xiaoji and his crew, as well as Sora and Ami. After all, they experienced the Mewtwo incident together. As for Xiaotian and Ali, they met each other when they were in Yuandao and came to Honglian Island together. Because of Natsuki's return, many trainers rushed over, including some who had fought against Natsuki before. After Xia Mu calmed everyone's emotions one by one, he communicated with the black-clad security guards of the Honglian gym, confirmed the details of the battle, and asked them to prepare. During this process, Xia Mu had the opportunity to come in front of Xiaoji and his group. At this time, Sonia had already talked to them. Obviously, after experiencing the incident with Mewtwo, she had a special liking for Xiaoji and his crew. In Xia Mu's opinion, this might be due to the protagonist's halo. Although many plots have been changed because of his arrival, the luck surrounding Xiaoji will not disappear easily. This is just the beginning. Brother Xia Mu, we meet again. I didn't expect that there would be so many people queuing up to challenge the gym today. Hearing this, Xia Mu said naturally, yeah, I thought you wouldn't come. Hee, how could that be? I really want to have a battle with Brother Xia Mu. If I miss it, this trip will be in vain. Although I have already obtained the Crimson Badge of the Red Lotus Gym, I still want to challenge you. Xiaoji clenched his fists and said confidently. This kind of performance is really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Coupled with Pikachu's eager look, he is indeed full of momentum. Misty and Brock were a little helpless, but they had to admit that it was because of Satoshi's drive that they were willing to travel with him. I have to say, the protagonist is the protagonist, and Xiaoji's behavior resonated with some people around him. I understand, but you have to wait a moment, everyone should go in first come first served, after all, I can't let you cut in line just because I know you. Xia Mu kept smiling, and then greeted Xiao Tian and Ali next to him. They were not here to challenge, but just to watch the fun. It was definitely lively at that time, especially when Xia Mu and Sonia came back riding Arcanine together in ambiguous postures, they were definitely a couple. Ali didn't think there was anything wrong, but Xiao Tian felt a little uncomfortable. Although she is not yet an adult, she is a 16-year-old girl. She is mentally mature enough. It is impossible for her to say that she has no feelings for Xia Mu. The feeling of being intercepted made her feel uncomfortable. It was obviously she who got to know Xia Mu first, but Sonia and Xia Mu became so close so quickly. After greeting Ali and Xiao Tian, Xia Mu nodded to Kong Nan and Hai Nan. Xia Mu actually knew their strength very well through the Mewtwo incident. Although they all have crimson badges, they are not here for the badges. Because I want nothing more than to fight against a stronger trainer. The more of their kind there are, the stronger they are. Under Xia Mu's arrangement, this time is different from the previous challenges, and they are not put in one by one. Xia Mu plans to let all the challengers enter the battle venue together to watch the battle. Since we have to challenge him anyway, we might as well just do it in an open and honest way. It also allows everyone to clearly see his strength. The reason for holding this kind of open tournament is to shut up some trolls. While having lunch in Honglian City at noon, Xia Mu and Sonia heard a lot of gossip. Many people questioned the strength of Xia Mu, the acting trainer of the Red Lotus Gym. Because the challenge mode is one-to-one and not open to the public, only one person can enter, and then the next person can enter after that person finishes the fight. In short, it is to criticize possible behind-the-scenes operations and cheating. I have to say that after hearing these people's sharp analysis, Xia Mu also felt that it made sense. Therefore, this way of fighting is more or less influenced by those trolls. In fact, Xia Mu also guessed that the reason why Xia Bo made such arrangements was probably because he was afraid that he was not strong enough, or that the gym would be swarmed by trainers and cause a big incident, so he used this half-hidden fighting method, one by one. Even if you lose badly, you can still do public relations to maintain it later. A group of dozens of people, led by Xia Mu and the black-clad security guards, walked into the gym one by one. Then, under the registration of the gym administrator, they lined up one by one and sat in the audience area. As the gym challenge started in the afternoon, with the mode being different, Xia Bo also took the time to come and watch. But no one knows where he is. The rules remain the same, one-on-one, if you win you take the badge, if you lose you leave on your own. The one who opened the match was an elite trainer with impressive abilities. Xia Mu remembered him as one of the masters who had come to challenge him 2 days ago. Seeing how confident he was this time, it was obvious that he had been prepared. Facts have proved that he should have collected enough information. Seeing Xia Mu sent out the Psychic-type Gardevoir, he sent out the level 43 Gyarados. Use the Insect-type Gyarados to fight an attribute restraint battle. Although it does have an advantage in attributes, it does not mean that you will definitely win. On the other side, Xinjia said solemnly, "Of course I dare not be careless, after all, my opponent is you. In my lifetime, I have never met a gym trainer who can beat me so badly, so this time, I must get back at him." After that, Xinjia raised his hand and commanded Gyarados to attack. "Go ahead, Gyarados, get close, use the cross scissors." Knock, knock. Gyarados let out a rough cry, and then rushed forward with brute force. It does look scary, especially since Gyarados' appearance is creepy to begin with, and its unusual characteristics allow it to attack without being affected by its opponent's characteristics, allowing it to use its moves against the opponent. Gyarados was extremely fast, and Xia Mu could be sure that this Gyarados had excellent training in speed. "Although I really don't want to attack you, if I turn a blind eye to your blatant attack, I would be too lenient." Gardevoir, Magic Flame, Xia Mu showed no mercy. "Even though this is the second time I have challenged him, and even though his strength is quite good, I can consider sending him a badge. But if he can't show a battle that will impress him, then I will never give him this badge." Although the power of the Magic Flame is only average, it is undoubtedly an absolute restraint for the Insect-type Gyarados. The most crucial thing is that there is a level difference of 4 levels, plus the absolute crushing of special attack and the weakness of Gyarados' special defense. If this move hits, it can kill instantly. What? Your Gardevoir can also use fire-based moves. The information he had previously investigated only mentioned that Gardevoir's psychic abilities were extremely powerful, and the moves used by Gardevoir were all moves related to psychic abilities. He had never expected that Gardevoir would have fire-related skills. As soon as Xia Mu heard Xinjia's words, he knew that although this boy had some ability, he was a stubborn person. Now that he has investigated the Pokémon in his possession, he should go online to check what moves Gardevoir can learn. In the Pokémon database on the official website of the league, there is a mention of what moves Pokémon can learn. Although it is not comprehensive and many moves are still unknown, the record for Gardevoir states that Gardevoir can learn fire, electric, grass, and even ice-type skills. Under the sweep of the magic flames, Gyarados was hit before he could get close and flew backwards. Contrary to Xia Mu's expectations, Gyarados did not lose his fighting ability immediately, but stood firm. But it was just a spent force. Xia Mu gave another order, and Gardevoir fired another wave of missiles, killing Gyarados. Wave Missile, this was not something that Xia Mu bought the skill learning device for Gardevoir to learn, but something that Gardevoir learned from Lucario. It was an unexpected surprise. Gyarados is incapable of fighting, and the gym trainer wins. Please ask contestant Xinjia to leave the stage. The next challenger, contestant Sanyang, please come on stage. Under the decision of the black-clad referee, Xinjia tasted defeat again. In a Pokémon battle, victory is not determined by just considering attributes. In addition to attributes, the outcome of the battle is also affected by level, use of moves, tactical coordination, etc. With a reckless attack like you just now, even if you can win by relying on attributes, your Gyarados will be severely damaged. So next time when you use Gyarados, remember not to attack so directly, and use some tactics. Xia Mu advised Xinjia. Although Xia Mu himself has many shortcomings, as the winner he has defeated his opponent, so he has the qualifications to say these words. If he were Gyarados' trainer, he would at least make Gardevoir pay the price. Thank you for your advice. Xinjia's face turned pale. After taking back Gyarados, he left without looking back. At the age of 13 or 14, children are at their most rebellious stage. They are too self-centered and will not listen to much. Watching Xinjia leave, Xia Mu's attention was focused on the second challenger. Do you want to replace Pokémon? Or continue to use Gardevoir? Natsuki nodded. Go ahead, send out your Pokémon. After hearing Xia Mu's words, Sanyang grinned, as if it was exactly what he wanted. That's good, go ahead, Haunter. The Ghost-type Haunter is level 39, which is pretty good, but it's a pity that he's not Gengar. No wonder he is not afraid of Gardevoir and has an attitude of, I will definitely win. Compared to the challengers in the morning, the challengers in the afternoon are indeed of better quality. Let me see your skills. Xia Mu did not take the initiative to attack, and once again gave the right to attack first to the challenger. What I've been asking for. Haunter, Wave of Evil. I saw its two illusory ghost hands moving closer together, and dark purple halos gathered into a circle, and then it shot out with a blast, heading straight for Gardevoir. This attack was quite powerful. Take this move, Wave Missile. Xia Mu responded quickly without hesitation. For Gardevoir, who is trained as a special attacker, there is no need to be afraid of Bow at all. Even though the effort value hasn't been increased yet, given the current level gap, what's there to be afraid of even if the attributes are restrained? Moreover, the skills of moves can have a counter-restraint effect. There was a loud bang. The Wave Missile and the Evil Wave exploded due to the impact of force, cancelling each other out. At the same time, something unexpected happened to everyone. Haunter suddenly appeared behind Gardevoir, and like a sneak attack, it fired a shot with great effect. It was because Gardevoir's superpower sensed something and avoided the vital points first, so it was not hit hard. However, this time he did get hurt, which surprised Xia Mu a little. His eyes paused for a moment at Haunter's skill list, and he knew what this move was. He praised, not bad. In the gap between the explosions just now, Haunter used the surprise attack move, which really caught me off guard. Chapter 79. This has just begun. Sanyang muttered proudly, and then once again commanded his Haunter to attack. Dark-type moves are indeed doubly effective against Psychic-type moves. However, having suffered a loss once, Xia Mu would not suffer a second time. After asking about Gardevoir's situation, Xia Mu entered the real battle mode after receiving her answer full of fighting spirit. He could play with ordinary trainers, but when he met trainers who were good at tactics and had high strength, Xia Mu would naturally become serious. As time goes by, the battle between Gardevoir and Haunter continues. The intensity of this battle has reached a new level, leaving most of the spectators stunned and unbelievable. Especially the trainers who are familiar with Sanyang admire his superb methods and meticulous mind. But even so, Xia Mu still handled it with ease. Gardevoir's strength is indeed far superior to Haunter. They are not at the same level. Gardevoir is level 47, while Haunter is only level 39. If it weren't for Sanyang's superb command ability, Haunter would have been defeated by Xia Mu long ago. It's a pity that your Haunter is not at a high enough level and has insufficient damage. If you could train it better, or let it evolve into Gengar, maybe you could win. However, your tactics are too dark. Although they are suitable for Ghost-type Pokemon cannot rely solely on sneak attacks and clever tricks to win. You can dig deeper into the power of Ghost-type Pokemon. Xia Mu gave him an evaluation. While it is a compliment, it actually also has some derogatory meaning. This Sanyang is indeed not weak. At least he is very good at commanding the Ghost-type Haunter. It is obvious that he can use his sneak attack style very smoothly. In the past, many trainers must have suffered at his hands. Don't be so proud. We have only cracked the surprise attack and the Black Diver surprise attack. Don't preach to me, the battle is not over yet. Sanyang did not listen to Xia Mu's advice, because Haunter was unable to take down Gardevoir quickly, which made him even more anxious. Yes, his tactics were discovered and his tried-and-tested moves became ineffective. This meant that if he wanted to use this set of moves to fight again in the future, it would at least be ineffective against the people present. A surprise attack can be blocked by guarding or by using a substitute. During the combat experiment, Xia Mu even discovered that the teleportation technique can also anticipate the launch of a surprise attack and teleport in advance to avoid it. However, he has not had time to try other auxiliary skills. However, Xia Mu believes that although the surprise attack skill has become a pure sneak attack in the real world, its fundamental nature has not changed. For example, if the opponent uses non-offensive moves, the surprise attack will be invalid. Now, Gardevoir can use teleportation to dodge, which is equivalent to the surprise attack being invalid. But the real world is the real world after all, and skills have changed to some extent. For example, teleportation is no longer a skill to escape from battle, but a skill to move and dodge within a certain range. If you say that using a certain skill during a battle can allow you to directly escape from the battle, currently Xia Mu only knows that the rapid return is the same as in a game and there is no change. After using rapid return, the Pokemon automatically returns to the Pokeball. As for the sneak attack, it is easier to crack. In the game, you can either use a substitute to resist, or use the sneak attack to break it. Of course, speed is very important. For example, when using stealth attacks at the same time, the faster side will attack first, and the side that attacks later can attack the side that attacked first. After all, stealth attack is a tactic of launching a sneak attack while hiding. Once you expose yourself, you will become the target of the latter. Gardevoir doesn't know the move of stealth attack, so Xia Mu's only way to crack it for now is to use a stand. However, although the use of the stand skill does not have any restrictions on HP value like in the game, it will also consume a lot of physical strength. In fact, Xia Mu has a lot of skills in his mind about how to break the hiding in the first round and attack in the second round. For example, what would happen if the real-world flying skill and the sneak attack collided? Let's stop here. You were the one attacking before, now it's my turn. I have completely seen through your fighting methods, Gardevoir, Power of the Moon. With Xia Mu's order, he no longer gave Sanyang any chance. The Power of the Moon, a special attack skill that is not exclusive to the fairy type. Although the damage to ghost type is only average, and even the damage to poison type is halved, but due to the level suppression and the previous consumption, this move is enough to kill Haunter instantly. As for a move like Moon Power, not to mention ordinary trainers, even experienced trainers have never heard of it, let alone seen it. The fairy type has not yet been officially recognized by the whole country and determined as a new attribute in this era. After all, the fairy system is too special. Most of their moves are exclusive skills. Currently, only some regional alliances have established fairy system investigation teams. For example, there is research on fairy-related subjects in the Galar region. Inside a secret room, Xia Bo watched Xia Mu and Gardevoir fighting on the arena and shook his head helplessly. Although he had already signaled to Xia Mu to show some mercy and send out some badges, Xia Mu also agreed, but up to now, that is, 2 badges had been sent out yesterday. Moreover, the gift of these 2 badges was very far-fetched. Even though the 2 trainers were very excited to get the badges, it was no different from alms in the final analysis. Although this kid acts calmly, he is still too aggressive. I wonder if he can give out a few more badges this afternoon, Xia Bo said to himself, and then looked at Mulan who was staring at Gardevoir closely. What's wrong, old lady? Xia Bo addressed her affectionately, as if he was addressing his old wife. Mulan heard his question and glanced at him sideways. She didn't mind the address and just said to herself, I wonder if you have heard of the Fairy Association that was established in the academic community recently. Fairy Association? Xia Bo was slightly stunned, then shook his head. I haven't heard of this. There shouldn't be such an association in the Kanto region. Is this a new organization established in your Galar region? Mulan nodded solemnly. Not only in the Galar region, but also in the Kalos region, the Hoenn region, etc. There are research laboratories established by these academic organizations. Needless to say, the purpose is to study whether Pokémon has an 18th attribute. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. You mean, new properties have been discovered, and there is sufficient evidence, and they are now being investigated in practice? Xia Mu asked in shock. Mulan pushed up her glasses and continued, yes, in fact, one of the reasons I came to the Kanto region this time was to study the Pokémon in the Kanto region and find out if there are any traces of fairy-type Pokémon. Xia Mu surprised me. The moon power that Gardevoir just performed has been officially defined as a fairy-type skill, which is beyond the scope of the psychic type. What did you say? Gardevoir has fairy attributes? He had never seen the moon power move before and was wondering what kind of new move it was. Now he knew some special information. Whether Gardevoir has fairy-type attributes requires further investigation. But how did Xia Mu know about the power of the moon? Could it be that Gardevoir learned this trick by itself, and then told Xia Mu with its psychic telepathy? Mulan was puzzled. Gardevoir in the Hoenn region, as a psychic-type Pokémon, is also linked to the fairy-type. As Mulan finished speaking, Xia Mu on the side was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. If the fairy type is officially listed as the 18th attribute, it means that the balance of the past is likely to be broken. Haunter lost his ability to fight and Sanyang was eliminated. Although he is strong enough for Xia Mu to give him the Crimson Badge, this guy is too conceited and very cruel to his own Pokémon. Especially after he took back Haunter, the disgusted look on his face and the critical words he used were obviously punishing Haunter for losing the battle. It is too bad to blame Pokémon without considering whether there is something wrong with oneself. Even if he had some strength, Xia Mu would not look him in the face. If he wasn't currently acting as a gym trainer, I really wouldn't be able to help but teach him a lesson, to teach him how to treat his Pokémon, and how to recognize what a scumbag he is. Next, there were 3 more competitions. The opponents' levels are not high, one is only level 29, one is level 31, and the other is level 35. Xia Mu still used Gardevoir. After all, after continuous battles, the experience points had reached the edge of upgrading. It would be a pity if he replaced it at this time. After many experiences, Xia Mu has a clear understanding of the estimation of upgrade experience points. Gardevoir also successfully reached level 48. At this point, Xia Mu took her back into the advanced ball, allowing her to rest first so that she could prepare for the next battle. Just as Xia Mu had planned at the beginning, if possible, he did not intend to send out any Pokémon other than Gardevoir and Charizard. Allocate resources most reasonably to the Pokémon that need them most, so that the alliance coins required for training will be appropriately reduced. The next challenger, Xiaoji, please step onto the battle stage. Following the order from the black-clad referee, Xiaoji, who had been waiting in the audience for a long time, jumped up excitedly. It's finally my turn, I can hardly hold it any longer. Pikachu. Pikachu was also excited and eager to try. It should be said that at this time Pikachu and Xiaoji have reached the point of mutual understanding, so both sides can convey their emotions to each other. You must be careful, Xiaoji, Brother Natsuki is extremely powerful. Moreover, Brother Natsuki has taken Gardevoir back. So the next Pokémon you will face will definitely be other Pokémon, and you will not have the advantage in terms of physical strength. Xiao Zhang reminded. I know, don't worry, Pikachu and I won't lose to any opponent, and don't forget, Xia Mu was defeated by me, I got the Crimson Badge a long time ago, hehe. Xiaoji has not yet realized the difference in strength, and is still showing off that he has obtained the Crimson Badge. Your badge is a bit exaggerated, you'd better remember Xiao Zhang's reminder, and the information we gave you before, you remember it, right? Don't let Pikachu go up against any opponent. Okay, I get it, you're really nagging, Misty. Satoshi perfunctorily ran down the auditorium with Pikachu, which made Misty very angry. When passing by the location of Kongnan, Hainan, Xiaotian and Ali, since they all knew each other, they all gave Xiaoji verbal encouragement. This made Xiaoji even more excited, and he believed that he could win no matter what kind of opponent he faced. Arriving on the stage, Xiaoji and Xia Mu faced each other. It's finally your turn, Xiaoji, you've been waiting for a long time, Xia Mu said with a smile, but his eyes were focused on Pikachu. I actually paid attention to it before, but I didn't pay too much attention to it. Now looking back, Pikachu's level is not low. At least this level is considered a small elite level. It's a pity that the current training of this Pikachu can only be considered average, and it has not learned many skills, such as Iron Tail. Pikachu. LV, 38. Gender, male. Attribute, electrical. Character, timid. Features, static electricity. The body carries static electricity, which sometimes paralyzes the opponent it touches. Skills: rubbing cheeks, flash of lightning, wagging tail, electric shock, barking, electromagnetic waves, shadow clone, high-speed movement, 100,000 volts, thunder. I just don't know if Xiaoji will use Pikachu. If so, Xia Mu would like to see if Pikachu can create a miracle for him. Hee hee. Brother Xia Mu, send out your Pokémon, Pikachu, and I can't wait. Xiaoji's words made it clear that he wanted to use Pikachu to fight. After getting this answer, Xia Mu no longer hesitated. In that case, you must be prepared, go, Charizard. As the advanced ball flew out of his hand, Charizard appeared and let out a loud roar. Is it really Charizard? Pikachu, it's decided to be you. Pikachu. Pikachu called out, leaping forward into the battle arena, ready to fight. Many people were shocked by this game, but some were also enlightened. In the battle between Charizard and Pikachu, although Electric can only be said to be an ordinary Pokémon, Electra is an Electric-type Pokémon, which restrains Charizard's Flying-type Pokémon. If the level is high enough, it is not impossible to defeat Charizard. Especially before, some people heard that Xiaoji had obtained the Crimson Badge. Although it was not obtained from Xia Mu, it also made people somewhat look forward to how strong he is. Chapter 80. In the audience. At this moment, Xiaojiang and Xiaoxia frowned tightly, stared at the game on the ring, and began to comment on the confrontation between Pikachu and Charizard. Although if I were Satoshi, I would also use Pikachu to fight, but the level of this Charizard is obviously much higher than Pikachu. This battle will be difficult. Despite its attribute advantage in Pikachu's fast speed, it may not be able to gain an advantage over Charizard. Brock said. Misty nodded and agreed, if we want to win, it all depends on how Ash uses the electric type to restrain the flying type, although I don't think Ash and Pikachu can win. Let's see how he responds. I have a feeling that Xiaoji will be hit hard this time. Xiaojiang felt a little reluctant. He asked for it himself, he insisted on challenging it even though he had already obtained the Crimson Badge. It's just that things have been going too smoothly for him recently and he's become arrogant. Xiaoxia's evaluation was very accurate. I had only been traveling for a few months, and not only had I earned 8 badges, I had also qualified to attend the court's conference. It was impossible not to be proud. In the corner of the audience, 2 people dressed up and a cat dressed as a human were sitting quietly. There is no doubt that they are Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth. Strange, I always feel like something went wrong, as if I have lost some important memory. Can this guy named Xia Mu really show us a way out? Kojiro said. His words naturally caused a reaction from Musashi, who said, anyway, this Xia Mu is really handsome. Seeing the infatuated look, Meow Meow shook her head speechlessly. Don't fantasize, Meow, let's take a look at the situation first. This guy is fighting with the brat, I don't know how long the brat can hold out against him, Meow. As the 3 of them finished speaking, the place became quiet. Come to think of it, if Xia Mu was looking over here at this time, he would definitely notice it if he looked carefully. The memories that belong exclusively to Musashi, Kojiro, and Meowth were processed by Mewtwo. The part where Xia Mu sympathized with their plight and extended an olive branch to them was changed to that they sneaked into the port of Honglian Island and were discovered by Xia Mu, then were stopped by Xia Mu, and finally Xia Mu revealed their identities and recruited them. Fighting on the arena. Brother Xia Mu, you'd better be careful, I'm going to take action. As the game began, Xiaoji shouted excitedly with his fists clenched. Before taking action, you should also say hello, which shows your courtesy. This shows that Xiaoji really recognizes him in his heart. Okay, come on. Xia Mu was ready to meet Xiaoji's attack. Charizard looked at Ash and Pikachu opposite him seriously, with a meaningful smile on his face. It must be said that Ash and Pikachu's memories are gone, but Charizard's memory is still there. This boy in the hat and that Pikachu are very memorable. Especially this kid's Charizard, he fought with it on the new island and was severely ravaged by it. Charizard was somewhat expecting Ash to send out Charizard to fight him again, but it was obvious that Ash wasn't stupid this time. Take the initiative, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Xiaoji waved his hand and gave the order. Upon hearing the order, Pikachu leaped lightly like a streak of snow-white lightning. Xiaoji took the lead in launching the attack, but without using 100,000 volts. He planned to use speed to show his strength and impress others. It's really fast, but it's a pity. Charizard, fly into the sky, Xia Mu gave a casual command. At that moment, Charizard flapped its wings and flew into the sky, not only avoiding the flash of lightning, but also overlooking the ground from the air, giving Pikachu no chance to show off its speed. So what if it can fly? Pikachu, 100,000 volts, shoot down Charizard. Pikachu. Pikachu received the order and exploded the energy in his body without hesitation. The golden high-voltage electric light enveloped his body and finally turned into a 100,000 volt electric current, directly attacking the Charizard in the sky. After dodging, spray flames to fight back, Xia Mu calmly commanded Charizard. 100,000 volts is indeed fast, but Charizard is even faster. After dodging 100,000 volts, Charizard opened its mouth and sprayed out a thick jet of flame, sweeping towards the ground. Such a blow was extremely powerful and terrifying. The level gap has already emerged. Even though Pikachu is fast, Charizard is faster. In fact, even if Charizard takes Pikachu's 100,000 volts, it will not be seriously damaged even if its attributes are restrained. After all, although the effort value is not included, Charizard's individual values, physical strength and special defense are both top-notch. Get out of the way, Pikachu, Xiaoji shouted worriedly. This kind of sweeping attack can indeed be dodged, but as long as Charizard continues to release its skills, Pikachu will always be the target. The jet of flame chased Pikachu and shot, leaving a high-temperature burning mark on the fighting arena, and even the temperature in the space was rising. What a powerful force! Xiaoji exclaimed in amazement. He also has a Charizard, so he knows that his Charizard can never unleash a jet of flame of this power. Until the jet of flame was released, Pikachu actually managed to dodge it with his agility. But even if he dodged it, Pikachu was still very tired. The battle arena is not big, but not small either. Moving back and forth over a large area is very exhausting for a small Pikachu, and it also requires a high level of concentration. Not bad, Xiaoji, Pikachu did a good job too, Xia Mu praised. The praise mainly goes to Pikachu, because it was Pikachu that dodged the jet of fire by moving. In fact, if Pikachu was hit by another jet of flames, he would not be so lucky, but Xia Mu did not intend to defeat it directly. This is also a way to see if Pikachu can bring any surprises. Of course. Xiaoji didn't understand Xia Mu's deeper meaning. Before he could continue speaking, Xia Mu smiled and said, although it's good, it's not enough to defeat me with this ability. Charizard, Air Blade. Xia Mu did not hesitate, took the initiative and commanded Charizard to attack. Aho! Charizard raised its head and roared, flapping its wings, and several powerful air blades slashed out, attacking Pikachu directly. This can be considered as showing mercy, using a flying-type skill with half the power on Pikachu. Hurry up and dodge, Pikachu, Xiaoji reacted quickly. But he didn't know how difficult it was to dodge. Not all attacks can be avoided using the word dodge. Pikachu was the only one who actually did it. He used his agility to dodge the air blades cast by Charizard. Every time the air blade hits the ground, a huge explosion will occur. However, despite its extremely fast speed, its size is small, so the residual force of each explosion caused certain damage to it. Xia Mu was really dumbfounded by the continuous jumps and the continuous avoidance of attacks at the critical moment. To put it bluntly, this is possible. Putting aside other things, just based on this ability to dodge, Pikachu is Pikachu. Right now, another 100,000 volts. Seeing that all the air blades were avoided, Xiaoji clenched his fist and shouted loudly. Pikachu! Chew! The Charizard in the air anticipated Pikachu's attack route and quickly flapped its wings to speed up and dodge. The 100,000 volts missed again, and Charizard smiled confidently, his eyes seemed to say, keep going if you can, and see if you can hit me. Damn it! Pikachu, use 100,000 volts continuously. The choice of tactics is always improvised, so there is no inspiration or ideas, and in the end it becomes purely based on luck, relying on the Pokémon themselves to find opportunities to win. What a pity, it is indeed useful against ordinary opponents, but it is a dead end when used against powerful opponents. 100,000 volts continuously erupted from Pikachu's body, over and over again. Not only was the power decreasing, but Pikachu was also almost reaching its limit. Excessive consumption in a short period of time caused Pikachu's combat power to continue to weaken. Xiaoji should actually retreat in order to advance instead of actively attacking. Counter each move, look for opportunities to counterattack, and coordinate with Pikachu's speed, and there is still a chance to win. That's enough, Xiaoji, Charizard, spurt fire. With the order, Charizard in the air dodged Pikachu's next 100,000 volts and spurted out a huge flame from its mouth. Pikachu did not choose to retreat at this time, and once again used 100,000 volts to fight back. Indeed, it had some effect, at least it no longer missed the target like before. But how could the greatly weakened 55 volts possibly defeat the jet of flame unleashed by a level Charizard? Obviously, the jet flames were advancing without pressure, and the 100,000 volts were finally unable to withstand it and were dispersed by the jet flames. Pikachu was unable to dodge and was sent flying backwards by the explosion. He fell out of the ring with a scream and lost his ability to fight. Pikachu loses the ability to fight, Charizard wins, so the winner is the gym trainer Natsuki. Please prepare yourselves, next challenger Akon, and step onto the fighting stage. With the decision of the black-clad referee, the battle with Xiaoji ended. The next one is Kong Nan. Xiaoji, Sora, and Ami, since they came together, the order is consecutive. Pikachu. Xiaoji hugged Pikachu in his arms with heartache, and his mood was extremely depressed. He was overconfident in himself and thought he was very strong. As a result, he ended up in a battle where he had no chance to fight back, which greatly hurt his self-esteem. Xia Mu didn't go over. After all, he was now the acting gym trainer and had to put himself in the right position. However, you still have to ask, after all, we are all friends. Xiaoji, victory and defeat are common in the military, you have tried very hard, and your Pikachu is very powerful, at least at your age of 10, there are only a handful of trainers who can defeat you, Xia Mu comforted him a little. After hearing what Xia Mu said, Xiaoji looked up, and then showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Thank you, brother Xia Mu, I know that my own practice is far from enough. Every failure is a learning experience. Xiaoji suffered a setback, but once he fully understands his mistakes and cheers up, he will make great progress. The key is to be able to think it through. When you become stronger next time, come and fight me again. Xia Mu smiled and sent Xiaoji and Pikachu away. Then, he watched as Sora walked down from the audience seats, passed by Xiaoji, comforted Xiaoji with a few words, and then walked to the fighting arena. It's my turn, brother Xia Mu, please give me your guidance, Kong Nan said, looking very high-spirited, worthy of being the elite trainer who defeated Xiao Tian. Come on, I'll still use Charizard. Xia Mu looked at Kong Nan with a smile. Come out. Pidgeot. With a flash of white light, a sturdy giant bird appeared on the battlefield, its flying posture very agile. Hibbert. Are you planning to have an air battle with Charizard? The battlefield is changing rapidly, and no one knows in which direction it will change, but I can use my methods to make the situation work in my favor. Pidgeot, tornado attack. Sora gave the order. His words indeed aroused the approval of many people, and Xia Mu looked up to him. The plot of the original novel portrays Kong Nan, Hainan, and Xiao Tian as being so vulnerable, but in fact they are all very strong. Take Pidgeot for example, its level is as high as level 50. Seeing the fierce tornado created by the flapping of the wings of the Pidgeot, Xia Mu narrowed his eyes and said. Use the tornado to contain Charizard's actions. Unfortunately, this tornado alone is not enough. Charizard, rush in head-on and use the vortex of fire to offset the tornado. This move is a fighting method that Xia Mu learned from a scene in the original novel. After hearing the command, Charizard rushed into the tornado without hesitation, actively using the rotation of the tornado to cast a vortex of fire. The two forces collided with each other and finally cancelled each other out and disappeared. Such a scene shocked everyone. Can a tornado be solved this way? In fact, Xia Mu had used this trick when he used Growlithe to fight against Toucan, so Xia Mu was so confident. Xia Mu has also been experimenting with his fighting skills. Humph. Since we can't contain it, then we'll win by speed. Dabito, get a tailwind. Pidot. The big bird let out a long cry, and then an invisible wind surrounded its body. With a tailwind, the speed is greatly increased. Xia Mu frowned slightly. In terms of racial values, Pidgeot and Charizard are actually about the same speed. Originally, Charizard had the best advantage over Pidgeot due to the combination of level suppression and individual speed value. Now that the Tailwind blessing is activated, it is obvious that Pidgeot's speed far exceeds that of Charizard. Chapter 81. As Kong Nan shouted, a sharp bird cry came out of Dobby's mouth. Completely different from Pikachu's flash of lightning, Pidgeot really turned into a streak of lightning and shot out straight out. The speed was so fast that it reached the extreme, so fast that the naked eye could not catch up with it, and there was not even enough time to issue orders. The fighting arena in the gym is not as large as the league-level ones, and it is an indoor battle arena, so the restrictions are very small. If it was bigger, Xia Mu would still have time to come up with a countermeasure. But now he is in a passive position and caught off guard. The lightning successfully hit Charizard in a flash, causing it to roar in pain. Obviously, Kong Nan was just venting his anger on Xiaoji. Just now, Xia Mu used Charizard's ability to fly to prevent Pikachu from launching ground attacks, and it had no choice but to continuously launch long-range attacks. Now Sora had hit with his Thunderbolt, and was also telling Ash that it was just that his Pikachu couldn't fly, so it was in such a mess just now. This kid is a talent who can guide the younger generation. With this strength, it is no wonder that he was able to enter the finals of the last Quartz Conference. I don't know what kind of character Aaron, the last champion, is, who can suppress him. After praising him in his heart, Xia Mu immediately became serious because Kong Nan gave another order. Take advantage of this moment, Dabido, Swallow returns. The Yen Fan skill is indeed a very difficult and hard to crack move. The most crucial thing is the setting that is bound to hit the target. Even in the animation world, it has not changed, but has become even more bizarre and unpredictable. This was the first time Xia Mu encountered this move in the real world, but he had a clear memory of how familiar he was with it. There are also many ways to crack the animation. The most intuitive one is to exchange injuries for injuries and strike head-on. I think I know your tactics. Since we want to have this kind of tug-of-war war of attrition, I won't do as you say. Charizard, go ahead and make the ultimate attack. Sora does have his own way, and Pidgeot is also not easy to deal with. However, this tactic is also easy to crack. Even though Charizard is not a physical attacker, the power of its ultimate impact should not be underestimated. How can Yen Fan compare with this move? Moreover, due to the level gap, even Charizard will suffer from the side effects and lose its mobility for a short period of time, but Pidgeot will definitely suffer greater damage. Bang! The two sides collided violently. In the contest of strength, it is obvious that Charizard is much more powerful. After Pidgeot's Swallow return skill ran out of steam, it was knocked away by Charizard's ultimate attack, crashing onto the fighting arena, splashing thick dust. Everyone was horrified when they saw this. Especially those who were familiar with Kong Nan, they all broke into a cold sweat for him. Kong Nan had a serious expression, his fists clenched, and he was extremely nervous. He had no idea whether Dabido could take this move, and he never expected that Xia Mu would not play by the rules and directly choose to confront him head-on. He originally had full confidence in Yen Fan, so he chose this tactic, but he never thought that this sure-hit move that he could not break was broken by Xia Mu with such a direct and brutal method. Speaking of which, the reason why Big Bird learned the Swallow return was because he suffered a loss from this trick at the last Quartz conference, so he practiced hard and let Big Bird learn it. The dust dissipated, and the figure of Pidgeot slowly revealed itself. It had not lost its combat capability, but it had also suffered a blow, and it was obvious that one of Pidgeot's wings was severely injured. Do you want to continue fighting? Xia Mu reminded. It has to be said that Kong Nan is very powerful and he is qualified enough to take the Crimson Badge from him. But after attending the Quartz conference, I think he already has the Crimson Badge, so he probably doesn't need it. Dobby, do you still want to fight? Sora gave the choice to Dobby. Just this behavior has surpassed most trainers. No wonder he can get to this point. He trusts his Pokémon and gives it the opportunity to make decisions. It can be confirmed that the intimacy between the two parties is very high, so the strength blessing obtained will be greater. According to the percentage increase in strength mentioned in the Golden Finger simulator, it actually means a certain degree of burst of power that exceeds 100. Pidgeot, the Pidgeot let out a loud cry, then flapped its wings and flew into the air regardless of the pain. A level 50 Pidgeot already possesses strength beyond the elite level. This level is the league champion level. Okay. Let's continue the fight. Seeing this, Xia Mu also looked at the Charizard in the air and said, let's fight with all our strength, Charizard, spray flames. Ah! With a loud roar, a thick jet of flame burst out from the mouth of the fire-breathing dragon, with extremely powerful force. Get out of the way, Dabido, Skyman commanded Dabido, watching it circling to avoid the jet of flames, and then shouted. Now, Steel Wing. Pidgeot. The wings of Pidgeot glowed with dazzling steel luster, like a sharp steel blade, and rushed straight towards Charizard. Despite the injury, he was still faster than lightning. But I've seen faster ones. Having been prepared, Xia Mu's eyes narrowed and he made a decision in his heart. Dragon Claw, next. Ah! With a roar, the Charizard's claws were enveloped by dragon energy, transforming into giant energy claws. There was a loud bang. The unstoppable steel wing was grabbed by the dragon claws of the Charizard and blocked. What? How is this possible? Today's battle has completely overturned his previous worldview. All the trainers who witnessed this scene were stunned, even Xia Bo and Mulan who were hiding behind the scenes were shocked. Xia Mu's fighting method is really incredible. Something that is obviously impossible has become possible. Unfortunately, Pidgeot's speed is indeed very fast after activating Tailwind, but after being injured, its strength is obviously insufficient and it cannot fight Charizard head-on. Xia Mu smiled, and then his expression changed again, and he gave the final order to Charizard. Spray flames and end the battle. Charizard, who had Pidgeot caught in its claws, had a fierce light in its eyes and sprayed flames at close range, directly blasting Pidgeot away. This attack can be said to be a comprehensive hit, and the damage increased dramatically. Big Pidgeot. Seeing Big Pidgeot falling from the sky with its feathers burnt, Sora lost his composure and used the Pokeball to retrieve it in order to avoid secondary damage from falling to the ground. Just like that, Big Pidgeot lost its ability to fight and Sora was out. Before leaving the ring, Xia Mu left his defending position for the first time and gave Kong Nan the powerful medicine he bought from the system. We don't give full recovery medicine or full medicine because it's too outrageous to directly restore all injuries. The potion in the real world is far less powerful than those in the game world. Ever since knowing this, Xia Mu has been deliberately hiding it and not easily revealing two good potions. Thank you, Brother Xia Mu. Seeing that Big Pidgeot had recovered from his serious injury, Sora was extremely surprised and kept thanking Xia Mu. Even though it was a powerful medicine, the effect was beyond expectations. Letting Charizard use its full strength is a sign of respect for you and Pidgeot. Otherwise, it would be too perfunctory. With your strength, you are fully qualified to hold the Crimson Badge. However, you have participated in the Quartz Conference. I wonder if you still want this badge. Xia Mu took out a Crimson Badge from his pocket and asked. I lost the fight, and you want to give me back the badge? Kong Nan hesitated as he looked at the Crimson Badge in Xia Mu's hand. He really wanted this badge. In fact, this one was missing from his badge collection. He had also been to Homelian Island before, but due to some accidents, he was unable to challenge Xia Bo. The establishment of the Alliance Gym is only to assess the strength of the trainers and whether they are qualified to hold the badge. Although defeating the gym trainers is the most direct way to obtain the badge, gaining the recognition of the gym trainers can be considered a real hidden achievement that qualifies you to hold the badge. Xia Mu gave out this Crimson Badge in his own way. These remarks also stunned all the trainers who were watching. There is no doubt that they have never experienced such a situation before. Thank you for your recognition. I accept this badge, Brother Xia Mu. Next time, when I become stronger, I will challenge you again. Kong Nan held the Crimson Badge in his palm. If Xia Mu hadn't said this, he would definitely not be willing to accept this badge. But completing hidden achievements and getting recognition is more meaningful than defeating gym trainers. Xia Mu didn't know that because of his behavior, other gyms began to follow suit and no longer used Pokemon of different levels to fight different opponents. Later, Xia Mu found out that this phenomenon was all caused by himself. He wanted to say in his heart more than once, I was just saying it casually, but you all took it seriously. I'm waiting for you to challenge me again, but next time I may not be the acting gym trainer. Xia Mu smiled lightly and said it by the way. After returning to the defending position, Xia Mu looked at the next challenger, a Hai, also known as Hai Nan. There is no doubt that among the many challengers, Xia Mu values him more than Kong Nan. Firstly, his strength is not too far behind Sorayo's, and secondly, the Pokemon he possesses are all very outstanding and of very high levels. Come on, I'll use Charizard and let me see how your strength compares to Kong's. Xia Mu smiled at him, and then said. You better be prepared, because I won't show mercy. Don't worry, I will do my best. There is no need for you to show mercy, Brother Xia Mu. After Hai Nan said this, he took out a Pokeball and released Gyarados. When Gyarados appeared, the scene suddenly became different from before. On the one hand, Gyarados is very large in size, and on the other hand, Gyarados has a ferocious appearance and intimidating characteristics. Fortunately, Xia Mu's Charizard is a special attack dragon, otherwise its physical attack would be reduced, which would indeed weaken it. Gyarados, which is a water and flying beast, does have absolute attribute restraint on Charizard. But this is not the point. If there is no comparison, there is indeed no harm. If Xia Mu sent out his red Gyarados, it would definitely cause a stir. Moreover, Hai Nan's Gyarados will definitely be outdone. After all, the level difference between a level 48 Gyarados and a level 70 Gyarados is huge. In terms of size, color, etc. Ordinary Gyarados can never compare to the red Gyarados. It is worth mentioning that Hai Nan's Gyarados has the same personality as Xia Mu's Gyarados and also takes the special attack route. Come on, Gyarados, use your water cannon trick. Hai Nan shouted. The first move is an absolute water-based killer move. Unfortunately, this kind of ultimate move at this distance can be easily avoided by Pokemon with high speed. Charizard didn't even need Xia Mu's command and just flew away in the air. At the same time, he looked down at the ground with a proud look, provoking Gyarados. This scene obviously angered Gyarados, making Xia Mu feel a little amused. In fact, this Charizard is good in every way except that it is too conceited. It is definitely not inferior to Xiaoji's. His strength is strong enough to make him believe that he can win against any opponent, so he doesn't even take Pokemon like Gyarados seriously. Confidence is a good thing, so Xia Mu doesn't want to dampen it. After all, with this kind of momentum and the aura that looks down on all opponents, at least Charizard will not be suppressed by any opponent. Charizard, Air Blade. Xia Mu thought for a moment and gave the order. The Charizard in the air immediately stopped moving, found the best angle for attack, and launched several Air Blade attacks. Facing this move, the corners of Hainan's mouth rose and fell slightly. Let's fly up to the sky too, Gyarados. At the critical moment, Gyarados barely avoided the sweep of the Air Blade and flew into the sky. Many elite trainers know that Gyarados can fly. However, there are still some trainers who are not aware of this. For them, this is considered an eye-opener. But in the next second, what Xia Mu didn't expect was that Hainan didn't waste any time and directly let Gyarados use the storm. The violent storm in the room almost swept across the entire space. The terrifying force of the storm swept all objects, even blowing up the hats on some trainers' heads and the small items they wore on their bodies. Gyarados was at the center of the storm, dancing its body, its tail swinging constantly, seemingly the key to controlling the storm. Charizard was swept by the storm, and tried its best to maintain its body, but it was still unable to resist it completely. It was swept and cut by countless wind blades, causing it to scream in pain. Finally, its body went out of control and was completely dominated by the storm. Even though the power of flying skills on Charizard does not double, even if it is ordinary damage, the power brought by this special move is extremely terrifying. Give him the final blow. Gyarados, control the storm and crush it to the ground. The Gyarados that controlled the storm in the sky raised its head and roared, as if saying, I'll let you provoke me.